Amidst the falling snow, the world lies in a frigid embrace. The land of fire in December is draped in a silvery shroud, as if the entire realm has succumbed to a profound stillness. Even the most resilient of ninjas, renowned for their endurance, find themselves huddled in warmth beneath thick layers of cotton clothing. No soul ventures outdoors in what is deemed the harshest winter in recorded history. In the Uchiha district of Konoha, among the outer settlements, one can hear the musings of a young Uchiha Tenshu, who has just returned home after completing his snow clearing. Duties. Today, I've earned another 1,000 ryo. Though the workdays are scarce during these 2 or 3 months of winter, the pay is decent, given this year's weather. If I continue this way, I should easily secure over 30,000 ryo. He reflects. It's fortunate that the esteemed ninjas of noble clans disdain such menial tasks, otherwise, this simple opportunity for profit would not have come to a mere child like me. Upon returning home, Tenshu shakes off the snow that has settled atop his woolen hat, a smile gracing his lips as he sweeps the snow-laden broom against the ground, placing it beneath the eaves. He tightens the collar of his cotton attire, seeking solace from the relentless chill that seeps through the seams, bringing waves of discomfort. Despite the robust physique of a ninja, the biting cold is palpable, infiltrating even the thickest of garments and gloves. Each breath draws in the dry, frigid air, causing his throat to tremble and his nose to run. Truth be told, had it not been for the pressing necessity of accumulating a substantial sum of money for a goal he is determined to achieve, he would never willingly endure the icy grasp of winter to clear snow for the ordinary folk. This winter is indeed harsher than any I have known, he muses. Yet, for the sake of my aspirations, I must exercise patience and fortitude in this biting cold. Beneath his dark locks, Tenshu's deep-set eyes shine with resolve, his youthful face taut with determination as he clenches his fist, motivating himself with silent affirmations. Alas, mere self-encouragement cannot stave off the chill. Ah, autumn. He exhales. I must not follow this winter as the coldest ever recorded in the land of fire. I dread to think of how many souls beyond Konoha will perish from the cold. A sudden sneeze escapes him, as he worries not only for his health, but also for those in distant lands facing the same perilous plight. At such a tender age, he contemplates matters of life and death, thoughts far beyond what one might expect from a child. Even for a ninja, this level of maturity is rather unusual. The reason for such reflections lies in the fact that Uchiha Tenshu is, in truth, a traveler from another world. Indeed, Uchiha Tenshu is a reincarnate, hailing from a place known as the Land of Flowering Families, where he bore the same name, Tenshu. Thus, even if one were to switch worlds, it would merely entail a change of surname, while the given name remains utterly unchanged. This, indeed, is what brings the greatest satisfaction to Uchiha Tenshu. Aside from this, the previous life of Uchiha Tenshu could be described as a tale of unremarkable ordinariness. Born into a commonplace family, raised in an unremarkable environment, possessing average learning capabilities, and engaging in a monotonous career, his existence was the very epitome of mediocritico-transparent that one could see straight through to the end. Throughout his life, apart from a fondness for watching anime, he bore no distinct characteristics. It was this pervasive ordinariness that led him to drift aimlessly through life. After the gradual erosion of familial bonds and friendships, he found himself living in quiet obscurity, merely existing for the sake of survival. Akin to a beast of burden or a soulless automaton, until one fateful day, while meandering outside, he was inexplicably struck by a fragment of some unknown origin, causing him to lose consciousness and traverse into the realm of ninjas. At that moment, being struck by this enigmatic shard and transported to the world of Hokage, I truly cannot discern whether this constitutes my misfortune or my greatest fortune. However, for someone as ordinary as I, it is undoubtedly the height of luck. After all, during those utterly mundane days, I endured countless hardships, each time fantasizing about a change in my destiny, and now I am granted the chance to start anew in a world brimming with extraordinary abilities. It can be said that all my wishes have been fulfilled. What then could I possibly find unsatisfactory? Uchiha Tenshu wore an expressionless visage, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. In a world where so many yearn to escape the abyss of mediocrity, he had serendipitously obtained such an opportunity. What room was there for discontent? Simultaneously, Uchiha Tenshu, as was his custom, quietly attuned himself to the gray shard, reminiscent of a small finger, within the realm of his consciousness, hoping for some form of response. Alas, it remained silent, yet the ever-growing luminescence on its surface indicated that the chakra he channeled was indeed having an effect. However, what on earth is this treasure? Even if it is but a fragment, it possesses the power to transport me to this world, were it not for its silent absorption of my chakra. Allowing me to awaken my consciousness to its extraordinary nature, I might have sought a physician to ascertain whether it was a tumor. Uchiha Tenshu felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, since arriving in this world, if something were amiss, it would have manifested long ago, even should it remain unresponsive for a lifetime. It would merely equate to nurturing a silent tenant. Moreover, the fact that this treasure harbors a spirit and does not drain him dry proves its harmlessness. Besides, bringing me to this world alone makes it a worthwhile exchange, not to mention the chakra, an extraordinary ability that was but a dream in my past life, enabling manipulation of water, fire, wind, and thunder, as well as the powers of yin and yang, and even control over time. Who knows, I might even have the opportunity to transcend into immortality or divinity, achieving respect as an ancestor. Even if my strength falls short of such aspirations, at the very least, I could establish myself as a sovereign, ruling over my own domain. What an enviable prospect that would be. Uchiha Tenshu extended his hand, summoning the chakra within his body to gather in a surge of exhilaration. His gaze was filled with hope for the future and the potential of extraordinary power that lay ahead. At the same time, Uchiha Tenshu could not help but feel disdain for the ninjas of this world, who, despite their formidable abilities, merely toiled for others, undertaking tasks without any guarantees. Failure in a mission often meant death or compensation, and they bowed and scraped before the daimyos and other powerful elites. It was a disservice to the chakra coursing through their veins. After all, the ninjas of this realm pursue mere prowess in techniques and various forms of destruction, incessantly chasing renown. Their ultimate aim is simply to amplify their influence and serve the whims of the powerful. That it is utterly absurd, and what's worse, it's a grievous absurdity. Even those few who have escaped the utilitarian influences of their clans, fixated on ideals of peace and bonds, are mentally unhinged. However, it is fortunate that they are all deluded, straying down a misguided path, thereby leaving the righteous course clear for me. Otherwise, if a truly resolute and enlightened predecessor were to obstruct the way ahead, then even if I were to attain extraordinary power, it would amount to nothing more than a dead end. In this regard, Uchiha Tenshu was acutely aware of the malice ingrained in the human genome, and he had no doubt that under extraordinary power, the pioneers would oppress those who followed. Thus, he declared, I shall be that pioneer. Whoever dares to tread before me shall meet their demise. In Uchiha Tenshu's clear, inky black pupils lay a seemingly naive yet unfathomably deep darkness and malice. I refuse to endure the myriad hardships of an ordinary life. Battling through society as I once did, I must possess the mightiest strength, hold the most esteemed status, wield the greatest power, and relish boundless wealth and beauty. I will ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I shall gradually reach the summit, establishing my own kingdom and creating my own rules. Uchiha Tenshu clenched his teeth, silently vowing. Within his seemingly diminutive frame resided a desire potent enough to consume the world. No one would ever suspect that within this seemingly innocuous body lay a force capable of making the entire world tremble in the future. Chapter 2: The Hidden Strength of the Nin Creaking. Uchiha Tenshu raised her frostbitten, rosy face and, with her gloved hand, wiped away the crystalline mucus from her nose. She stamped her feet to shake off the snowflakes that clung to her, and after ensuring everything was in order, she pushed open the solid wooden door that seemed incongruous with her family's status. Upon entering the room, Uchiha Tenshu swiftly closed the door behind her. As the door sealed shut, the biting cold wind and frigid air vanished in an instant, and warmth began to envelop her body. The interior, constructed primarily of wood, exuded a rich brown hue, radiating a sense of structured elegance. Yet, within this orderly space, one could observe additional gray walls made of earthen bricks, which effectively transmitted the warmth generated by the burning fireplace. Complemented by the heated floor connecting all rooms, the entire interior felt as warm as spring. This significant undertaking was the result of considerable effort from Uchiha Tenshu and several friends, a labor of love they had completed. This innovation was one of the few legitimate contributions Uchiha Tenshu could present within her family. Today, The heated floor and the radiant warmth had become widely adopted throughout the clan, with even other families in Konoha taking inspiration from it. With these tangible inventions, Uchiha Tenshu's precocity was unmistakably acknowledged. She not only received substantial financial rewards but also garnered the family's focused attention, receiving training on par with that of direct lineage members. A wealth of ninjutsu knowledge was imparted to her, along with various rare medicinal concoctions. As a result, at the tender age of 7, Uchiha Tenshu secretly possessed the strength of a ch-nin. One should not underestimate the ch-nin rank. In the original narrative, ch-nin were already considered to be at a leadership level, integral to the village's backbone. For an ordinary individual, even a lifetime of potential might not surpass that of an elite genin, a limitation dictated by inherent talent. In the reality of this world, a ch-nin recognized by Konoha was regarded as an elite, comparable to the jonin ranks of smaller ninja villages. As for the jonin level in Konoha, they represented the upper echelon of the village, akin to the leaders of smaller ninja villages. Even during the tumultuous end of the Warring States period, jonin were the pinnacle, serving as the pillars of their clans. Were it not for the emergence of two extraordinary individuals who imparted a new sense of power to the ninja world, it is likely that the Kage would have been the ultimate force in this realm. Fortunately, Uchiha Tenshu was endowed with exceptional talent. Being innately equipped with all 5 elemental affinities and possessed an innate understanding of various ninjutsu. Moreover, she harbored innovative ideas for ninjutsu development. Essentially, upon reaching adulthood, she could easily attain the jonin rank, with elite jonin as a baseline. After undergoing her specially devised training, even the Kage level would merely pose a minor challenge, not the terminus of her journey. Now, what she lacked was time. Uchiha Tenshu silently mused, casting a glance around the warm and comfortable mansion. The 2-story small building stands before a garden exceeding 50 square meters. With 8 uniformly designed rooms, it is both warm and brand new. In a previous life, such a residence would have been unattainable through mere labor, yet here, joining Konoha grants one such a luxurious abode, even for an auxiliary member like myself. One can only imagine the grandeur enjoyed by the true elite of the clan. After several years of stability and prosperity, it is no wonder that even Uchiha Madara could not lure anyone away, under the long-term vision devoid of impending calamities. The Uchiha clan has succumbed to the intoxication of wealth and power. They have forgotten that the sweetness of an enemy's honey can be fatal. Regardless of how delectable it may appear, a truth that Uchiha Tenshu reminds himself of. However, he does not allow himself to be complacent in this comfortable existence. After all, he is a traveler from another world. Uchiha Tenshu cannot help but smile wryly, fully aware of what the name Uchiha represents to Konoha: inherent malevolence, an innate sin, and a target for malicious speculation. His personal experiences over the years have made it all too clear how incompatible his identity is with Konoha. Even a simple trip to purchase books invites scrutiny. Constructing tools elicits unwarranted suspicion. Fortunately, those individuals do not disguise themselves in front of a 2- or 3-year-old child, allowing Uchiha Tenshu, as a reincarnated being, to perceive these truths through mere glances and gestures. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the same deceptive facades that ensnare most of his clansmen, gradually sinking into foolishness. From that moment on, Uchiha Tenshu extinguished any aspirations of seizing the position of Hokage. After all, in a place where everyone discriminates against, slanders, and vilifies you, attempting to usurp leadership while seeking support is futile. It is far wiser to establish one's own power from the outset, allowing for personal expression and autonomy. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Moreover, having been a mere cog in his past life, he refuses to continue as a subservient ninja in this life, laboring daily for the powerful. What would be the point of his reincarnation? Not to mention, in this world of ninjas, the societal order is virtually non-existent. Anyone with even a modicum of ability can claim dominion over a territory. Why squander the potential for a grand dynasty simply to earn a living by completing menial tasks for others? Uchiha Tenshu finds it perplexing how countless protagonists from novels about traversing the Naruto world devote themselves to Konoha, desperate to serve unconditionally, protecting the village and upholding the will of fire, fighting valiantly on the front lines. What do they seek? Is it merely the efficacy of Konoha's indoctrination? Uchiha Tenshu harbors no hopes for the will of fire. He is resolutely intent on seizing opportunities for himself. However, even if he plans to depart, he must first secure sufficient benefits before doing so. Otherwise, wandering alone in the ninja world He risks falling prey to the whims of powerful ninjas who might deem him expendable. At the very least, from the perspective of a ninja's eccentricity, it remains a distinct possibility. One must consider the reasons behind being targeted, particularly the necessity for experimental subjects. There exists a suspicion that one might attract attention, a sense of restlessness, and so forth. Thus, it is imperative to possess sufficient strength to escape. Uchiha Tenshu pondered earnestly. Furthermore, one must secure a sufficiently safe territory that allows for stable development, coupled with ample potential. Otherwise, the endeavor of establishing one's own influence could be thwarted after only a few years of growth, rendering it utterly absurd. In his plans, the development of various ninjutsu and technology necessitates robust support from a multitude of powerful allies. Hence, this aspect requires careful consideration. One must not be complacent or make hasty decisions. As Uchiha Tenshu reflected, his feet never ceased their movement towards the kitchen. Regarding strength, he felt a considerable degree of confidence. Firstly, he possessed commendable talent in this life, having distinguished himself early under the tutelage of the Uchiha clan, which afforded him excellent training. Secondly, the Uchiha clan imposes few restrictions on the enhancement of its members' abilities, provided they do not engage in high-level ninjutsu or forbidden techniques. The clan's library is accessible as long as one meets the criteria, and although many ninjutsu must remain concealed due to his age, he has already discerned several primary paths to augment his strength. Once the opportune moment arises, he can swiftly translate this knowledge into power, enabling him to reach the level of a Nin, ensuring his safety for a potential escape. Therefore, there is no immediate concern regarding strength over the next year or two, according to his progression rate. He will possess adequate self-defense capabilities before the onset of war in the ninja world. Conversely, the quest for a secure location with sufficient potential poses a dilemma. Uchiha Tenshu, with a fried dough stick gripped in his mouth and a bowl of soy milk in hand, savored his meal while contemplating topics that would undoubtedly lead to his immediate arrest by the Leaf Ninjas. Chapter 3. The inheritance of the spirit of the flower-planting family. The nations of water, wind, earth, and thunder were never within his purview. Uchiha Tenshu promptly dismissed these great powers, given his Uchiha lineage. Venturing into their realms would inevitably lead to conscription or being perceived merely as a blood seed destined for exploitation. He envisioned a grim fate where, in a few short years, he would wither away, a mere husk upon his bed. While he held a penchant for beauty, it did not imply an indiscriminate appetite for all that life offered. Furthermore, the smaller nations bordering these great powers, such as the Land of Rain, were equally unviable choices. Both their developmental potential and the peril of becoming battlegrounds rendered them entirely unsuitable. In contrast, the nations on the fringes of the desert, such as Loulan, the Western Snow Country, and the Land of Demons, emerged as viable alternatives. These lands lacked the abundant resources that typically attracted the ambitions and scrutiny of outsiders. Additionally, Loulan's dragon veins, the technological prowess of the Snow Country, and the mystical abilities of the priestesses in the Land of Demons were treasures that remained unrecognized by the broader shinobi world. As for developmental potential, aside from war considerations, these three nations possessed formidable natural defenses that smaller countries like the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers lacked. The vast deserts of Loulan, the icy peaks of the Snow Country, and the treacherous canyons of the Land of Demons effectively isolated their territories, allowing them to adopt strategic defensive measures that could repel numerous attackers. Concerns regarding resources, food, and population were trivial for Uchiha Tenshu, who had traversed from the flower-planting family. Although he lacked immediate solutions, he was well aware of effective methodologies. With sufficient scientists and manpower, he could initiate transformative magical alterations to the land. Utilizing the advanced technology of the shinobi world, he could replicate the technological applications of his previous life, thereby addressing the issue of land resources. Uchiha Tenshu held unwavering confidence in the acceptance of such black technology in the world of Naruto. Coupled with the ninjutsu of the shinobi, the so-called environmental constraints paled in significance. It merely required the spirit of perseverance akin to that of the foolish old man who moved mountains, coupled with an unwavering attitude. If success were not achieved in 1 or 2 years, it could be pursued over 3 to 5 years, or even 7 to 8 years. As long as efforts continued unabated, success would be inevitable. In his past life, the arid Northwest Desert had been gradually transformed through the relentless efforts of its people, even reversing the desertification through greening initiatives. Now, with superior black technology and extraordinary powers at his disposal, how could he possibly fall short of the ordinary laborers? It was only the short-sighted ninjas, fixated on their mundane lives, who neglected the development of their own homelands, enviously coveting the fruits of others' labor, resorting to theft and robbery, a truly shameless endeavor. Uchiha Tenshu scoffed at such attitudes, remaining indifferent to his own subversive actions against the village of Konoha. Thus, the so-called barren regions, fraught with difficulties, would never lack the courage and spirit of perseverance that Uchiha Tenshu embodied. This is a unique spirit and legacy of the Flower Nation that would not be forgotten, even if one were to traverse to another world. Otherwise, Uchiha Tenshu would not have contemplated venturing out to start his own enterprise at the tender age of 7. After all, it is time for this successor to take on the great undertaking, Tenshu mused privately. Moreover, with a clear objective for the newly acquired territory, the next step is to amass funds and recruit various talents. It would also be unwise to overlook Konoha. It would be advantageous to win over some reliable personnel to work for him. As Tenshu's eyes flitted around, numerous thoughts began to form in his mind. Konoha, as the heart of the Land of Fire, is home to countless ninja clans, both large and small. Even the weakest clan here is composed of elite individuals who have survived countless years of conflict. In lesser nations, they would dominate their regions. Should he successfully lure them away, they would undoubtedly become invaluable allies. Tenshu, being a shrewd individual reborn into this life, was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, even in his youthful form, he managed to gather a group of peers from subordinate Uchiha clans through establishing authority, sharing benefits, and employing persuasive tactics. With time and training, they would gradually evolve into his trusted confidants. Although it may seem somewhat unscrupulous to undermine the clans of his own kin, it is far better than allowing these individuals to contribute to Konoha's funeral services in the coming wars. It would be more prudent to lead them away to a distant land, thus breathing new life into the Uchiha clan. After all, in the original storyline, everything associated with the Uchiha was utterly annihilated, becoming mere sustenance for Konoha. It is far better to secure a future for his own Uchiha clan from the outset. With a firm resolve, Tenshu set out after a simple meal, swiftly making his way to the banks of the Southie River. "Ah, it's Brother Tenshu," exclaimed Teru Kamado, halting his practice with a small blade and rushing over. Beside him, Akihira Shikatsu's eyes lit up as he enthusiastically called out, "Brother Tenshu, you've arrived." "Brother Tenshu," murmured Akagawa Ko, shyly gazing at Uchiha Tenshu with admiration. At that moment, 7 peers gathered on the solid, crystalline ice of the Southie River, reflecting the morning sunlight, engaged in fundamental training for ninjas. This was precisely the group of spirited youths that Tenshu had united around himself. After all, it takes a good man to gather 3 helpers. By uniting more individuals, he could establish a power centered around himself. Following a series of displays of strength and martial guidance, coupled with mental persuasion, these individuals were now essentially loyal subordinates of Uchiha Tenshu. As everyone noticed Tenshu's arrival, they all greeted him with smiles and enthusiasm. Teru Kamado, Akihira Shikatsu, Akagawa Ko, "You all arrived quite early." Tenshu responded with a warm smile and a nod. From their names, it becomes evident that although they are affiliated with the Uchiha clan, they do not belong to the clan's legitimate lineage, nor do they even qualify as a branch. Instead, they are merely members of a small family that has subsisted alongside the Uchiha for centuries. Such families are not rare. Throughout the ages, countless clans have risen and fallen in association with the Uchiha, thriving due to their influence and perishing in their wake. During the incessant turmoil of the Warring States period, these smaller clans were among the few to survive into the era of the hidden villages. It is quite apparent that even the formidable Uchiha clan could not solely rely on its strength as a ninja family to contend with the Center clan, which was renowned for its unity and sheer numbers. Even if one family were to triumph over the other, there would be no absolute guarantee of dominance or the ability to obliterate the rival or seize sufficient resources. Moreover, ninjas, aside from engaging in combat, must also navigate the intricacies of survival in this world. Even the powerful Uchiha would face challenges in areas outside their expertise, such as commerce, forging, and agriculture. The Uchiha clan, being primarily focused on martial prowess and viewing strength as paramount, would find it implausible to divert their energies towards pursuits beyond combat. Consequently, the existence of subordinate clans is entirely reasonable. Occasionally, members of the Uchiha clan's bloodline would marry into these families, potentially awakening the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, one day. Take, for instance, the ancestor of Uchiha Tenka, who, during his lifetime, married a woman from a branch of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Tenka's grandfather did not inherit the Sharingan, his father, Toyotomi Akira, awakened the Sharingan amidst a battle against the Senju clan, earning recognition from the Uchiha's upper echelon. He was granted the Uchiha name and married the direct descendant Uchiha Ninjin, ultimately fathering Uchiha Tenka himself. Thus, Uchiha Tenka bears the Uchiha surname rather than inheriting his father's earlier Toyotomi name. This illustrates that many of the subordinate families of the Uchiha clan already possess a lineage of Uchiha blood. Similarly, in later generations, Uchiha Izumi did not inherit the bloodline that awakened the Sharingan. Hence, she carried the surname of her original clan. However, should her bloodline awaken, it would undoubtedly revert to the Uchiha name. Chapter 4. The Suppressed Hatred. Therefore, the Uchiha clan did not regard these subordinate families as outsiders. Although they could not extend the same respect as they would to their own kin, they exhibited no deliberate hostility. Their attitude usually reflected that of the strong towards the weak, a common dynamic within the clan. During their time as affiliates of the Uchiha, these smaller families fared relatively well. From a security standpoint, being associated with the Uchiha was far preferable to being part of any wandering ninja clan. Most of the time, they engaged in logistical support, participating in combat only on rare occasions. As for the members who perished while fighting alongside the Uchiha, such losses were not considered significant. After all, death is an inherent aspect of a ninja's existence, a truth even children understand. In recent years, however, as the entire Uchiha clan reconciled with their adversaries, the Senju clan, they were fully incorporated into the village of Konoha. Under the architectural prowess of Senju Hashirama, all clans that joined Konoha were allocated their own residences. The smaller families, once living in proximity to the Uchiha, were now separated. Although still situated near the Uchiha's territory, several non-Uchiha clans were subtly introduced, leading to a growing distinction between personal and communal affairs among the Uchiha's subordinate families. While they continued to acknowledge the Uchiha as their primary family, their relationships with one another began to fragment. This shift became particularly pronounced after the establishment of Konoha, as many of the Uchiha's needs transitioned from these subordinate families to the village itself. For some of these families, this represented a significant blow, while others found themselves reaping substantial benefits. Although they could still rely on Konoha's missions to sustain their daily lives, numerous conflicts began to surface. Yet, these issues remained relatively concealed, failing to draw attention to the Uchiha clan itself. This situation clearly indicated a malicious scheme to sow discord, undermine their influence, and sever their connections, gradually cornering them into a precarious position. It was astounding that the inept leaders of the Uchiha clan failed to recognize these machinations. Truly, they are a group of imbeciles, utterly blind. It seems that since the death of Uchiha Izuna, the Uchiha clan has lacked individuals of exceptional intellect. Allowing themselves to be so easily manipulated without any response, are they merely biding their time in complacency? As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tenji was equally outraged. Yet, he understood that such conspiracies and clandestine plots undoubtedly originated from the hands of the cunning Senju Tobirama, the most formidable adversary of the Uchiha. Even Tenji's ability to discern these schemes stemmed from insights gained through the narratives of his past life. How many in the entire ninja world possess such perceptive wisdom to uncover these secrets? Senju Tobirama, you wicked creature. Uchiha Tenshu could not help but recall a deep-seated grudge from the past, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes before it swiftly vanished. This grievance was rooted in the final battle led by Uchiha Madara after he acquired the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, rallying the remaining clan members for vengeance. Confident in his newfound power, Madara launched a revenge campaign, only to be defeated by Senju Hashirama, who had somehow mastered Sage Mode. It was during this fateful encounter that Uchiha Tenshu's father, Uchiha Yaoguang, met his demise at the hands of Senju Tobirama. Tenshu's mother, Uchiha Ningning, was devastated by this loss and, merely 2 months after the founding of Konoha, gave birth to her posthumous son, Uchiha Tenshu, before also passing away. Consequently, Senju Tobirama became the archenemy of Uchiha Tenshu. While the other Uchiha may have found it within themselves to forgive, Tenshu harbored an unyielding hatred that could not be relinquished. Do not speak to me of peace, righteousness, villages, or love. I carry the spiritual legacy of the Han family. A vendetta spanning 10 generations may still be avenged. But the enmity towards my parents is one that cannot coexist. To confront an enemy, one must annihilate them completely. I must offer my enemy's breath as a tribute to my parents' souls in the afterlife, even if I hold no profound feelings for a father I never met. The memory of my mother, Uchiha Ningning, who cared for me for a mere 2 months, remains vivid. Her loving gaze and sorrowful expression are forever etched in my memory. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu has resolutely decided to eradicate Senju Tobarama and the Senju clan. This vow, concealed deep within his heart, has never surfaced in open discourse among the Uchiha. After all, Uchiha Tenshu is acutely aware of the ruthless nature of Senju Tobarama. Once deemed an enemy, he is capable of employing all manner of cunning schemes and inhumane, malevolent human experimentation. Though he is but a child, he knows he is not beyond Tobarama's scrutiny. Disguise is his only means of survival at this moment. In his youth, he must remain concealed, never revealing the hatred that should not surface. Like Sima E, he is his model of restraint. Endure, endure, and yet endure. In the woods by the Southhe River, our training today involves tree climbing. Due to the frozen surfaces of the trees, the task is made all the more challenging. However, if we can successfully complete the training under these circumstances, it will propel us further in our cultivation, advancing our control over chakra to a higher level. So, how do we mobilize chakra? Zhuangui Hue raised his hand to inquire. An excellent question. Imagine the sensation of wearing socks and gloves, enveloping oneself with the so-called chakra, thereby enhancing the designated areas. To extend this to other parts of the body, envision the chakra transforming into a flowing liquid, coalescing around oneself. Generally, we resort to such instantaneous utilization of chakra only in moments of necessity. Otherwise, even the chakra of a nin would be inadequate for more than 10 minutes. Uchiha Tenshu extended his hands, showcasing the flow of chakra to the individuals standing before him, from the entwining of his hands to that of his feet, and culminating in an explosion of chakra that enveloped his entire being. He appeared as though draped in a sheer, translucent blue garment. A sudden wave of energy erupted into the air, but it lasted merely a fleeting second. Uchiha Tenshu concluded his demonstration of chakra enveloping his form, not due to an insufficiency of chakra, but rather because a brief exhibition sufficed. In the perilous realm of the ninja world, one can never predict when danger may strike. Thus, it is imperative to maintain adequate protective measures. Even during daily training, Uchiha Tenshu has never allowed his chakra to dwindle below half. As for whether utilizing half of his chakra could yield effective training results, Uchiha Tenshu could disdainfully inform you of what it means to belong to the formidable Uchiha clan, renowned for their immense chakra prowess. Chapter 5, Chakra. Instruction. Indeed, this world has been reached. Uchiha Tenshu was well aware of this. Contrary to the immense chakra reserves recognized by netizens in the Senju clan, it is the Uchiha clan that truly embodies the essence of chakra. After all, chakra is an energy extracted from physical strength through mental power. The quantity of chakra is influenced by both aspects. The true strength of the Senju clan lies in their sage body, which amplifies their strength and stamina. Although it does enhance chakra significantly, several times more than that of ordinary mortals, it still pales in comparison to the Uchiha clan. However, due to their superior physical constitution, they can repeatedly extract chakra from their bodies. Yet, their mental limitations mean that if they forcibly extract chakra multiple times, it will deplete their mental energy. Exceeding this threshold to extract more chakra is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, with every attempt costing a fragment of their life force. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's formidable mental energy allows them to extract greater amounts of energy from fewer cells. Coupled with the activation of the Sharingan, their mental prowess undergoes a qualitative transformation, exponentially increasing the chakra they can refine. Of course, even though the Uchiha clan possesses strong mental capabilities, their physical strength does not significantly exceed that of ordinary humans, and they too can only extract chakra once. If they attempt to extract it multiple times, it will similarly cause damage to their bodies. Thus, in terms of total chakra, the Uchiha clan surpasses the Senju clan. However, in terms of stamina and recovery, the Uchiha clan is inferior to the Senju. Overall, both clans possess unique characteristics. The Senju clan enjoys rapid chakra recovery and immense strength, using bloodletting to consume mental energy for restoration when their chakra is depleted. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, boasts a larger total chakra reserve and quicker speed. But once their chakra is exhausted, they can only resort to exhausting their physical bodies. Both clans have reached the pinnacle within their respective domains. Under Uchiha Tenshu's guidance, Tsunetaro was the first to roughly execute the entire process, followed by others who took turns repeating the actions. Uchiha Tenshu was quite satisfied with this. Although these techniques were not particularly challenging, their ability to grasp them quickly demonstrated the necessity for cultivation. Even though they were merely trusted subordinates at present, it was inevitable that they would one day become significant confidants. The foundation and camaraderie must be nurtured from a young age. A unique brilliance shone in Uchiha Tenshu's calm gaze. It was commendable that they had initially completed the attachment of chakra without prolonged training. Not only would the intensity of their enhancement be limited, but they would also deplete excess chakra. Future training would focus on gradually increasing the strength of the attachment and controlling the chakra. Uchiha Tenshu explained to the group. In the worldview of the Hokage, all ninjas are essentially fragile artillery, with their strengths and weaknesses depicted in a rather unreasonable manner. In their moments of weakness, a mere kunai could claim their lives, and they could easily bleed and suffer injuries, appearing feeble and powerless. In moments of strength, a single punch could shatter a small mountain, and one might feel as if endowed with an indestructible essence. Yet, in the realm of reality, such magical feats are implausible. This phenomenon is intricately tied to the enhancement capabilities of chakra, for under ordinary circumstances, ninjas do not activate their chakra-based defenses. Consequently, their defensive power and strength remain exceedingly limited. Once their guard is lowered, even a shadow-level warrior can meet their demise with a single strike. Vulnerable even to the stealthy attacks of lower-ranked ninjas, death is an inevitable fate. However, when one actively employs chakra for both defense and offense, a ninja's resilience and destructive capacity can multiply exponentially, transforming the concept of superhumanity from mere fantasy to potential reality. Generally speaking, the progression from Genin to Chunin, J-Nin, and ultimately to shadow-level ninja delineates stages of chakra refinement and self-improvement, with each level showcasing varying degrees of enhancement. Taking Uchiha Tenshu as an example, upon first becoming a ninja, the chakra's attachment to his body doubled his defensive and offensive capabilities. As a genin, he achieved approximately twice the original strength, and now, under the guise of a hidden chunin, he has reached an elevation of at least fourfold. Viewed in this light, the hierarchy is undeniably real. Upon reaching the J-Nin tier, the same quantity of chakra wielded by a J-Nin could yield around 8 times the strength of a genin. It is no wonder that such disparities exist between the ranks. Of course, this gap is not insurmountable. For instance, by expending a greater amount of chakra, one can unleash a more formidable force. Although this may result in a significant waste of chakra, as long as one possesses an ample supply, it is possible to transcend the limitations of ninja ranks. This is akin to the power of a Jinchuriki enhanced by a tailed beast, regardless of ninja rank. An abundance of chakra allows for relentless assaults. Should one's attacks be generated from a vast reservoir of chakra, if the opponent does not possess an equivalent amount to counteract it, they are destined for defeat, even if they attempt to neutralize the onslaught with matching chakra. Once the chakra is depleted, they are left with no escape. Thus, in the future, the synergy of tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki may well become akin to a nuclear weapon. Similarly, the clans endowed with bloodline limits, cultivated through generations, possess formidable chakra. Compared to ordinary ninja bloodlines, their chakra is at least several times greater, presenting opportunities to disrupt the balance of ranks. The prerequisite, however, is an abundant supply of chakra, which serves as the means for bloodline ninjas to challenge levels beyond their own. Chakra, as a universal force, embodies the extraordinary capabilities that distinguish us ninjas from the ordinary. It represents a refined amalgamation of spiritual and physical power. In its unrefined state, although our physical prowess exceeds that of the average person, we remain mere mortals, susceptible to the harm of blades. However, once we refine our chakra and apply it to the surface of our bodies, we can transcend our physical limitations, achieving strength and defense that may multiply by several, even dozens or hundreds of times. Of course, to accomplish this, one must possess exceptional chakra control. Climbing trees serves as the most effective training method for you at this stage. From this moment on, you will be divided into 2 groups for training. While one group climbs trees, the other will focus on safeguarding their companions, preventing anyone from falling. It is imperative to remain vigilant in monitoring the enhancements to your bodies. When employing chakra, you will attain superhuman levels of defense and strength, so it is crucial to master the control of your chakra and avoid any waste. As usual, Uchiha Tenshu began to assign today's training tasks and addressed the various questions that had accumulated over time, offering guidance on their practice. Everyone listened intently, anxious not to miss any details. Each individual was tense, striving to absorb the diverse knowledge that Uchiha Tenshu had acquired from the core teachings of the clan. In years past, This instruction was uniformly provided to them, the affiliated ninja clans, and the younger members of the Uchiha clan by the clan's instructors. During that period, these Uchiha affiliates and branch members received a comprehensive and superior education. However, 2 years prior, when Uchiha Madara challenged Senju Hashirama with the Nine Tails, and subsequently fell to Hashirama's blade, a significant rift emerged between the Uchiha and Senju clans. The outside world became rife with covert ninjas observing from the shadows, clearly poised for action. Although Uchiha Tenshu was aware that Senju Tobirama sought the destruction of the Uchiha clan, he knew that Senju Hashirama would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, such thoughts could not be voiced. The Uchiha elders would always question, "How do you know?" With the Sharingan, Genjutsu, and hypnosis at their disposal, any inquiry could lead to dire consequences for Tenshu, potentially exposing his secret as a time traveler. Thus, under the premise of ensuring safety, Uchiha Tenshu remained completely still. Chapter 6. The Elite Ninja Policy and its True Origins within the Uchiha clan. Indeed, it is as such. The Uchiha clan remained untouched amidst the turmoil. Even disregarding the formidable presence of Hashirama Senju, which thwarted Tobirama Senju's ambitions for annihilation, the moral ground upon which Tobirama stood was precarious at best. After all, Konoha was ostensibly founded by both clans. This was the prevailing belief, at least in public perception. When Uchiha Madara chose to depart, not a single member of the Uchiha clan followed him, nor did they partake in the ensuing battles upon his return. Your elder brother's audacious seizure of the Hokage title rendered his position untenable. While it is true that the other clans supported Hashirama's ascension to Hokage during the village's establishment, it was merely a reflection of their disdain for Madara, not an endorsement of your brother's legitimacy in that role. The agreement made during the village's founding stipulated that Madara would assume the Hokage position, a fact known to all the clan leaders. Yet, due to the mutual animosity towards Madara and the clandestine promises of benefits from Tobirama, they collectively opposed the arrangement. This does not excuse the genocide of the Uchiha clan. After all, you, having secured the Hokage title, proceeded to eradicate families that had committed no transgressions. Surely, a day will come when the consequences of your actions will befall your own clan. It is essential to recognize that the various ninja clans chose to ally with Konoha not solely due to the overwhelming strength of Hashirama and Madara, but also because the reconciliation between these two ancient rival families represented a profound symbol of hope for the future. It signified that, regardless of past grievances, one could relinquish hatred for the greater good. This noble moral constraint embodies the legitimacy upon which Konoha was founded. And though the ninja clans may not grasp its strictest interpretation, they comprehend its gravity. Should this principle be lost, it would imply that the initial moral framework was but a fade. The notion of peaceful coexistence and unity would merely be a fabrication contrived by the Senju clan to subjugate the other clans. Such a political deception would be egregious, igniting animosity towards the Senju from all clans of Konoha. After all, despite any grievances against the Uchiha, they did not engage in duplicity to the extent of betraying their allies. Meanwhile, you have manipulated others into servitude. The severity of these actions, and the ensuing disdain they provoke, is self-evident. Thus, the Uchiha clan would not face annihilation. Should you dare strike, Konoha would fracture irreparably. Perhaps, for a time, your immense power may compel them to feign submission in the face of humiliation. Yet, you Hashirama Senju are still merely human, destined to perish. In your absence, a reckoning will undoubtedly ensue. Tobirama Senju is no fool. He will not behave like his 4 future apprentices, recklessly disregarding the legacy he inherited. He is acutely aware of the latent dangers within this scenario. Therefore, as a master of intrigue, Tobirama's subtle maneuvers are not aimed at the extermination of the Uchiha, but rather to apply pressure upon them, to compel the Uchiha clan to provide an explanation and establish authority. Certain members within the clan observed that the extensive training of ninjas was tantamount to military expansion. This, they feared, might provoke a warning from the Senju clan. Having irrevocably lost the power of Uchiha Madara, they found themselves unable to contend with Senju Hashirama. Thus, it seemed more prudent to express goodwill towards Hashirama and halt their endeavors. However, they maintained the facade of reasoning, asserting that due to the numerous members within the clan, those unfit to become elite ninjas should be redirected to contribute to other areas of the clan. What, then, constitutes an exceptional ninja? Who among them should contribute elsewhere? The elders of the Uchiha provided a clear rationale: the lineage of the Uchiha clan, distinguishing between the main and branch families. Those possessing the pure-blood lineage were deemed more capable of awakening the Uchiha's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Consequently, their sons, grandsons, and other close relatives were prioritized for intensive training. As for the others, despite substantial investment in their training, the returns were uncertain, leading to their relegation to lesser roles. To mitigate dissent within the clan, a select few prodigies could be chosen for elite training. However, Uchiha Tenshu quickly discerned that this was merely a self-serving maneuver by the clan's upper echelons. While such actions would swiftly differentiate the children of the elite from those of the lower ranks, they would also irrevocably fracture the unity of the Uchiha clan, marking the onset of internal strife. Regrettably, no one seemed to recognize this reality. The sole individual aware of the implications, Uchiha Tenshu, found himself unable to voice dissent. Fearing that even a hint of opposition might lead to exposure and retribution from Senju Tobarama, the avenger of his father. Ultimately, few dared to oppose this decision, with many believing that in this relatively peaceful village, pursuing more lucrative endeavors presented a better path. After all, it was an accepted notion that purebloods possessed superior talents. Faced with the inability to become elite ninjas, they deemed it wiser to pursue alternative avenues for wealth. Thus, the Uchiha clan established a profoundly misguided policy regarding elite ninja training, predating similar actions taken by the Sand Ninja by several decades. Uchiha Tenshu could only laugh in frustration at the absurdity. Members of the branch families would require special selection before receiving elite training, let alone the children of the original subordinate clans, who were entirely excluded from unified ninja training. As for these children of the subordinate clans, they were not barred from becoming ninjas. Rather, they were to return home and be raised in their own environments. The question remained, would the exclusive investment in the training of pure-blood ninjas, while relegating others to lesser roles, ultimately impact the combat capabilities of the Uchiha clan? As the second elder, Uchiha Mei asserted that, given the current peace across the ninja world, the Uchiha clan no longer needed to retain such a multitude of combat ninjas. He proposed that more efforts should be directed elsewhere to procure greater benefits for the village. In response, Uchiha Tenshu seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Uchiha Mei, how dare you?" It was at this moment that Uchiha Tenshu grasped the underlying machinations within the clan's recent changes, pinpointing the culprit behind it all, none other than the second elder, Uchiha Mei. This scoundrel had a son named Uchiha Kagami, who was taken as a disciple by Senju Tobarama. Even now, Tobarama was nurturing him under the pretense of easing tensions with the Uchiha clan. With his son receiving such exceptional training, Uchiha Mei disregarded the fates of others, obstructing their paths and preventing their progress. This detestable Uchiha Mei would inevitably face retribution, and Uchiha Tenshu vowed through gritted teeth to exact vengeance upon his entire family. In this selection process, Uchiha Tenshu found himself at a significant disadvantage. As a member of the Uchiha branch family, orphaned and lacking power or influence, he had no connections to rely upon. Should the clan choose children from the branch families for training, how could he possibly compete with those offspring of elite shinobi? This signified that he would be left to fend for himself. Uchiha Tenshu could not accept such a fate. He was acutely aware that, in a few years, after the death of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama would ascend to the position of the second Hokage. At that juncture, the Uchiha clan would be subjected to even greater scrutiny. Should he lose this opportunity for training now, the future would likely offer no better prospects, coupled with the potential for an impending ninja world war. Failing to enhance his strength would render him nothing more than cannon fodder on the battlefield, awaiting inevitable demise. The only alternative would be to recklessly defect and become a rogue ninja, which Uchiha Tenshu resolutely refused to accept. Thus, an extraordinary series of events unfolded in the ninja world. Chapter 7. Early responses. At that time, Uchiha Tenshu, confronted with an unforeseen crisis, chose not to remain passive. Instead, he sprang into action without hesitation, opting to reveal his innate talents within permissible bounds. Thanks to Uchiha Tenshu's genuine precociousness, he had already gathered a group of spirited youths around him, including several trustworthy allies. This camaraderie allowed for the implementation of various strategies and actions. Without these reliable companions, even a display of his abilities could have inadvertently left traces that might lead back to him. Now, the very issues he faced could be addressed. Even Uchiha Tenshu could not help but reflect that one should always be prepared in dealing with affairs. In his previous life, he had found himself at the bottom, lacking any means to gather individuals who could assist him, merely drifting as he confronted the relentless challenges before him, with no one to lend a hand. Yet now, a seemingly trivial action from his past could resolve his current predicaments. It is no wonder that the existence of a transmigrator is often viewed as the greatest advantage. There is indeed a certain rationale behind it. With the support of his allies, Uchiha Tenshu's clever mind quickly devised ideas and began to put them into practice. As a transmigrator, he had previously navigated the complexities of society, enduring considerable hardships. A reflective individual by nature, he often pondered the various sources of treachery within society and the schemes posed by adversaries. Occasionally, he perused the so-called divine insights, broadening his understanding. Uchiha Tenshu took a moment to summarize his clan's actions. He recognized that, while the instigator behind this familial turmoil was the unscrupulous Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan's elite ninja strategy inherently capitalized on the malevolence of human nature, aligning with the behaviors that would inevitably arise among the clan's upper echelons during this era of shinobi villages. With the conclusion of the Warring States period, families became increasingly centered on their own interests, uniting against rival clans. The drastic measures involving life and death had significantly weakened the villages. Without unity, a clan would surely face annihilation. Thus, a blend of private and communal ownership emerged. Whether concerning jutsu or resources, meritocracy prevailed. Those who excelled ascended while the inept were relegated. In the face of the clan's survival, familial bonds were rendered secondary, as everyone was expected to contribute their utmost, correspondingly gaining the clan's nurturing in return. At this moment, even individual families, though detached from the clan, would receive protection from the village, mitigating the sense of danger that each member felt. Thus, the process of complete privatization commenced, ushering in a mode of freedom. Moreover, they had reached the stage of initial family industry differentiation, entering the phase of distributing benefits among themselves. Moreover, the stringent measures of individual oversight have dissipated. The previous system has utterly collapsed. After all, when a clan seeks to punish its members, they must contend with the inquiries of the benevolent Hashirama Senju, not to mention the opportunistic interferences of Tobirama Senju within the affairs of their respective clans. Unlike the future third Hokage, who would grant each clan absolute autonomy, the absence of reverence has led to a situation where, if you refuse to accept my governance and cannot unite with me against external adversaries, why should I bestow upon you such substantial benefits? Consequently, under the watchful gaze of the world's mightiest deity of ninjas, the intensity of punishments within each clan has reached a historical nadir. However, they remain reluctant to invest their considerable wealth into small households, fearing the scrutiny of Tobirama Senju, lest he perceive ulterior motives. Furthermore, the Land of Fire has enjoyed 5 years of peace. Many newly born children have scarcely any awareness of the concept of warfare. At most, they hear of distant disturbances beyond the borders of their homeland. This tranquility has even influenced the adults who, with a waning sense of urgency and the presence of spies within their ranks, cannot afford to allocate all clan resources and focus on preparations for potential conflict as was customary in the era of strife. Setting aside whether the clan can bear such an immense investment, the times have indeed changed. We now inhabit the era of ninja villages, a time of collaboration between villages and ninja clans. It is no longer feasible for clans to bear the burden alone. Whether to demonstrate sincerity to the village or to ensure that, should war arise, other children can take to the battlefield while they remain safely at the command center. The situation remains dire. After all, there are still other clans willing to contribute. And let us not forget, we have the god of ninjas on our side. Moreover, the upper echelons of the clans aspire to establish a distinction for their children compared to others. They hope that the elder positions already secured by the Uchiha clan during the founding of Konoha will be preserved for future generations without any unnecessary upheaval. Thus, the assurance of their rights to inheritance lies in creating a disparity between themselves and the ordinary members of the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan speaks through strength. As long as their prowess surpasses that of others, the elder positions will eternally belong to them. The question then arises, how to create this disparity? The answer lies in the rigor of training. In the realm of reality, a ninja cannot merely rely on a chakra cultivation scroll to ascend to the pinnacle of ninja mastery. Such notions belong to the realm of fiction. In this tangible world, various cultivation elixirs can expedite training and enhance a ninja's fundamentals, not to mention the myriad applications and secret techniques that transcend current ninja levels, enabling one to defeat adversaries far beyond their rank. These secrets are held within the most guarded circles of the Uchiha clan. By sealing these away, the gap in capability becomes glaringly apparent. In the face of the so-called elite ninja policy, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan have nearly unified their will. It is nearly impossible for a mere individual or two to alter this decree. Since altering the prevailing tide is out of the question, I shall choose to join it. Uchiha Tenshu understands that to transform his seemingly predetermined fate, he must not confront it directly. That would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Instead, he must reveal his talents and employ the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan to contend against themselves. After all, merely showcasing his exceptional abilities, Uchiha Tenshu, who had just begun his training, might not surpass the children of other clans, who have been nurtured at great expense by their elders. He requires assistance from the clan's hierarchy. But why would the leaders of the Uchiha clan stand by Uchiha Tenshu's side and offer their support? What grounds do they have? Merely because he is a genius? Shumti that provoke them to suppress him instead, allowing their own children to gain an advantage and maintain the family supremacy? Uchiha Tenshu does not naively believe that his genius alone will earn him favor from the clan's upper echelons. Rather, he suspects that his talents may be precisely what they disdain. Who can say for certain? In light of this, Uchiha Tenshu skillfully capitalized on the situation. He first gathered comprehensive information about the clan's leadership and then orchestrated a subtle campaign among his companions to bolster his standing. He recounted the potential scenarios that could unfold, subtly intimating that those who failed to receive elite ninja training would ultimately be sent to the battlefield as mere fodder. Once these precocious companions were thoroughly intimidated, Tenshu seized the opportunity to propose a strategy of elite mentorship, ensuring that his friends would exert their utmost efforts to assist him. With the bonds of camaraderie solidified and the assurance of mutual benefit, the risk of betrayal from these companions was significantly mitigated. Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu, having devised several minor inventions, began to pay visits to the clan's seventh elder, Uchiha Layman. Chapter 8. A visit. A treasure. A name. As for the reason behind visiting the seventh elder, Uchiha Raimon, it is undoubtedly because he shares mutual interest with Uchiha Tenshu, fostering a beneficial collaboration. The Uchiha clan, having expelled its patriarch, Uchiha Madara, has found itself in a state of leaderlessness. The affairs of the clan are primarily overseen by the 9 esteemed elders, each possessing at least the prowess of elite Genin, and further empowered by secret techniques that could rival even those of a clan leader or Hokage level. These elders have yet to evolve into the numerous factions that characterize the Uchiha clan in later generations. Although their opinions may diverge, their disagreements remain verbal, with no inclination towards violence, maintaining a facade of unity in the face of external challenges. This is largely due to the presence of Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. Within the clan, a stabilizing faction prevails, striving to protect their own interests while collectively ensuring the Uchiha clan's cohesion, effectively maintaining the current status quo. However, some individuals are bending under the weight of this stability. Wouldn't you agree, Elder Uchiha May? In this context, Uchiha Tenshu has specifically nominated Uchiha Raimon as one of the chosen 7 elders. Uchiha Raimon is responsible for managing the clan's agricultural assets, including the cultivation and procurement of food supplies. During the Warring States period, such resources were of paramount strategic importance, with numerous ninja clans engaging in fierce battles over sustenance. The frequent conflicts led to a decline in agricultural yields, and even the mightiest clans, such as the Uchiha, faced the grim reality of starvation, resorting to theft for survival. Such acts inevitably incited violent confrontations, resulting in life-or-death struggles. Throughout the history of the ninja world, nearly half of the conflicts have stemmed from disputes over food resources. Thus, the 7th elder held considerable influence within the clan, becoming an indispensable figure in every council meeting. However, with the advent of an era of peace, the land of fire has descended into tranquility. 5 consecutive years of peace have seen food prices plummet, dropping to less than 1/8 of their former value. Consequently, the Uchiha clan's leadership convenes annually to deliberate on the accumulating stockpiles that risk spoilage. Each passing year results in losses, and selling at such low prices feels like a bitter pill to swallow, compounded by the fear of soaring prices in the subsequent year. This cycle of procrastination persisted for 5 years until the clan could no longer endure the delays. The elders have spent months deliberating, even resorting to incessant bickering. In Uchiha Tenshu's view, the struggle over seemingly trivial food supplies is, in fact, a battle for the distribution of power. The authority within the clan has long been delineated across various domains, be it weapons, secret medicines, food, or commerce, each meticulously governed by the respective elders. Among them, the 7th elder, under the pretext of preserving food as a vital resource for wartime preparedness, insisted on safeguarding supplies to ensure the safety of the Uchiha clan, resolutely refusing to sell. While some food was retained, the surplus was sold, and a proposal was made to reduce next year's planting by half. This ignited a fierce rivalry between the fourth elder, Uchiha Jin, who managed the family's commerce, and his opponent. Others began to choose sides as the peace in the Land of Fire continued to flourish, leading to a burgeoning commercial sector. Annual profits from trade ascended steadily, with a significant population growth fostering increased consumption and purchasing power. Uchiha Jin's stewardship of the commercial department yielded ever greater benefits for the clan, thereby amplifying his influence. He sought to secure even more advantages, targeting Uchiha Raimon as a means to establish his authority. In response, Uchiha Raimon retaliated vigorously. Although both sides were evenly matched in strength, the sway of Uchiha Jin's wealth gradually diminished Uchiha Raimon's influence, even as other elders, reluctant to see Uchiha Jin's power grow, attempted to support Uchiha Raimon in stabilizing the situation. Their efforts were merely a stopgap. After all, in the face of monetary allure, Uchiha Jin was adept at winning over the Uchiha elites beneath the elders. Many ninjas from various clans found themselves tempted, and a few higher-ranking ninjas hesitated. This presented a golden opportunity in Uchiha Tenshu's eyes. Faced with Uchiha Jin's inquiries regarding the food reserves, losses from spoilage, and the financial strain caused by low grain prices, Uchiha Raimon could offer no satisfactory answers, managing only a feeble resistance. However, Uchiha Tenshu, armed with memories from a previous life, was well aware of how to resolve these issues. Originally, these treasures of knowledge were meant to be shared only upon request, but given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for such formalities. Thus, after arranging the actions of his trusted confidants, Uchiha Tenshu visited Uchiha Raimon one winter's day. Hoping to consult with the esteemed elder, who cared deeply for the clan, he sought guidance on the application of ninjutsu. As fate would have it, it began to snow, and Uchiha Raimon had taken a midday nap. Out of respect, Uchiha Tenshu chose not to disturb him, instead standing in the cold snow, shivering silently outside the door until the elder awoke. This act inspired the tale of Bowman stands in the snow, earning Uchiha Tenshu unanimous praise from his peers, who believed that Uchiha children should embody such politeness. Concurrently, within the clan, several anecdotes began to circulate about Uchiha Tenshu's interactions with fellow clan members. Once, during a gathering at the home of Uchiha Tenshu, his companions arrived to partake in the festivities. One individual brought a basket of pears, and Tenshu generously distributed the large, delectable pears among the group, reserving for himself only the small and unripe ones. Thus, the tale of Tenshu's selflessness was born, earning him the admiration of his peers for his compassionate heart. In another instance, Uchiha Tenshu's household, burdened by poverty, found themselves short of candles one evening. Ingeniously, he captured fireflies and placed them in a pouch, utilizing the reflection of the snow to illuminate his surroundings. This led to the saying "a pouch of fireflies reflecting on the snow," further garnering praise from his contemporaries for his thirst for knowledge. Some may wonder why only his peers sang his praises. The answer lies in the fact that Uchiha Tenshu had no adult confidants at his disposal, thus the absence of elders in such narratives. Through these small anecdotes, coupled with the fervent promotion of family members, Uchiha Tenshu's reputation flourished within the Uchiha clan, often cited by the elders as a model for the younger generation. Moreover, due to his benevolence and eagerness to learn, the esteemed elder Uchiha Raimon took a particular interest in Tenshu, nurturing him closely. This led to the legendary tale of burning ice to catch carp. It is said that upon discovering elder Raimon's fondness for carp, Tenshu bravely ventured onto the frozen surface in the dead of winter, using his fireball technique to melt the ice and capture the fish, thereby earning accolades for his filial piety and being hailed as a dutiful child. As for elder Uchiha Raimon, burdened by the family's struggles with decaying grain over the years, which had severely impacted their prosperity, he diligently developed a technique for food preservation and even devised a method for extracting alcohol from grain. Not long after, Uchiha Tenshu was recognized as a prodigy chosen from the branch family bloodline for further cultivation. However, envy arose among some who questioned the legitimacy of his selection, speculating whether he had employed any underhanded tactics to attain such recognition, especially when numerous elite genin children had been overlooked while a mere orphan, with scant knowledge of ninjutsu, was chosen. In response to their doubts, Uchiha Tenshu resolutely proclaimed, "My aptitude as Uchiha Tenshu is undeniably that of a genius. As for your exclusion, do not cast blame upon others. Instead, reflect upon your own shortcomings. Have you diligently practiced? Have you ever glimpsed the moon at 3 in the morning? Contemplate your own issues." Chapter 9. Rewards. At that moment, I, with my agile mind, made the most judicious choice. Uchiha Tenshu reflected on the past, meticulously examining his actions, and found no fault whatsoever. Even those who discerned his dealings with the seventh elder, Uchiha Raimen, dared not voice their suspicions openly. After all, such an admission would irrevocably offend the seventh elder and his supporters among the other elders. Even the fourth elder, Uchiha Jin, whose plans were disrupted, might harbor some resentment. Yet he alone would bear such sentiments. The elders standing beside him would not only refrain from hostility, but likely regard him with a degree of approval. Ultimately, Tenshu's maneuvers conveyed a value system that resonated with the image of unity and camaraderie the Uchiha clan wished to project to the outside world. While the cultivation of ninjas may have been diminished, the education of elite ninjas remained intact, supported by countless clan members. Moreover, as the Uchiha leadership stepped into an era of peace, the principles Tenshu imparted, friendship, solidarity, filial piety, and a thirst for knowledge, aligned perfectly with their aspirations for clan governance. Fostering camaraderie among clan members cultivates loyalty. Uniting the clan fortifies them against external threats. Honoring the elders ensures compliance with governance. Nurturing a love for learning invites guidance and support. Furthermore, although the achievements circulating in the outside world attributed the grain storage techniques to Uchiha Raimen, the elders were well aware of the true inventor's identity. Hence, it was imperative for them to bestow reasonable rewards upon the clan members who had contributed to these successes. Indeed, this was the case. Participation in the elite ninja cultivation program was merely one of the rewards. Not to mention the guidance for elite genin training. The monthly allocation of medicinal baths exceeding 50,000 ryo, a material subsidy of 10,000 ryo, and a monthly provision of ninja tools crafted by the clan constituted a lavish cultivation scheme. Uchiha Tenshu could not help but marvel at his own decisiveness. Had he hesitated even slightly, he might have forfeited such benefits. It was precisely through this training that, at the tender age of 7, he already possessed the outward prowess of an elite genin and the covert strength of an elite chunin. One must not underestimate this achievement. Reality is far more brutal than the idyllic portrayals found in comics and animations. Since the Sage of Six Paths disseminated chakra, the martial prowess of ninjas has upended all order, subjecting nations to relentless turmoil and cultivating the world through suffering. The profession of a ninja is forged in the crucible of violence. Within the realm of ninjas, the hierarchy is marked by stringent and explicit requirements. Even now, there exists a substantial portion of the population, over 50% globally, who are unable to adapt to chakra. This does not imply their absence of chakra. Rather, it signifies their inability to refine and apply it. Such individuals exist as ordinary people within the world. The remaining 5 tiers, even if they possess the capability to extract chakra, still vary in their chakra levels. Furthermore, they must be distinguished into a further subset, belonging to those who cannot even utilize the simplest of the 3-body technique ninjutsu. Nevertheless, they qualify for cultivation, existing as warriors under the dominion of the feudal lords. Without the ability to cultivate, they would be no better than mere foot soldiers. Only about 25% of them can engage in effective ninjutsu training, even if it is merely the most basic techniques. However, they can at least be regarded as apprentice or wandering ninjas. Yet, even the most rudimentary apprentice-level ninjas, possessing a heart for slaughter, can effortlessly annihilate a battalion of common soldiers. The fireball technique they employ rivals that of incendiary bombs, while the hibiscus flower acts like a grenade, ensuring instant death upon impact. With a mere leap, they can cover over 10 meters, a single punch can shatter stone, and they move like the wind, striking like thunder. Upon reaching the rank of genin, their chakra significantly increases, enabling them to execute low-level ninjutsu repeatedly. Even dozens of warriors who have merely refined their chakra are no match for them. Progressing further leads to what is termed the elite genin level, where one can engage in rapid assaults, capable of decimating an army of thousands composed of ordinary people single-handedly. In the face of such formidable ninja prowess, armies of commoners hold little significance. The sheer power at the genin level is daunting, not to mention the greater ranks of chunin, jonin, and kage, which possess the potential to alter the balance of power within nations. This is precisely why the great powers of this world regard the ninjas from the hidden villages as vital forces for their countries. Simply put, the prowess of ninjas is unparalleled. Fortunately, by employing a slight strategy, I have secured significant cultivation within my clan. Otherwise, Relying solely on my own efforts would have delayed my progress by at least a year or two without the clan's support. Presently, I have achieved my objectives without revealing too much, particularly without attracting the extreme attention of Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Tenshu gazed skyward, lost in thought. After all, whether it pertains to grain storage techniques or alcohol extraction methods, even if they were suspected to be connected to me, they do not disclose my genius in the development of ninjutsu. Moreover, these two techniques do not exceed the prevalent understanding of the era. Even if my clan members extol me as a genius, in the eyes of Senju Tobarama, the greatest skeptic of the Uchiha clan, I am merely seen as somewhat clever. Indeed, within the ninja mindset, any creation or development that does not pertain to ninjutsu is regarded as mere trickery. This holds true even among the Uchiha clan. The rewards bestowed upon Uchiha Tenshu primarily address the challenges faced by the elders, preventing clan losses and generating profit, rather than recognizing the act of creation itself. Otherwise, no matter how many inventions Uchiha Tenshu might devise, he would never gain the acknowledgement of the clan's ninjas. Furthermore, were the two contributions I presented truly that challenging? For instance, the technology of grain storage merely relies on the ancient earthen granaries of China, dating back thousands of years. It involves selecting a dry, elevated location with low water levels for construction, excavating circular pits, and using intense fire to maintain dryness. Subsequently, a layer of wood ash is spread to deter pests, followed by the placement of wooden boards, straw, and mats. After the grain is added, it is covered with mats and topped with chaff to guard against moisture, finally sealed with wooden boards. A layer of straw is then laid down for waterproofing, and the entire storage space is buried under soil. This method allows for the preservation of dried grain for a duration of 5 to 10 years, providing the Uchiha clan ample time to contemplate their grain management strategies. By the time 5 to 10 years have passed, it is likely that Uchiha Tenshu would have already departed, rendering such considerations moot. Remarkably, this straightforward grain storage technique had not been conceived by anyone in the entire shinobi world. After its introduction by Uchiha Raimin, it was adopted by the village. Senju Hashirama pondered deeply over this waterproof, pest-resistant, and moisture-retaining method, ultimately constructing a grander, safer, and more reliable granary for Konoha. This earned him accolades from Senju Tobarama, who felt a renewed sense of triumph over the Uchiha clan. In response, Uchiha Tenshu was left speechless. How could such a rudimentary, arguably inferior storage method have eluded the entire shinobi world until now? However, upon reflecting on the broader context of the shinobi realm, Uchiha Tenshu quickly grasped the situation. The development of any phenomenon is a result of necessity. For the past millennium, the shinobi world has perpetually faced a shortage of grain. This scarcity has incited theft, which in turn has led to conflict and bloodshed, further escalating into wars. Consequently, the number of individuals cultivating grain has diminished, leading to increased theft once more. And thus the cycle of conflict and large-scale warfare continues. This constitutes a vicious cycle. Given this relentless repetition, it is no wonder that granaries were seldom constructed. After all, the grain from previous years had typically been consumed within the same year, leaving nothing to be stored for subsequent years, when supplies ran low. The instinct was simply to raid. Uchiha Tenshu found himself utterly at a loss over this absurdity. Chapter 10. The profits of alcohol. Uchiha Tenshu has cultivated and developed himself, yet he has not forgotten those around him. After all, it is the elite who nurture the next generation of elites. Uchiha Tenshu is a man of his word. Not only has he imparted the knowledge he gained from his family's elite training to the loyal companions by his side, but during his time in the elite training of the Uchiha clan, he experienced the remarkable enhancement provided by specialized training elixirs. He realized that these elixirs significantly improved his abilities, and he could not bear to keep such benefits to himself. Although his companions could not obtain these elixirs for free, they could still purchase them with their family's financial support. It goes without saying that no family wishes for their child to remain stagnant. Even after the Uchiha clan implemented the elite ninja program, many clan members not chosen for this initiative still invested substantial sums to acquire elixirs to strengthen their paths as ninjas. Even those who faced financial hardship could count on Uchiha Tenshu for assistance, not through direct monetary gifts, but through collaborative efforts. This is where Uchiha Tenshu's small inventions come into play. After communicating with the parents of his companions, he opted to share his inventions in exchange for equity. With Elder 7 backing him, and Uchiha Tenshu's renowned ingenuity, there were no unforeseen complications. His companions received the financial support of their parents, and now. They have all generally reached the stage of novice ninjas, proficient in basic transformation techniques and several low-level ninjutsu. The next step involves continually honing their chakra control as they aspire to become elite genin. The profits from those small inventions have proven to be an excellent source of income for Uchiha Tenshu. As for the initial two inventions, the grain storage technology has secured him a place in elite ninja training, but the alcohol production, despite generating a substantial profit, has left Uchiha Tenshu hesitant to claim the vast sums. He has entrusted Uchiha Raimen to conceal the profits for him. After all, possessing hundreds of millions of ryo would be exceedingly conspicuous. It is wiser to keep it hidden for now. Regarding the sale of alcohol, after handing it over to Elder 7, Uchiha Raimen, both parties agreed that 5% of the profits would belong to Uchiha Tenshu. Understanding that it would sell exceedingly well, Uchiha Tenshu did not demand too high a percentage and also stipulated the sales method. Alcohol, derived from essential grain, is a critical strategic resource. It can be used as a base for a variety of beverages and possesses powerful antiseptic properties in medical applications. One should not underestimate this aspect. In the realm of ninja combat, injuries such as abrasions and burns from ninjutsu are common. Typically, a normal person struck by ninjutsu would face dire consequences, often resulting in death or severe incapacitation. Generally speaking, being struck by ninjutsu results in either immediate death or a slow, agonizing demise. In an era where medical ninjutsu is not yet widespread, and only a select few possess the skill, albeit not with great proficiency, those injured ninjas, even with relatively minor internal injuries, face dire consequences from external infections. The knowledge of herbal medicine available to them relies solely on repetitive experience, lacking definitive solutions. Unbeknownst to many, their conditions may worsen progressively, transforming light wounds into life-threatening injuries. Not everyone possesses the Sharingan to perceive the insidious viruses eroding their very existence. However, alcohol emerges as a transformative element, directly combating external bacteria and viruses, thus qualifying as a vital strategic resource. Therefore, it was imperative from the outset that Elder Raimen exercise utmost caution and ensure this information remained confidential, particularly concerning individuals like Uchiha Mei. Elder Raimen wholeheartedly concurred, as Uchiha Mei was notably one of the supporters of Uchiha Kin, guaranteeing that no information would be divulged. Once Uchiha Tenshu discovered this substance, Elder Raimen continuously produced it, especially given that the external price of grain had soared to 20 taels per pound, equivalent to the cost of a bowl of ramen in Konoha. Despite the inflated prices in Konoha, the grain was rendered nearly worthless, as the Uchiha clan possessed vast tracts of farmland, allowing their surplus grain to rot and mold. The advent of alcohol, however, permitted them to reserve enough for personal use and next year's harvest while converting the remainder into alcohol. This not only allowed for the creation of various blends to be sold for profit within the Land of Fire, but also enabled them to market alcohol as a strategic commodity to nobles, affluent merchants, and samurai families. Even a modest sale could yield substantial profits. After all, these social classes wielded immense wealth and held their lives in the highest regard. In the face of something capable of preserving their existence, it was deemed priceless and worth acquiring at any cost. Consequently, Uchiha Tenshu set an exorbitant price of 10,000 taels. When confronted with this selling price, Elder Raimen was momentarily rendered speechless, questioning whether Uchiha Tenshu had lost his mind. At that moment, Elder Raimen exclaimed, 10,000 taels for a bottle of alcohol? Do those daimyos possess no sense? Who would purchase such a thing? Yet, the outcome proved Uchiha Tenshu correct. Was 10,000 taels for a bottle truly a matter for hesitation? In a mere second, it became an affront to the ruling class of the Land of Fire. Following the initial sale, the product was snatched up in a frenzy. Uchiha Raimen, while counting his wealth to the point of cramping his hands, laughed maniacally and promptly relocated his alcohol production factory. He meticulously set up various intricate barriers, forbidding any approach within a 20-mile radius. All personnel were permitted entry but prohibited from leaving, confined solely to the manufacturing facility. Uchiha Raimen himself maintained a constant presence there, ensuring that his trusted aides were dispersed throughout, conducting random inspections to thwart any potential spies and prevent the dissemination of his alcohol production techniques. Such vigilance was not without reason. The price of a single bottle of alcohol reached an astonishing 10,000 taels, with each bottle weighing a mere 1/10 of a pound. This translates to a staggering 100,000 taels per pound of alcohol. Even if the production process were subpar, Requiring 20 pounds of grain to yield a single pound of alcohol, the profit margin would still soar to 500 times. This is no trivial matter. It represents the fortune of sitting atop mountains of gold and silver. As long as the Uchiha clan mastered this craft, they would never suffer financial ruin. Given the gravity of this venture, Uchiha Ramen entrusted its management solely to his confidants, excluding any external interference. He relocated all production processes to his estates, designating only the subordinate villagers historically aligned with the Uchiha clan to carry out the labor. To further conceal the alcohol production methods, he invested heavily in rare medicinal purchases, crafting an illusion that the alcohol was costly due to its precious raw materials. To this day, the entire Uchiha clan is under the impression that Elder Uchiha Ramen invented alcohol, which requires grain and various rare medicines for its production. However, they are led to believe that the profit margins are merely fivefold. Meanwhile, both the elders of the Uchiha clan and the upper echelons of other prominent families in Konoha speculate incessantly that the true profits must be significantly higher, perhaps 7 to 8 times, or even nearing tenfold. Yet, regardless of their conjectures, they cannot fathom the reality. The profit margin is an astounding 500 times. Otherwise, even Hashirama Senju would likely have transformed this industry into a communal enterprise for the village. At present, while the perceived profit is only 5 to 10 times, the various clans do not feel compelled to unite and seize control of this industry, as their own enterprises also yield considerable profits, often reaching multiples of their investments. For instance, the Nara clan's deer antler and rare medicinal herbs can achieve profits ranging from 5 to 20 times, even after excluding labor costs. Not to mention the Akimichi clan's meat farms, the Senju clan's mines and fruit cultivation, and the oil-producing Yamanaka clan, each employing their unique methods of profit generation. However, without exception, the other clans have tacitly agreed to refrain from encroaching upon one another's domains. Any interference would inevitably lead to covert conflicts. Now, with the Uchiha clan firmly in control of the alcohol business, the other clans have essentially acquiesced to the notion that such enterprises rightfully belong to the Uchiha clan alone. As this is a realm hitherto unexplored, developed by the Uchiha clan, any interference from other families would inevitably provoke covert retaliation from them. Except for the Senju clan. No other family could withstand such an onslaught. Presently, the other clans in Konoha would not dare to openly target the Uchiha clan. And even the Senju clan would refrain from committing such a taboo act. Curiously, the sight of the Uchiha clan engrossed in commerce might even please Senju Tobirama. The reason these families managed to be deceived by Uchiha Ramen can be attributed to the fabricated invoices created by Uchiha Tenshu. Once the disciples of Uchiha Ramen received these documents for personal cultivation, Tenshu also took charge of the accounts related to the sale of alcohol, concealing over 90% of the profits. After deducting workers' wages and various maintenance costs, the profit margin surged to 5 to 10 times. The remaining earnings were conventionally divided, with half of it being claimed by Elder Uchiha Ramen, who oversaw the grain, while the rest belonged to the clan. After all, these inventions were exclusive to Uchiha Ramen. Hence, the clan received half rather than a mere quarter. Despite this arrangement, the enormous profits began to incite envy among the other elders of the Uchiha clan, who commenced their probing inquiries. However, crucial information remained tightly guarded by Uchiha Ramen, with no leaks to the outside world. Currently, only Uchiha Tenshu and Uchiha Ramen were privy to these significant matters, while the workers were merely divided into various processes along an assembly line, engaged in baffling pharmaceutical production tasks. Ultimately, the final blending and distillation techniques were conducted in the factories underground by Uchiha Ramen's loyal subordinates. Moreover, each worker was subjected to seals and illusionary hypnosis, ensuring that their secrets would not be revealed in the short term. Both individuals faced complications due to their lucrative dealings. Uchiha Ramen, as an elder, had ample opportunities to recruit personnel, expand influence, and allocate funds for various ventures. In contrast, Uchiha Tenshu, still in a state of restraint, sought to distance himself from this immense profit. To this day, Tenshu had not taken a single coin for himself. Fearful of external suspicions regarding the origins and implications of such wealth. After all, ninjas are inherently suspicious beings. At this moment, all the riches garnered from alcohol production remained under the guardianship of Elder Uchiha Ramen. As for why Uchiha Ramen didn't embezzle the funds or silence Uchiha Tenshu, or why Tenshu placed such trust in Ramen, there undoubtedly lay deeper reasons behind it. Chapter 11. The elders summoned as his companions engaged in their cultivation. Uchiha Tenshu diligently pursued daily physical training. With a single finger pressed against the ground and his left hand resting behind him, he performed one-handed push-ups, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In contrast to the grandeur and might of ninjutsu, physical techniques served as the unassuming foundation, even after years of practice. One merely scratches the surface. In the ninja world, few, if any, dedicate themselves to physical training with the same fervor as Uchiha Tenshu. Yet, he remained impervious to the opinions of others. Day after day, during his most fruitful moments of progress, he devoted himself entirely to the mastery of physical techniques. As a traveler from another realm, Uchiha Tenshu possessed foresight, aware of certain profound truths within this world. For instance, the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. Notable figures such as Kagaya Otsutsuki, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Himura Otsutsuki, and others. This clan, hailing from a cosmic lineage, could traverse the vastness of space without being affected by cosmic radiation. They wielded the ability to manipulate dimensions, and each member possessed extraordinary power. Upon arriving on a new planet, they would plant the so-called divine tree, absorbing the genetic material and energy of the entire planet, thus facilitating their continual growth and breaking free from the shackles of their genes. Such a straightforward process allowed them to ascend to the transcendent divine level merely by consuming fruit, a truly terrifying prospect. Even the most ordinary Otsutsuki possessed an innate ability to navigate the cosmos. On Earth, members of the Otsutsuki clan had once visited and left a significant impact. Kagaya Otsutsuki, for example, descended upon this planet, consumed the Chakra fruit, and ruled the world. She bore 2 children, Hagoromo and Himura, who ultimately sealed her away. Among them, Hagoromo Otsutsuki propagated Chakra, earning the reverence of the world as the Sage of 6 Paths. This lineage constituted the true source of bloodlines for both the Uchiha and Senju clans, embodying genuine divine beings. Nevertheless, Uchiha Tenshu harbored no fondness for them. The reason was simple: their blatant favoritism and insidious nature. Yet, such matters lay far in the past, and Uchiha Tenshu paid little heed to the personalities of others. However, as the apex beings responsible for disseminating the chakra system, the Otsutsuki clan rendered any cultivator of chakra virtually powerless against them, fully countered by the abilities of this race. This reality was intolerable for Uchiha Tenshu, who also practiced chakra. How could he permit such a threat to exist? Thus, hostility between the two factions was inevitable. Even if they did not seek him out, he would eventually confront them to eradicate this menace. Therefore, he must discover a method to combat them. Drawing from the narratives he had witnessed in his previous life, most ninjutsu in the ninja world merely serves to deliver energy, facilitating the growth of others without any significant impact. The so-called sage arts, while appearing capable of attacking opponents, are simply effective against those who have not mastered the same arts. This reflects the original storyline's portrayal of the Otsutsuki clan, who, due to their lack of initiative in acquiring knowledge of the ninja world, have fallen behind. Thus, while ordinary members of the Otsutsuki may find themselves at a disadvantage, beings like Otsutsuki Kagaya, who embody the pinnacle of sage mastery, may not be easily countered. Furthermore, the desire of Uchiha Tenshu to learn sage arts is hindered by a lack of avenues for such training, which is self-evident. Beyond ninjutsu and sage arts, there exists genjutsu, which relies heavily on ocular techniques. The genjutsu employed by ordinary ninjas is often trivial, easily shattered by a mere glance from someone skilled in ocular arts. The capabilities of ocular ninjas, while diverse and formidable, are merely fragments of the true potential inherited from the Otsutsuki lineage, rendering them incapable of significant resistance. Conversely, taijutsu stands as the most direct and effective form of physical combat. Although its initial and mid-level training may progress slowly in later stages, it emerges as the definitive measure of strength. For instance, even the ultimate ability of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, could be obliterated with a single kick from the Otsutsuki. Presently, remnants of the Otsutsuki clan lurk on this planet, poised to unleash catastrophic devastation, an unavoidable peril. While the original narrative suggests there are still decades for growth, one cannot afford to be complacent. Therefore, whether driven by Uchiha Tenshu's inner ambitions or the necessity to confront imminent threats, his training must prioritize taijutsu. Only after establishing a robust foundation can he swiftly master genjutsu and ninjutsu. Mastering a technique akin to the 9-yang divine skill naturally leads to proficiency in all forms of combat, emphasizing the importance of fortifying one's physical essence before pursuing other avenues. Consequently, within Uchiha Tenshu's rigorous 10-hour training regimen, 3 hours are devoted to ninjutsu and genjutsu, 2 hours to knowledge and medical arts, while the remaining 5 hours focus exclusively on taijutsu. Were it not for the physical fatigue and resistance that could induce adverse effects, this training duration would extend even further. Such an intense training regimen rivals that of future ninjas like Might Guy and Rock Lee, who have no path but taijutsu. Of course, even in the absence of extraterrestrial threats, numerous dangers persist. Uchiha Tenshu's inner alarm resonated. For instance, the so-called ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the Sage of Six Paths, resides in the fabled Pure Land, silently observing the growth of the ninja world, perpetually maintaining the turmoil within and harvesting chakra from the realm. If he truly sought to establish peace, would it not be a trivial endeavor, given his powers as a sage? Uchiha Tenshu inwardly scoffed at the notion. As Uchiha Tenshu continued with his usual training, a melodic voice echoed, summoning him. Uchiha Tenshu, you are called by Elder Raiman. In an instant, a figure appeared beside him, poised on the snow-covered pinnacle of the tallest tree. With exquisite chakra control, the figure's ample form defied the pull of gravity, standing motionless atop the tree without a hint of yielding. The colossal being trembled slightly. Such grandeur left Uchiha Tenshu momentarily awestruck, but he quickly averted his gaze, though it did not escape the other's scrutiny. Disgusting. Uchiha Sakurako's eyes reflected disdain akin to that of encountering a rodent. With a delicate bite of her silver teeth, she addressed Uchiha Tenshu from her elevated position, one hand resting on her hip near her short blade, as if contemplating an aggressive move. However, she reconsidered and lowered her hand, her gaze filled with ongoing scrutiny and discontent. Is this the person chosen by Lord Raiman? Truly repugnant. Uchiha Sakurako meticulously observed Uchiha Tenshu's calm demeanor as he practiced with his peers below. He appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking any distinctive traits, perhaps even slightly lecherous. She found it incomprehensible that Elder Raiman would select him. Uchiha Sakurako's mind was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Meanwhile, upon receiving the summons from Uchiha Raiman, Uchiha Tenshu followed Uchiha Sakurako as she led him toward the Elder's residential area. They traversed the recently renovated and opulent Uchiha family avenue, arriving at the Elder's Road. Located at the far end of the Uchiha clan's territory, this area was typically off-limits, reserved for the elders and seldom visited by outsiders. This significant street was divided by 10 smaller paths, delineating 9 lines that, when viewed from above the Uchiha territory, led to the elders' abodes. The endpoint of the 7th line marked the residence of the 7th elder, Uchiha Raiman. At that moment, the dwelling of Elder Raiman surpassed the opulence of the surrounding 8 residences, boasting a 4-story castle spanning 10,000 square meters, a stark contrast to the traditional Japanese style of the other elders' homes. The pristine white castle stood as a unique testament to the Uchiha clan, undeniably the most distinctive structure among them. This was, of course, the handiwork of Uchiha Tenshu, for every princess deserves a castle. Yet, the so-called princess was not Uchiha Raiman, but someone else entirely. With familiarity, Uchiha Tenshu entered the castle, where the seemingly open doors and unguarded front garden concealed numerous traps and small barriers. Any adversary attempting to approach would face immediate consequences. Uchiha Tenshu was indeed a regular here. Nevertheless, sensing ninjas were operating in the shadows, he noted an unusual atmosphere as they drew closer to the castle. Uchiha Tenshu could not help but furrow his brow. As the oppressive atmosphere in the air signified an unusual situation, he instinctively quickened his pace. Upon entering the castle, he beheld the grand conference table crafted from mahogany, where Elder Uchiha Raiman sat, his pallid visage starkly apparent. His limbs and shoulders were swathed in thick bandages, indicating he had suffered considerable injuries. This revelation caused Uchiha Tenshu's expression to shift, his brows knitting together, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. He promptly approached. Elder Raiman, what on earth has transpired? I was under the impression you were stationed at the factory outside the village. How could such calamity befall you? Is it possible that someone has attacked the factory? Yet, that should not be the case. Even if the factory were to be destroyed, you ought to have safeguarded yourself. There would be no need for you to risk your life. Moreover, with your formidable prowess, how many in the ninja world could inflict such harm upon you? Could it be that particular individual has made a move? Uchiha Tenshu's anxious inquiries were tinged with urgency, his eyes reddening not merely due to concerns over their mutual interests, but rather from the genuine care Elder Uchiha Raiman had shown him over the years, leading him to regard him as one of the few individuals worthy of his trust. Furthermore, Chapter 12. A devastating blow. Moreover, deep within Uchiha Tenshu's heart, he had long regarded the other as his mentor. Now, witnessing his mentor gravely injured, potentially facing the threat of death, how could Uchiha Tenshu suppress such a feeling of indignation? Regardless of who harmed Elder Raimin, this grudge must never be forgotten. Uchiha Tenshu clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing to uncover the truth behind this betrayal. Enough. Stop acting like a little girl. I am not dead yet. Uchiha Raimin shook his head, forcing a semblance of a smile onto his pale visage. This is not like you. You usually present yourself with such composure. Remember, as you once said, in the face of danger, one must remain calm. After speaking, Uchiha Raimin furrowed his brow slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Alas, the cost of forcibly extracting chakra had taken its toll. Both his mind and body were severely damaged. It seemed he might not have many years left. In his 40s, Uchiha Raimin was in the prime of life, yet he had unwittingly begun to notice the emergence of gray strands amidst his once lustrous black hair. These silver threads, while not overtly conspicuous, became glaringly obvious under the sunlight. This was not how it should have been. Uchiha Tenshu's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. He certainly would not overlook this subtle change in Uchiha Raimin's hair. However, he refrained from asking immediately, choosing instead to observe Uchiha Raimin quietly, seemingly awaiting his mentor to elucidate the matter on his own. With a sigh, Uchiha Raimin finally spoke. I was careless. 10 days ago, the Millennium Elixir I had sought for 7 years was relayed back to the clan by Uchiha's intelligence personnel, and fortuitously, I intercepted it at the very first opportunity. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tenshu's brows knitted together, a flicker of suspicion igniting within him. Was it merely coincidence? It seemed far too calculated. Uchiha Tenshu interjected, Elder Raimin. The entire clan is aware that only you required that Millennium Elixir for life-saving purposes. The intelligence personnel, seemingly failing to report to you directly, merely fortuitously fell into your hands. This is nothing but an unnecessary embellishment, a superfluous act. Listening to Uchiha Tenshu's metaphor, Uchiha Raimin pondered for a moment, finding the analogy quite fitting, recognizing the underlying conspiracy it hinted at. He continued, Indeed, perhaps you are correct. This is a scheme directed at me. However, I was too hasty at the time. Upon receiving the news of the elixir, I neglected to consult with anyone. Fearing that someone else would purchase it and the information would slip away, I left a substitute behind and ventured to the land of medicine, for after all, that was Yukino's life-saving medicine. At this point, Uchiha Raimin paused, a hint of helplessness crossing his features, though no significant regret surfaced. He merely harbored a quiet resentment towards himself for not being better prepared. Uchiha Tenshu naturally witnessed this scene, and a frail, white-haired girl appeared in his mind, incessantly calling out his name, softening his heart. He understood the significance of the miraculous medicine. Yukino, the young daughter of Elder Raimin, was born with a blood-related illness that rendered her too weak to become a ninja, not to mention the constant threat of death looming over her as she aged. Uchiha Tenshu's diligent study of medical arts and healing ninjutsu was partially motivated by the desire to cure her, and the legendary elixir was precisely what could alleviate her condition. Even the mere knowledge of such a remedy would compel him to seek it out. Thus, this trap was extraordinarily insidious. Reflecting on Yukino's ailment, Uchiha Tenshu could only shake his head in resignation, silently vowing to himself that whenever he encountered such legendary medicines in the future, he would go to great lengths to procure them, regardless of the cost. Little did he know that the information regarding the so-called legendary elixir was a ruse, and he had fallen into an ambush. 3 waves of attackers began to converge upon him, with intervals of 15 minutes between each. The first wave consisted of wandering bounty ninjas from the ninja world. Although they were primarily of the lower ninja ranks, there were around 100 of them, purely aimed at exhausting his chakra and testing his intelligence. The second wave struck when he was returning to the outskirts of the Land of Fire, comprising 12 elite ninjas, all of which were of the J-Nin level, predominantly employing water-style techniques, likely hailing from the Land of Water. The thought of the Land of Water puzzled Uchiha Tenshu. The Uchiha clan had never harbored significant enmity towards them. Even the ninja clans that had been driven to the sea by the wars in the Land of Fire had done so over 3 decades ago. Such a lengthy span of time, in the eyes of the ninja world, could be considered 2 or 3 generations. Could they truly hold such a grudge, one that would warrant vengeance spanning 3 lifetimes? Moreover, given the current era of peace under the divine ninja, if these were indeed ninjas from the Land of Water ambushing Konoha, Even if one bore the surname Uchiha, they would undoubtedly invoke the ire of the new divine ninja. Did they not fear provoking war? No matter how he pondered, Uchiha Tenshu could not comprehend how the ninjas from the land of water could possess such hatred and audacity. As for the final wave, it emerged from within the land of fire in Feiyu City. The nature of the assault, its lethal precision. The vast area of attack, neither fire style, nor wind style, nor lightning style, yet imbued with light and heat. At this juncture, Uchiha Raiman began to reminisce and contemplate, meticulously scrutinizing all the intelligence previously gathered by the Uchiha clan, comparing it to the various offensive techniques appearing across the ninja world. He remained silent for a long while, clearly unable to identify the perpetrators. Even in the annals of Uchiha clan history, he found no related offensive methods. The sheer range of several kilometers was beyond what a mere ordinary ninja could achieve. Observing the gravity and trepidation reflected in Uchiha Raiman's eyes, it was evident that this was not an ordinary mode of attack. In response, Uchiha Tenshu calmly awaited, his mind beginning to contemplate the roadmap within this treacherous trap. The land of medicine, a diminutive nation nestled near the land of fire and the land of rivers, relies fundamentally on the cultivation of medicinal herbs and their exportation as its primary economic lifeline, yet it remains woefully deficient in martial strength. This nation had not been mentioned in the original narrative. Perhaps it was overlooked, or perhaps it met its demise in the ensuing great wars of the ninja world. Its territory consumed in the process. For such a small nation to witness a surge of rogue ninjas is one thing, but the presence of elite ninjas, even those of J-nin rank, along the border between the land of medicine and the land of fire is decidedly unusual. Typically, such insignificant states are incapable of producing such formidable forces. Yet now, a 12-member team lay in ambush for Elder Uchiha Raiman. Having circumvented the heart of the land of fire to engage in combat at the border, utterly disregarding the potential emergence of ninjas from Konoha, Uchiha Tenshu narrowed his eyes. Recalling the foolish antics of Konoha's F4 in later narratives, their various schemes of betrayal. In this current situation, those imbeciles had yet to assume power. Those orchestrating this ambush were. Perhaps a realization dawned upon him. A glint of menace flickered in Uchiha Tenshu's eyes as he clenched his fists. Waves of murderous intent surging within him. Once more, once again, I almost lost someone dear to me. Senju Tobarama, if this deed truly bears your mark, I shall ensure you pay in blood for your transgressions. Chapter 13, Target Locked. The Earth Spider. To be candid, I did not perceive the adversary's strike. Uchiha Raiman pondered for a considerable time, his mind brimming with confusion, utterly baffled by the identity of his opponent. What? You did not witness the enemy's actions? Given Elder Raiman's prowess, how could he sustain such grievous injuries without even glimpsing his assailant? This is unfathomable. Uchiha Tenshu's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with unease. When did the ninja world harbor such an unknown powerhouse? It is worth noting that Uchiha Raiman currently stands as one of the pinnacle figures within the entire Uchiha clan. As an elder of the clan, those who ascended to elder status from the late Warring States period are regarded as the zenith of the Uchiha lineage. Otherwise, they would never have attained such a position. After all, during that era, under the leadership of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan was governed by the principle of might is right. According to the original narrative of Hokage, even if one is not an all-encompassing Kage-level powerhouse, they undoubtedly possess several attributes that qualify as Kage-level. They reside above the elite Jonin, rendering the average elite Jonin virtually defenseless in their presence. Only a coordinated team of numerous shinobi could hope to contend with such formidable beings before those super Kage-level warriors made their move. Even an ordinary Kage-level opponent could be dealt with by Uchiha Raiman, who could retreat at will. Yet now, it is astonishing that Elder Uchiha Raiman claims he did not even see the figure of his assailant before being grievously injured. It is truly incredible. Moreover, if the enemy possessed the capability to inflict such severe harm upon Elder Raiman, why did they not eliminate him outright, allowing him the chance to escape? To be frank, I am uncertain about the nature of the jutsu that caused such an assault, but without a doubt, it was a terrifying forbidden technique. Uchiha Raiman asserted to Uchiha Tenshu. Indeed, after I dealt with those elite water-release shinobi of Jonin rank, I sensed that I had fallen into a meticulously laid ambush, prompting me to hasten my return. However, as I approached Fiyuching, an instant burst of white light enveloped the surrounding kilometers, leaving me no time to react. Before I could even comprehend the situation, I was struck by that dreadful attack. Had it not been for the momentary response afforded by the assault, I might not have realized what transpired. Yet even upon recognizing that I was under attack, evasion was impossible. Although I employed a special method to nullify the impact of this attack, I lost my combat capability. Were it not for the absence of any foes following that forbidden technique, even the appearance of a mere genin could have claimed my life. Uchiha Raimon muttered in frustration, feeling a wave of dread wash over him regarding this outing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tenshu, listening intently to Elder Raimon's account, found the description increasingly familiar. As though he had encountered such an attack in the original narrative. A white light? A range of several kilometers? Why does this all seem so eerily reminiscent? Could it be Daidara's explosions? Or perhaps the almighty push? Alternatively, the Earth Spider. Ah, the Earth Spider. Indeed, if it pertains to the Earth Spider, then it all makes sense. According to Elder Uchiha Raimon, following that forbidden technique, there were no subsequent pursuers, otherwise, they might never return. When considering the forbidden techniques of the Earth Spider clan, the wrath of heaven must surely be the ambush's forbidden art this time. Based on intelligence from the storyline of my previous life, this forbidden technique, Wrath of Heaven, is distinct from conventional elemental ninjutsu. It employs a unique formula hidden within the human body, serving as an anchor point for the ninjutsu's activation. It continuously absorbs the natural abilities from the environment, storing them to unleash in a singular, explosive moment. While the preparation for its activation requires considerable time, unlike the instantaneous nature of typical ninjutsu, its destructive power is exponentially greater. This clan, leveraging the immense might of this formidable forbidden technique, managed to ally with the Hidden Leaf Village and even survive the Third Shinobi World War. It is worth noting that becoming an ally of the Leaf is no trivial matter. Powerful clans such as the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki endured severe losses amidst continuous sacrifices. The Senju and Uchiha clans that joined the Leaf met devastating fates on the battlefield, with the Uchiha being forced into rebellion. Not to mention the total annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, this Earth Spider clan, which remained outside the Leaf's direct influence, astonishingly survived past the Third Shinobi World War. Had it not been for internal strife that led to the clan's fragmentation, they might have thrived even after the Fourth Shinobi World War. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the forbidden technique passed down within this clan, to the extent that the Leaf dares not provoke it. Otherwise, how could the greedy high-ranking officials of Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, refrain from striking hard against an ally? The sheer destructive potential of their forbidden arts could obliterate the Leaf Village entirely. Uchiha Tenshu mused, having pinpointed the origin of the final attacker in this ambush. After all, according to the introduction of this forbidden tome in the previous narrative, it is said that once unleashed, all life within hundreds of kilometers would be annihilated. Even if this were an exaggeration, a mere tenth of its power could obliterate the Leaf Village from a distance. It is no wonder that the high-ranking officials, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned a blind eye, allowing the opponent to remain hidden in Keshin City. It is likely that this so-called alliance was merely Konoha's attempt to prevent them from aligning with other ninja villages. However, considering the capabilities of this forbidden technique, it is designed such that if more natural energy is gathered and the activation time extended, it could potentially devastate an area spanning millions of square kilometers. Even though the animated adaptation has significantly reduced its effects, a mere tenth of its capability would still suffice to utterly destroy a radius of dozens of kilometers. So why was the destruction limited to only a few kilometers this time? Was it intentional? Was there a deeper reason behind it? Uchiha Tenshu found himself pondering in confusion, not doubting that the Earth Spider clan's forbidden technique could indeed achieve such power. After all, as one of the few families in this ninja realm capable of wielding natural chakra, akin to sage techniques, the time taken to activate such abilities, ranging from half an hour to several hours, aligns perfectly with the worldview of the ninja world. Not to mention, the fantastical prowess of figures like the Sage of Six Paths, who effortlessly shaped the moon, serves as a testament to the extraordinary nature of this realm. Thus, achieving an impact comparable to that of a nuclear explosion within a certain range is hardly beyond the realm of imagination. Furthermore, considering that this ninjutsu demands the sacrifice of a ninja's life with each activation, it bears resemblance to the Eight Gates technique, which allows its user to contend with adversaries of the sage level. Consequently, it is entirely reasonable that the Earth Spider clan's wrath can wreak such devastation. Therefore, could it be that the Earth Spider clan is poised to ally with Konoha at this juncture? However, The current Konoha ninja village has not made any announcements to this effect, suggesting that the Earth Spider clan might merely be allies of the Senju. Yet, I have never heard from the elders within my family that this clan is associated with the Senju. Thus, this ambush appears to be a declaration of intent. And the forbidden technique they unleashed may either be incomplete, not yet fully developed, or it might be perfected but intentionally subdued in power due to a wariness of the cunning Senju Tobarama as a precautionary measure. Uchiha Tenshu engaged in silent analysis, resolved within himself to one day settle the score with the Earth Spider clan. Chapter 14. The legacy of Izanagi. Although he had deduced the clues behind the ambush, Uchiha Tenshu found himself unable to articulate these revelations. The insights he had gleaned were heavily reliant on information from his past life, yet he remained confined, with no means to acquire further knowledge. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu could only bury these thoughts deep within, awaiting a more opportune moment to address them. To be candid, I had already perished at that time, Uchiha Raimon remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Perished? Indeed, had it not been for that jutsu. In response to Uchiha Tenshu's wide-eyed inquiry, Uchiha Raimon hesitated momentarily before resolutely retrieving a gray scroll, measuring a foot in length, from his belongings. The scroll, ancient in appearance, bore the weight of history. Upon unveiling the scroll, Uchiha Raimon began a sequence of hand seals lasting 3 minutes, a necessary procedure to dispel the curses and seals inscribed upon it. Curses and seals, as special abilities originating from the realm of ninjas, are activated through the interplay of chakra and runes. The former can counteract a multitude of cursed attacks, such as control, immobilization, and lethal hexes, like Haiden's curse, explosive talismans, the verbal spells of the Tsuchigumo clan, and the fatal techniques of the Root's tongue calamity, among others. In contrast, sealing techniques can preemptively establish specific barriers, safeguards, and containment measures, similar to the Earth Prison technique and the 4 purple flames formation that can be cast in advance. By enabling prior activation, these techniques can store vast amounts of chakra as reserve energy, making it exponentially more challenging and costly to breach such barriers through conventional means. Due to the distinct specialization in runes, these techniques are categorized into 2 divergent paths. The former is shrouded in secrecy and enigma, while the latter is more straightforward. Yet both are exceedingly rare forms of ninjutsu. In essence, all applications of these runes fall under the umbrella of sealing techniques. As one of the foremost clans in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan, despite lacking the extensive mastery of runes that the Uzumaki clan possesses, holds its own unique legacy of sealing techniques. For instance, the scroll in Uchiha Raimon's possession is laden with numerous curses and seals. The former can instantaneously spell doom for any non-Uchiha who dares to touch the scroll, ensuring that even if they evade the initial overt attack, hidden forces will relentlessly erode their life force, leading to inevitable demise. The latter serves as a protective measure, shielding its possessor from harm. This scroll embodies the clandestine techniques of the Uchiha clan, a profound and ultimate secret known only to Raimon's lineage and the clan leader. It is none other than Izanagi. Uchiha Raimon gazed intently at Uchiha Tenshu, activating his Sharingan. The dark crimson pupils, adorned with 3 menacing tomo, began to rotate slowly. Izanagi. This represents the ultimate secret technique of the Uchiha clan, which, at the cost of sacrificing one Sharingan, can bridge the chasm between life and death, transforming the process of illusion into reality and converting all unfavorable circumstances into advantageous ones. Even in the throes of death, resurrection is possible. It is precisely through this forbidden ability that Uchiha Raimon evaded certain doom. In summary, it is with this forbidden technique that I survived the terrifying blow of that jutsu. Uchiha Raimon activated his Sharingan and, within the realm of illusion, conveyed to Uchiha Tenshu the workings of the forbidden technique Izanagi. Observing the astonished expression on Uchiha Tenshu's face, he could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He had assumed that nothing could astonish him, but now he was made aware of the substantial legacy possessed by Uchiha Raimon. Alas, if only there were more intelligent minds in the clan, aside from you, Uchiha Tenshu, who possesses both intellect and talent, and is willing to resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals, while still holding on to a sense of loyalty. Otherwise, I, Raimon, would truly prefer not to. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Raimon handed over the scroll to Uchiha Tenshu, who appeared utterly helpless. Subsequently, Uchiha Raimon began to expound on the key points and various applications of Izanagi, such as the ability to utilize a spare Sharingan from the clan through a transcribing seal, allowing for preparatory actions without consuming one's own eyes. This is how Uchiha Raimon returned alive, with both eyes intact. However, this method bears a significant drawback. Prolonged sealing consumes vast amounts of chakra and leads to unstable recovery. My eyes were transcribed last year, and after a year, restoring my condition requires immense chakra expenditure, and Uchiha Raimon glanced at the injuries on his hands and feet, shaking his head in resignation. You see, if the recovery takes even a mere 0.01 seconds longer, I would likely lose my limbs entirely. Moreover, this forbidden technique should only be employed in dire circumstances. As the Uchiha clan's ultimate trump card, it must be reserved for the most critical moments. Otherwise, even the most flawless ninjutsu may eventually be deciphered. And even if it is not, someone will inevitably prepare against it, thus nullifying its final effectiveness. Uchiha Raimon solemnly admonished, placing a hand on Uchiha Tenshu's shoulder, insisting that he memorize this warning. Perfect? Uchiha Tenshu questioned, his expression shifting to one of profound astonishment in the next moment. In response, Uchiha Raimon couldn't help but chuckle. You are truly slow on the uptake. While it is true that the power of Izanagi is incredibly formidable, it is not to be wielded recklessly. Throughout the entire history of our clan, this technique has been utilized only a handful of times. Everyone who has witnessed this forbidden art has perished, systematically eradicated by the Uchiha clan. In summary, do not entertain the notion of employing it as a conventional ninjutsu. For each utilization demands the prior sacrifice of a 3-tomo Sharingan. Even within the clan, there exists a scarcity of Sharingan to squander. Understood, Uchiha Tenshu replied, calming himself with a nod. Alas, unbeknownst to Uchiha Raimon, Uchiha Tenshu was indeed astounded at that moment. However, his astonishment did not stem from the secret of Izanagi. After all, possessing a comprehensive understanding of the historical trajectory of this world, Uchiha Tenshu was well aware of the intricacies surrounding Izanagi. Not only was he familiar with the ninjutsu that could alter fate, but he also comprehended Izanami, the technique that enforces acceptance of destiny. What truly astonished him was the realization that, in this world, the legacy scroll of Izanagi was exclusively passed down through Uchiha Raimon's lineage and had not been disseminated among the other clan members. Most crucially, even now, this ninjutsu remains an impeccable ability, with no apparent nemesis to counter it. Consequently, following the narrative's progression, the emergence of Izanami is inevitable. This implies that the storyline depicted in the animated version foresees an exceedingly severe internal conflict within the Uchiha clan. A primary catalyst for this strife will be the fierce competition among numerous Uchiha clan members vying for the 3-tomo Sharingan. According to the narrative's exposition, the members of the Uchiha clan are driven by their desire to wield the extraordinary power of Izanagi to seize authority and wealth. However, what kind of power would compel them to engage in a civil war at any cost? Uchiha Tenshu found himself pondering this very question. Chapter 15. The sole truth within this narrative, certain discrepancies arise. If one were to deduce the plot's trajectory, two potential scenarios emerge. The first possibility suggests that following the demise of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju ascended to the position of Hokage, much to the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan, thus igniting internal strife. However, the Uchiha, having grown accustomed to an era of tranquility, possessed no justifiable cause for rebellion, unless, of course, Tobirama deliberately incited discord. Yet, the opposing faction is not so naive. The second possibility posits that after the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, Tobirama tragically fell in battle, leading to the Uchiha clan's resentment towards Hiruzen Sarutobi's assumption of the Hokage mantle, prompting them to vie for the position. Yet, for reasons unknown, this contest ultimately devolved into a civil conflict. In the eyes of Uchiha Tenka, this appears to be the most plausible explanation. After all, it is only the esteemed position of Hokage that could provoke such fervent aspirations and actions from the Uchiha clan, especially considering its profound significance to them. Indeed, according to the promises made during the village's establishment, the role of Hokage was intended for the Uchiha clan. Yet, it was snatched away by Tobirama Senju, who excelled in garnering loyalty and influencing hearts. Compounded by the formidable prowess of Hashirama Senju, the Uchiha clan begrudgingly accepted this outcome. However, the emergence of a second Hokage from the Senju clan reignited their discontent. Does it truly matter whether it is Tobirama Senju occupying the Hokage seat? What matters is that a member of the Senju family remains in power. A pact had been established, promising that both clans would jointly build the village and alternate in the Hokage role. The Uchiha accepted the loss of the first Hokage, Hashirama. Revered as the god of shinobi, yet the continuation of Senju leadership into the second term felt like a betrayal. Faced with the unparalleled might of Hashirama Senju, resistance seemed futile, yet the Uchiha did not harbor the same trepidation towards Tobirama. The repeated losses of the Hokage position left the Uchiha clan feeling insulted. Sensitivity runs deep within the Uchiha. They are a clan rich in emotions, and when faced with perceived emotional betrayal, they are prone to extreme reactions. However, if their grievances were merely of a minor nature, it would not drive the Uchiha to the brink of annihilation in a futile struggle against Tobirama. Yet, it is equally inconceivable for them to silently endure such indignities, like turtles retreating into their shells. A protest should naturally ensue. Suddenly, Uchiha Tenka recalled something significant. Ah yes, the Uchiha Shana, who had yet to ascend the ranks. It appears he had been conspicuously gathering support within the clan, conspiring for what could be termed a rebellion. Yet ultimately, he faced not the fruition of his ambitions, but rather imprisonment without consequence. Moreover, he was confined within the prison of the Uchiha clan, overseeing the Uchiha Guard, which felt akin to residing in one's own home, devoid of any severe punitive measures. It appears that this was the signal the Uchiha clan sent to Senju Tobirama. Should a satisfactory explanation not be provided, the impending rebellion of the Uchiha clan would be unavoidable. In truth, the message conveyed by the Uchiha was indeed understood by Senju Tobirama, who subsequently adopted a more conciliatory approach. According to the original narrative, Senju Tobirama not only took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, but also entrusted various matters of the village to the Uchiha clan, creating a security department specifically for them. A gesture intended to placate. Even if such arrangements were fraught with hidden traps, the power vested within them represented substantial benefits, indicating that Senju Tobirama was reluctant to engage in a deadly struggle with the Uchiha clan, which would jeopardize the village. This further underscored that, at this juncture, the Uchiha clan remained secure. The pivotal turning point, however, would be the First Shinobi World War. During this conflict, the Senju clan suffered immense losses, culminating in the death of their foremost ninja, Senju Tobirama, which drastically altered the balance of power between the Uchiha and Senju clans within Konoha. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was temporarily appointed by Tobirama, did not assume the role of Hokage immediately upon returning to the village, delaying his ascension for several years. It is during this interval that the Uchiha clan likely vied for the position of Hokage, sparking internal strife. The critical factor in this turmoil was the exposure of the forbidden technique, Izanagi. However, under the watchful eye of Elder Reikage, the Izanagi technique was confined to the Uchiha clan, rendering it impossible to disseminate such a forbidden art unless circumstances compelled the Uchiha to employ it. Uchiha Tenshu, with a stoic demeanor, harbored a seething intent to kill within. Even in my absence, had Elder Reikage not been stationed at the factory outside the village, the outcome would remain unchanged. Elder Reikage would still perish, and the scroll of inheritance would be seized, utilized by others to sow discord within the clan. With the knowledge of past events and the current circumstances, Uchiha Tenshu meticulously calculated every detail in his mind. After all, within the recent illusion, he had learned that Elder Reikage's survival upon returning was due to an earlier transfer seal of the Izanagi technique performed a year prior. This transfer seal was necessitated by the situation at the alcohol factory, which, being outside the village, required a formidable presence to prevent destruction or sabotage by rival clans or external spies, prompting Uchiha Reikage to oversee it personally. Due to its proximity to Konohagakure, the weaker ninjas dared not entertain any thoughts of confronting Uchiha Tiger Fang. Thus, the only individuals who could approach were formidable ninjas. It was inevitable that such powerful beings would covet the treasures of the Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha Raimen himself did not believe that these strong adversaries would lack their own hidden cards. Out of caution inherited from the Warring States period, he decided to utilize one of his cherished three-tomo Sharingan in advance. This very usage of the Sharingan altered the course of history, ensuring that Uchiha Raimen would not meet his destined demise. Without the immense allure of this intoxicating benefit, Raimen, the Elder, would not have stationed himself outside the village. And without such vigilance, he would have never employed the defensive Izanagi transmutation seal. If the transmutation seal had not existed, the impatient Elder upon hearing rumors of the Millennium Elixir, would have rashly ventured out in search of it. At that juncture, the outcome would undoubtedly be death. Should Elder Raimon perish, it is likely that Yukino would also falter in her resolve. Uchiha Tenshu could foresee that following Elder Raimon's demise, the scroll would either fall into enemy hands or be retrieved by the Uchiha clan in their search. From the perspective of past events, either outcome would lead to the Izanagi scroll ultimately surfacing in the Uchiha clan's possession, triggering an internal conflict within the clan. The most crucial point to consider is that, in the end, the entity that reaped the greatest benefits would emerge as the true orchestrator behind the scenes. Apart from the Hokage lineage, there were virtually no others involved. Coupled with the ambush by Tsuchigumo, an ally of Konoha, and the exposure of familial intelligence, the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu scroll could only be accessed by members of the Uchiha clan themselves. Thus, the truth remains singular. Chapter 16. Exposing the traitor. A traitor exists. Uchiha Tenshu's gaze was frigid. This traitor possessed an intimate knowledge of the Uchiha clan's every secret. They could anticipate the intelligence that the Uchiha were seeking from the outside world and were acutely aware of Uchiha Raimon's character, thus harboring no fears about luring him into a trap with a substantial force. The plan was meticulously crafted to deceive Uchiha Raimon, leading to his demise, and thereby instigating the death of the Elder Raimon. Consequently, when the remaining members of the Uchiha clan endeavored to uncover the truth, they would only ascertain that the Elder had ventured out in pursuit of a millennium-old elixir, ultimately meeting his end. As for the identity of the assailant or the motive behind the act, they would be left with no conclusive answers. The reasons for the targeted assassination of Uchiha Raimon eluded Uchiha Tenshu, and he harbored no desire to delve into them. With the knowledge of the Tsuchigumo clan, an entity undoubtedly entwined with the Senju clan, joining the fray, Uchiha Tenshu found no inclination to investigate further. He directly aimed his suspicions at Senju Tobarama. Within the Senju clan, only the hawkish faction led by him could harbor a relentless desire to eradicate the Uchiha. Their inaction stemmed merely from a lack of opportunity and timing. Now, with collusion present within his own clan, this ambush was likely just the beginning. When it came to the traitor cooperating with the upper echelons, Uchiha Tenshu refrained from hastily labeling anyone as a traitor based on his past experiences. However, the likelihood that Uchiha Kagami's father, Uchiha Akira, was involved was substantial. After all, Uchiha Tenshu had taken a keen interest in this individual following the Uchiha elite ninja policy. Through various means, he unearthed considerable intelligence and discovered that this scoundrel, after the initial defeat of Uchiha Madara at the hands of Senju Hashirama, initially resisted capitulation. However, after a period of confinement by Senju Tobarama, he quickly succumbed, subsequently aiding the Senju clan in persuading other Uchiha clansmen to surrender, extolling the virtues of the Senju while vilifying Uchiha Madara's self-serving actions. In Uchiha Tenshu's perspective, this individual mirrored the traitors of his past life, initially proclaiming loyalty. Yet upon facing adversity and life-threatening crises, they would promptly betray with even greater fervor. To vindicate their choices, they would ruthlessly persecute their kin, fearful that the righteous actions of others would cast a light on their own despicable conduct, thus transforming into fervent converts. Therefore, Uchiha Tenshu's resolution regarding Uchiha Akira was to thoroughly expose him as a traitor. Whether he was indeed a true traitor mattered little. Loyalty is never absolute. The absence of unwavering fidelity equates to betrayal. Since he chose to align with the Senju clan, even if merely a possibility, Uchiha Tenshu would not let him escape unscathed. Whether it be Uchiha Akira, Uchiha Kagami, or their future descendants, Uchiha Shursui, who was feasting upon the clan's resources while brazenly betraying them, only served to pollute the Uchiha lineage. It would be better to eliminate such elements swiftly. Next, Uchiha Tenshu deemed it necessary to bypass the processes and directly confront the ambush incident head-on. After all, the ultimate goal was to produce a correct outcome. With this in mind, Uchiha Tenshu promptly conveyed his suspicions to Uchiha Raimon, naturally involving some alterations in the narrative. Without delving into elements from past lives, he disclosed everything he could deduce through intellect without the slightest concealment. For instance, why was there a leak of information? Wasn't the intelligence personnel supposed to be exclusive to the Uchiha clan? Moreover, the strategic layout for targeted assassinations raised questions. Why focus solely on Uchiha Raimon rather than planning for others? Did this not imply that Uchiha Raimon's existence must be obstructing a particular agenda? Was it not the case that only with Uchiha Raimon's disappearance could certain schemes of the enemy proceed smoothly? This, in fact, suggested that the adversary's machinations were centered on the Uchiha clan, who could potentially collaborate with their plans if not a member of the Uchiha clan. How then could the enemy induce such measures within the Uchiha clan? Was it not necessitated by the cooperation of the clan's higher-ups? The conclusion was evident. It was clear that someone among the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan was in league with the enemy, merely awaiting Uchiha Raimon's demise to commence their collaboration and conspire against the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tenshu shared this entire conspiracy theory with Uchiha Raimon, unlike the later Uchiha Itachi, who, believing himself to be exceptionally wise, chose silence over communication, resulting in misunderstandings and conflicts. In the presence of Uchiha Raimon, the most trusted figure within the Uchiha clan and his greatest support, Uchiha Tenshu exerted every effort for the safety of his ally. After all, the hidden conspiracy had become apparent, aiming for Uchiha Raimon to meet his end. If one scheme failed, another would inevitably arise. How could Uchiha Tenshu remain indifferent at such a pivotal moment? What? A traitor within the clan? How audacious! Uchiha Raimon exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It is important to note that from the Warring States period to the present, the Uchiha clan had not been devoid of traitors. Yet, most of those betrayals stemmed from personal vendettas against the Uchiha clan itself during times of strife. For instance, the strict regulations imposed during the perilous Warring States era had fostered resentment among some clan members. Coupled with heightened emotions and the activation of the Sharingan leading to mental instability, this had ignited a series of conflicts. However, those were remnants of a prolonged period of warfare. Even in the recent century, internal strife within the Uchiha clan had been minimal, with the majority of conflicts directed against external foes. Furthermore, it was unprecedented for a time, which should have been marked by peace and cohabitation. To witness individuals conspiring with outsiders against their own kin. Had they lost their senses? Uchiha Raimon found it utterly incomprehensible to waver between outsiders and his own people. Uchiha Raimon, as a venerable figure who has traversed from the Warring States era, finds himself perplexed by the appropriate conduct in times of peace, as well as the underlying corruption that accompanies it. However, when this sentiment is expressed by Uchiha Tenshu, whom he has personally nurtured as a disciple, Raimon's initial thoughts are validated. Uchiha Raimon chooses to place his trust in his kin, solely because Uchiha Tenshu is deserving of such faith. But who, then, could it be? Might it be due to the allure of profit from alcohol, or perhaps the machinations of that individual, Uchiha Jin? Yet, could it truly be for such trivial gains that one would dare to act against the clan elders? Do they not comprehend that the clan must unite to withstand the pressures imposed by the Senju clan? The strength of the Uchiha has dwindled to its nadir. And with the younger members yet to mature, do they not fear the decline of the Uchiha clan, allowing that scoundrel Senju Tobirama to resolutely pursue our annihilation? Uchiha Raimon mused fervently. In my perspective, the adversary's motives are not driven by mere self-interest. Although Uchiha Jin, elder of the clan, harbors significant discord with you, Elder Raimon, he is not the perpetrator. Rather, he has been deliberately set up as a scapegoat. Given that everyone is aware of the considerable rift between you and him, any misfortune befalling you would only serve to cast suspicion upon him amongst the clan members. Furthermore, while Uchiha Jin oversees the family's commercial enterprises and was previously denied the opportunity to establish and sell an alcohol factory, he is unlikely to resort to violence over such trivial matters. After all, a mere profit margin of 5 to 20 times is hardly worth the risk. If he were inclined to take action against you, it would be far more advantageous to seize the commercial ventures of rival clans, thereby securing the support of our own family. Hence, the most suspicious party is not he, but rather certain individuals who stand behind him, such as Elder Uchiha Ming. Uchiha Tenshu asserted with unwavering conviction. Chapter 17. Guidance is it him? Uchiha Raimon began to reflect. But what could be his motive? Could it be a desire to become the clan leader? Yet, he had never expressed such a thought. Uchiha Raimon found it perplexing to comprehend the rationale behind his betrayal. Indeed, it is Uchiha Akira, who has already defected once. Do you truly believe he still harbors pride for the Uchiha clan? Not to mention the ambitious schemer Senju Tobirama, who might even rationalize selling you out as a service to the clan. Perhaps, in his eyes, the so-called justification lies in eliminating you, the elder who opposes his policies, so that the Uchiha clan can embark on the right path. To validate his actions, this individual must already be spiraling into madness. Consider the historical instances of those in our Uchiha clan who were distinctly unhinged, Uchiha Tenshu specifically pointed out. In response, Uchiha Ramen was left speechless. Indeed, every few years, due to the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan would witness the emergence of one or two individuals with unconventional thoughts. Yet, if Uchiha Akira truly harbored such notions, would that not indicate a severe lapse in judgment? Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu added Senju Tobarama into the discussion, continuing with a measured tone. Consider this, Elder Ramen. If you were to pass away, would the other elders continue to maintain the wartime readiness of the Sengoku era, clinging to the dwindling resources of grain, refusing to relinquish control? Uchiha Ramen shook his head resolutely. Aside from myself, the other elders, even if they support me, merely do so as allies, not out of genuine concern for these so-called fields of grain. After 7 years of peace, under the guidance of that ninja god in Konoha, even in a city where prices are high, the cost of grain remains remarkably affordable, sufficient for all families in Konoha to procure ample supplies, with surplus to spare. Faced with the availability of grain at such ease, who would go to great lengths to manage agricultural production? Even he hesitated. On one hand, the long-standing desire for grain from the Warring States period prevented him from relinquishing it. On the other hand, managing these lands and the production of grain fell within his rights. To abandon them would be to forsake his own authority, resulting in substantial losses. If it were merely his own concern, he might not mind. However, behind him were numerous family members relying on him. Not to mention the considerable expenses for his youngest daughter, Yukina's medical condition. If he were to withdraw from this sphere of influence, where could he turn to secure the information to procure rare medicinal herbs? Where could he find a renowned physician for his daughter's ailment? Contemplating this, Uchiha Raimen's gaze towards Uchiha Tenshu was filled with gratitude. Indeed, that is precisely the case. After your passing, it is conceivable that the estates managed by the family in the outside world may be sold off, leaving only a small portion near the village, barely sufficient for self-sufficiency. When war arrives, we will be entirely reliant on the village. But when that time comes, will the family still have the audacity to oppose the village? Certainly not. Uchiha Raimon hastily remarked, his eyes betraying a palpable fear of such a scenario, for under those circumstances, the Uchiha clan would almost entirely lose its ability to refuse. Indeed, Uchiha Tenshu clapped his hands. When that moment arrives, even when faced with the most outrageous tasks from the village, a famished family will have no choice but to charge ahead regardless. Such a family, rather than being regarded as the prestigious Uchiha clan of the ninja world, would merely be seen as loyal hounds of Konoha. They would even be akin to the faithful dogs of Senju Tobarama whenever tasks are issued by their Hokage lineage. The Uchiha clan would have to comply without any possibility of retreat. By that time, the Uchiha clan would have utterly lost its dignity and freedom. Uchiha Tenshu pondered his conjecture. The ninja world is a peculiar realm. Despite possessing formidable power, ninjas still accept missions, serving the powerful, while adhering to strict standards of conduct and credibility. Even rogue ninjas like Zabuza do not entertain thoughts of assassinating those who issue tasks. Hence, if the Uchiha clan were to sell off their external estates, repurchasing them would likely prove a daunting task, for the properties retained during Konoha's establishment were implicitly preserved. Each family has its own sphere of interests. However, should one voluntarily relinquish certain interests and another family takes over, the discarded family would not be able to reclaim them. Moreover, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire has imposed various restrictions on Konoha, preserving only the lands owned by each family prior to the village's founding. After Konoha's establishment, all families have been forbidden from purchasing or occupying any lands outside the village in the Land of Fire. Violators would face collective retribution from all families within the Land of Fire. Thus, the land owned by the Uchiha clan is a non-renewable resource, a significant asset that can only diminish, never increase. Even if it incurs losses year after year, it must be retained. Otherwise, losing control over food supplies would mean descending into the realm of banditry, forcing ninjas to survive solely by accepting missions. Once engaged in missions, they would effectively surrender all autonomy to the village. Uchiha Tenshu could not help but recall the absurd tasks issued by Konoha in later years. Under the dominion of Konoha's F4, various unreasonable missions caused untold suffering for the ninjas. With pressures mounting from the front and rear, numerous ninjas found themselves undertaking tasks far beyond their capabilities, while the upper echelons of Konoha's families feasted to their heart's content. Thus, the current machinations appear to be the designs of Elder Uchiha Mei, who seeks to eliminate you and strip the Uchiha clan of its autonomy, reducing it to mere constituents of Konoha. Should they completely relinquish their independence, the Uchiha would be relegated to the status of a mere lapdog for the village, subjected to its every whim. In this treachery, Uchiha May could ascend to the higher echelons of Konoha, betraying his own lineage for the sake of loyalty to the village. Embodying the very essence of a traitor, Uchiha Tenshu spoke through clenched teeth. Perhaps, in the end, Uchiha May would proclaim this a necessary sacrifice, a phase of painful transition. He might merely utter platitudes, yet for Elder Raimin and for you, Shuyuki, what is at stake is your very lives. Uchiha Tenshu resolutely branded Uchiha May as a traitor, denying him any chance of redemption. Tenshu is not one to forget past grievances, particularly regarding the elite ninja affair, which weighs heavily on his mind. Ultimately, he incited further discord. Of course, Uchiha Tenshu spoke no falsehoods. Possessing the foresight of unfolding events, he was acutely aware of the original trajectory of history without his intervention. Elder Uchiha Raimin's fate was solely death, absent the provisions of alcohol, grain, and the safeguarding of their farmlands that he provided. The inevitable outcome would have been the depletion of resources, leaving the Uchiha clan to cling to the remnants of the Uchiha Guard and subsist on menial tasks for Konoha. Not to mention, the ambush by the Tsuchigumo clan ultimately resulted in their alignment with Konoha. Is there no justice in this world? No rule of law? No semblance of order? Chapter 18. Preparedness. There is no need for excessive contemplation. The outcome of this event is already quite evident. As the orchestrator behind the scenes, Senju Tobarama aims to eliminate Elder Uchiha Raimon, thereby transforming the Uchiha clan from a faction of independents into loyal hounds of Konoha. Even if their spirit remains unyielding, the loss of their land as a source of sustenance will compel them to rely on the missions provided by the village for survival, regardless of any verbal disrespect they may endure. In a previous life, even the most indifferent individuals understood the paramount importance of logistics and military endeavors. Food is the lifeblood of an army, the very foundation upon which all actions are predicated. Regrettably, in this era, the Uchiha clan exhibits a shocking disregard for matters concerning sustenance. They seem to have forgotten the hardships of their past the moment they experience a taste of prosperity. It is crucial to remember that during the Warring States period, they fought fiercely against other clans for mere grains of rice. Presently, had it not been for the vehement opposition of Elder Uchiha Raimon, they might have hastily sold their lands for quick profits. At such a juncture, not only would the Uchiha clan struggle to engage in commerce, but they would also face exorbitant taxation imposed by the village under any pretext, effectively shattering their very bones. The village could easily justify such actions as serving its own interests, even enacting specific laws to limit the Uchiha clan's activities. In essence, as described by Uchiha Tenshu, the Uchiha clan finds itself bereft of farmland and food reserves, burdened by excessive commercial taxes, and relegated to mere mercenaries for Konoha. The prospect of defying the village's commands would mean the absence of missions to undertake. Such a terrifying reality. These assertions are indeed alarming. Their actions seem bent on the complete annihilation of our Uchiha clan. Elder Uchiha Raimon exclaimed in shock. Yet as he recalled Elder Uchiha May's past compromises with Konoha, the persistent demands for leniency from the clan, and the actions taken during family meetings, where silence was often preferred. But once spoken, he stood in opposition. He could not help but feel the weight of despair. Each instance felt like an echo of the last, as if the policies of both sides were inherently at odds, with the opposing party always positioned against him, even when merely supporting others. Should he regard them as traitors? Then all their actions could be deemed reasonable. After all, they were treacherous souls, seeking to undermine the clan and gain advantages at its expense. Choosing to oppose him merely for the sake of opposition, consistently eroding his authority. As one who has traversed from the Warring States to the present, his endeavors have always been aimed at strengthening the Uchiha clan's foundation, meticulously preparing for the inevitable return of warfare. However, in this era of the village, do the interests of his family truly align with those of the village, or must the clan be sacrificed for the sake of the village? Uchiha Raimon could not help but reflect on the friendship that once flourished between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, ultimately shattered by Hashirama's resolute declaration, "Anyone who threatens the village, be they brother, friend, or even my own child, shall not be spared." This thought lingered in Raimon's mind, illuminating the deeper implications of the situation. "I understand now. I truly understand," Uchiha Raimon murmured, as a newfound clarity enveloped him. Alas, should the traitor be Uchiha Akira, the matter would undoubtedly become fraught with complications. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ryman's pale visage as he grappled with how to address the predicament judiciously. Unlike other elders within the clan, Raymond could devise various stratagems to exploit a moment of unpreparedness and eliminate the threat discreetly. In the aftermath, informing the clan would suffice, rendering the opinions of Konoha inconsequential. After all, even Senju Hashirama, the epitome of benevolence, refrained from intervening in the oppressive practices of the Nara clan, underscoring the essence of clan autonomy. However, Uchiha Akira, the second elder, held the pivotal role of communicating with the village. His responsibilities encompassed mediating the interests between clans and villages, and notably, he had entrusted his son, Uchiha Kyu, to Senju Tobarama for his education. Should he be eliminated, it would undoubtedly provoke a response from Tobarama. Given the current strength of the Uchiha clan, confronting Tobarama, bolstered by Hashirama's support, would be an insurmountable challenge. Uchiha Akira had, to assert his stance, entrusted his son to Tobarama, who harbors an aversion towards our clan, yearning for our complete annihilation. If he perceives an opportunity to eradicate us, a man like Tobarama, consumed by animosity, would undoubtedly seize it. The fact that he is yet to act merely suggests his intent to undermine us gradually, inflicting harm over time. Uchiha Tenshu asserted with unwavering conviction. Moreover, even if we could set aside our own grievances, could the members of the Senju clan truly do the same? If they are determined to exact revenge, how could the Uchiha clan possibly defend itself? I have heard it said that in this world, there exists the thief who plunders for 1,000 days, but no means to guard against such theft for 1,000 days. Failing to take precautions now may lead to a lifetime of regret, Uchiha Tenshu expressed with profound concern. This was his first occasion, before others, to deliberately voice his innermost thoughts. Furthermore, there is no necessity to immediately eliminate the traitor Uchiha Akira. Understanding that Uchiha Raymond wished to avoid familial discord, Uchiha Tenshu continued to incite discussion. Conversely, allowing this overt traitor to remain among us would better illuminate the Senju clan's sentiments towards us. The Senju clan may still pose a threat to us, and in due time, we can turn the tables and discern their true sentiments towards our Uchiha clan, allowing us to prepare in advance. The words of Uchiha Tenshu captured the attention of Uchiha Layman. What do you imply? Uchiha Layman inquired, his gaze fixed intently. Perhaps we should prepare for both eventualities. Uchiha Tenshu declared, raising two fists in front of him. Prepare for both eventualities. Uchiha Layman found himself perplexed by the meaning behind this statement. Indeed, Uchiha Tenshu affirmed with a nod, stating, if the Senju clan can set aside their deep-seated animosity and genuinely wish to reconcile with us, we certainly have no intention of leaving Konoha. However, we must remain vigilant. As the saying goes, one must harbor no ill will, yet must remain guarded against others. Would you not agree, Elder Layman? That is indeed a valid point. Uchiha Layman responded in agreement. Our Uchiha clan should embody this principle. We must harbor no intentions of harm, yet remain ever vigilant against potential threats. Your words resonate deeply with me. Please, continue. Very well. Uchiha Tenshu nodded and continued. Thus, regardless of the Senju clan's intentions towards us, we must not forsake our ability to protect ourselves. Whether it be the food reserves from these fields or the stockpiling of other weapons, we must not rely solely on Konoha's supply as our main source. We must establish our own sources to avoid becoming dependent on others. These are practices that our Uchiha clan has historically upheld, and we must persist in these endeavors without faltering. Chapter 19. A firm resolution indeed. You are absolutely correct. The proud Uchiha clan shall never languish in servitude, but must maintain its independence. Uchiha Raimon nodded in agreement. After Uchiha Tenshu's prophetic words regarding the future, Uchiha Raimon's resolve solidified. Realizing that the entire Uchiha clan had become short-sighted, embroiled in trivial pursuits, only he and Uchiha Tenshu truly comprehended the perilous situation confronting the Uchiha clan. His heart swelled with a sense of self-satisfaction. Very well. Let me be the one to save the Uchiha. It is time for me to fight earnestly for the future of my family. As he pondered this, the brilliance of his Sharingan intensified. The once menacing Tomo gradually shed its terrifying aura, now radiating a resplendent clarity akin to a precious gem. His ocular prowess advanced to a new level. Uchiha Raimon swiftly recognized the shift, his heart soaring with joy. My Sharingan has ascended yet again. This level of ocular power nearly surpasses double that of my previous ability. Although it has not yet reached the kaleidoscope level, it far exceeds the limitations of a standard three-tomo Sharingan, standing at the precipice between the three-tomo and the kaleidoscope. Alas, this leap is monumental. I fear I may never have the opportunity to transcend this boundary in my lifetime. Uchiha Raimon sighed inwardly, yet he remained unready. After all, the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is fraught with misfortune. If I could forever refrain from unlocking these eyes in exchange for the happiness of my loved ones, what harm would there be? Uchiha Tenshu, oblivious to Uchiha Raimon's innermost thoughts, nonetheless noted the change in his ocular power. He continued, furthermore, we must prepare a refuge far from the land of fire and Konoha. This is a precaution to ensure that, should the need arise, our Uchiha clan can evacuate a portion of our members from Konoha at any time, securing a retreat no matter the circumstance. Regarding this matter, I propose that I take personal responsibility for these arrangements. After all, with one of our elders, Uchiha Akira, having betrayed us, who can say how many of our clan members have been lulled into complacency by these years of peace? Therefore, we must remain ever vigilant. As Uchiha Tenshu spoke, a serious expression graced his youthful countenance, reflecting an unwavering commitment to the family's secrecy. However, in his actions, he began to reveal his true intentions, laying the groundwork for his own ventures, even if it means ensuring a fallback for the Uchiha. It also serves the dual purpose of garnering additional support for his entrepreneurial endeavors. There is no reason not to pursue this. Moreover, given that Uchiha Tenshu has now attained the rank of an elite nin, he lacks substantial combat experience. To further his development, engaging in necessary battles and external training is imperative. It is essential to recognize that each elite ninja, at the level of Jonin, has endured countless battles, becoming a veritable machine of death. The more formidable ninjas, beginning with the elite Jonin, exude such a palpable aura of killing intent that even ordinary individuals are rendered utterly incapable of resistance. This is even more pronounced among the shadow-level powerhouses, who can wield their imposing presence to eliminate opponents directly. One of the prerequisites for achieving such prowess is the cultivation of one's spirit amidst profound resolve. Bloodshed serves as the most effective means of nurturing this growth, and it is an indispensable condition for becoming a true powerhouse. In this regard, Uchiha Tenshu does not shy away from the notion of violence. As ancient wisdom states, to kill one is a crime, but to slay thousands is an act of valor. To vanquish 900,000 elevates one to the pinnacle of might. It is evident that to accomplish great feats that transcend the capabilities of the common man, one must embrace the necessity of death. Furthermore, the world of ninjas is a predatory realm, where the survival of the fittest prevails. To refrain from consuming others is to forfeit the chance to ascend to greater heights. Kaguya Otsutsuki devoured all life and energy from an entire planet, emerging unscathed as the goddess of the moon. The Sage of Six Paths consumed the souls and chakra of the deceased across the globe, achieving his legendary status. Other members of the Otsutsuki clan similarly devoured multiple planets without consequence. Even the heroes of a bygone era, such as Qin Shi Huang and Zhu Yuanzhang, committed numerous atrocities. Yet their grand achievements allowed their legacies to be revered, with descendants either praising their ancestors or distorting truths for the sake of honor. From the outset, Uchiha Tenshu's ambition has been crystal clear, to ascend step by step to the zenith of power and attain all that he desires. In this pursuit, bloodshed is merely a tool to reach his objective. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu does not become ensnared in the trivialities of base slaughter. Under such circumstances, whether in terms of enhancing his abilities or exploring other avenues, Uchiha Tenshu must venture beyond the confines of his village. Moreover, his aspirations to establish his own domain necessitate a thorough exploration of the ninja world, discerning where opportunities for growth lie and where they do not. Merely envisioning this in his mind is insufficient for ensuring success. Therefore, the present moment presents the optimal opportunity for exploration, engaging in practical combat, and garnering support for his entrepreneurial endeavors. With Senju Hashirama still alive, the reputation of the god of shinobi overshadows all other forces within the ninja realm, assuring that as a Leaf Village ninja, he is unlikely to encounter formidable adversaries or extraordinary dangers. Additionally, with Senju Tobarama yet to assume office, external forces are unlikely to instigate wars that could draw him into conflict. Otherwise, once Senju Tobarama takes office next year, Uchiha Tenshu anticipates that the Uchiha clan will begin to experience difficulties. Moreover, other great powers have begun to incessantly probe Konoha. The ninjas venturing outside are bound to encounter attacks disguised as originating from other ninja factions. As the years progress, the situation will inevitably plunge deeper into the abyss of war. Thus, all actions must be rationalized in this opportune moment, so that when Senju Tobirama assumes office, it will seem like the norm, devoid of any suspicion. This focus must continuously gravitate towards oneself. Another consideration is that the Senju clan harbors deep-seated animosity towards us, never regarding us as comrades of Konoha. Therefore, we must remain vigilant against the traps set by the Senju clan and their allied factions, lest the Uchiha clan face annihilation. After all, who can ascertain if the current Senju clan is merely lulling us into a false sense of security before delivering a fatal blow? We must not afford to be complacent. Uchiha Tenshu stated solemnly. Despite his words, in light of the current situation with Elder Raiman, Tenshu was implicitly advising him to treat the adversary as an enemy, especially since they have already come to our doorstep. Surely not. While this ambush may have been orchestrated by Senju Tobirama, it could also merely reflect his individual intentions, Elder Uchiha Raiman replied hesitantly. After all, in the years following the establishment of Konoha, he had observed that many ordinary Senju clansmen did not seem particularly antagonistic towards the Uchiha, resembling more of an interpersonal grievance. Elder Raiman, you must not be so naive. The Senju have been at odds with us Uchiha for many years. Such animosity is not easily dispelled. While Konoha appears peaceful on the surface, the vigilance of the Senju towards us has never waned. Coupled with Tobirama's hostility, the common clansmen will merely follow orders and will not concern themselves with our innocence. In summary, we cannot entrust the fate of our entire clan to the goodwill of the Senju. Should they find an opportunity, the Uchiha will surely plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Uchiha Tenshu's gaze was resolute, his words earnest and filled with gravity. It was after Uchiha Raiman had narrowly escaped an assassination that he became acutely aware of Tobirama's ill intentions. Furthermore, in the few years following Konoha's establishment, all clans within the ninja world prioritized their own interests above that of the village. As such, the notion of the will of fire, the strongest illusion, has yet to thoroughly permeate their hearts. Otherwise, Uchiha Tenshu would not dare voice such treasonous sentiments. Elder Raiman fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. You are correct, Tenshu. At this moment, Uchiha Raiman finally resolved to act. Since Tenshu's arrival, Raiman's thoughts had undergone numerous transformations. Unbeknownst to him, he had already made a decision tantamount to betraying the village. Since you are willing to undertake this task, I shall arrange a special assignment for you within the family, providing you with ample justification to leave the village unnoticed. However, once you step outside, the responsibility for these matters will rest solely upon your shoulders. Should any complications arise, I will dispatch a trusted confidant to assist you. Remember, it is imperative to act with utmost caution and ensure that no one else becomes aware of your actions. Uchiha Raiman advised, gazing intently at Tenshu. Having observed Uchiha Tenshu's growth over the past 2 years, Uchiha Raiman held an unwavering appreciation for his talent and wisdom. Considering him a rare genius of the Uchiha clan, one not seen in a millennium, particularly in terms of intellect. Thus, he understood Tenshu's intentions clearly. Given Tenshu's confidence in his ability to handle such matters, Raiman felt assured in allowing him to proceed. Rest assured, Lord Raiman, I will prepare in secrecy to secure a retreat for our clan. Should the Senju clan harbor any nefarious intentions, we will ensure our safe withdrawal. Preserving at least the embers of the Uchiha legacy, Tenshu replied, a surge of joy swelling within him, though his exterior remained composed as he patted his chest. Finally, he was poised to take the first step towards greatness. Chapter 20. Prophecy. I hope the clan does not resort to this retreat, for if they do, how many lives would be sacrificed? Uchiha Raiman sighed, lamenting that after much effort to lay down their grievances, conflict has once again erupted. Can even the legendary ninja, Senju Hashirama, truly not restrain his kin from harboring hatred? Uchiha Raiman found himself engulfed in a melancholic sentiment. It is perplexing that the peace they so ardently desired is now shattered by their own hands. In response, the 7-year-old Uchiha Tenshu, displaying an air of maturity beyond his years, shook his head in exasperation and sighed, My esteemed Elder Raiman, how is it that you do not comprehend? Look at the current situation. You have already been slain once, and yet you still ponder their perspective. Is this not a distortion of priorities? Whether they choose to disrupt this fragile peace is a matter for them to deliberate. Our duty is to remain ever prepared for battle, regardless of time or place. Moreover, in contrast to the Senju clan's self-proclaimed love for their kin, it is we, the Uchiha clan, who embody true affection, for the sake of peace. We have relinquished a millennium of enmity to extend a hand in reconciliation, yet it is the Senju clan that harbors the deepest grudges within their hearts. At this juncture, Uchiha Tenshu paused briefly before continuing. Regardless of the circumstances, we, the Uchiha clan, stand unrepentant. His tone then shifted to one of indignation. Observing the so-called ninja deity, Senju Hashirama, he remarked, though he speaks eloquently, what of his actions? They are nothing short of disgraceful. He preaches mutual understanding, yet fails to grasp the plight of the Uchiha, allowing his brother, Senju Tobirama, to commit various transgressions. Aware of Tobirama's deliberate provocations, he nonetheless endorsed him as Hokage. He speaks of peace, yet he has distributed the tailed beast's tools of war to other nations. Just wait, on the battlefield, the Uchiha will inevitably be overwhelmed by those very beasts. Uchiha Tenshu gestured dismissively towards the Hokage building, his disdain evident. Furthermore, he recalled the initial agreement to entrust the Hokage position to the Uchiha clan, only for his brother, Senju Tobirama, to resort to cunning schemes, enticing other minor clans with promises of benefit to transform the Hokage into a figure supported by all, thus, a true Hokage. What is this? Originally, two clans with a millennium of enmity sought reconciliation under lofty ideals, yet he orchestrated such a nefarious plot. It may appear advantageous, but in reality, it has left the village shrouded in a dark miasma, and one day, Tobirama's actions will surely bring catastrophic repercussions upon the Senju clan. Uchiha Tenshu spat in the direction of the Hokage building, a gesture of his contempt. Moreover, take this individual for instance, who previously incited Elder Uchiha Ming to betray your whereabouts and orchestrate ambushes against you. In any case, they have never truly contemplated reconciliation. Thus, Lord Laymen, we must remain vigilant and prepare ourselves in advance, lest we find ourselves at a disadvantage when they are ready to strike. You are indeed correct. We cannot afford to lower our guard, yet at present, we are under the protection of the legendary ninja Senju Hashirama. We must endure and make provisions for alternative paths to survival. Uchiha laymen acknowledged this reality. Regrettably, it is now too late to comprehend this. His battered body can scarcely endure for a few more years. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly take matters into his own hands, even at the peril of his own life, to expose the treachery of Tobirama for all to witness. However, for now, he can only strive to buy time for the younger generation. As for the so-called will of fire, it is merely a continuous deception aimed at naive individuals like us Uchiha. It is likely that when they ascend to the position of Hokage, they will abandon this charade of choice altogether. They may not even bother to inform our Uchiha clan, simply announcing the list of Hokage without a second thought. What? Are you suggesting that they will not even pretend? Will the other clans condone such occurrences? Uchiha laymen found this notion rather surreal, still believing that the likelihood of such an event transpiring was minimal and utterly inconceivable. Uchiha Tenshu grew increasingly resolute, insisting, just wait and see. The position of the second Hokage will undoubtedly be seized by a member of the Senju clan. Moreover, it will be predetermined, requiring no selection from other clans. The idea that a Hokage requires the approval of all is sheer nonsense. The other clans are merely inconsequential spectators, devoid of any substantial influence. Uchiha Tenshu remarked with disdain, as if looking down upon the other clans with scorn and ridicule. He continued, however, since they initially chose the path where a Hokage is recognized by the collective, they must now endure the consequences of their own choices. This is their own decision, for which they cannot blame others. Uchiha Tenshu's words exuded confidence and arrogance, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of the other clans. He even mocked them, believing their existence to be mere decoration, utterly devoid of significance. To be frank, if it were not for the persistent existence of the Senju clan as a rival, the Uchiha clan would have obliterated 9/10 of the families in the ninja world long ago. Yet, the Senju clan, the proverbial troublemaker, always rises to oppose whatever the Uchiha clan seeks to accomplish. They speak of understanding, love, and peace, which is utterly nonsensical, bordering on madness. In the end, what of it? The result of aiding other clans against the Uchiha is that one's own clan is ultimately vanquished by those they once helped. If we consider the original narrative, it seems that the Uchiha clan has managed to outlive the Senju clan by several decades. Indeed, during those years of relative ease for the Uchiha clan, they predominantly found themselves in opposition to certain decisions made by the village. This adversarial relationship was never eradicated, ultimately leading to a decision to reconcile with Konoha. Mere years later, they faced annihilation, an outcome that is indeed rather ludicrous. Since Uchiha Tenshu subtly redirected Uchiha Raimon's focus from the matters of Konoha to those beyond its borders, Raimon's attention began to wane. He no longer concentrated solely on the internal affairs of the village, harboring hopes for a peaceful coexistence between his clan and the Hidden Leaf village. In a bid to further invest in this newfound perspective, Uchiha Tenshu resolved to divulge a modicum of Konoha's internal dynamics to Uchiha Raimon. This approach served a dual purpose. On one hand, to solidify Raimon's convictions and bolster his faith in his own judgments, on the other, to allow him to witness firsthand the grimy and increasingly murky reality of this nascent village that had, in truth, begun to decay. Through Tenshu's persuasive discourse, Elder Uchiha Raimon relinquished any lingering hopes and commenced discussions with Tenshu regarding their plans to venture forth. Chapter 21. Entrustment 1. Cough, cough, cough. Huh. Elder Uchiha Raimon gasped for breath, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, his eyes devoid of luster, and his mental faculties severely impaired. The reckless extraction of chakra had taken a toll on his body, rendering him incapable of action for the foreseeable future. He would need a period of quiet recuperation to regain his strength, not to mention the damage inflicted upon his lifespan. At this rate, he feared he had but a few years left. Elder Raimon, are you well? Uchiha Tenshu approached with concern, placing his hand over Raimon's wound, preparing to invoke a healing technique to alleviate his suffering. In the instant the healing technique's radiance illuminated the air. Its warm and gentle glow flowed over Elder Uchiha Raimon like a soothing stream. As the healing technique was employed, Raimon's formerly ashen visage began to exhibit the faintest hint of color under the glow. His tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly before slowly opening, a clear sign that his pain had lessened. However, despite the slight improvement brought by the healing technique, Elder Raimon remained exceedingly frail. His breaths, although no longer as rapid and labored, still seemed somewhat strained. His body, no longer trembling violently, had settled into a relatively more stable state. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that this healing technique, significantly enhanced by Uchiha Tenshu, was still fundamentally a low-level ninjutsu. Even with Tenshu's extensive development and utilization of this technique, it could not transcend the limitations inherent to its basic nature, incapable of resurrecting the dead. In that moment, Uchiha Tenshu felt an urgent yearning for his medical ninjutsu to be more potent. If only he possessed the healing prowess of Tsunade from the original storyline. Such an injury would be effortlessly remedied, rather than leaving him feeling helpless as he did now. Yet, Tsunade had yet to be born. The realm of medical ninjutsu across the ninja world remained largely undeveloped, akin to a barren wasteland. Pursuing mastery in medical ninjutsu was fraught with challenges, leaving him to rely solely on self-study for growth. As for the healing technique currently at his disposal, while it could alleviate Elder Raimon's suffering to some extent, it was far from capable of defying fate. It was akin to a lone boat amid a tempest. It might withstand the onslaught of the storm temporarily, yet ultimately succumb to the overwhelming tide. Damn that Senju Tobarama and the traitors within the clan. One day, I shall make you pay in blood. Uchiha Tenshu vowed fiercely within his heart. After a brief moment, Uchiha Tenshu ceased his ministrations. All of Elder Raimon's injuries had been addressed. At this juncture, beneath the bandages, Raimon's body bore no external injuries of significant severity, merely superficial flesh wounds. However, due to the forceful extraction of energy from his physical form, his body has now lost the capacity for recovery. Without external energy to absorb, the likelihood is that his injuries will only worsen, ultimately leading to a gradual depletion of his bodily energy and, consequently, death. This forced refinement of chakra has resulted in a deterioration of his life force, and Uchiha Tenshu finds himself at a loss. Throughout the annals of ninja history, the consequence of forcibly extracting an excessive amount of chakra beyond one's limits has invariably led to mental and physical dysfunction, culminating in death. In Uchiha Tenshu's view, this issue has transcended the realm of mere mortals and ventured into the domain of the Yin-Yang shield, a matter far beyond ordinary resolution. As for external injuries, the Uchiha clan possesses numerous secret medicines to facilitate the absorption of energy from the outside world for the restoration of such wounds. Thus, it is not a concern for Uchiha Tenshu. His efforts may only serve to alleviate the pain. He mused with a sense of helplessness. Do not worry. The family physician has already examined me. At least for the next few years, my condition is not a cause for concern, Uchiha Raimon insisted. forcing himself to wave his hand with a warm smile playing at the corners of his lips as he spoke to Uchiha Tenshu. Despite his apparent nonchalance, who could truly disregard the value of their own life? I fear my time may be limited. As for Lingwe, I'm not troubled. Her talents are exceptional. And given time, she will undoubtedly become an outstanding ninja, fully capable of safeguarding herself in this perilous world. However, my youngest daughter, Yukino, weighs heavily on my mind. Uchiha Raimon silently reflected, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Unlike Lingwe, Yukino possesses a more fragile disposition, afflicted by a hereditary condition associated with her bloodline limit, rendering her incapable of training. In this harsh ninja world, relying solely on her own strength may prove insufficient for survival. After much contemplation and years of observation, Uchiha Raimon had already resolved, even prior to Uchiha Tenshu's arrival, to entrust his second daughter, Uchiha Yukino, to him. Uchiha Tenshu is not only immensely gifted but also possesses a sharp intellect and resourcefulness, ensuring that he would not easily encounter misfortune. While his character may not be described as particularly virtuous or kind, he is profoundly loyal and values relationships deeply. The years of personal guidance he has received, coupled with his interactions with Yukino, have fostered a bond of considerable depth. Even with his ambitious nature, he is capable of managing those he has taken under his wing. Given his strength and with a few years for growth, he would not fall victim to the strife of the ninja world. After all, this lad possesses an astuteness akin to that of a seasoned strategist, making him one of the most trustworthy figures in the ninja realm. Uchiha Raimon firmly believes that, should he entrust his youngest daughter Yukino to him, she would receive the utmost care and protection, even in the event of his departure from this world. Having made this decision, Uchiha Raimon felt a slight easing of his burdensome heart. He understood that this was the best arrangement for Yukino at present. Although his heart was heavy with reluctance, he knew he must act for his daughter's future. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Raimon hesitated no longer. He gently placed his hand on Uchiha Tensu's shoulder, fixing his gaze upon Tensu's eyes, and suddenly inquired, "Tensu, what do you think of Yukino?" "Yukino?" In response to the unexpected question, Uchiha Tensu answered without a moment's hesitation, "Yukino's personality is gentle and quite endearing. I truly admire her far more than Lingwe." Tensu praised, inadvertently mentioning Yukino's sister, Lingwe. He recalled the proud girl who often caused him trouble, nitpicking at his every flaw, while keeping a watchful eye on both him and Yukino. Oddly enough, he realized she had not appeared today, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. In the next moment, Uchiha Raimon's words interrupted his thoughts. "What if I were to entrust Yukino to you? What do you think of that? Are you willing?" Uchiha Raimon's gaze was fixed intently on Uchiha Tensu, his tone earnest and devoid of any ambiguity. Uchiha Tensu was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, he adopted a serious demeanor. With a firm hand on his chest, he declared, "Though I do not comprehend the reason behind Elder Raimon's decision, I do know that Yukino is one of the most important people in my life. No matter what happens at any moment, I shall never allow anyone to harm her. I would stake my very life as a guarantee." Tensu's eyes shimmered with resolve, an unwavering spirit that no mountain of blades or sea of flames could deter. Chapter 22. Entrustment 2. Well, from now on, I shall place them in your care. Uchiha Raimon finally smiled with a sense of relief. "Yukino and Lingwe are entrusted to you. Yes, you may rest assured. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall do my utmost to protect Yukino." Oh dear, wait a moment. What about Lingwe? Is there some mistake? Uchiha Tenshu solemnly promised, patting his chest. However, midway through his declaration, Uchiha Tenshu suddenly heard a faint sound. His eyes widened in surprise, revealing a puzzled expression. Wasn't it only mentioned that Yukino would be entrusted? How did another one appear? In response, Uchiha Raimon jested. "You young lad may find joy in this. The sisters are unwilling to be separated, so they are both entrusted to your care." In truth, Uchiha Raimon was acutely aware that his own time was limited to just a few years. Within such a brief span, if he were unable to restore Yukino's health, her fate would be sealed. How could he trade her entire life for Uchiha Tenshu's? Even as a father, such selfishness was beyond comprehension. Moreover, compared to other family members, only Uchiha Tenshu could earn his unwavering trust, Uchiha Raimon contemplated. He understood that upon his departure, even if he left behind a vast fortune, it would be difficult to ensure the well-being of his two daughters. After all, the Uchiha clan held power in high esteem, while they valued family and kin. When it came to distinguishing between public and private matters, they would still favor the strongest. In his absence, his lineage would inevitably become vulnerable, easily manipulated and subjected to oppression and conflict. Given Uchiha Raimon's understanding of his daughters, it was evident that, aside from the younger daughter who lay bedridden, the elder daughter Lingue, despite her remarkable talent for cultivation, lacked the acumen for navigating the treacheries of intrigue. Forcing the family legacy upon them would only invite greater peril. Yet, relinquishing all authority did not guarantee safety. On the contrary, it would plunge them into a more perilous situation. Even if Uchiha Raimon did not fully grasp the notion that the further one strayed from power, the more easily one could be abandoned. He was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Thus, in order to ensure their safety, he hoped for understanding regarding his selfishness. Only someone like Uchiha Tenshu could navigate this precarious situation and confront all dangers. Regrettably, Yukino's health was also in decline. Therefore, to ensure Tenshu's dedication, Lingue had to be included as well. In this manner, he could entrust everything to Uchiha Tenshu. In conclusion, I place everything in your hands. Uchiha Raimon's voice was deep and resolute as he reiterated, as if this phrase had been silently repeated in his heart countless times. His gaze fixed upon the horizon. As if peering through the present scenery to glimpse a future he fervently anticipated, a future brimming with promise, where both Yukino and Lingue could live in happiness. After uttering these words, without waiting for Uchiha Tenshu's response, Uchiha Raimon slowly raised his hand and gently waved it. This seemingly casual gesture was, in fact, a signal, one that only he and his most loyal subordinates could comprehend. In an instant, a ripple seemed to stir in the air as a shadow darted forth like lightning. This figure, swift as the wind, arrived at the side of Uchiha Layman in the blink of an eye. With a swish, the shadow landed gracefully on the ground, revealing its true visage, clad in a layer of tight black attire that seemed to meld with the darkness. The figure wore a mask that obscured all but a pair of piercing eyes, which radiated coldness and ruthlessness. A dark short blade rested at its back, exuding an extraordinary aura of pressure even without being drawn. This was an elite shinobi, far from an ordinary one. Uchiha Tenshu marveled inwardly, his gaze fixated on the individual before him, as if seeking to penetrate the exterior and glimpse the depths of their strength and potential. Uchiha Layman gestured towards the figure known as Ashes and said to Uchiha Tenshu, "This is Ashes, my loyal subordinate, and the blade that serves only me." He then turned to Uchiha Tenshu, pointing at Ashes, "From this day forth, you shall become my heir, and he will be your master in the future. You must pledge absolute loyalty to him, just as you do to me." Uchiha Layman then addressed Ashes, "Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." Ashes nodded, his deep voice resonating with a firm conviction, before casting a glance at Uchiha Tenshu. "Lord Tenshu." "Indeed." Uchiha Tenshu slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement. He understood that this was Uchiha Layman's trust and expectation of him, as well as a recognition of Ash's capabilities. "Go and check on Yukino and the others." Uchiha Layman instructed before turning decisively, leading Ashes towards the study. Uchiha Tenshu watched their receding figures, comprehending that Uchiha Layman was about to address the ongoing situation. He intended to inform the elders of the clan, making them aware of the gravity of the matter and preparing them for the impending challenges. After all, the duplicitous Senju Tobarama was a cunning adversary, and no one could foresee what schemes he might devise next. Without preemptive measures, others in the clan might fall victim to Uchiha Akira's covert machinations, much like before. Thus, even if Uchiha Akira could not be completely eradicated, it was imperative for the elders to recognize the situation, distinguish friend from foe, and acknowledge the lurking threat within the clan. Only in this manner could the family maintain stability and security in the days to come. Meanwhile, after Uchiha Layman had departed, Uchiha Tenshu found himself in turmoil. Wait, with such a significant event unfolding, Yukino and the others will surely inquire. How should I respond? What am I to do now? His heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him somewhat bewildered. How was he to explain this to Yukino and the others? Were they even aware of it? Uchiha Tenshu's expression reflected his inner struggle as he recalled the departed Uchiha Layman. After a lengthy pause, he resolved, "Never mind. I shall handle it as I usually do." With that, Uchiha Tenshu released a slow, measured breath. Yet, beneath the seemingly carefree visage of Uchiha Tenshu, a profound weight lingered in his heart, growing ever heavier. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the staircase at the corner leading to the castle, as if the path ahead were fraught with challenges. Just as he hesitated, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, He recalled the moments spent within these castle walls, where familiar corridors, chambers, and corners seemed to beckon him. A delicate figure with silken white hair, a gentle voice, incessantly calling out, "Brother Tenshio, dear Tenshio," echoed in his memory. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu inhaled deeply, steadied his resolve, and resolutely ascended the staircase. His footsteps were light yet assured, as if he possessed an intimate knowledge of every nook and cranny of this castle. After navigating a few corners, he stumbled upon the most familiar room within the opulent and intricate castle. The door stood quietly, exuding an aura of warmth and familiarity. With a soft sigh, Uchiha Tenshu gently pushed the door open, its hinges creaking softly, as though the castle itself welcomed his return. Inside, the air was imbued with a soothing warmth. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon the lavish wooden bed, the pristine sheets unfurling like soft clouds. Upon this comfortable bed lay a small figure, reclining against the plush cushion, seemingly enveloped in the embrace of softness. Her pillow was adorned with a cascade of silky white hair. Delicate, pale hands turned the pages of a book with a gentle grace. The little girl's complexion was as fragile as porcelain, yet her large, dark eyes resembled deep, serene lakes, exuding a haunting beauty. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, adding a touch of vivacity to her countenance. Her lips, pale with a hint of rosy hue, belonged to none other than Uchiha Yukino. Chapter 23. Memories of the past. The gentle rustling of pages echoed softly as Yukino Uchiha delicately flipped through the sheets, each turn producing a faint whisper. Through her tender, jade-like fingers, it became evident that this was not a complete book, but rather a meticulous arrangement of individual sheets of paper, their edges finely trimmed to fit together seamlessly, as if they were one entity. Her exquisite visage resembled a masterfully crafted work of art, yet her focus remained solely on the pages before her, as though the entirety of the world existed within this singular space. Her pupils, as dark as ink and perfectly proportioned, mirrored the depths of a serene and mysterious lake. However, her gaze was far from vacant. It was firmly anchored on the text within the book. To her, these words served as a key that unlocked a wondrous realm, guiding her into a domain brimming with imagination and enchantment. Despite having traversed these tales and descriptions countless times, each reading felt like a fresh adventure, her salvation in a world where stepping outside had become a distant dream. The worlds depicted by those words, be they ancient mythological epics, romantic love stories, or thrilling adventures, magnetically drew her in, ensnaring her in their captivating embrace. The affliction wrought by her bloodline limit loomed over her like a heavy mountain, suffocating Yukino and rendering even the simplest outing a luxury. Any slight exertion exacerbated her condition, akin to a flood bursting its dam, compounding her suffering. The sudden onset of this ailment shattered her aspirations of becoming a ninja, a vocation passed down through generations. This unforeseen turn of events struck her like a bolt from the blue, delivering a profound emotional blow. Despite the tireless efforts of numerous physicians, her health showed no signs of improvement, plunging her into an abyss of despair that steadily devoured her hope, instilling in her a deep-seated fear. She remained oblivious to when her life might flicker out like a candle in the wind, her father and sister fading away like mere phantoms. Under the shadow of death, Yukino's spirit matured prematurely, grappling with the essence of suffering at such a tender age. She began to withdraw further into herself, growing increasingly silent and indifferent to the world around her, seemingly awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Once, she had believed such was her fate, until the arrival of a certain individual. 2 years ago. "Hey, are you Yukino? I'm Tenji Uchiha. I've recently started learning from Elder Raijin," he exclaimed. "From today onward, we are acquaintances. Wow, what a lovely name you have. Your eyes seem to sparkle like stars. So beautiful. I heard you can't go outside. Let me tell you about the interesting things happening out there." From that day forth, we became good friends. The boy spoke with unbridled enthusiasm, and even though Yukino Uchiha remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed outside the window, he continued to share his stories with unabated joy. Leaning beside her bed, she softly recounted tales. However, she had little fondness for the story of the little match girl. The conclusion of the tale unexpectedly prompted Uchiha Yukino to speak for the first time. "Are you perhaps intentionally mocking me?" Uchiha Yukino's expression was as cold as ice, her calm eyes resembling a deep well, fixed intently on Uchiha Tenshu. Her previously expressionless, delicate face now bore the marks of a flower battered by a tempest, revealing a flicker of anger for the first time. "What? How could I ever do such a thing?" Uchiha Tenshu was taken aback, gazing at Uchiha Yukino in disbelief, as if he had encountered an extraordinary phenomenon. Then why tell this story? Do you believe I would perish alone like that little match girl? Let me assure you, I shall not. I will endure like the proud plum blossom in the snow, resolutely living on. Uchiha Yukino's gaze was frosty, akin to two sharp swords, piercing directly at the boy, brimming with defiance against fate. In her obstinate words, a newfound resistance to her own destiny and the bitterness of discontent emerged. How could this be? It is merely a simple story. Moreover, regardless of its tragic nature, our lives are filled with even greater tragedies. All one can do is strive to find joy amidst sorrow and live on with resilience. Truly, I have no intention of deceiving you. Uchiha Tenshi's explanations fell on deaf ears, failing to elicit even a shred of acknowledgement from Uchiha Yukino, met only with endless indifference. Understanding that Yukino's heart was clouded with misconceptions about him, he ceased to explain further. From that moment on, he visited her bedside daily, narrating stories to himself. Each day brought a new tale, flowing like a gentle stream, devoid of repetition. From the little match girl to the princess and the pea. From Aladdin's lamp to Snow White, from the ugly duckling to Little Red Riding Hood, each story was vividly portrayed. Initially, Yukino remained aloof, occasionally pausing her gaze at the more captivating moments of the narratives. As days turned into weeks, the vibrant tales began to thaw the ice encasing Yukino's heart like warm sunlight. One day, after Tenchi concluded the story of Cinderella, Yukino unexpectedly inquired, "Can she truly attain a happy life?" Her eyes glimmered with a pitiful hope. Uchiha Tenshi's eyes sparkled as he earnestly replied, "Of course, as long as one harbors hope. Life will invariably improve. Just like you too shall conquer the affliction. Surrendering is tantamount to defeat." Yukino fell silent, her eyes now reflecting a hint of newfound radiance. Subsequently, she began to respond gradually to Tenchi, leading to an increase in their exchanges. Uchiha Tenchi would share fresh happenings from the outside world, and Yukino would express her thoughts on the stories. In the company of Uchiha Tenchi, Uchiha Yukino gradually blossomed into a more cheerful spirit, no longer merely awaiting death, but beginning to envision a brighter future, yearning for the day when she can step through that door like the protagonists of her beloved tales, embracing the beauty that rightfully belongs to her. In this journey, Uchiha Yukino, through her continuous immersion in these stories, transformed from initial resistance and indifference to a familiar acceptance, eventually developing a profound dependence on Uchiha Tenshu, whom she came to regard as the most significant presence in her life. As the encasing ice began to thaw, what emerged was the soft, endearing, and remarkably gentle Yukino. From that day forth, Uchiha Yukino busied herself with transcribing the stories she had heard from Uchiha Tenshu. Starting with the little match girl. Although her bloodline illness had stripped her of her qualifications as a ninja, it also bestowed upon her an extraordinary gift, an astonishing memory that left others in awe. With this innate ability to retain information, Yukino felt a newfound connection to the outside world. She meticulously bound the transcribed tales and placed them by her bedside, each volume holding cherished memories of her time with Uchiha Tenshu. However, as time passed, Yukino's condition showed no signs of improvement. Rather, it appeared to worsen. Upon learning this, Uchiha Tenshu visited her even more frequently, sharing an abundance of medical knowledge he had acquired from unknown sources, hoping to assist Yukino in her struggle. He expressed a fervent desire to learn medical ninjutsu and healing arts, vowing to do everything within his power to treat her affliction. In the days that followed, Uchiha Tenshu intensified his studies in medical ninjutsu, tirelessly seeking ways to alleviate Yukino's suffering. Meanwhile, Yukino, relying on her remarkable memory, diligently organized her knowledge of ninjutsu and medical theories. Though unable to fight as a ninja herself, she aspired for her knowledge to one day aid Tenshu or others in need. As their bond deepened, Uchiha Lingwe, who had long harbored discontent towards Uchiha Tenshu, found herself increasingly infuriated. She blamed this insufferable boy for her sister's exhaustion, believing that if it weren't for him, Yukino would not be burdened with such fatigue in her fragile state. All of this, in her eyes, was Tenshu's fault. Consequently, Uchiha Lingwe embarked on a series of confrontations, determined to scrutinize and criticize Uchiha Tenshu relentlessly. Chapter 24. The Kiss of Lingwe. In response, Uchiha Tenshu found himself at a loss for words. He had previously attempted to clarify that he was the one who helped Uchiha Yukino emerge from her isolation and loneliness, instilling hope within her. Unfortunately, for Uchiha Lingwe, an individual with an extreme obsession with her sister, reason was futile. In Tenshu's eyes, even though Uchiha Lingwe was a stunning beauty, With an enchanting visage as cold and proud as an iceberg, it only intensified his peculiar inclinations. Yet, each time Tianxiu opened his mouth to speak, he was met with a chilling interruption from Lingyue. No need for explanations. I have no desire to listen. With her arms crossed, her slender figure appeared remarkably tall. Her long, straight black hair cascading down her back, her gaze exuding an air of unyielding scrutiny, as if she were looking down upon a mere insect. Such arrogance was enough to ignite frustration within him. Fortunately, at such moments, Uchiha Yukino would often step in to defend Tianxiu, providing him with a temporary reprieve from Lingyue's relentless scrutiny. However, despite Lingyue's verbal restraint, her eyes remained filled with skepticism and vigilance, constantly observing Tianxiu's every move, wary of any indiscretion he might commit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yukino gently reassured Lingyue, whispering that her brother Tianxiu was a trustworthy individual, urging her not to be so antagonistic towards him. Lingyue pouted, incredulous at her sister's stance, unable to fathom that her own sister would so fiercely defend an outsider. Nevertheless, as an overly protective sister, Lingyue ultimately acquiesced to Yukino's words, albeit still with a reluctant demeanor. Her previous obstinacy somewhat softened. Yukino would frequently glance at Tianxiu, offering an apologetic smile, hoping he would not take offense at Lingyue's temperament. In response, Tianxiu, captivated by Yukino's gentle demeanor, felt his own frustrations dissipate and smiled, assuring her that he bore no ill will. After all, having lived 2 lives, he found it trivial to quarrel with a young girl, especially considering that Lingyue's actions stemmed from her desire to protect Yukino. Though somewhat excessive, having someone like Lingyue as Yukino's sister brought in joy. Fortunately, following this minor episode, Lingyue's attitude towards Tianxiu, while not entirely transformed, had softened considerably. Additionally, through prolonged interactions, as Tianxiu regaled Yukino with stories day after day, Lingyue's sharp tongue, though still present, had adopted a lighter tone. The relationship between Tianxiu and Yukino seemed to undergo subtle changes during these encounters. However, more often than not, their daily squabbles with Lingyue proved to be quite a challenge for Tianxiu, resulting in considerable headaches. Brother Tianxiu, why have you arrived so early today? Don't you usually come in the afternoon? As Uchiha Tenshu entered the room, even the gentlest of movements was swiftly detected by Uchiha Yukino. Upon seeing him, her cherubic face, soft and plump, immediately blossomed into a sincere smile, tinged with curiosity about the unusual timing of his visit. Ordinarily, Tenshu would engage in physical training in the morning, practice ninjutsu and genjutsu at noon, and only in the afternoon would he attend to medical ninjutsu, joining her for their studies together. Just as Uchiha Tenshu was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Uchiha Rinyu. "Humph, you actually came." Her voice carried a hint of displeasure and a touch of haughtiness, her formerly cool demeanor now radiating a frosty attitude. Despite Rinyu's typical brusqueness towards Tenshu, he keenly sensed a subtle difference. He noticed a slight change in her gaze. Her originally clear eyes bore a hint of redness, as if she had been weeping. Rinyu seemed to realize her own lapse, her cheeks flushing in alarm, as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, stamping her foot in playful reproach. "What are you staring at? Can't you see my eyes are puffy from crying? Humph. And don't speak carelessly, do you understand? Otherwise." Her warning gaze fell upon him. Tenshu understood all too well that Rinyu was deliberately cautioning him. She had yet to inform Yukino about the matters concerning Elder Raimen, and given Yukino's fragile health, revealing such news would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, both had refrained from involving Yukino in these troubling affairs. Rinyu's anxiety about his presence stemmed from a fear that he might inadvertently let something slip. Tenshu was acutely aware of this and would never divulge such secrets. Therefore, he feigned a bashful demeanor, addressing Yukino with a semblance of regret. "I sincerely apologize. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I must undertake a mission outside the village for a period. Consequently, I want to be able to come by daily to share stories with you." Though his words were carefully crafted, they were grounded in truth, leaving no substantial gaps in his explanation. "I see," Yukino replied, nodding with a semblance of resignation. Although her expression appeared unfazed, a flicker of disappointment shone in her eyes as she softly spoke. "It's all right, Tenshu and I'm sure you have important matters to attend to, and I will diligently study medical knowledge here. I won't feel too lonely." Uchiha Yukino paused thoughtfully, her intelligent mind seemingly ignited by a sudden insight. With a slight furrow of her brow and a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, she continued, "However, Tianxiu brother, are you venturing out alone on this mission? Is it perilous?" What if something goes awry? Perhaps we could enlist some of our father's men to assist you. Would it be possible for you to remain here? Ah, no, that won't be necessary. Uchiha Tenshu quickly waved his hand. He had pressing matters to attend to, and losing this opportunity would complicate future endeavors. Moreover, this juncture was particularly advantageous for him to leave the village. Any lost time could lead to greater troubles down the line. Additionally, in order to address Uchiha Yukino's ailment, he needed to visit certain unique locations, which were crucial for his own development. He could not possibly leave this task to others. Therefore, he had no choice but to proceed alone. In response, Uchiha Tenshu reassured Yukino, "Rest assured, my strength is formidable. And I have specifically chosen a safe mission with Uncle Ryman. There will be no danger. Otherwise, knowing my disposition, you are aware that I would never venture into overly hazardous territories. Yes, you must return safely," Uchiha Yukino said, pouting her lips in a display of concern. Unable to dissuade Tenshu from his resolve, just as Tenshu was about to comfort Yukino, Uchiha Lingwei interjected, "He'll be fine alone. With his prowess, those simple tasks won't pose a challenge." Yet, despite her words, a trace of worry flickered in her eyes. Tenshu smiled reassuringly. "Yukino, do not fret. I shall take good care of myself. Although this task presents some challenges, they are not insurmountable for me. Moreover, operating solo is far more convenient. Bringing others along might only hinder my progress." After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Yukino finally nodded. "Very well, Tenshu brother, but do be careful." Uchiha Lingwei turned her head away, muttering softly, "Tch, just don't end up losing your life." Yet, her slightly clenched fists betrayed her inner anxiety. In the time that followed, the trio engaged in conversation, with Tenshu recounting a story from earlier that day to Yukino, patiently imparting some medical knowledge, and exchanging playful banter with Lingwei. Once the hour was appropriate, Tenshu stood to take his leave, preparing for the impending mission. Uchiha Yukino's gaze was filled with reluctance. "Do not worry. For those days, Yukino will not be lonely. Before I depart, I will write down a story for each day in advance. However, Yukino, you may only read one story each day to maintain the sense of anticipation. Do not devour them all at once." "Yes, I will be sure to do so, Tenshu brother." Upon seeing Uchiha Yukino nod obediently, Tenshu felt a sense of satisfaction and prepared to depart. Meanwhile, Uchiha Lingwei followed suit. Swiftly, she approached Uchiha Tenshu, intent on seeing him off. As she reached the entrance, the door to Yukino's abode closed behind her. Suddenly, Uchiha Rinyu halted, turning around. What s? Uchiha Tenshu, caught off guard by her intense gaze, momentarily froze. Before he could finish his sentence, she took a deep breath, as if summoning her courage, and swiftly placed a kiss upon his cheek. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she stepped back, averting her gaze. That was a gesture to wish you a safe return, so don't overthink it." Uchiha Rinyu's voice was tinged with urgency and a hint of shyness. Uchiha Tenshu stood in a daze, astonished by Rinyu's unexpected display of affection. Recalling their past exchanges filled with teasing and banter, he touched his cheek where she had kissed him, a strange warmth blossoming within him. Well, I'll be on my way," he murmured, regaining his composure. "Return quickly, don't meet your demise out there," Uchiha Rinyu retorted, her tone stubborn yet laced with undeniable concern. A smile graced Uchiha Tenshu's lips as he turned to depart. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rinyu remained at the threshold, watching his retreating figure until he faded from view, at which point she slowly turned back. In the next moment, panic surged through her. What have I done? How can I face Yukino now? Uchiha Rinyu thought, her cheeks still aflame. Yet, almost immediately, a realization dawned upon her. Yes, as father said, Yukino and I are inseparable, destined to be together forever. Moreover, with father's south arrangements in place, perhaps it's not so inappropriate after all. Chapter 25. Guiding loyal allies and arrangements. After bidding farewell to Elder Uchiha Raimon, Uchiha Tenshu hastened homeward, his demeanor composed and serene. Yet his heart brimmed with anticipation and plans for the future. The first step was to return to the place where he and his companions had diligently trained together. Upon arriving at that familiar locale, he found his companions engrossed in their practice, utterly oblivious to his presence. Not a single soul was slacking off, each one remembering his exhortations. Only through such diligence could they earn the right to nurture their skills. Only those who embodied this spirit were worthy of standing by my side. Otherwise, no amount of guidance could inspire growth in those unwilling to strive. Uchiha Tenshu nodded in satisfaction and approached the gathering, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He cleared his throat softly to capture their attention. The group paused their activities, turning to Uchiha Tenshu with expressions of delight as they hurried toward him. "Brother Tenshu, you have returned," they exclaimed, gathering around him. "Indeed. I have an important announcement for all of you," Uchiha Tenshu continued. "For the coming months, you shall have the freedom to train as you wish. Ichihui, you will lead the team." This news cast a shadow over his companions, who began to murmur among themselves, questioning the implications. "Brother Tenshu, what has happened? Wasn't it great when we trained together?" queried Zhuangguihue, perplexed. "Yes, Brother Tenshu, what exactly is going on?" echoed Zao Menteru, equally confused. "Could it be that someone is trying to stop you from teaching us?" speculated Akagami Day with a sudden idea. Others joined in with similar conjectures. "How infuriating. There must be traitors within the clan, sabotaging our efforts. How outrageous to concoct such an elite ninja training program." Uchiha Tenshu observed their reactions with quiet satisfaction. These 7 individuals were his carefully nurtured confidants, cultivated through various means and measures. They not only possessed remarkable strength, but were also fiercely loyal to him. Under his guidance, they had developed not only critical thinking abilities but also a strategic vision that transcended the ordinary, gaining a slight understanding of the intricacies of political machinations. Of course, Uchiha Tenshu had not imparted too much knowledge. Yet, even so, they had transformed into spirited youths, unburdened by reverence for their clan and village. This was precisely what Uchiha Tenshu required. After all, only individuals such as these could wholeheartedly follow him, even if it meant departing from the Hidden Leaf village. These 7 would form the backbone of his future endeavors, far more significant than the typical clansman. With their presence, Uchiha Tenshu was confident that he could extend his influence through these loyal allies, establishing a formidable power. Uchiha Tenshu can be entirely trusted. Each individual possesses sufficient leadership qualities to become a leader capable of guiding many others under their mentorship. By the most modest estimates, if each person can command 7 others as he currently does, he would ultimately have up to 49 loyal confidants at his disposal. These 49 individuals, in turn, would influence an even greater number of people, creating a self-perpetuating cycle that would gradually form a formidable power. Contemplating this, a glimmer of ambition flashed in Uchiha Tenshu's eyes. He was acutely aware that achieving this goal would not be an easy endeavor, yet he possessed ample confidence that, relying on his intellect and abilities, success was within reach. Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu provided a brief explanation of his mission to the group before commencing to offer personalized guidance on various aspects of their training. Drawing parallels to the swordsmanship instructions of the Kamado family's Tanjiro, Uchiha Tenshu imparted his unique Uchiha-style sword techniques to them. He also demonstrated several secret techniques he had developed, shared his conceptualizations of swordsmanship, and offered insights regarding breathing methods integral to the art of swordplay. Among these, the breathing techniques were reminiscent of the 7-day breathing method devised by the taijutsu prodigy from the Sand Ninja village in the original narrative, Uchiha Tenshu. In a synthesis of styles, drew inspiration from the breathing techniques depicted in Demon Slayer, thus becoming a pioneer in the realm of breathing-based swordsmanship. The HKY family, led by HKY Kawa, was relatively unremarkable, with a population of around 100, of which only a dozen were ninjas, primarily tasked with managing the Uchiha clan's agricultural accounts. Relying more on intellect than combat prowess, HKY Kawa himself displayed promising talent, possessing innate water, fire, and earth chakra, which granted him a degree of enhancement in his ninjutsu. Uchiha Tenshu chose to guide him in selecting a combination of jutsu, offensive fire techniques, supportive water shields, and defensive earth shields, a versatile approach. In addressing the fire ninjutsu specialist, S.H. Katsuiki, Uchiha Tenshu imparted essential points regarding the nature transformation of fire techniques, ensuring he built a solid foundation. Furthermore, he taught Ikki the simplified hand seal formation methods he had developed. As his most trusted confidant, once Ikki mastered the simplified sealing techniques, his strength would undoubtedly see remarkable growth. Not only him, but others would also experience similar advancements. Uchiha Tenshu meticulously offered specialized guidance to each individual, covering ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and swordsmanship. He excelled in every aspect of ninja training, which deeply resonated with the young clansmen who had long revered the Uchiha clan for their strength. In their eyes, Uchiha Tenshu embodied unparalleled talent and exceptional power, yet he remained remarkably affable towards them, fostering their unwavering respect and admiration. Ikki, from this point forward, you shall be their overseer. Having completed this comprehensive training guidance, Uchiha Tenshu's visage radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly instructed the eldest among them, Shakobone Ikahira. He was acutely aware that Ikahira was the most trustworthy of his loyal confidants, as well as the most astute and agile of his subordinates, capable of executing all tasks with finesse. The Shakobone clan, once a resplendent jewel during the tumultuous Warring States period, glimmered under the auspices of the Uchiha clan, serving as a subsidiary family dedicated to the refinement of minerals, tirelessly contributing to the Uchiha's military supplies. This invaluable support, however, rendered them prime targets for their enemies, who sought to eliminate their skilled personnel first. Yet, with the rise of Konoha, like an unstoppable tide, countless clans surged forth, causing this erstwhile sanctuary to teeter on the brink of collapse amidst the currents of time. A scant portion of minerals was intercepted by various clans, while the remainder was plundered and purchased by Konoha in the Land of Fire, transforming into vital resources for Konoha's war efforts. Concurrently, the mineral refinement experts from all clans flocked to Konoha, delivering a heavy blow to the Shakobone clan. The demand for minerals from the Uchiha diminished in this era of peace, and Konoha offered no orders, compounded by the plummeting prices of weapons during peaceful times. Consequently, the remnants of the Shakobone clan from the end of the Warring States period faced an increasingly bleak existence until Shakobone Ikahira became a junior to Uchiha Tenshu, following closely in his wake. As Uchiha Tenshu's alcohol business flourished, he found it imprudent to openly utilize his substantial funds to justify the use of greater financial resources. He devised a few minor inventions and entrusted them to the Shakobone clan for production, sharing the profits in proportion. Although this did not yield immense wealth, it allowed the struggling Shakobone clan to persevere through their hardships. This very maneuver garnered unwavering support from the Shakobone clan for Ikahira's allegiance to Uchiha Tenshu, as they believed that Tenshu represented their opportunity to alter their fate. Once he ascended, they would undoubtedly be reintegrated into the fold. Moreover, Shakobone Ikahira, the very individual involved, was profoundly moved, viewing Tenshu as a figure of faith to whom he pledged his unwavering loyalty. Thus, whenever significant matters arose, Uchiha Tenshu entrusted them to Ikahira. At this moment, with his departure time uncertain, he could only entrust the maintenance of this small group to his capable subordinate. Yes, Brother Tenshu, Ikahira assured, thumping his chest with conviction, his gaze towards Uchiha Tenshu brimming with loyalty and recognition. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to the others, Uchiha Tenshu returned home alone, akin to a solitary wild goose. He stood for a moment before the portraits of his deceased parents, then ventured into the darkened chamber. Within the confines of that shadowy sanctuary, the smile upon Uchiha Tenshu's face receded like the ebbing tide, vanishing without a trace. Though the chamber is diminutive, it resembles a confining prison, shrouded in shadows that render the atmosphere suffocating and instill a sense of dread. Yet, Uchiha Tenshu remains impassive, unfazed as he sits cross-legged, eyes closed, much like a venerable monk in deep meditation, beginning to regulate his breath. Within the recesses of his mind, he must meticulously contemplate the recent occurrences and their implications on his being, as if seeking threads of clues woven into an intricate tapestry. Deep within his consciousness, a mysterious fragment emanates a luminescence akin to stars in the night sky, growing ever more profound, shimmering with an enchanting glow. Uchiha Tenshu sits quietly amidst this boundless darkness, time slipping away like grains of sand in an hourglass, each second passing with deliberate slowness. Silence and solitude cling to him, gradually enveloping him in a thick cocoon. However, Uchiha Tenshu feels no discomfort. Instead, he flourishes in this environment, reveling in it as if it were his natural habitat. His mind ignites like a bonfire, becoming increasingly vibrant. Only in this darkness can Uchiha Tenshu shed the disguises of a chameleon, casting aside all external facades and unreservedly unveil his innermost self. Observing his essence with crystalline clarity, it is a world rife with calculation. He is no longer content to dwell in subservience. His ambitious desires blaze like a roaring flame, yearning to devour all that the world has to offer. Chapter 26. Self-awareness. Initially, my intentions were far from pure. They were merely to secure a position within the esteemed ranks of the elder Uchiha Raimon through a series of notable deeds and alliances, thereby paving a lucrative path for my future. However, Every action was meticulously calculated and executed with caution, ensuring that I ventured forth devoid of peril. Whether it was garnering the attention of my kin after achieving renown, placing myself under the scrutiny of my family, or bestowing material and reputational benefits upon Elder Uchiha Raimon to assist him in navigating familial challenges, all these maneuvers elevated his standing in the moral realm. Under the watchful eyes of numerous clan members and elders, even the slightest misstep could tarnish his reputation irreparably. In other words, Elder Uchiha Raimon would never act against his own interests, compelled instead to safeguard his own well-being. Moreover, I had already deduced that Elder Uchiha Raimon had no worthy successor. Possessing merely two daughters, one, a frail child incapable of training, and the other, a girl with commendable talent, yet overlooked by the Uchiha clan's patriarchal bias. Coupled with the fact that Elder Raimon, deeply mourning the loss of his beloved wife, had not taken numerous spouses as other Uchiha elders had, nor did he boast a large brood, left him with scant heirs. Only under these circumstances could I be chosen as his successor, nurtured to protect the frail remnants of Elder Uchiha Raimon's lineage. After all, having endured the tumult of the Warring States period and the reckless antics of Uchiha Madara, the losses within the Uchiha clan's 9 branches were most severe in Raimon's lineage, which has yet to recuperate. Yet, therein lay my opportunity. Within such a weakened faction, my talents could flourish and garner the attention I so desired. The seemingly formidable, yet inherently vulnerable, faction of Elder Raimon stood as my natural allies. I would first employ a series of strategies to ensure my own protection before advancing my ambitions. Now, the intricate schemes I had meticulously orchestrated had come to fruition. A flicker of contemplation crossed Uchiha Tenshu's gaze, followed by a heavy sigh. However, what began as a mere desire to seek mentorship has evolved into a responsibility for Yukino and Lingwei. To entrust them to me? Alas, it seems I am bound to them voluntarily, guarding against unforeseen circumstances. Yet, within Uchiha Tenshu, a wave of bitterness surged. I remained, after all, merely a mortal, ensnared by the myriad passions of humanity. Though my initial motives were steeped in calculation, after 2 years of masquerade, I found myself inadvertently investing a portion of my genuine affection. I could not sever these ties or forget them. Unbeknownst to me, I had succumbed to the allure of this companionship, occasionally lulled into complacency by the warmth it offered, pondering whether such a life was indeed satisfactory. Perhaps this is the inherent flaw of human nature. Even I cannot fully detach from my emotions. Uchiha Tenshu shook his head in resignation. Nevertheless, whether it be Yukino or Lingwei, since you wish to entrust them to me, I shall accept this charge with equanimity, although the beginning may not be ideal. I vow to provide them with a beautiful journey and a fulfilling future. Uchiha Tenshu silently vowed within his heart, having gained insight into his true self. The persona recognized by the outside world is that of a sincere and affectionate youth who unites his clan, exhibits filial piety and loyalty, and embodies excellence and kindness in every aspect, filled with aspirations for a brighter future. Yet, this is merely a facade crafted to deceive those around him. The essence of his being, when stripped of pretense, reveals a despicable and base individual, characterized by an exceedingly vile nature, steeped in cunning and treachery. His insatiable greed yearns for all that is beautiful, driven by an unending desire. However, are not all humans, in essence, similar? Ultimately, humanity is but a more advanced species of animal. To survive in this world, one must inevitably pay the price of sacrifice. For it is desire that compels individuals to act, establishing the ruthless law of survival in human society. The strong devour the weak consume the insignificant, and the insignificant are consumed by the mire. Under such a brutal survival paradigm, the struggle for existence necessitates unscrupulous means, with an unwavering resolve to achieve one's objectives. In light of this, who is truly noble? Who is genuinely base? It is merely the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Those who reach the pinnacle bask in resplendent glory, while those at the bottom are scorned and cursed. As long as one can ascend to the highest heights, they shall be celebrated by the masses, their glory widespread. What need is there to concern oneself with today's ignobility? With this thought, Uchiha Tenshu resolved inwardly. Having fulfilled his initial purpose, it was time to devise the next plan. According to the timeline established in the original narrative of the Hokage, after enduring this winter, the following year marks the moment when the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, bequeaths the title to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Thus, if my predictions hold true, I shall garner the unwavering support of Elder Reikage. Concurrently, the village will grow wary of the Senju clan, who have historically held the position of Hokage, even surpassing the Uchiha clan. This apprehension will lead the future second Hokage to bestow the title upon his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, initiating decades of Hokage influence under his leadership. This outcome is immutable. With such a formidable force existing in Konoha, establishing my own domain externally will become considerably easier. Therefore, before Senju Tobarama, the cunning patriarch of the Senju clan, meets his demise, I shall strive to maintain the status quo of the storyline without alteration. I must ensure that Konoha is entrusted to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage in history. Moreover, the Uchiha clan cannot all depart with me. They are entrenched in a deceptive life of peace. Except for the frail remnants of the Yukino lineage and a few loyal families, I have the means to extricate them. The remainder of the Uchiha clan is wholly absorbed in the power struggles within Konoha. Thus, it is prudent to eliminate some potential threats, allowing them to remain here to engage in internal strife with Konoha, although this may bring some regret to those Uchiha left behind. However, in pursuit of his own ambitions, he could only make slight sacrifices of others. Otherwise, in order to demonstrate loyalty to Konoha, they would not hesitate to stab him in the back. According to the misguided notions of the future Uchiha Fugaku, even among his own kin, loyalty to Konoha would take precedence over family ties, rendering them mere disposable entities. Given their differing allegiances, Uchiha Tenshu could only prioritize his own interests. A sinister smile crept across Uchiha Tenkyu's lips. No one understood better than he the extent to which Sarutobi Hiruzen and his loyal followers threatened the vitality of this flourishing village. It was indeed a great pity, for had it not been for the inherent foundations of Konoha being rooted in the Senju clan, a universally acknowledged truth throughout the ninja world, it would have been impossible to completely erase the legacy of the Senju clan from the village's establishment. Uchiha Tenshu would not have chosen to depart. After all, under the so-called system of the ninja village, even Uchiha Tenshu could never fully control all clans in his grasp. It was precisely for this reason that he resolutely opted to leave. He had no desire to be overshadowed by the brilliance of the Senju clan, nor did he wish for his own power to be subjected to any form of constraint or oppression by transforming enemies into his forebears. Otherwise, even in the struggle for power within Konoha, ascending to the highest echelons would still place him beneath the weight of the Senju name. It would merely serve to glorify the legacy of others, regardless of the magnitude of the gains. He would be compelled to share the glory and benefits with those former adversaries. Such a notion was utterly repugnant to him. What Uchiha Tenshu aspired to achieve was nothing short of becoming a true pioneer, the initiator of all glory. After all, he yearned deeply to assume the mantle of an emperor. Uchiha Tenshu murmured, his profound gaze directed into the boundless darkness, where the essence of the future seemed to reside. Chapter 27. The invitation of conspiracy without mentioning Uchiha Tenshu hiding in his secret chamber, plotting and scheming. On the other side, Elder Uchiha Raimon, after conferring with Uchiha Tenshu, dispatched his trusted aide, Aihas, to summon several elders who typically supported him for a discussion. At this moment, Uchiha Raimon was acutely aware that he had been ambushed and had lost his life once. Had it not been for the miraculous power of the Sharingan that altered his fate and granted him resurrection, he would have been dead, separated from his two daughters, Tenshin. He was oblivious to the future that awaited them, uncertain if they could thrive without his protection. Consequently, Uchiha Raimon's heart was brimming with resentment. Though he adeptly masked it behind a composed facade, yearning for revenge against those who had wronged him. Moreover, aware of the traitor within the family, Uchiha Akira, he realized that in light of his current severe injuries, he could not take significant action and would thus need to rely on allies. If they could unite to restrict Uchiha Akira, even if they could not immediately take his life, they could certainly thwart his plans. Ultimately, Uchiha Raimon aimed to pave the way for Tenshu's growth and solidify his position as heir, as long as he could endure for a few more years. Securing the support of these allies for Tenshu would ensure that, even in his absence, Tenshu, bolstered by their backing, would be capable of navigating future challenges. Uchiha Raimon silently hoped that his allies would possess a broader perspective. Time did not linger, and Uchiha Raimon did not wait long. With the swiftness characteristic of a ninja, locating a few individuals within the family was a trivial task. In a matter of moments, Aihas returned, leading several individuals in haste. 3 figures followed closely. Rushing towards Uchiha Raimon like a tempest, each face etched with profound concern, akin to startled birds assessing his condition, fearful of any misfortune befalling him. These three, along with Uchiha Raimon, comprised 4 individuals who were the most devoted to the family's interests. In their hearts, the welfare of the clan eclipsed all else, with the village's standing being secondary. Their respective responsibilities reflected this hierarchy. One managed the family's development, acting as its brain. Another oversaw weapon forging, akin to the family's arsenal. A third handled the allocation of resources and captives, serving as the logistics of the family. And the last was responsible for the cultivation and storage of grain, resembling the family's granary. These individuals had been the mainstays in the tumult of the Warring States period, fiercely loyal to the family. Their experiences had forged a unique bond among them. And even in this era of peace, they maintained a close-knit unity within the clan. Much like the disputes and conflicts that arose in previous years within the clan over agricultural matters. It was only through the unwavering support of the 3 elders that Uchiha Raimon managed to withstand the mounting pressure from others, steadfastly upholding the clan's readiness for war. In stark contrast, apart from these few who remained united, the other elders, while outwardly proclaiming the slogans of stability and unity as guiding principles for the entire clan, in reality, were merely a group of timid individuals averse to stirring trouble or taking action, overly indulged in the tranquility of the present peace. For instance, the 4th elder, Uchiha Jin, who oversees the clan's commercial endeavors, behaves like a greedy wolf, obsessed with profit, ruthlessly gathering followers, and casting a covetous eye on the clan's internal power dynamics. He has been the fiercest opponent to Uchiha Raimon, oblivious to the fact that he is depleting the clan's potential for warfare. Furthermore, the 6th elder, Uchiha Loulan, responsible for espionage and intelligence, had previously raised suspicions in Uchiha Raimon's mind regarding the recent information leak, though he postponed his concerns. Lastly, the 8th elder, Uchiha Fumbwa, who manages logistics related to daily sustenance, dabbles in selecting ninjutsu for the clan while also imparting his knowledge. As for the 9th elder, Uchiha Yinmen, his intense hatred for the Senju clan has driven him to harbor thoughts of rebellion, as he quietly conceals his strength while awaiting the opportune moment. Fortunately, these individuals have not resorted to treachery. However, the likes of Uchiha Ming, who lurks within the clan and shamelessly betrays the Uchiha while believing he is contributing to the family, incites feelings of disgust and dread in Uchiha Raimon. Rest assured, my injuries have been examined by the clan's physician. I can endure for several more years. Uchiha Raimon waved his hand dismissively. How could this be? The 1st elder, Uchiha Fong, widened his eyes, filled with murderous intent, and demanded, "Who did this? Our Uchiha clan shall not let this go unpunished. Those despicable scoundrels must pay their debts in blood. Indeed, those who dare to challenge our Uchiha must be annihilated," concurred the 3rd elder, Uchiha Yu, with equal ferocity. The 5th elder, Uchiha Lu, without even posing a question, firmly declared, "It must be those scoundrels from the Senju clan." Correct, it is indeed related to the Senju clan. That wretched Tobarama instigated this. Uchiha Raimon lamented, "Unfortunately, we lack the evidence to present to the village, so since we cannot confront them directly, we must bide our time." Uchiha Raimon gestured for silence and continued solemnly, "Moreover, this matter is not so simple. Aside from the covert schemes of Tobarama, there are traitors within our own ranks. All my intelligence routes have been compromised by the clan, leading to 3 successive ambushes. Had it not been for my good fortune, I might have perished this time. Thus, we must first capture the traitor." "Who is it?" The 3 elders, Uchiha Fong, exclaimed with widened eyes, filled with fury. To dare betray the clan is truly unforgivable. Based on deductions, it is none other than Uchiha Ming. It must be that he betrayed my secrets, leading me into an ambush. Why would he do such a thing? What benefit does he derive from it? The disparity in strength between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan is so pronounced now. Why would he harm his own family? The Uchiha elder inquired, filled with confusion. In response, Uchiha Raimon recounted the words of Uchiha Tenshu to elucidate the matter. What? No wonder he has been so continuously cooperating with Senju Tobarama. It turns out he aims to sacrifice his clan for the benefit of the village. Despicable. Were it not for the presence of Senju Hashirama, I would confront them directly. Uchiha Suki uttered through gritted teeth, his fists clenched tightly in rage. How infuriating. Such a traitor exists among us. The elder Uchiha K glared with wide eyes, his fists cracking with tension. The urgent task at hand is to restrain Uchiha Akira's actions and thwart his plans, Uchiha Raimon declared. Additionally, I intend to support Tench as the heir, and I hope you will all lend your support. His extraordinary talent assures that he will become a formidable force to contend with the Senju clan's hostility. The third elder, Uchiha Tsuki, nodded in agreement. We have all witnessed the potential of young Tench. He is both courageous and astute. With our backing, he will undoubtedly lead our clan to glory. The fifth elder, Uchiha Ryu, concurred. Indeed, Raimon, rest assured that we will lend our utmost assistance. Alas, Elder Uchiha K sighed deeply. Very well, since you have made your choice, we will support your decision. However, regarding the matter between Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Akira, given our clan's current strength, it seems improbable that we can resolve it all at once. We must proceed with caution. Elder, I am fully aware of this. Thus, I now hope for your support of Uchiha Tench and for us to stand united in isolating Uchiha Akira, gradually stripping him of all family authority. Uchiha Raimon nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to share his thoughts. To this, the three elders naturally expressed no dissent. With several supporters, I can rest easy. Now, let us first discuss how to deal with Uchiha Akira, and then seek an opportunity to teach the Senju clan a lesson. The assembly gathered together. Commencing the plotting of their subsequent actions, a counterattack against the traitor and external foes was about to unfold. Chapter 28, Prophecy. What? Are you truly serious? Senju Hashirama intends to bestow the title of Hokage upon that despicable and shameless scoundrel, Senju Tobarama. The elder Uchiha's eyes widened with disbelief, rage surging within him as if it would erupt. It is astonishing to fathom that even someone as seemingly honest and loyal as Senju Hashirama could act so treacherously, deliberately deceiving the masses. It was once agreed that the position of Hokage would be entrusted to Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan. Yet now it seems that the title has become the possession of Senju Hashirama. Presently, the second Hokage rightfully belongs to the Uchiha clan, but it has now been wrested away by Senju Tobarama of the Senju family. Is this truly the Konoha that was founded by our two clans? The first Hokage is Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage is Senju Tobarama. Must the third Hokage also reside in the hands of the Senju clan? Do we, the Uchiha, not possess the qualifications to hold the title of Hokage? Uchiha Lu's face flushed crimson with fury as he bellowed in anger. Damn it! Must our clan endure this deceit in vain? This is utterly intolerable. Uchiha Tsuki similarly ground his teeth, his Sharingan eyes involuntarily revealing themselves, though the three others beside him displayed little surprise. After all, during the final battle, it was only when Uchiha Tsuki was gravely injured and near death that he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, a fact known solely to the three present, thus safeguarding their clan's hidden trump card, for they alone participated in the ultimate confrontation. Fear not, their triumph will not last long. Observing the distressed expressions of the others, Uchiha Raimon spoke. Amidst their confusion, Uchiha Raimon subtly suggested that the elder employ a barrier to seal off their ensuing conversation. Circular barrier technique. As the elder Uchiha hastily performed the necessary seals, a small, circular black barrier enveloped the group, silencing all sounds from the outside. Within the barrier, Tenshu had once foretold this very situation. According to his prophecy, Senju Tobarama's actions had first involved collaborating with the feudal lord of the Fire Country and the village under the pretense of acquiring all large-scale mineral resources owned by the various clans, retaining only a fraction. This was to strip us of the ability to forge our own weapons and armor, preventing any potential rebellion. The Uchiha clan, being one of the principal families in the ninja world for large-scale weapon and armor production, has thus sustained the most significant losses. Furthermore, during these years of peace, the collapse of grain prices has inflicted severe damage upon our numerous estates. Under the treachery of Uchiha Mei, our clan was compelled to sell off external estates to secure immediate funds. However, the cost of this decision is that the Uchiha clan can only maintain short-term self-sufficiency while occasionally needing to purchase sufficient grain from outside. Should war or a sudden crisis arise, acquiring such strategic resources would be nearly impossible, and even if attainable, would come at an exorbitant price, inevitably resulting in substantial losses for our family. Therefore, once we choose to sell our lands, should grain prices rise again in the future, the Uchiha clan will find it impossible to reclaim the lands they once sold. After all, when Konoha was established, all ninja clans, feudal lords, and the Hokage explicitly agreed that their former properties would remain with them, and that no one could infringe upon the lands of the Land of Fire and Konoha. Consequently, This leads to a significant outcome. Our Uchiha clan, in order to sustain our extensive family legacy, can only rely on the missions provided by Konoha. At that point, we shall have to entrust our very livelihoods to the hands of Konoha. If Konoha chooses to exploit us through these missions or fails to assign us any, the Uchiha clan would find ourselves facing near extinction or severe incapacitation. Uchiha Raimen's elucidation resonated deeply with the three elders, chilling their hearts as they pondered the cunning schemes of Senju Tobarama. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan possesses a prodigious talent capable of unraveling the adversary's machinations. The three elders, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation upon Raimen's revelations. Without food and weaponry, the Uchiha clan would be akin to wolves stripped of their fangs and claws, reduced to mere pets of Konoha, entirely under its control. The eldest elder, Uchiha Mine, felt an overwhelming surge of grief and anger at the thought of his clan existing in such a dire environment, vowing never to allow such a scenario to unfold. Indeed, it seems that the ambush which befell the seventh elder, Raimen, inadvertently dismantled the traps set against us. If the seventh elder were to perish, we would either lack the time to elect a new elder or the new elder would succumb to pressure, relinquishing our external lands. In either case, we would inevitably fall into the trap laid by Senju Tobarama. What treachery this is! Uchiha Suki could not help but feel a shiver of fear at the malice of Senju Tobarama's schemes. Despite having resolved mutual animosities and chosen to build a village together, the other party still plots against their own allies, treating them as mere pawns. It is evident that they do not regard us as comrades within the village. The battlefield has merely shifted from the outside world to within, transforming overt conflicts into covert struggles. We must remember this truth, lest we meet our demise without understanding how we fell. Uchiha pondered aloud, prompting a chorus of sighs from those present. Yet, amidst this, they were left questioning how the Senju clan could claim that their prosperous days were over. Uchiha inquired, his curiosity piqued. It's due to the impending death of the legendary ninja, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Raimen revealed, sharing the conjecture he had gleaned from Uchiha Tenshu. It is precisely because he is nearing death that he has entrusted the position of Hokage to Senju Tobarama as the second Hokage. This clearly indicates a lack of trust in our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, the three were instantly struck with disbelief. How could this be possible? Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi, is a figure whose demise seems unfathomable. Uchiha Peak, visibly skeptical, reflects on the immense power he witnessed firsthand during the Warring States period. The overwhelming might of the wood-release techniques was simply unparalleled. Even the ordinary Uchiha clan members lacked the courage to engage him in battle. The elders themselves would find it utterly futile when confronted with his advanced wood-release techniques. Old 7, from whence did you acquire such information? It seems utterly absurd. Could this be mere misinformation? Uchiha Suki inquired, echoing the disbelief of Uchiha Peak. Contrarily, Uchiha Lu began to entertain the possibility that Uchiha Raimen might not be speaking in vain, suggesting, perhaps there is some truth to it. Hashirama has not ventured out for quite some time. Indeed, I speculate that during his confrontation with Madara, he forcibly extracted a substantial amount of chakra, leading to a mental imbalance. Uchiha Raimen explained, pausing momentarily before continuing. It seems I too, during my ambush, forcibly drew upon excessive chakra, which resulted in a similar imbalance. This revelation led Tenshu to these conclusions. Otherwise, it would be difficult to comprehend why Hashirama has neglected the village, entrusting all matters to that scoundrel Tobarama. It appears he is striving to conserve his mental fortitude and recuperate his body, ensuring he can endure for an extended period. Chapter 29, The Unpopular Uchiha Madara. That Uchiha Madara, despite his formidable strength, shows no regard for the members of our clan. He carelessly abandons his kin on the battlefield, with his heart belonging solely to his brother, disregarding the existence of any other clan members. Otherwise, we would have never faced defeat in the first place. Upon hearing Uchiha Reikage mention Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Peak immediately expressed his indignation. Yet, deep down, he too believed in the possibility of this assertion. After all, while he disdained Madara's actions, he could not deny the latter's extraordinary prowess. If there exists anyone within the entire shinobi world capable of inflicting harm upon Senju Hashirama, it is undoubtedly Uchiha Madara, the true demon of the ninja realm. During the tumultuous final era of the Warring States period, two extraordinary masters emerged, surpassing the limits of human capability. Both Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, and Uchiha Madara, the demon of the ninja world, achieved a level of power that transcended the ordinary. Their battles were consistently evenly matched, with victories alternating between them. Crucially, their growth trajectories were almost identical, with only a slight lead separating them. This equilibrium rendered it impossible for either clan to gain an absolute advantage and claim victory. In the face of their mutual restraint, the remaining battles fell to the hands of their respective clansmen. However, when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were removed from the equation, the Uchiha clan surprisingly rose above the Senju clan in their familial conflicts. While the Senju initially relied on their numerical superiority to suppress the Uchiha, as the latter's numbers began to swell, the Senju were compelled to seek additional allies merely to maintain a tenuous balance against the Uchiha. Even then, the Uchiha clan, bolstered by numerous skilled warriors honed on the battlefield, remained formidable. It was not until the most critical battle that Uchiha Madara fled with his brother, abandoning a multitude of clan elites who were subsequently defeated by Senju Hashirama. A significant portion of their elite forces was also decimated by Senju Tobirama as he took advantage of Hashirama's victories. This marked the beginning of a decline in the Uchiha clan's high-level combat capabilities, rendering them nearly on par with the Senju clan. Furthermore, after awakening the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, Madara issued a new challenge to the Senju clan, leading to further losses among clan members who should have remained sheltered from such peril. Thus, following two failed decisive battles led by Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan lost faith in him as their leader, no longer regarding him as the patriarch of the clan, for he prioritized his personal emotions over the broader interests of the family. Consequently, when the individuals present spoke of the former clan leader Uchiha Madara, there was a distinct absence of reverence in their voices. Had he not betrayed us during that battle, it might have been our finest opportunity to annihilate the Senju. It is worth noting that at that time, Senju Hashirama had yet to master that so-called sage technique, and later, even after Madara acquired a higher grade eye, he was ultimately defeated by Hashirama, who possessed the power of a sage. However, if that prediction holds true, then Senju Hashirama must have forcibly extracted a vast amount of chakra, teetering on the brink of death. This also indicates that Madara still possesses some influence. After all, sacrificing his own life to eliminate a formidable adversary from a rival clan is no small feat. It appears that the power of those eyes is indeed extraordinary. Even the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, had to expend his lifespan to secure victory. Uchiha Tsuki mused, gently caressing his Mangekyou Sharingan. Fully aware of the immense potential contained within, he found it perplexing that, despite wielding such strength, the stalemate occurred during Hashirama's early days when he lacked sage abilities. Could it truly be that mere friendship allowed for leniency in a conflict among clans? Uchiha Tsuki struggled to comprehend this mindset. From the outset, I have regarded Senju Hashirama as a significant threat to our Uchiha clan. Regrettably, during those initial encounters, Madara insisted on keeping us from intervening in his battles. It was evident that he held the upper hand at that time. Yet, how foolish it was to nurture a tiger. Uchiha K expressed his doubts, his expression revealing a hint of sarcasm. One must wonder if Madara ever regretted his restraint, which ultimately brought such turmoil upon our clan. Had he resolved the issue with Senju Hashirama from the beginning, the strength of the Uchiha clan would have swept across the world, preventing us from falling victim to the insidious schemes of Senju Tobirama. Indeed, it is unfortunate that our Uchiha clan could not grasp the so-called sage power. If only he had not been so obstinate, disbelieving in the clan's strength, and had chosen to confront Senju Hashirama with it, he might not have faced defeat. Nor would the entire clan have suffered such dire consequences. Uchiha Raiman lamented, recalling how, in each conflict, Uchiha Madara fought alone, disregarding the battlefield of their clan, directly retreating with Senju Hashirama. It was as if the family was completely forgotten amidst their fierce rivalry. Such an unpopular leader could hardly expect the clan members to continue following him. It must be noted that both the Izanagi ability possessed by Uchiha Madara and the legacy in his hands could have rewritten the course of battle. Had Uchiha Madara not fled when the odds were evenly matched, sacrificing one of their Sharingan could have turned the tide in favor of the Uchiha clan, instantly altering the unfavorable situation. After all, the power of Izanagi extends beyond the individual, capable of impacting numerous individuals and environments. Thus, when the Uchiha clan faced defeat, activating Izanagi could have swiftly revived fallen clan members and those devoid of chakra. In this manner, even if it meant enduring a prolonged struggle, they could have outlasted the Senju clan or ensured mutual destruction, not to mention the element of surprise such tactics would have provided against an unsuspecting adversary. Did Uchiha Madara never contemplate the possibility of sacrificing one of his eyes to completely eliminate his rival, Senju Hashirama? Or was he truly blinded by the bonds of friendship among them, unable to bring himself to strike down his opponent? Uchiha Raymond's mind was filled with uncertainty. Yet he could not help but reflect upon the long-standing psychological issues plaguing the Uchiha clan. He ultimately sighed, recognizing that the past was immutable and that pondering Madara's predicament was futile. After all, that fool was already deceased. How foolish indeed. Possessing the power of Izanagi yet still falling to Senju Hashirama. It seemed he truly was of unsound mind. Uchiha Raymond was resolute in his conviction. The Uchiha clan believed they could collaboratively establish the Hidden Leaf Village with the Senju family, rather than succumbing to defeat. The true reason lay in their possession of the genuine ability to reverse the tides of battle. Even if a ninja wields extraordinary power, they remain human at their core. No matter how formidable Senju Hashirama may be, he is not a deity. In the realm of ninjutsu, any technique can be countered. This is precisely why the Uchiha clan was reluctant to stake their entire future on a single confrontation. Even if they were to triumph over Hashirama, should he escape, the Uchiha would expose the formidable Izanagi technique, prompting the Senju to seek out ways to counter it, thereby costing the Uchiha their lifeline. Moreover, Madara had never placed his trust in his clan, always standing alone against Hashirama. Even in his moments of defeat, his clansmen continued to fight. Regrettably, he ultimately chose to seek reconciliation with the Senju family. Chapter 30. The legacy of the Uchiha clan. Little did he know that his self-imposed burden for the sake of peace, his renunciation of hatred, was precisely what incited the deepest animosity within his clan. The Uchiha would never yield to the Senju. If Uchiha Madara intended to engage in a life-and-death battle with his adversary, he ought to place his faith in the strength of his family. Should one individual prove insufficient, then 10 would suffice. If 10 were inadequate, then more would rise to the occasion. Utilizing the power of the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan to alter reality could effectively deplete any enemy's resolve. Yet, inexplicably, Uchiha Madara ventured off to battle elsewhere, accompanied by Senju Hashirama. Upon his defeat, he simply withdrew, leaving his clan to shoulder the consequences of his failure. Uchiha Reikage refrained from invoking Izanagi for the clan members after Madara and Hashirama departed the battlefield, for at that juncture, the most formidable warriors from both clans had vacated the primary arena. Even if Izanagi were employed to resurrect all clan members, it would not alter the overarching outcome of the conflict. Should Hashirama emerge victorious with his overwhelming prowess, even if the Uchiha clan eradicated the Senju, he alone could dismantle the entire Uchiha lineage. Conversely, if Madara triumphed, the Uchiha would have no need to resort to Izanagi. They could simply annihilate the Senju. At that time, both Hashirama and Madara had transcended the conventional limits of shinobi strength. Even those of clan leader caliber would be unable to withstand their might, falling effortlessly before them. Thus, Uchiha Reikage chose not to exhaust this final gambit but rather concealed himself. Even if the entire Uchiha clan faced annihilation, the power of Izanagi could still alter the fate of their extinction. Once the Senju believed they had secured victory, the members of the Uchiha clan would emerge, shielded by the results modified by Izanagi. In any case, the Uchiha clan would not be extinguished. Regrettably, such a promising strategy and advantageous position seemed lost on Madara, whose singular focus remained on Hashirama, charging forward alone, indifferent to the fates of his clanmates. It was no wonder he was cast out from the Uchiha. After all, a Madara who could not comprehend the hearts of others genuinely believed that the Uchiha would perish without him, with a legacy spanning a millennium. If Hashirama were to meet his demise, the Uchiha clan might well aspire to claim the position of Hokage. Uchiha Peak resolutely declared, "Indeed, we need only await the outcome. If all proceeds as expected, after this winter, we shall bear witness." Uchiha Reikage nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts regarding Peak's assertion about seizing the Hokage position. Aside from the revered ninja god, Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan, despite the presence of several formidable figures led by Senju Tobirama, is not regarded as a threat by the Uchiha clan. Although Senju Tobirama possesses considerable intellect, there exists little disparity in true martial prowess, particularly at the level of the Uchiha clan's esteemed elders. Otherwise, the likes of Uchiha Reikage would not be contemplating a gradual reprisal against the Senju clan. Speaking of steadfast allies, Uchiha Reikage continuously speculates about their hidden cards. This brings to light the current state of the Uchiha clan, particularly following the departure of their leader, Uchiha Madara. Presently, The entire Uchiha lineage is governed by the remaining 9 principal branches, whose origins are tied to a significant aspect of the Uchiha clan's heritage, namely, the awakening of the Sharingan. The Sharingan, as the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, is regarded as a source of pride. Only those clan members who can awaken the Sharingan are considered true members of the Uchiha. The Sharingan manifests in various degrees, including 1-tomo, 2-tomo, and 3-tomo. The 1-tomo Sharingan grants the ability to anticipate an opponent's movements during battle, while the 2-tomo Sharingan allows one to perceive the flow of an enemy's chakra and replicate their conventional ninjutsu. The 3-tomo Sharingan, in turn, enables the use of Genjutsu and enhances its potency. With each elevation in Sharingan rank, one's vision sharpens, achieving cellular-level precision, significantly augmenting an Uchiha's overall talents, including chakra, strength, speed, and mental fortitude. Consequently, the enhancements provided by the Sharingan have led to rumors that Uchiha possess an unmatched ability to escape one-on-one confrontations of the same caliber. Furthermore, unlike other bloodline limits, the Sharingan not only consumes chakra but also bestows a substantial enhancement to the Uchiha's mental faculties, giving rise to a new form of power known as I-power. This allows the Uchiha to inflict hypnosis and mental damage upon adversaries, even without the use of chakra. I-power, as a variant of spiritual energy, is a product of yin release within the realm of yin-yang techniques. This extraordinary power enables the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit to progress further through a unique transformation, awakening the coveted Mangekyou Sharingan. This ability, stemming from profound desires within the human heart, grants each individual who attains the Mangekyou Sharingan a distinctive ocular technique. Moreover, any Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan can rapidly elevate their prowess to that of a clan leader, akin to the so-called Kage level in the current ninja village era. Certain Mangekyou abilities are so potent that they can eliminate adversaries of equal standing in an instant. Thus, each individual who awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan stands as a pinnacle figure within the Uchiha clan. However, the activation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan is not a simple endeavor, as it pertains to the individual's innate capabilities. The Uchiha clan, known for their analytical prowess, has managed to deduce that the strength of one's bloodline directly correlates to the likelihood of awakening this extraordinary power. Those who have previously activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan possess offspring with a significantly higher probability of awakening their own. To mitigate the risks of inbreeding and to ensure the continuity of the Kaleidoscope bloodline, the Uchiha devised a clever solution. Every powerful individual who awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan would take multiple wives and bear children, thereby establishing their own branches and facilitating intermarriage among these branches. This strategy served to achieve dual objectives. Moreover, each branch became a radiant gem within the family, never to be severed, as each new lineage represented a continual flow of the Kaleidoscope bloodline, deeply rooted within the Uchiha clan, an indelible testament to their formidable heritage. For instance, the Uchiha Raimon branch is a lineage that traces its roots back several centuries, inheriting a Kaleidoscope bloodline that not only boasts an innate superiority, but also exceptional qualifications for awakening the Sharingan. Additionally, they possess a forbidden technique known as Izanagi, originally a unique skill derived from their ancestors' Kaleidoscope Sharingan that could be executed even with a regular Sharingan. Its potency is formidable. Even at the cost of a 3-tomo Sharingan, it remains a power of monumental significance. In this context, the number of Uchiha clan members surged dramatically, akin to mushrooms sprouting after the rain. As each Kaleidoscope Sharingan established its own branch, the clan's strength multiplied, effectively shattering the long-standing advantage held by the Senju clan due to their numerical superiority. This newfound dominance provided the Uchiha with a thrilling sense of triumph in outnumbering their foes, further solidifying their admiration for this strategy. Regrettably, amidst the millennia of warfare, time has slipped away like a fleeting shadow. The Uchiha clan, which ought to have boasted more than 9 Kaleidoscope wielders, ultimately saw only these 9 bloodlines endure, with the majority succumbing to the ravages of conflict. The remaining Kaleidoscope Sharingan bearers predominantly belong to these original 9 branches, naturally failing to establish new main lineages. The original main lineage of the Uchiha also carried the Kaleidoscope bloodline, yet many within this line preferred the thrill of battle against the Senju over marriage and procreation. After a millennium, their numbers dwindled to an astonishingly low count. Following the demise of Izuna Uchiha and the departure of Madara Uchiha, the lineage seemed irrevocably doomed. It is indeed a lamentable loss. If only the bloodline of the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan could have been preserved. Uchiha Raimon feels a deep frustration. Having endured numerous headaches due to the imprudent decisions of their clan leader, yet even now, they remain unable to fathom his intentions. Nevertheless, despite the absence of the bloodline from Madara Uchiha, other main branches still retain a plethora of hidden cards within their possession. Regarding this matter, Uchiha Raimon would never believe that his lineage alone possessed the only Izanagi that had been unraveled. There must certainly be other forbidden techniques of the Sharingan. For within Uchiha Raimon's memories, an ancestor from the Elders branch had preserved his Manjiki Sharingan and crafted unique weapons. These were special spiritual artifacts, exclusively empowered by the Sharingan, capable of automatically recognizing the Uchiha clan's bloodline, rendering them untouchable by other ninjas. Furthermore, they boasted extraordinarily formidable power, enabling even an ordinary ninja wielding these weapons to effortlessly eliminate those of clan leader caliber. The two weapons in question were the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror. The Totsuka blade possessed unparalleled destructive capabilities along with an unassailable sealing power. Anyone struck by it would be absorbed into an ultimate illusion crafted entirely from dreams. Meanwhile, the Yata mirror not only offered incomprehensible defensive prowess, but could also reflect all ninjutsu and physical damage. With the Yata mirror in hand, it was virtually impossible for any ninja to breach its defenses from the front. Most crucially, these two weapons could be imbued into the eyes of the Manjiki Sharingan, thereby augmenting the Uchiha clan's ultimate power, Susanoo, with the might of these divine artifacts. Had Uchiha Madara possessed the Totsuka blade and Yata mirror in his time, perhaps the outcome would have been altered. Alas, those two weapons had vanished during a battle a century ago, their whereabouts unknown, otherwise. Uchiha Raimon suddenly ventured to probe the matter. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Uchiha Mine wore a similarly resigned expression, as if truly bereaved of them, his words devoid of any hint of hesitation. Chapter 31. The Thoughts of the Earth Spider Clan. What did you say? The mission objective has failed. Is this the result your Earth Spider Clan assured me of? In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama paused in his task of handling Konoha's affairs, his pen suspended midair. At that moment, Tobirama's expression turned frigid, his narrowed eyes revealing crimson pupils that emanated a chilling gaze as he looked down upon an individual before him. The figure, adorned with a conical hat and clad in a long blue robe, bore the intricate spider emblem of the Earth Spider Clan on his back. He was none other than the esteemed elder of the clan, the Blue Spider. Lord Tobirama, we have fulfilled the task you entrusted to us. As for Uchiha Raimon's ability to evade our attacks, that is a matter of your own intelligence shortcomings. There must have been some crucial information you overlooked. This bears no relation to the Earth Spider Clan, Blue Spider stated bluntly, showing no concern for Tobirama's icy demeanor. Even though his opponent was a formidable ninja renowned during the Warring States period and possessed the strength of a peak clan leader, he himself was not weak. Equally a figure of clan leader status, not to mention the forbidden techniques at his disposal. Should the situation escalate, he would not shy away from sacrificing for his family. As a hidden clan, the Earth Spider Clan had no desire to emerge into the light, if it were not for that scoundrel Senju Hashirama establishing the ninja villages, which resulted in the consolidation of ninja clans within the nation and the subsequent oppression of those clans that did not join the village. They would have preferred to remain in obscurity. Over the past few centuries, utilizing their ultimate forbidden techniques, they had monopolized a small territory, living a life akin to that of a feudal lord, self-sufficient without the need for missions, thriving solely on the produce from their lands. They devoted themselves to perfecting their forbidden arts, annihilating any adversaries they encountered in a single sweep. This cyclical existence projected an image of the Earth Spider Clan as a force not to be trifled with, allowing them to live securely. Through hundreds of years of development, their clan had amassed a considerable power of tens of thousands, though not all were ninjas. With such numbers, they had no need to ally with other clans, projecting themselves to the outside world as a formidable entity akin to a feudal lord. They seldom engaged in the wars of ninjas. Regrettably, the winds of the ninja world had shifted in recent years, heralded by the emergence of a god of ninjas and Ashura of the ninja realm. The clan leader of the Earth Spider Clan had once observed the battles from afar, realizing they were utterly outmatched. Despite possessing powerful ultimate forbidden techniques, these techniques required the lives of clan members as a price for their release and demanded prolonged preparation. Moreover, the nature of ninja combat often left little time for the release of jutsu. In light of these circumstances, and witnessing the gathering of numerous clans within the hidden leaf village in the Land of Fire, the clan leader, the Elder Spider, was compelled to consider a shift. hoping to establish an alliance with Konoha. As for why they did not join the Hidden Leaf Village, there is indeed much to be said on this matter. In contrast to existing independently, leading a life akin to that of a feudal lord, the notion of joining Konoha to serve as a mere lackey for the lord, toiling incessantly for meager rewards, is something that Tsuchigumo clan finds utterly contemptible. Even the so-called alliance is merely a strategic maneuver to curry favor with the Senju clan, to preclude any potential enmity. As for Konoha, it holds little significance for the Tsuchigumo clan. The clan's forbidden techniques can unleash devastating waves of energy spanning kilometers, rendering the numerical superiority of Konoha a mere jest. The sacrifice of a single clan member can produce cataclysmic destruction, making the size of Konoha's forces inconsequential. The only entities that Tsuchigumo clan fears are the god of ninjas and the legendary Shura of the ninja world. However, with the latter now deceased, only the god of ninjas remains. Despite external rumors of his benevolence, the Tsuchigumo clan cannot gamble on his compassion. Thus, it becomes imperative to foster a cordial relationship with him. Although the Tsuchigumo clan harbors a deep-seated animosity towards Hashirama Senju, the preservation of their clan necessitates the burying of such hatred in pursuit of an alliance. Currently, Konoha is devoid of Hashirama, leaving Tobirama Senju to oversee the village's affairs. This situation has allowed the Tsuchigumo clan to engage with Tobirama, yet he appears indifferent to their reputation, insisting they either fully integrate into Konoha and become part of the village or face expulsion from the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire does not permit any clan to exist independently outside of Konoha, and should the Tsuchigumo refuse to comply, he threatens to compel their subservience to the Senju clan. This ultimatum incensed the clan's elder, Aoi Tsuchigumo, compelling him to adopt a more assertive stance, suggesting that should matters escalate to that point, it would inevitably lead to war. The Tsuchigumo clan has never shied away from the prospect of conflict, subtly revealing their possession of large-scale forbidden techniques, asserting that should circumstances necessitate, Konoha itself would face annihilation. Tobirama, not lacking in intellect, had initially sought to probe the Tsuchigumo clan's capabilities, but was caught off guard by their revelation of possessing such formidable techniques. The historical disappearance of various clans could indeed be attributed to them, given the profound enmity that once existed between those vanished clans and the Tsuchigumo. As a clan associated with both the feudal lords and the ninja world, should hostilities arise, the ramifications could be dire. In light of this, Tobirama found himself in a precarious situation, weighing the potential threat of the Tsuchigumo clan's devastating techniques against the safety of Konoha. Faced with the ominous specter of destruction looming over the village, he hesitated to gamble on the clan's true capabilities, even with his elder brother's unparalleled strength at his side. The opposing clan's forbidden techniques could indeed obliterate Konoha. In such a scenario, the losses would solely be borne by oneself. Moreover, the intent of the adversary was originally to forge an alliance with the Hidden Leaf Village. If a truly formidable forbidden technique existed, this reckless maneuver could inadvertently push the opponent into an antagonistic position, resulting in self-inflicted suffering. However, it wasn't long before Senju Tobirama devised an ingenious plan. Over the past 2 years, he had subtly orchestrated the sale of all the estates owned by various clans within the Land of Fire, allowing those clan members who had been dispersed by his elder brother to take over. This strategy would not only enable the Senju clan to conceal a portion of their strength, but also provide adequate sustenance for the scattered clan members. The inexpensive grain could be repurchased at a higher price by the clan, serving as a reserve for the impending conflict. Additionally, at the establishment of Konoha, all the weapon manufacturing capabilities of the clans had been rendered nearly ineffective for warfare, although they sufficed for everyday use. They could no longer support the consumption required for military reserves, thus failing to pose a threat to the entire village. With insufficient grain storage, the clan had effectively integrated into the village. With further manipulation, he could command a significant portion of the clans within Konoha. Yet, there was still a loose end, namely, the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama seethed at the thought of this arch-nemesis. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Raimon, one of their 7 elders, inadvertently thwarted his scheme by utilizing grain reserves and alcohol, resulting in the Uchiha clan possessing a substantial number of estates externally. This prevented the Uchiha from fully integrating into Konoha. Such a situation was unacceptable, as long as they remained alive. These remnants from the Warring States period would persist in obstructing the Uchiha's assimilation into the village. Not to mention, the aspiration to tame them as loyal hounds of Konoha remained unattainable, regrettably, despite his desire for their demise. The regulations of the village and the intervention of his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, constrained his actions. Now, however, an opportunity presented itself. If the Tsuchigumo clan truly possessed such formidable power, all he needed was to lure Uchiha Raimon out and let the Tsuchigumo clan deal with him. Should they succeed, the Tsuchigumo would have successfully provoked a formidable enemy in the Uchiha, rendering them reliant on the Senju clan. If they failed, it would demonstrate the Tsuchigumo clan's true capabilities. In either case, he stood to gain. The thought of the inherently malevolent Uchiha Raimon facing imminent demise filled Senju Tobarama with a sense of indifference towards the Tsuchigumo clan's desire for independence outside Konoha. After all, as long as they were adversaries of the Uchiha clan, they could be considered allies of the Senju clan. Thus, after a series of mutual tests, the two parties reached an agreement. Senju Tobarama entrusted the task of ambushing Uchiha Raimon to the Tsuchigumo clan, who would execute the plan. If successful, Konoha would effectively form an alliance with the Tsuchigumo clan, notifying the Land of Fire. Moreover, the Earth Spider clan continues to possess its original rights to govern their lands, remaining independent from the Hidden Leaf Village. Given that this is a covert mission, as long as the Earth Spider clan maintains their secrecy, no issues should arise. Thus, under any circumstances, the Hidden Leaf Village cannot justify taking action against the Earth Spider clan. After some hesitation, the young spider, Qingzhu, ultimately consented. Although the Uchiha clan is renowned, holding a reputation as esteemed as the Senju, the infamous Shura of the ninja world has perished, while the revered god of ninja from the Senju clan still lives. If one must choose an adversary, it seems more prudent to offend the Uchiha clan. Should the Uchiha clan be avoided at all costs, it is likely that the Senju clan would ally with them to confront the Earth Spider clan. Though the opposing side claims a long-standing enmity, Qingzhu remains skeptical, considering that they have integrated into a single village. Should the Senju clan instigate conflict, it could lead to the entire array of clans within the Leaf Village turning against the Earth Spider clan. With no alternatives available, for the sake of their family's survival, compromises must be made. Naturally, the Earth Spider clan, to prevent being entirely outmaneuvered by Senju Tobarama and avoiding a scenario where they and the Uchiha clan become locked in a bitter feud, also extended an invitation to Senju Tobarama to send his subordinates to participate in the mission. This would avert the possibility of being sabotaged midway by Tobarama, who might intentionally set traps for the Uchiha clan. Should the opposing side dare to act thus, both factions would unite in resisting the Uchiha clan's retribution. Chapter 32 involved forcing Senju Tobarama to kneel before the emblem of the Tsuchigumo clan. Senju Tobarama did not refuse, as long as none of the Senju clan members known to the Uchiha clan were dispatched. After all, since the establishment of Konoha, the legendary name of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, had spread widely, and he had attracted numerous external ninjas, making it convenient to send them out for surveillance and training. Subsequently, to ensure the plan's flawless execution, the Tsuchigumo clan began to demand information about the Uchiha clan, particularly intelligence regarding Uchiha Reikage. Upon confirming that he possessed no summoning beasts, they patiently awaited Senju Tobarama's arrangements. It is often said that the Senju clan is a family of love, yet it now appears to be merely a rumor. Despite openly claiming to have overcome the enmity left from the Warring States period and integrating into the village, underlying strife still persisted. Fortunately, the Tsuchigumo clan chose not to join the village, maintaining only an alliance. Otherwise, encountering such treacherous allies would have surely led to dire consequences. By remaining outside the village, they were spared from engaging in the distribution of interests and external missions. In this manner, they could avoid competing for profits while simultaneously acting as external support. Moreover, by aiding in the removal of the Uchiha's adversaries, there was little reason for Senju Tobarama to betray the Tsuchigumo clan. As days passed, Senju Tobarama notified them that the operation was set to commence. Upon receiving all essential intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan and exclusive techniques concerning Uchiha Reikage from Senju Tobarama, the Tsuchigumo clan initiated their plan. They first hired wandering ninjas to set up an initial ambush along the Uchiha's inevitable route, followed by a second ambush executed by trusted subordinates dispatched by Senju Tobarama during the Uchiha's retreat. Finally, the Tsuchigumo clan would conclude the operation. The plan received Senju Tobarama's approval, as he too wished to witness the strength of the Tsuchigumo clan and their capability to subdue Uchiha Reikage. Success in this endeavor would signify that they possessed the strength befitting allies of Konoha, particularly considering that Uchiha Reikage, in conjunction with the myriad secret techniques of the Uchiha clan, was a figure of considerable stature. Should the Tsuchigumo clan prevail, It would indicate their status at a similar level, contributing positively to the village without requiring intervention from their elder brother. Adding such an ally of this caliber to the village would be advantageous, especially since the elimination of Uchiha Reikage would transform them into bitter enemies of the Uchiha clan. Possessing the secret, the Tsuchigumo clan could leverage it as a deterrent against the Uchiha at any moment, achieving a remarkable trifecta. Senju Tobarama initially envisioned it with great anticipation. However, he had not expected such a drastic turn of events. The mission had ultimately failed. This was the assurance promised by the Tsuchigumo clan. He had expended considerable resources, nearly exposing his own pieces positioned within the Uchiha clan, and even the intelligence operatives embedded within the Uchiha had been compromised. Yet, this was the outcome that Tsuchigumo clan provided. This is the formidable reputation that your Earth Spider clan has upheld for centuries. With such a meager display of strength, you still wish to ally with us in Konoha? It seems you have lost your wits. For this reason, Senju Tobarama gazed at the Earth Spider's grand elder before him, realizing that an alliance was no longer necessary. Rather than allowing them to become allies of Konoha, it would be more prudent for them to serve the Senju clan faithfully, enjoying their independence outside Konoha, thus evading its regulations. Behind his impassive demeanor, Senju Tobarama had already begun to concoct various schemes. Nevertheless, he calmly stated, regardless, your mission has failed, and you must commence anew. In the world of ninjas, those who fail at their missions have no need to exist. However, I can offer you a chance, eliminate Uchiha Ramen. As long as Uchiha Ramen perishes, the previous conditions remain unchanged. Alternatively, you may eliminate an elder of equal standing within the Uchiha. Should you fail, I cannot assure you of the confidentiality of this mission. Senju Tobarama spoke with a stoic expression, his body slightly leaning back, seemingly indifferent to the threat posed by the Earth Spider clan. In his view, despite their verbal bravado, the Earth Spider clan had not posed a true threat to Konoha's strength, especially given their previous disappointing performance. Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Chingju's fury ignited. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage. Senju Tobarama, you have gone too far. Chingju's voice thundered, reverberating through the air with uncontrollable anger. Perhaps I shall have my elder brother come to speak with you. Senju Tobarama remained unperturbed, appearing to dismiss the Earth Spider clan entirely, his gaze shifting away from Chiju as he returned to his administrative duties regarding Konoha. We shall see. The humiliated Chingzu turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused, addressing Senju Tobarama over his shoulder. Perhaps you should send someone to observe the battlefield results of our Earth Spider clan's actions, and you will see whether it is your own intelligence that is lacking. However, it seems we Earth Spiders need not ally with Konoha. You, the Hidden Leaf Village, have proclaimed the desire to set aside the grievances of the Warring States era, yet you still act against your so-called comrades. How can we dare to become your allies? Upon arriving at the base of the Hokage Tower, a companion nearby, having overheard Senju Tobarama's insulting remarks, asked vehemently, Grand Elder, shall we simply let this go? How dare this wretched man insult our Earth Spider clan? There is no need to dwell on it. One day he will come to regret his words. Chingju replied, shaking his head, his thoughts trailing off as he lamented how, despite being thoroughly prepared to avoid direct confrontation with the Uchiha clan's ninjas, they had still underestimated their strength. How had they managed to evade them? Due to the forbidden technique of the Earth Spider clan, known as Rage of the Heavens, which continuously accumulates natural energy. Every direct descendant of the clan is implanted with this ability from birth. Consequently, the capacity for natural energy accumulation varies according to individual physical constitution and innate talent. Some may only gather a single unit of natural energy in a day, while others can amass 100. When invoking the Rage of the Heavens, the resultant damage also differs, with a minimum destructive radius of several kilometers. Even the clan members are unable to predict the accumulation of natural energy. Naturally, when one clan member prepares to unleash this forbidden technique, the others are wise to retreat as far as possible. Otherwise, they risk becoming unwarranted casualties. One might not perceive the attack range as excessively terrifying, considering that the technique is implanted from birth, coupled with years of natural affinity transformation and the accumulation of energy that one cannot utilize. By resonating with the natural energies of the world, the explosive release of such energy, resulting in this formidable attack range, is quite reasonable. Unfortunately, this method of combat is not suitable for all clan members to engage in battle simultaneously, as it leads to a waste of resources. Thus, the Earth Spider clan's combat strategy is either to prioritize peace avoiding conflict whenever possible, preferring to carve out their territory and revel in their status rather than engage in ninja tasks. When evasion is impossible, they prepare in advance, sending a clan member to execute a self-destructive attack on the opposing family. Once Rage of the Heavens is unleashed, it is almost certain that the opposing clan will be annihilated. Even the strongest leaders cannot evade such instantaneous attacks, which could occur at any moment, during meals, in slumber, completely surpassing the defensive mechanisms of ninjas without any warning. Moreover, after each battle, the Earth Spider clan obliterates the battlefield, employing earth techniques to conceal their presence. Therefore, until now, this forbidden technique has remained undisclosed within the ninja world. This is not due to the Earth Spider clan's desire to avoid gaining a reputation, rather, it serves to intimidate external foes. The Rage of the Heavens technique, despite its immense power, is not suitable for everyone, as failure in its execution invariably leads to death. Each year, countless clan members perish due to this risk. The Earth Spider clan survives through constant reproduction, sifting through their population. Even so, only a few dozen ninjas possess this technique, each being a crucial asset to the clan, not to be squandered lightly. In this instance, they had no choice but to intimidate the newly established Konoha village, selecting a less talented young clan member to make a contribution. In the end, the Earth Spider clan remarkably refrained from erasing the traces of their attack, to contend with the formidable coalition of numerous ninja clans that constitute the ninja village's power. One must undoubtedly demonstrate an impressive and fierce strength, compelling them to recognize that our Tsuchigumo clan is not to be trifled with. Only through such displays can we stave off their insatiable greed. Consequently, even someone as formidable as Shinji Tobarama might be compelled to regard our Tsuchigumo clan with newfound respect. After all, we possess a staggering attack range of 7 kilometers. Konoha village shall certainly face the repercussions of this. A sense of triumph flickered across Aoi's face as he pondered these thoughts. He turned to the side where Shiroki was standing and remarked, "Very well. Let us return to the Tsuchigumo clan's stronghold. I suspect it will not be long before Tobarama can no longer contain himself and seeks to court our favor. At that moment, our Tsuchigumo clan will hold absolute leverage." Upon hearing this, Shiroki's face lit up with excitement, and he vigorously nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. When that time comes, we must ensure that Shinji Tobarama kneels before our clan's emblem and earnestly begs for our mercy." With that, the two departed from Konoha. Meanwhile, Shinji Tobarama remained arrogantly awaiting the Tsuchigumo clan's submission, seemingly believing there were nothing to be concerned about. Unfortunately, even a person as composed and astute as Tobarama, with the support of the god of ninjas, underestimated the profound depths cultivated within this ninja world. Before long, he would come to regret his careless oversight. Chapter 33. Uchiha Chiriya. I am finally departing the village. On the path leading away from the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Tenshu smiled, smoothing his long, raven-black hair and adjusting the backpack slung across his back, filled with sealing scrolls, each containing a wealth of supplies. He was fully equipped, with a short blade secured at his waist and a pouch of ninja tools strapped to his legs. 3 days had elapsed since the arrangements made by Elder Raiman. And during this time, Uchiha Tenshu continued his daily training with unwavering diligence, ensuring he was well prepared for the journey ahead. The ashes brought by Elder Raiman had provided numerous valuable insights. Additionally, he had organized the stories he had previously penned, ready to present them to Yukino. In his past life, Uchiha Tenshu was an avid bookworm, indulging in a plethora of novels, fables, and fairy tales, while such pursuits were commonplace in his former existence. In the world of ninjas, he had become a veritable master storyteller. Over the course of 2 years, he had regaled Yukino with a different tale each day without a single repetition. The collection of stories he had prepared in advance was sufficient to last 3 months if read one per day. However, he hoped this mission would be successfully completed. Although the task was not particularly arduous, it was not something that could be accomplished swiftly. Fortunately, he now had a clear objective. He murmured to himself as he prepared to set off. At that moment, a girl rushed past and collided directly with Uchiha Tenshu. Instinctively, he attempted to evade her, but then halted, mindful of his status as a genin in the village of Konoha, where he preferred to remain inconspicuous. Consequently, the girl's forehead struck his shoulder. Thanks to his rigorous training in taijutsu, bolstered by ample nutrition and medicinal support, Uchiha Tenshu stood a head taller than his peers. "Oh, I'm so sorry," the girl exclaimed, looking up with a hint of fluster and urgency in her eyes. "It's nothing." Uchiha Tenshu waved his hand dismissively, intending to continue on his way when he suddenly noticed something peculiar. As he scrutinized her, he found her large eyes, light purple hair, and lovely features strikingly familiar. "What is your name?" he inquired. "I am Chiri, Uchiha Chiri," she replied, feeling somewhat bashful under his intense gaze. "What? You are Chiri, Uchiha Chiri?" Uchiha Tenshu was taken aback, realizing that the girl before him was none other than the future wielder of the Mangekyou Sharingan, the one who would ultimately bring an end to the Uchiha clan's internal strife. Upon reflecting on the remarkable talents of the individual before him, and recognizing that, in response to the ultimate Jinjutsu of Izanagi wielded by the Uchiha clan, this person had single-handedly developed Izanami to counter it. One could only marvel at such a prodigious genius, a rarity among the Uchiha for centuries. It struck Uchiha Tenshu as curious that he had never encountered this individual during the clan's elite ninja training sessions. "By the way, do you know Uchiha Chiri?" Uchiha Chiri inquired with a hint of timidity. You." Before Uchiha Tenshu could further his inquiry, several other Uchiha youths, around the same age of 7 or 8, rushed over, interrupting his words. "Quick, capture her. Don't let her escape," shouted Uchiha Naka, flanked by 3 companions who glared menacingly. It was perplexing. They were all members of the Uchiha clan, yet their treatment of Uchiha Chiri was bewildering to Uchiha Tenshu. Stunned, he stood frozen, his mind racing to comprehend this sudden turn of events. Yet, recalling Chiri's significance in the future, Uchiha Tenshu quickly regained his composure and positioned himself protectively in front of her, casting a cold gaze at Uchiha Naka and his associates. "Hey, you lot. Why are you pursuing Chiri? Speak clearly. You dare to side with this branch member? This wretched girl has audaciously stolen my ninjutsu. I shall teach her a lesson." Uchiha Naka retorted fiercely, though he felt a twinge of intimidation when faced with the taller Uchiha Tenshu. Height often denotes age, and age signifies the duration of training, which, in turn, reflects one's strength. Uchiha Tenshu stood a full head taller, suggesting at least an additional 2 years of training. Uchiha Naka, recalling the righteousness of his stance, pressed on. When did the ninja world allow for such blatant theft of another's techniques? Even among clan members, such actions are intolerable. In the ninja world, techniques are akin to sacred martial arts secrets, and any attempt to pilfer them would inevitably engender a relentless enmity. Instances of life and death conflicts arising from such violations were not uncommon. Even among the Uchiha, stealing techniques without permission warranted severe repercussions. Hearing Uchiha Naka's accusations, Uchiha Chiri immediately felt the urge to defend herself, glancing at Uchiha Tenshu with a pleading expression as she grasped his arm. "I did not steal anything. I developed my own technique. After mastering my ninjutsu, I sought to learn new and powerful techniques, but with no one to teach me, I created it myself. He just happened to see it and accused me of stealing." "You're lying. You didn't even make it into the elite ninja training. Yet you claim to have developed the Dragonfire technique?" "My ninjutsu was taught to me personally by my father. Your family has never even learned this Dragonfire technique." Uchiha Naka crossed his arms dismissively, a sneer upon his lips. As Uchiha Nakaka spoke, his followers echoed his sentiments, voicing their agreement. Indeed, it was a deception. Uchiha Tenshu, however, had already formed a judgment in his mind. He was well aware of Chiri's innate talent for developing ninjutsu, and he foresaw that in the future, she could potentially create an S-class genjutsu, Izanami, a technique that even the Mangekyou Sharingan would struggle to counter. This made it abundantly clear just how formidable Uchiha Chiri's ability to develop ninjutsu truly was. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu coldly remarked, "Words alone are insufficient. Let Chiri demonstrate the Dragonfire technique right here, and you shall perform it as well. I shall assess your ninjutsu. If it truly is Chiri who is stealing knowledge, I will not shield her." Uchiha Nakaka scoffed. If she can execute it, I shall believe her." In response, Uchiha Chiri took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals, and declared, "Fire style, Dragon Fire technique." Instantly, a searing dragon-shaped flame erupted from her mouth, its power astonishing, soaring as a fiery beam over 20 meters into the sky. Uchiha Nakaka and his followers were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. She could truly perform it, and her technique surpassed their own Dragonfire technique. How about that? This surely proves that Chiri has developed her own ninjutsu. Why not showcase your own Dragonfire technique, so I may compare? Uchiha Tenshu directed his gaze at Uchiha Nakaka. The latter's expression shifted from pale to flushed as he retorted weakly, "Even if it's her own creation, she must have seen my hand seals." Uchiha Tenshu, infuriated yet mocking, replied, "In the ninja world, strength is paramount. If you are unsatisfied, feel free to challenge me and see who truly deserves to wield such formidable power. It would be best to end this matter here. If you dare to continue troubling my sister Chiri, I will have no choice but to teach you a lesson myself. Intimidated by Uchiha Tenshu's formidable presence, Uchiha Nakaka dared not utter another word and retreated with his followers, leaving in disgrace. Chapter 34. Departure from the village. With the expulsion of Uchiha Naka, Uchiha Chiryu gazed at Tenshu with profound gratitude, his clear eyes sparkling like stars, filled with admiration and appreciation. Big brother, what is your name? Uchiha Chiryu's voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a celestial melody that evoked a sense of affection. Uchiha Tenshu smiled gently and replied, "My name is Uchiha Tenshu." His voice, warm and resonant, carried an undeniable strength that instilled an overwhelming sense of security and dependability in Uchiha Chiryu. "Thank you, brother Tenshu. I owe you so much this time," Uchiha Chiryu expressed earnestly, his voice quivering slightly with sincerity. Had it not been for brother Tenshu's timely intervention, he could have been captured, with consequences too dreadful to contemplate. The mere thought of enduring a brutal beating sent a shiver down Uchiha Chiryu's spine. In response, Uchiha Tenshu took a step closer, his smile radiating warmth as he looked at Chiryu. His gentle gaze seemed to penetrate the soul, tenderly brushing against Uchiha Chiryu's small head. Feeling the silky softness of her purple hair. "It's all right now. With my warning to them, they shall not dare to trouble you again. However, just to be safe, you should inform Elder Reimin about this incident. Tell him I sent you," Uchiha Tenshu advised, as he was soon to leave the village. The resolution of this matter would fall to Elder Reimin. Uchiha Chiryu's hair, smooth and delicate like silk, glided beneath Uchiha Tenshu's hand, bringing a soothing sensation that eased her worries. "I understand. I truly appreciate your kindness, brother Tenshu. I will seek out Elder Reimin right away." Uchiha Chiryu nodded obediently, expressing her gratitude once more. "Haha, Chiryu, you are so adorable. How could you ever be someone to do misdeeds? Even if I were not here, others would surely extend their help." Uchiha Tenshu replied, his laughter bright with sunshine. This sentiment enveloped Uchiha Chiryu in warmth, stirring within her heart a wave of emotion. She lifted her gaze to Uchiha Tenshu, her eyes shimmering with tears, filled with longing. Uchiha Chiryu realized that not only had brother Tenshu saved her, but he also placed such trust in her, which deeply moved her. After a brief yet meaningful exchange, Uchiha Tenshu and Uchiha Chiryu engaged in delightful conversation. It was revealed that Chiryu, like Tenshu, hailed from a branch family, lacking the coveted 3-tomo Sharingan within 5 generations, and had not been fortunate enough to be selected for training by the so-called elite ninja of the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, Uchiha Tenshu, aware of his impending departure, chose to bid farewell to Chiryu. However, before departing, Uchiha Tenshu imparted some of the ninjutsu he had mastered to her and cautioned her earnestly, should you encounter any uncertainties, seek out Shikugoku Iki, for they train near the hillside upstream of the Southie River. When you do, simply inform them that I sent you to find them. Aware of Uchiha Itachi's exceptional talent, Uchiha Tenshu was determined not to allow such a prodigious genius to slip through his fingers and introduced him to his trusted allies as a mentor for training. Through these efforts, Uchiha Tenshu successfully garnered Uchiha Itachi's favor and trust. If all unfolds as anticipated, Uchiha Itachi is likely to become one of his most reliable confidants. Simultaneously, Uchiha Tenshu couldn't help but lament the fact that even someone as remarkable as Uchiha Itachi was not being nurtured properly. No wonder the Uchiha clan faced decline and eventual extermination. They truly failed to cultivate their own talents. After setting aside his musings, Uchiha Tenshu proceeded forward, crossing the central street of Konoha, step by step distancing himself from the village's confines, until he reached the gates, where he submitted the family mission list and verified the signatures, passing swiftly through. At this moment, Konoha was not yet characterized by the stringent vigilance that would later arise, particularly concerning the Uchiha clan. After all, this nascent village was under the watchful gaze of various clans, each scrutinizing the other. The families were still in the process of adapting to one another, having emerged from the chaos of the Warring States period. Even upon entering Konoha, these clans remained somewhat estranged from each other. Moreover, the intertwining powers of these clans created an invisible web, enveloping the village and monitoring every action within, where every occurrence would invite interpretation and conjecture from the families. In such an environment, no one dared to brazenly exhibit corrupt or contentious behavior, for discovery by another clan could incite public outrage, damage their family's reputation, and potentially jeopardize their standing and influence within Konoha, possibly even provoking collective hostility from other clans. Finally, the first step was about to commence. Uchiha Tenshu stood before the great wooden gate of Konoha, turning back to gaze at it. A wave of emotion swelling within him. He understood that beyond this door lay the birthplace of the future will of fire, and now, the choice he had made was to leave this place and forge his own destiny. Yet, Uchiha Tenshu exhibited no signs of retreat. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as though he had penetrated the very essence of existence. He swiftly turned away, his footsteps firm against the parched earth, producing a bright, resonant sound. Though the biting cold of the external wind persisted, the fire within Uchiha Tenshu's heart blazed with fervor. He recognized that this departure from Konoha heralded a path ahead fraught with challenges and obstacles. Yet, Uchiha Tenshu displayed no fear. He resolved to traverse this world brimming with opportunities and perils, to wield his own strength and courage, and to dance within the realm that was rightfully his. At that very moment, as Uchiha Tenshu departed from the village, a shadowy figure from the Umbu stealthily manifested within the Hokage's office. Had Uchiha Tenshu glimpsed this figure, he would undoubtedly break into a cold sweat, exclaiming in astonishment, "Isn't this the Umbu employed by Senju Tobarama to surveil the Uchiha? How could they have already been established at this time?" At this juncture, the spectral Umbu had descended quietly, their purpose directly linked to Tenshu's departure from the village. Indeed, according to our meticulous surveillance, this Uchiha Tenshu is a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan. Our analysis reveals that the grain storage techniques possessed by the clan's seventh elder, Raymond, are derived from him. Furthermore, he has invented several ingenious tools, truly remarkable in their ingenuity. This mission involves a thorough investigation into the clandestine corruption regarding the Uchiha clan's alcohol sales, and if action is to be taken, this moment is undoubtedly the most opportune. The Umbu, kneeling almost mechanically, reported these secrets in a chilling tone, akin to a biting winter wind, laden with a palpable murderous intent. As a ninja meticulously arranged by Senju Tobarama to monitor the Uchiha clan, his heart was undoubtedly filled with a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha, perpetually yearning to obliterate their foundation and eradicate the young prodigies of the clan. In ordinary circumstances, Senju Tobarama would have readily acknowledged the Umbu's report, yet at this moment, preoccupied with another pressing matter, he merely set it aside, lost in his own contemplations. Chapter 35, Leveling Up by Slaying Monsters. Uchiha Tenshu? A prodigy, huh? Merely a fortunate accident. Those minor inventions are nothing but trivialities, utterly irrelevant to the grand scheme of things. My elder brother, Hashirama, effortlessly constructed granaries that far surpass his technology by countless years. It was merely a lack of foresight in times of food scarcity that led no one to consider such matters. Senju Tobarama, with a dismissive air, scoffed at Uchiha Tenshu's so-called genius inventions. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently mentioned his brother, Senju Hashirama, with a tone of admiration. As for his current mission, I have reviewed it, investigating the corruption and bribery stemming from the sale of alcohol. Truly a testament to the inherently nefarious nature of the Uchiha clan, whose wicked deeds abound. In the future, they must never be allowed to engage in the affairs of Konoha, lest they siphon off the village's resources. Speaking thus, Senju Tobarama closed his eyes tightly, massaging his temples. Beside him, a member of the Umbu raised his gaze and spoke. Shall we take this opportunity to eliminate the threat? A mere genin, who occasionally strays off the path in the ninja world, would hardly attract any attention. However, addressing this matter now may provoke the Uchiha clan's vigilance. Tobarama replied, shaking his head slowly. After all, our recent attempt against Uchiha Raiden has just met with failure. If we act again, Uchiha Tenshu, being a product of Raiden's training, would surely alert them, resulting in an overreaction. It would be wiser to wait until the Ninja Academy is established and observe this individual's actions then. Moreover, compared to the Uchiha clan, the current situation with the Tsuchigumo clan troubles me far more. Initially declining the Umbu's suggestion, Senju Tobarama then seemed to recall something and mentioned the Ninja Academy. Indeed, at this moment, the idea of establishing a Ninja Academy had germinated within him, aiming to nurture the children of various clans in Konoha. This initiative would not only cultivate fresh strength and foundation for the village, but also endow this newly formed settlement, surrounded by numerous clans, with a genuine sense of belonging and power, particularly after assuming responsibility for the village's various affairs since his elder brother Hashirama. Tobarama faced clans that wrapped themselves in isolation, each managing their own affairs with little oversight from the village. This was truly unacceptable. As members of the village, they must unconditionally pledge their loyalty to Konoha. Only by forming a cohesive unit can the village endure through time, yet the relics of the warring state seem oblivious to this truth. Regrettably, now is not the time to address these issues, so they must be set aside for the future. At this point, Tobirama could not help but feel a surge of anger. Who would have thought that the Tsuchigumo clan possessed such large-scale destructive forbidden techniques? His voice betrayed an incredulous emotion, struggling to comprehend how such power could remain concealed for so long. Did they not aspire to dominate the ninja world, just as the Senju clan had? Over the course of several centuries, Senju Tobirama found himself grappling with an incomprehensible dilemma. The situation had come to rest squarely before him, and he recalled how he had personally forced the opposing party to retreat. The notion of offering them an apology was utterly inconceivable. Tobirama immediately dismissed such an idea. After all, he had been hidden in the shadows of the Umbu, where he had distinctly overheard them declare their intent to make him kneel beneath the emblem of their Tsuchigumo clan. The mere recollection of this incited his eyes to widen in disbelief, his gaze fixated on the intelligence report laid before him on the table, a surge of intense fury and murderous intent welling up within him. His pupils blazed a crimson hue, seemingly aflame with righteous anger, not only directed at the Tsuchigumo clan, but also stemming from his own negligence. Just days prior, the Tsuchigumo had abruptly departed, prompting Tobirama to cultivate a sense of vigilance. He promptly dispatched his trusted subordinates to the site where they had ambushed Elder Uchiha Ramen, hoping to procure information regarding the Tsuchigumo clan. However, upon arrival, his subordinates were met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. What should have been a tranquil location had transformed into a colossal pit exceeding 7 kilometers in diameter. The devastation was unmistakable. The ground within a nearly 1-meter radius had been completely upheaved, the surrounding earth resembling the aftermath of a colossal beast rampage, strewn with chaos. Such terrifying destructive force was beyond imagination. Tobirama understood that this was no ordinary ninjutsu. Even his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi, could not conjure such a vast area of impact without employing sage abilities. Even if one attempted to unleash a ninjutsu of such magnitude, the resultant attack power would be dramatically diminished. Yet, the attack had reached such an expansive range without any reduction in intensity. According to the reports from his dispatched subordinates, this method of assault had manifested instantaneously, indicating that even at a distance of 5 kilometers, the enemy could strike with unparalleled swiftness. The Tsuchigumo clan possessed such a forbidden technique as their trump card. Although not wielded casually, even a couple of instances could spell disaster for Konoha. Moreover, with their evident hostility, if the enmity of the Tsuchigumo could not be resolved, it would undoubtedly yield a formidable adversary. What manner of forbidden technique could wield such terrifying power? Tobirama gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms as blood trickled from his fingertips. He recognized the gravity of the calamity he had unwittingly unleashed. If he did not adeptly resolve this predicament and it became known to the other clans in the village, it would inevitably attract controversy surrounding his leadership. As Tobirama racked his brain to devise a solution to this turmoil, unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Tenshu, who had narrowly evaded a previous assassination attempt by Tobirama, had embarked on the first step of his journey within the shinobi world. At the foot of an uncharted mountain stronghold, the surrounding environment appeared desolate, with weeds sprawling across the ground and a few lifeless trees standing nearby. In addition, there were around 30 fully armed bandits led by a group of wild warriors. Uchiha Tenshu stood amidst this bleak backdrop, his figure strikingly prominent. Clad in black Uchiha attire, his long black hair billowed in the wind. With a single hand forming seals, he intoned, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." His movements were as swift as lightning, completing the seals in less than a second. As his voice echoed, a powerful chakra surged forth from his body, converging at his open mouth. Suddenly, a series of expanding fireballs erupted from his lips, racing through the air like burning meteors towards the approaching bandits. The thunderous explosions of flames resounded, illuminating the sky as smoke enveloped the area. When the haze dissipated, the ground was strewn with grotesquely charred corpses, some still emitting smoke and a pungent, burnt aroma. Without exception, they had perished under the onslaught of his fire technique. Even a mere C-rank ninjutsu was wielded with artistry by Uchiha Tenshu, employing the Phoenix fire technique to disrupt the enemy's vision and gain the upper hand, accurately striking each target and expending chakra to continue the barrage. It was the 10th day since Uchiha Tenshu ventured out, marking his first experience of taking a life. However, his expression remained largely unchanged. The entire ordeal felt as effortless and pleasurable to him as slaughtering a chicken or dousing an anthill with water. The individuals he had slain were merely bandits obstructing his path. Furthermore, these bandits were not the destitute, driven to crime by desperation, but rather a group of thugs recruited by the powerful Otomo clan, easily divulging their identities under a simple illusion. Conversely, the impoverished people, those who had lost their land and had been exploited, formed a band of outlaws that Uchiha Tenshu had no intention of confronting. Not only had these individuals committed wrongdoings, but their existence was deemed necessary to eradicate. However, he did not ponder their motivations for wrongdoing. Instead, it was the silent onlookers that he regarded with disdain. Moreover, in his pursuit of establishing his own power, Uchiha Tenshu recognized that a chaotic ninja world was essential for acquiring the necessary resources, whether it be displaced individuals or vast wealth. The very people obstructing his path were but hindrances to his ambitions. Thus, he chose to act. Otherwise, in circumstances unconnected to him, Uchiha Tenshu would likely remain indifferent to their suffering, allowing them to wreak havoc across the ninja continent. After all, the so-called benevolence had long since been exhausted in his previous life. Now, Uchiha Tenshu needed to live for himself. Moreover, his pace quickened slightly. Uchiha Tenshu pondered deeply, his expression as astonished as a tumultuous sea. The enigmatic fragments in his mind, having traversed into this world alongside him, now surged forth with waves of energy, seemingly narrating the tale of his imminent revival. Was this a sacrifice of the soul, or a harvest of the essence of life? Uchiha Tenshu furrowed his brow in contemplation, struggling to decipher the cause. Regardless of the reason, it was evident that he could no longer remain idle. Decisive action was imperative. He resolved to attempt further eliminations. With unwavering determination, Uchiha Tenshu surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, ascending towards the bandit stronghold. After a gruesome massacre, the stronghold was drenched in blood, strewn with lifeless bodies. At the cost of hundreds of lives, a seemingly cultured middle-aged man, his face etched with terror, knelt before Uchiha Tenshu, resembling a frightened rabbit, and pleaded for mercy. "Spare me, I beg you. I merely managed their accounts and was forcibly brought here. Great ninja, they belong to the Oda clan, who also have ninjas in their service. Considering I have provided you with this intelligence, I implore you to be lenient and release me. I pose no threat to you." Uchiha Tenshu paid no heed to the man's pleas for mercy, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, with a gaze sharp as an arrow, he cast a genjutsu that rendered the man unconscious. Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu casually seized a nearby stool and began to assimilate the information streaming into his mind. Chapter 36. The arrival of the fragment of the divine artifact. To his astonishment, this turned out to be a fragment of a divine artifact. Uchiha Tenshu's heart surged with tumultuous waves of shock, as the companion who had journeyed with him into the ninja realm was finally revived after the sacrifice of hundreds of lives. Uchiha Tenshu's eyes widened, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated intently on the fragment within his mind, as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. The fragment emitted a faint glow, seemingly narrating tales of its former glory. Despite its shattered state, the oppressive aura it radiated left Uchiha Tenshu in awe. The information conveyed through this fragment revealed its name to be the Gate of Heavenly Dimensions, originally a supreme artifact specializing in the manipulation of infinite time and space. It had somehow been reduced to fragments, irreparably damaged, leaving little hope for restoration. Uchiha Tenshu mused to himself, filled with incredulity. He had never anticipated such extraordinary fortune in acquiring such an artifact, albeit one forever marred by destruction, never to be mended. Nevertheless, even in its diminished form, this once august time-space artifact, reduced to a mere fragment, bestowed upon him immeasurable benefits. Firstly, it not only endowed him, the host, with exceptional talent, but also granted him innate mastery over all 5 elemental attributes, including a formidable affinity for yin-yang. With just a modicum of training, he could unlock its potential. In other words, should he acquire knowledge of the techniques for yin-yang release, he could make monumental strides in his cultivation. Secondly, this fragment of the heavenly dimensions resembled an inexhaustible treasury of potential, housing a space that could grow infinitely. Moreover, this space possessed the ability to absorb external temporal fluctuations and celestial fortune, facilitating time-space capture. As Uchiha Tenshu drifted closer to different worlds across the timelines, he could seize the essence of the nearest realm. Astonishingly, This was the fundamental capability of the original gate of heavenly dimensions, and the sole active ability that remained. Contemplating this burgeoning space, Uchiha Tenshu felt a surge of excitement within him, as if a brilliant light flickered in his eyes, prompting him to activate this wondrous ability. With a mere thought, in the next instant, Uchiha Tenshu vanished like a bolt of lightning, reappearing in a dimly lit expanse. Uchiha Tenshu began to survey this new space. Before him lay a circular stage, approximately 100 meters in diameter. Though modest in size, its spatial integrity was immensely potent. Through the scant information available, Uchiha Tenshu discerned that the ninja abilities in this world relied solely on ordinary spatial capabilities for traversal, rendering them incapable of stepping even a fraction into his artifact's domain. Moreover, a spatial barrier surrounded him, safeguarding against ambushes from spatial manipulators, at least within the current capabilities of the heavenly dimensions fragment. A 3-meter radius around him was strictly off-limits to all spatial power users. Moreover, this ability serves as a passive defense when one requires it, while it can be actively dispelled when not needed. In this ninja realm, anyone wishing to traverse their space through summoning techniques must obtain one's consent. This unique advantage positions one as if born invincible, capable of swiftly retreating to this sanctuary when confronted with peril that one cannot counter. Although this space, being an independent realm not affiliated with the ninja world, relies solely on its own essence, it presents a limitation. Upon entering this space and subsequently exiting, one returns to the original location, thereby curtailing the mobility afforded by this sanctuary. Nevertheless, it remains a formidable means of self-preservation. It is truly lamentable. Had it been the pinnacle artifact, the heavenly dimension gate, in its prime, it would have possessed far more than a mere complete supreme world space. It resembles a colossal portal connecting infinite dimensions and boundless timelines, capable of effortlessly opening passages to any world, leaving coordinates within those realms to continuously harvest resources and achieve limitless growth, regardless of how distant these worlds might be in the fabric of time and space. The heavenly dimension gate could instantaneously reach them like a bolt of lightning, functioning as a superlative navigational instrument in the cosmos, accurately pinpointing and arriving at any target to absorb the resources of countless worlds. Regrettably, the heavenly dimension gate has lost its former splendor. Although this space continues to evolve, it cannot restore the damage inflicted upon the gate, preventing it from returning to its former glory. Such a high-tier artifact, once shattered, is irreparably broken. Fortunately, despite the loss of its essence, its traits may still be occasionally invoked under the right conditions. The thought of the time-space retrieval, the only proactive ability left by the fragment of the heavenly dimension, ignited a fervor within Uchiha Tenshu. However, he understood that the present moment was not the opportune time. He must bide his time for later. Moreover, as a supreme artifact, it possesses capabilities beyond mere transit. Among these are the ability to cloak the host from any prophetic abilities and to lock the host's timeline, rendering them undetectable by others. Uchiha Tenshu rejoiced at these passive abilities, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Since his arrival in this world of Naruto, he has been plagued not only by an ever-expanding ambition, but also by a profound unease and threats stemming from the perils of this realm. The dangers of warfare among ninjas keep one in a constant state of existential crisis. Furthermore, the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the stars seeks to cultivate the god tree on this planet to harvest all that it has to offer. This represents an unavoidable peril that one cannot escape if one intends to survive and maintain ties within this world, even if it necessitates resistance. Once the intricate schemes of the Sage of Six Paths are disrupted, it signifies a profound violation of his intent to harvest this planet as if it were mere farmland, thereby inevitably casting oneself as his adversary. What renders the situation even more precarious is the astonishing ability possessed by the Sage's ally in the ninja world, the Great Sage of the Six Paths, who can prophesy various futures at any given moment. This implies that if there exists even the slightest possibility of becoming an enemy, the Great Sage can foresee it and take preemptive measures to extinguish the threat in its infancy. Confronted with such a formidable power, Uchiha Tenshu recognized its peril long ago. To evade becoming a target of the Great Sage's foresight, he consciously instilled in himself a subconscious suggestion to never entertain thoughts of enmity towards the Great Sage or the Sage of Six Paths. The purpose of this was clear: to avert the moment when hostile intentions might arise and inadvertently be captured by the Great Sage's prophetic visions, thus revealing himself as a potential foe and prompting the necessary precautions to evade the prophecy. After all, regardless of the magnitude of the Great Sage's prophetic abilities, They ultimately hinge on present actions and circumstances. It is inconceivable for one to predict events beyond their own capacities. For instance, if the great sage's powers were truly omnipotent, the Otsutsuki clan would not have descended upon Earth. If such foresight were attainable, the ancient demons and deities would have undoubtedly made preparations in advance, preventing Kaguya Otsutsuki from infiltrating their domain. Chapter 37. Limitations of Chakra. Now, with the ability to shield my prophecies, my every action remains concealed from adversaries. Moreover, having locked the timeline, this power effectively counters the divine artifacts possessed by the Otsutsuki clan. The plow, capable of traversing time and space, further prevents the Otsutsuki of the future from troubling me in the present, as they cannot confront the might I am destined to become. Given my innate talents and strategic planning, it is inevitable that I shall ascend to a strength that surpasses the ninja world, ultimately commanding it entirely. The Otsutsuki clan's endeavor to sow the god tree inevitably positions us as adversaries. As such, any conflict with them guarantees that they will utilize their artifacts to launch temporal assaults. Even the few individuals depicted in the original narrative can effortlessly manipulate such temporal artifacts, let alone the unseen Otsutsuki lurking in the background. Should they attempt to traverse time, they would find themselves in an entirely new dimension, incapable of interfering with my existence. Uchiha Tenshu felt a profound sense of assurance. The world of the narrative known as Hokage is undeniably formidable. Although he has not completed viewing the later series, Naruto, the increasingly potent ocular techniques and divine arts are continually introduced, further elaborating on the Otsutsuki clan. The emergence of transcendent beings from their ranks has also been noted. Without formidable external assistance, it is uncertain whether he could surpass the original protagonist, especially considering that the latter has the Sage of Six Paths as a father. This apprehension has deterred Uchiha Tenshu from developing within the confines of Konoha in the Land of Fire, fearing it might disrupt the intricate designs of the Sage of Six Paths and the Great Toad, potentially prompting an untimely intervention. Until he attains the strength of a Six Paths level being, he has no intention of annihilating Konoha or the Land of Fire. Instead, he shall continually extract their resources. Once he has matured sufficiently and cultivated loyal subordinates, he could then seize dominion over the entire planet and venture into the cosmos. As for the early arrival of Otsutsuki clan members into the ninja world, that matter could be entrusted to the protagonists of the original narrative. As long as the Sage of Six Paths wishes to protect his domain from destruction, he will inevitably intervene. Uchiha Tenshu only needs to remain at a distance, allowing others to exhaust themselves in battle before emerging to reap the rewards. Ultimately, Uchiha Tenshu's aspiration is not to emulate any legendary hero, but to master the art of retreat akin to Simo-e. Having learned from past experiences is sufficient. In this life, he will not squander his genuine kindness on the indifferent masses. Such foolishness is best left to the puppet, Naruto Uzumaki, orchestrated by the Sage of Six Paths. After all, in the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke are merely puppeteers of the will of fire, absurdly glorifying a flawed system while zealously upholding the status quo. Contemplating the revolutionary path of Sasuke, he found himself subjected to a brutal beating and verbal onslaught from Naruto, akin to a brainwashing experience, fervently rallying in support of his adversary. In response, Uchiha Tenshu could not help but express his disdain. Such individuals undoubtedly deserve the suffering they endured. Even the one responsible for the slaughter of his family, he could misconstrue their actions as protective affection. It is no wonder that Naruto's influence proved so effective. Similarly, Naruto himself experienced this paradox, just as Neji perished for him. He still found admiration in Obito's ascension to Hokage. Truly absurd. Thus, the inhabitants of the ninja world fully merit their tribulations, and there is no necessity to pity them. What one truly seeks is not the salvation of humanity nor the alleviation of suffering, but rather the unrestrained acquisition of resources for oneself, seizing everything in sight. Uchiha Tenshu profoundly comprehended this notion. Now, with the aid of the heavenly fragment, even should the Sage of Six Paths make an appearance upon realization of his presence, Tenshu could unleash chaos upon him. Furthermore, inexplicably, after the activation of the heavenly fragment, he felt as though he had liberated himself from some unseen constraints. Uchiha Tenshu could not resist moving his body, stretching his limbs, filled with a sense of ease and contentment, as if his very soul had undergone a cleansing. This sensation was not merely a euphoric reaction to acquiring the heavenly fragment. Rather, it felt as if he had shed some inner bondage, both physically and mentally becoming ever more transparent. Tenshu did not perceive this as an extraordinary phenomenon. In a world dominated by extraordinary ninjas, where prophecies and temporal travel exist, it seemed entirely reasonable for such an extraordinary sixth sense to emerge, especially when originating from one's innermost perceptions. In the next moment, Uchiha Tenshu recalled a significant matter: the origins of chakra. There exist two prevailing theories. According to the original narrative, the ninja world initially lacked chakra. Even with the presence of natural energy and mythical beings, chakra did not exist until Kaguya Otsutsuki arrived, planting the divine tree, which eventually led to the birth of her two sons. Following her sealing, the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja lineage and disseminated chakra, which became a source of oppression for all who wielded this energy, as it was bestowed upon them by another. After all, utilizing something that was not inherently theirs came with considerable costs. The alternative theory posits that chakra was inherently present in the ninja world, but its refinement methods were revealed by the Sage of Six Paths. This includes the chakra of various summoning beasts and the more potent Sage chakra, as well as the innate sealing abilities possessed by the priestesses of the Land of Demons. The former theory aligns with the animated worldview, portraying the Sage of Six Paths as Kaguya and the planet's human progeny, evolving from the Sharingan to the Rinnegan. The latter signifies that the Sage of Six Paths is a child born from the blessings bestowed upon him by humanity's faith in Kaguya Otsutsuki, naturally endowed with the ability of the Rinnegan. Regardless of which narrative one subscribes to, both reveal an undeniable conclusion: the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya Otsutsuki, possesses the extraordinary capability to manipulate chakra. This is indeed remarkable. It is essential to recognize that chakra is one of the most pivotal energies in the world of ninjas. It forms the foundation upon which various ninjutsu is executed. Moreover, it is a refined energy amalgamated from the corporeal and spiritual strength of humanity, capable of transcending the elemental forces of water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, even potent enough to interfere with the fabric of space and time. Kaguya Otsutsuki's ability to wield such energy undoubtedly renders him an immensely powerful entity, rivaling even the core members of the Otsutsuki clan. Imagine, for instance, how Izuna Uchiha might immerse himself in such a scenario. With his profound knowledge of various narratives, he could instantaneously conceive numerous methods to implant backdoors into chakra. For example, he might embed a unique curse mark within the chakra, which would remain dormant until the moment an adversary emerges, at which point the mark could be triggered, leading the practitioner to lose control over their chakra, potentially facing severe backlash that could obliterate them entirely. Alternatively, Izuna Uchiha could employ sinister methods to merge chakra with malevolent forces, causing practitioners to be insidiously consumed by darkness, ultimately reducing them to mere puppets and igniting a cascade of conflicts. This could very well resemble the strife currently plaguing the ninja world, spawned from the hatred that may, in fact, be a cunning scheme orchestrated by the sage himself. Chapter 38. Speculations after immersion. Indeed, he could employ righteous methods, infusing a positive energy into the chakra, thereby allowing practitioners to be influenced by this benevolence while utilizing their chakra, rendering them more virtuous and just, and fervently passionate about all matters. Take Naruto, for instance. Regardless of the transgressions committed by his foes, as long as they acknowledge their wrongdoings, forgiveness is granted. Even Obito, who was responsible for the demise of his parents, could find absolution in Naruto's heart, indifferent to the sentiments of his deceased kin, such kindness surpassing even that of mere beasts. In light of this, Uchiha Tenshu privately pondered the manipulations inflicted upon the souls of the Sage of Six Paths' two sons. How else could one explain the egregious apathy displayed towards his own flesh and blood, allowing them to languish unchecked? He himself dwelt in the Pure Land, immortal and free from the specter of mortality, while simultaneously controlling the dynamics of the entire ninja world. Yet, the chakra of his two sons perpetually reincarnated, each cycle leading them into conflict, igniting relentless bloodshed throughout the ninja realm. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Most perplexingly, even the Sage of Six Paths maintained a soul that lingered in the world, with his brother's essence enduring for millennia. His two sons, not lacking in power, never made their presence felt within the established narrative. Such an anomaly defies logic in the realm of reality. Moreover, the sage's contradictory nature is striking. He fervently incites wars, plunging the ninja world into ceaseless chaos and slaughter, all the while professing a desire for peace and mutual understanding among its denizens. Those who sought to unify the ninja world were met with deliberate obstacles, designed to thwart their endeavors of reconciliation. Is this not a profound contradiction? What is even more bewildering is his preference for the stronger elder brother to submit to the directives of his weaker sibling. This manifestly irrational approach seems deliberately crafted to instigate conflict, allowing him to observe the ensuing struggle from a distance. Thus, upon Uchiha Tenshu's release from the chakra restrictions placed upon him, he began to glean some answers. Perhaps the Sage of Six Paths was acting with intent. After all, he himself had usurped dominion over the world alongside his brother, sealing their mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, away, which left him consumed with unease regarding his two sons. This scenario is reminiscent of the Greek mythological king of the gods, who perpetually faced threats from his progeny. It is essential to recognize that, as a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, he is acutely aware of the formidable and fearsome potential that resides within him. In such a precarious situation, he must not only neutralize threats but also strategize for the future, all while preventing his sons from uniting against him as he and his brother once did. Thus, rather than directly intervening, Kaguya Otsutsuki adroitly turned the two who should have been united into adversaries, ensuring that one alone could never triumph over him. As subsequent events revealed, this indeed held true. The two sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra and Ashura, became irrevocable enemies, locked in generations of conflict, each fostering powerful ninja clans, perpetually embroiled in relentless strife. Throughout the course of this millennium-long conflict, countless formidable souls have inevitably been dispatched to the pure land of the Sage of Six Paths, with an immeasurable amount of chakra continuously flowing into this sacred realm. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kaguya, is indeed a cunning architect. The concept of life and death appears to serve merely to instill a heightened sense of rivalry in his two sons. Were he to evade death himself, he might fear that his sons would aspire to pursue immortality in a similar manner. Uchiha Tenshu comprehends this underlying motive, with their father, the Sage of Six Paths, having perished. It is unlikely that the two brothers perceive their own lifespans as particularly extensive. In their quest for immediate gratification, they prioritize the present over the pursuit of a lasting future. Consequently, they unwittingly align with the sage's intentions, engaging in fierce battles despite possessing potent bloodlines and innate Otsutsuki talents. The Sage of Six Paths refrains from directly intervening to eliminate his sons, a rationale that Uchiha Tenshu begins to unravel. On one hand, he seeks to dilute their bloodlines and propagate them throughout the world, thereby exerting control over the ninja realm and elevating the ranks of fallen ninjas. On the other hand, the example of his own mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, serves as a cautionary tale. Regardless of one's strength, opposing the entirety of the world will ultimately lead to vulnerability and defeat. Thus, he must not overtly reveal his malevolent nature. Even his righteous facade must be maintained until the moment of departure, allowing others to take the stage. As for the Sage of Six Paths himself, he merely needs to craft the stage from behind the scenes. The actors will naturally step forth. In essence, should Uchiha Tenshu find himself in the position of Otsutsuki Kaguya, he would undoubtedly enact all the aforementioned strategies. At that point, anyone who has cultivated chakra would be inescapably ensnared by their fate. Currently, the Sage of Six Paths employs a somewhat analogous approach, albeit on a lesser scale. Though the scheming mirrors that of his progenitor, the efficacy is significantly diminished. He can only harvest the souls of deceased ninjas. After considerable contemplation, Uchiha Tenshu realizes that Otsutsuki Kaguya is undoubtedly a puppeteer orchestrating the chakra world, instilling a sense of dread. Moreover, the fact that she remains concealed within the Pure Land, with the preserved chakra of formidable beings lying dormant at her disposal, underscores her nefarious intent. At this juncture, he finally grasps the cause of his recent physical transformation. Has the restriction been lifted? Just as Uchiha Tenshu muses upon this revelation, the sentience of the heavenly fragments conveys further insight. It becomes clear that the so-called chakra seeds are, in essence, signal transmitters and restrictors residing within the human form. With these signal devices in place, the Sage of Six Paths can execute various contingencies and ensure that upon a ninja's demise, their soul, along with all their chakra, is transported to the entity known as the Pure Land. Needless to say, the aforementioned limiter restricts the nourishment derived from chakra for life itself. The chakra cultivated by each individual, which is essential for their vitality, is completely absorbed by this limiter. It is no wonder that while chakra possesses the power to manipulate the elements of water, fire, wind, and lightning, it does not enhance the human body in any way. Indeed, it appears that from the very beginning, all ninjas have been covertly disadvantaged. Uchiha Tenshu could not help but recall the original narrative where Naruto and Sasuke were transported to the Pure Land by the Sage of Six Paths. At that time, they had already perished, yet they were still drawn into the Pure Land, where they were imparted with extraordinary abilities, instantly elevating them to the level of the Six Paths. The so-called separation of life and death posed no significant challenge for them. In light of this, Uchiha Tenshu could not help but reflect that had it not been for the assistance of the heavenly fragments in liberating him from the constraints, even if he were to become a powerful six-path sage in the future, it would have taken considerable time to rid himself of such limitations. Should the Sage of Six Paths choose to act prematurely, he would find himself in a state worse than death. However, now that he has resolved this limitation, he need not worry about the hidden repercussions from the Chakra seed. Moreover, the ownership of this Chakra seed has now been transferred to him. Most importantly, with the removal of this restriction, not only does his entire being become unencumbered, but as he continues to cultivate and grow stronger, his lifespan will also vastly exceed that of ordinary individuals. Chapter 39. Temporal Fluctuations and Destiny. Perhaps this is the true essence of Chakra, this energy that the members of the Tsutsuki clan possess. With Chakra, they enjoy lifespans that extend into the thousands of years, and upon consuming the fruits that condense the energy of planets, they attain a state of immortality. It is inconceivable that the cultivation of Chakra within the ninja world would not enhance the limits of life, yet it can lead to fatal repercussions due to Chakra refinement. There must be a profound issue at play. After all, even the frogs, snakes, and slugs of this planet can cultivate to achieve prolonged lifespans. Are humans inherently inferior to them? This notion is fraught with contradictions. It seems apparent that such outcomes are deliberately orchestrated. After all, who would willingly engage in life and death duels if they possessed eternal life, without the incessant struggles and deaths of powerful beings? How could the Sage of Six Paths procure the souls of strong individuals to provide Chakra resources? Uchiha Tenshu pondered with certainty and growing skepticism. It is conceivable that even the Tsutsuki clan might merely be a result of adaptation to Chakra, combined with cosmic radiation, gradually transforming into their distinctive pale-skinned forms. What is most striking is their lack of reproductive isolation from humans. They essentially belong to the same race. Or perhaps Uchiha Tenshu has misjudged. Their lack of reproductive barriers may suggest that they are a superior life form, having assimilated genes from numerous planets, allowing them to match with the genetic material of any world. Regardless, this formidable race persistently seeks out life-bearing planets to cultivate the god trees. The ordinary members of this clan have already attained strength equivalent to the Kage level within the ninja realm, a remarkable feat indeed. This merely reflects their foundational physical capabilities, which allow for rapid growth and enhancement. Furthermore, their lineage bestows upon them unique talents, enabling them to manipulate the forces of space and time once they reach a certain level of power. When these gifts are awakened, their strength is augmented further, allowing them to easily reach or even surpass the level of Kage. Within this group, some individuals possess powers that defy imagination. Their starting point is at the level of Kage or near Six Paths, indicating that their abilities have transcended the limits of ordinary ninjas. Among the select few elites, some begin at the Six Paths level, their might unfathomable. Even after being ambushed by Kage upon arriving on Earth, leading to their incapacitation, they can still conceal their whereabouts. These formidable beings traverse the cosmos, embarking on prolonged journeys that cannot yield immediate results. Given their extensive lifespans, even without employing the Tsutsuki clan's unique methods of reincarnation, their existence is extraordinarily prolonged. Historically speaking, their lifespans likely exceed thousands of years, with even 10,000 years not being an impossibility. Over such expansive stretches of time, it is sufficient for dozens, if not hundreds, of dynasties to rise, flourish, and ultimately fall into oblivion. For the Tsutsuki clan, it is merely a fleeting game. Even in death, they can employ their unique abilities to reincarnate and resurrect. From this perspective, the Tsutsuki clan truly epitomizes the pinnacle of this universe, deserving of the title of divine beings. Uchiha Tenshu could not help but marvel inwardly. At present, he found himself liberated from the constraints that had previously bound him. The enhancement of his life and strength was now proportionate, granting him the opportunity to attain such heights. Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu pondered for a moment, surveying the surrounding murky expanse, contemplating whether his mastery over this realm could enable him to devise some meticulous plans. As Uchiha Tenshu, the master of the celestial fragment, contemplated, the space above him became illuminated, and the void beneath his feet transformed into a ground composed of black stones. It appears that I can manipulate and reshape this realm. However, the alterations I create are confined solely to this space and cannot influence the external world. This limitation may be a consequence of my own strength or the awakening of the fragment. According to the information conveyed by the celestial fragment, this space can expand in tandem with my growing power, almost as if it possesses a life of its own. As long as I exist within this world, all my actions will inevitably trigger fluctuations in time and space, as well as celestial fortune. By accumulating a sufficient amount of these temporal fluctuations and celestial fortune, I shall be able to wield the power of temporal grasping to embark on a random plunder towards a parallel dimension. It is akin to unveiling a random treasure, presenting a remarkable opportunity. Furthermore, once one engages in the defeat or slaying of other beings, it is as though one is deliberately stirring the waters of time and space, thus reaping a modicum of temporal fluctuations and fortune. These temporal ripples resemble gentle undulations, naturally spreading across the surface of the temporal waters. While fortune manifests as an innate radiance of vitality, the strong shine like the blazing sun, while the weak flicker like fireflies. By vanquishing others, one can usurp their fortune, thereby enhancing one's own potential and limitations. In the eyes of Uchiha Tenshu, a whirlwind of uncontainable greed swirled. Yet the thought of such a large-scale massacre inevitably attracting scrutiny tempered his ambition. He recalled that within the entire ninja world, a singular entity, the embodiment of compassion, lay concealed. Should he take action, he would have to surpass not only Senju Hashirama, but also the eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. Not to mention the dying Senju Hashirama and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan of Madara, alongside the ancient beings hidden within the sanctuaries of the three legendary summoning beasts. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu abandoned the notion of causing a commotion. Furthermore, the limitations of ordinary individuals rendered their influence in the grand scheme of the world negligible. It would be far wiser to intervene with the original characters of the narrative. Therefore, his next endeavor must be to devise a means of reaping this bountiful harvest. However, excessive slaughter would cause their souls to ascend to the afterlife like birds, consequently alerting certain individuals. Moreover, simply defeating the adversary would yield their temporal fluctuations and fortuitous destinies. Why, then, must lives be taken? Rather than rendering the opponent utterly defeated, one might persistently vanquish them, even reaping the rewards of victory multiple times. Would this not be a more advantageous approach? Moreover, the Sage of Six Paths, who established the foundation of the Pure Land, has inspired me, Uchiha Tenshu, to carve out my own legacy. If one can influence the destinies of others, absorbing their temporal fluctuations and so-called heavenly fortunes, then subduing them would allow me to continuously draw upon the effects they produce. With a sense of pride, Uchiha Tenshu contemplated, realizing that the Sage of Six Paths treated the entire ninja world as his own field, nurturing it with constant care. Now, I find myself embarking on a similar path. Thus, let us first explore the extent of what spatial retrieval can achieve. Understanding the capabilities bestowed by the fragments of heavenly dimensions, Uchiha Tenshu gazed expectantly at his inaugural attempt at active retrieval. In an instant, the space before him resembled a tranquil lake, rippling gently until a dark spot emerged abruptly. Following this, a spatial window, akin to the size of a grinding wheel, unexpectedly expanded before Uchiha Tenshu. On the other side of this window lay an ancient room imbued with Eastern charm, its decor steeped in antiquity, with a desk adorned by several tomes exuding a musty aroma. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Tenshu recalled the information provided by the heavenly fragments, indicating that the duration of this spatial retrieval would be fleeting, lasting less than a few seconds. In a heartbeat, Uchiha Tenshu swiftly extended his finger, his remarkable chakra control allowing it to coalesce into a sticky, rope-like form, akin to a spider's silk, deftly grasping the ancient tomes. Alas, due to the energy scarcity initiated by the fragments of heavenly dimensions, Uchiha Tenshu could not traverse through. Had it not been for this limitation, he would have ventured forth without a second thought. Furthermore, the now fractured heavenly fragments could merely facilitate communication across time and space, lacking the ability to forcibly anchor themselves within it. To act recklessly could result in him becoming eternally lost in the unknown realms of time and space, never to return. Uchiha Tenshu had no desire to embark on a solitary and unfamiliar journey into that enigmatic temporal expanse. Chapter 40. The Secrets of Cultivation. Hiss. Could it be? Could it possibly be a cultivation technique? Uchiha Tenshu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the few tomes in his hands. Upon opening the first page, he was greeted by an intricate illustration of the human body's meridian system. Uchiha Tenshu carefully turned one of the books to face him, treating it as if it were an extraordinary treasure. It is crucial to recognize that in the entire ninja world, no such cultivation manuals exist. The so-called training processes that these ninjas undergo merely involve the refinement of chakra and the study of ninjutsu. Everything is confined to a single term, jutsu, not the profound concept of Tao. This was precisely what Uchiha Tenshu had looked down upon in ninjas during his past life. Regardless of how wondrous these ninjutsu may be, they are akin to the countless leaves on a grand tree, numerous and distinctive, yet perpetually unable to reach the true path of the tree's growth. No matter how formidable the power one possesses, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, it remains unrelated to one's own longevity. The essence of true cultivation lies in the foundation and branches of the tree. The techniques serve as a guiding route for the growth of the tree's roots and limbs. Cultivating these techniques is akin to nourishing the tree with water and fertilizer, enabling it to grow faster and better, transforming a mere seed into a towering giant. At this moment, a myriad of mystical cultivation secrets from the Eastern worldview spontaneously appeared in Uchiha Tenshu's mind. These secrets, encompassing martial arts, immortal tales, and fantastical realms, all invariably touched upon the ladder of life evolution. They resembled keys leading to higher echelons of existence, assisting individuals in transcending the confines of ordinary humanity, entering a novel and elevated realm of life, even if the technique in his possession originated from an exceedingly primitive world. And even if it were the most rudimentary form of knowledge, its true value did not lie in the swift enhancement of his own strength. Rather, it resembled a precious key, unlocking a door to a treasure trove brimming with resources. Its philosophies and pathways were undoubtedly superior to the so-called forbidden techniques of this world, perhaps surpassing them by countless degrees. Now, such a treasure lay in his hands. Thus, let me explore the allure contained within these pages and discern the caliber of the techniques. A fervor ignited within Uchiha Tenshu as the pages gently unfurled in his grasp. The first image that caught his eye was a detailed depiction of the human meridian and acupoint system, rendered with remarkable precision. Every blood vessel and acupuncture point was distinctly visible, evoking admiration for the artist's exceptional skill and extraordinary craftsmanship. It was difficult to fathom that such accuracy could originate from an ancient world. Yet, what astonished Uchiha Tenshu even more was the dense annotations of ancient script accompanying the illustration. The words, diminutive and intricate, were etched upon the parchment like a swarm of mosquitoes. Uchiha Tenshu found himself unable to comprehend them all. Yet he could discern a few simple characters that coalesced into coherent phrases, unmistakably correct. He surmised that these inscriptions were remnants of an Eastern worldview, for it was improbable that he could recognize them otherwise. Despite only being able to decipher approximately 60 to 70% of the text, Uchiha Tenshu remained undeterred. He was acutely aware that a ninja inherently possessed exceptional decoding abilities, coupled with an intricate network of meridians and acupoints. With the assistance of these scant characters and illustrations, he believed that, with a modicum of time and effort, he could unravel their meanings. Moreover, if all else failed, he had the technique of the shadow clone, a remarkable training aid that allowed for relentless experimentation with techniques. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Uchiha Tenshu commenced a meticulous examination of the text and images before him. He scrutinized each letter and sentence, endeavoring to uncover clues and patterns. Simultaneously, he carefully observed the meridians and acupoints depicted in the illustrations, pondering their connections to the text while perusing the detailed explanations of subsequent techniques. As moments slipped by, Uchiha Tenshu became wholly absorbed in the process of deciphering. He lost track of his surroundings, his focus solely on the enigmatic characters and illustrations. Hours passed, and a flicker of enlightenment sparkled in Uchiha Tenshu's gaze as he continued to examine the tome. He meticulously turned the pages, discovering that this manual indeed held profound insights. At first glance, it appeared to be an impressive text, divided into 8 distinct levels: refining essence, transforming chi, refining chi, transforming spirit, refining spirit, returning to emptiness, refining emptiness, and merging with the Tao. This structure mirrored the well-known hierarchical system of Taoist cultivation from his previous life. Each tier contained its own unique cultivation process and descriptions of strength enhancement. However, Uchiha Tenshu quickly realized that this system diverged from the legendary realms of Taoism he had once known. Although each stage was meticulously detailed, the descriptions of post-cultivation realms and the manifestations of power suggested it resembled a conventional martial arts cultivation manual, rather than one derived from a fantasy or immortal cultivation worldview. In essence, according to the manual's descriptions, even if one persevered through immense trials to elevate their cultivation to profound realms such as refining spirit and returning to emptiness, or refining emptiness and merging with the Tao, their capabilities would merely extend to soaring 1,000 meters high and damaging several hundred meters of terrain. Their true might remained a far cry from the extraordinary, almost celestial beings depicted in Uchiha Tenshu's previous novels. These so-called earthly immortals possessed the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, capable of moving mountains and parting seas with a mere gesture, conjuring storms with their command. Their power astonishing beyond measure. In stark contrast, according to this manual, even those who achieve the heights of refining spirit and returning to emptiness, or refining emptiness and merging with the Tao, would be but insignificant insects in the presence of such divine beings. Their strength might appear insurmountable to the mortals within their own worldview, yet before true power, they seemed utterly trivial. It could even be asserted that such a level of cultivation may not measure up to the elite shinobi of the ninja realm. The jutsu wielded by these seasoned shinobi can unleash devastation with remarkable ease. In this world brimming with mystery and enchantment, the upper echelon of shinobi possess an array of unique techniques and skills, their prowess undeniably formidable. Placed within the historical context of Uchiha Tenshu, who has not demonstrated any extraordinary abilities, he could indeed be likened to a celestial being descending from the heavens, a figure of divine caliber. Should he be bestowed a title, it would undoubtedly require a plethora of honorifics. Observing the cultivation manual he has acquired, when compared to the deities portrayed in novels, the so-called realms of refining the divine and merging with the void seem to boast grandiose claims, yet in truth, they are akin to the folly of a jester attempting to challenge an emperor, a display of utter hubris that elicits nothing but laughter. This prompted Uchiha Tenshu to harbor a flicker of doubt regarding the actual worth of this manuscript. However, he soon shook his head. In contrast to the meteoric rise one might achieve through this cultivation technique, the manual appears as an inexhaustible treasure trove, rich with untapped reservoirs of potential. Not to mention, the process of refining essence alone unfolds like an exquisite symphony, encompassing the nurturing of the body, the storage of vital energy, the absorption of essence, the collection of energy, and the refinement of one's vitality, each a distinct movement in the grand composition. On a spiritual level, it involves meditation, entering a state of tranquility, attuning to one's breath, and various preparatory practices, reminiscent of a melodious poem that evokes admiration. Moreover, the subsequent chapters on transforming energy present a series of extraordinary methods for nurturing, condensing, and utilizing the cultivated energy akin to a vibrant tapestry. These are practices that are absent in the world of ninjas. Chapter 41, a comparative exploration of cultivation undoubtedly. The most significant aspect lies within the methodologies contained in the techniques, which allow one to continuously transcend their own limitations through rigorous practice. In the realm of ninjas, this notion appears almost fantastical. Perhaps, during the ancient times obscured by the sands of time, the indigenous humans of this planet possessed rudimentary cultivation methods. Yet these have long since faded into oblivion. The only remaining legacy of the Sage of Six Paths is the unique chakra extraction technique, which, however, is constrained by individual talents and heavily reliant on the equilibrium between physical and mental energy. If you are a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, you inherently possess superior physical and mental attributes, thus enabling a more potent chakra. Conversely, if you hail from a humble background, your physical and mental capabilities are naturally inferior, resulting in a frail chakra. Moreover, the sole avenue for enhancing chakra within the entire ninja world is through relentless physical training. Despite the most diligent efforts, the chakra cultivated does not facilitate breakthroughs in one's limits or the exploration of innate potential. It merely represents the accumulation of physical and mental energies, growing stronger as both flourish. In this context, Uchiha Tenshu cannot help but recall the foundational information he has gathered regarding chakra. Chakra is a hybrid energy extracted by individuals in the ninja world from their body's 130 trillion cells, integrating physical energy and mental prowess. Typically, this energy is not distilled for storage but is extracted momentarily during usage, inadequate control leads to significant wastage. In terms of total chakra, when comparing his own reserves, he finds his chakra to be over 5 times that of ordinary peers of the same age, marking him as an exceptionally rare talent within his clan. Even though the ordinary clan members possess chakra levels far inferior to his, in comparison to the average ninjas from the outside world, his chakra remains several times greater. Only a select few prodigies among the common populace can barely measure up to them. This disparity clearly illustrates the differences in bloodline talent. Ordinary mortals possess little to no chance of altering their fates. They can only nurture their natural growth, allowing the chakra accumulated from their spirit and physique to strengthen. Beyond this, the only recourse lies in certain secret concoctions that enhance the human body. Even with relentless physical training, there are inherent limits. Exceeding one's natural boundaries through excessive practice will only lead to demise, rather than evolution. However, according to the descriptions within this particular technique, it diverges significantly from ninja chakra, which necessitates extraction only during use. While it can also be stored within the body when not in use, it cannot surpass the limits of one's chakra reserves through mere extraction. Conversely, this technique is markedly different. It allows for the initial mastery of various energy manipulations, enabling the storage of energy within the body's dantian space. Not only can it achieve this, but it also possesses the ability to continuously enhance one's vital essence through the practice of profound techniques, allowing for the accumulation of latent energy that is typically unused. This energy can be gathered and stored within the body akin to rivers converging into the sea. Through persistent training and storage, one can progressively transcend their innate limitations. Even an ordinary individual, if they fully master this technique, can surpass their inherent boundaries. It is no wonder that in the narratives of fantastical cultivation novels, a single sacred manual can alter one's destiny. Upon reflecting on this, Uchiha Tenshu found himself filled with anticipation for the future cultivation that this technique promised. He already possessed the innate talent to reach, and perhaps even surpass, the level of a shadow. If his potential were to be further amplified, he might attain the so-called 6 paths level before even engaging with the ancestral bloodline of the Tsutsuki or harnessing the power of the 10 tails. Uchiha Tenshu held no doubts regarding this. According to the detailed exposition within this manual, even an ordinary person, by diligently practicing all the prescribed steps, could systematically transcend their limits. Each stage promised a percentage of enhancement and various forms of fortification. Moreover, such enhancements and fortifications would naturally vary among individuals. For instance, the energy refined from an ordinary body would starkly differ from that extracted from a being of Panga's caliber. The disparity was vast and incomparable. Based on this premise, one could achieve a permanent enhancement of oneself, continually breaking through limits. In the world of ninjas, training often aligns with one's innate potential. However, if I adhere to the requirements of this technique and engage in sustained practice, the growth I would experience would undoubtedly surpass what is described within the manual. After all, the human body in the ninja realm is composed of 130 trillion cells, and its energy is certainly superior to that of practitioners from other worlds. Viewed through the lens of percentage growth, a higher foundation correlates with a greater increase in cultivation levels. Therefore, with the robust physical and mental energy of those from the ninja world, they completely surpass their counterparts by several folds. Each incremental percentage of growth and accumulation results in a qualitative transformation. Even now, my foundational level is dozens of times stronger than those who have not practiced at all. Should I proceed to strengthen myself further, my talent enhancement could easily exceed several hundred times. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Tenshu began to meticulously plan his next steps. First and foremost, he resolved to devote himself entirely to deciphering this enigmatic technique, ensuring that no detail would be overlooked to prevent any potential errors. Secondly, he turned his attention to the formidable technique of shadow clone. This technique not only serves to distract enemies during combat, but also possesses a crucial characteristic. Everything experienced by the shadow clone, including memories and insights, is automatically returned to the original body. This is, quite simply, an extraordinary boon for cultivation. Uchiha Tenshu realized that by incessantly employing shadow clones to explore and practice various cultivation methods, he could swiftly amass a wealth of experience and skills. This invaluable knowledge would directly feed back into his own body, rendering his cultivation journey remarkably effortless. Coupled with the techniques he acquired, he would not only grasp them in intricate detail but could also, based on this foundation, recreate other sacred tomes of power. To fully harness the potential of shadow clones, Uchiha Tenshu resolved to delve deeply into their development. He sought to continually enhance the capabilities of these clones, ensuring they possessed a more comprehensive range of functions. Furthermore, he aspired to master the technique of multiple shadow clones while minimizing the substantial consumption and burden they typically imposed. Ideally, he wished to be able to create hundreds, if not thousands, of clones for his training. In this manner, with the aid of shadow clones as a training enhancement, Uchiha Tenshu could effortlessly summarize experiences, circumventing the various dangers and pitfalls he might encounter during his cultivation endeavors. Only upon thoroughly understanding and mastering the techniques would he embark on formal training, thus ensuring a foolproof approach that would yield maximum results with minimal effort, allowing him to achieve rapid advancement. Uchiha Tenshu further perused other foundational texts and discovered one volume concerning alchemy. With a hint of interest, he leafed through it, finding numerous methods for concocting elixirs that could augment one's power, akin to the terminology of the original world. After some contemplation, he resolved to set this knowledge aside for later study. The final 2 volumes included one on feng shui, which Uchiha Tenshu found rather intriguing, though he did not delve into it deeply. The other, however, caused him to flush with embarrassment upon a mere glance, prompting him to swiftly close it. Such a treasure of knowledge, alas, was ill-timed. Otherwise, he would have thoroughly examined it for validation. Uchiha Tenshu mused, lamenting his body's immaturity. Nevertheless, this opportunity provided by the temporal rift was undeniably monumental for him. With regard to his future growth potential, Uchiha Tenshu was filled with an ever-growing sense of hope and bolstered confidence. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a handsome young man was furiously cursing within his room, exclaiming about the unscrupulous thief who had stolen his book. Chapter 42. The Pursuit of Uchiha Sakura. Well, do tell, where have you just been? Accompanying this inquiry, a figure appeared as abruptly as lightning. The suddenness of this apparition left Uchiha Tenshu, who had just emerged from the heavenly dimension, momentarily stunned. His body instinctively reacted, and he unleashed a powerful punch infused with his formidable strength and speed. However, this strike did not connect with its intended target. Instead, it collided with a soft object, Uchiha Sakura. She was sent flying by the unexpected blow, tracing an arc through the air like a kite severed from its string. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Tenshu's heart sank, and he quickly realized he had struck the wrong person. Fortunately, when the figure appeared, he had also heard the accompanying voice, which instinctively prompted him to lessen the force of his attack. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sakura, as a seasoned jonin, swiftly channeled her chakra to enact a rapid defensive maneuver. Had she not, the outcome would have been far graver. Years of training had honed Uchiha Tenshu's reflexes to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to prepare for a swift combination attack almost simultaneously with the sound of the voice. Intending to utilize the body flicker technique combined with his signature Tenshu-style dominant fist to swiftly dispatch the opponent. Yet, in certain unexpected situations, even the finest combat instincts may falter slightly. At this moment, Uchiha Tenshu's gaze finally fell upon the figure he had inadvertently struck. His heart sank further as he realized it was none other than Uchiha Sakura. Instantly, a wave of embarrassment and regret washed over him. It was painfully clear that she was not an enemy poised to ambush him, but rather a protector sent to safeguard him, a fact that needed no further contemplation to deduce. In a state of concern, Uchiha Tenshu rushed forward, crouching beside her to inquire, "Are you all right?" Uchiha Sakura, having adjusted her posture midair to stabilize herself, now found herself crouched on the ground, grimacing in pain and clutching the impacted area, tears welling in her eyes. Uchiha Tenshu approached her with a look of deep remorse, silently chastising his own recklessness. He quickly examined Uchiha Sakura's injuries and, relieved to find no serious harm, began to employ his healing techniques to alleviate her pain. "You pervert!" Uchiha Sakura glared fiercely at Uchiha Tenshu, her eyes glistening with tears. After a brief period of treatment, she pressed one hand against the ground and swiftly swatted away the hands he had extended in concern. Ever since Uchiha Tenshu had scanned her with his piercing gaze, akin to a scanner, Uchiha Sakura had harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. This sentiment was further exacerbated by the fact that the elder of her Uchiha clan had chosen to pass the mantle of heir to the unsatisfactory individual instead of the loyal Uchiha Lingwe, effectively usurping the legacy that rightfully belonged to her. In pursuit of her objectives, Uchiha Sakura meticulously devised plans to ensure that her opponent would suffer greatly during this mission. Yet, Who could have anticipated that a minor oversight would lead to her swift defeat at the hands of her adversary? Had they consumed some elixir that granted them such formidable strength? Unbeknownst to Uchiha Sakura, during the preceding bloody confrontation, Uchiha Tenshu had undergone a transformation akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, successfully bridging the formidable chasm between elite Chunin and Jonin, stepping into the realm of the Jonin. This remarkable evolution was, of course, attributed to the fortitude and mental clarity he gained from his initial experiences with bloodshed. Though her heart was tumultuous with discontent upon witnessing her opponent's audacious and unforgivable actions towards her, Uchiha Sakura momentarily disregarded her injuries, her gaze fierce and predatory, akin to that of an enraged lion, fixed upon Uchiha Tenshu. "You lecherous fiend, have you had your fill? Do you wish to lose that arm of yours?" "Ah, I was merely assisting you," Uchiha Tenshu replied, embarrassment coloring his features as he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. "In any case, are you feeling any better now?" "I feel slightly improved," Uchiha Sakura forced out through gritted teeth. "Where were you earlier?" "I could not sense your presence and did not react until I came to check." It turned out that Uchiha Sakura was a rare sensory ninja, gifted with long-distance perception, which explained why she had been assigned to accompany Uchiha Tenshu for support and protection. No wonder I did not notice before. A rare sensory ninja indeed. Uchiha Tenshu mused internally. Faced with Sakura's inquiry, he had no intention of revealing his secrets and concocted a plausible explanation in his mind. Furthermore, the change in his abilities had to be accounted for with a credible justification. Scratching his head awkwardly, Uchiha Tenshu explained, "It is my Sharingan's ocular technique." As he spoke, he activated his Sharingan. Indeed, Uchiha Tenshu's Sharingan had awakened at the moment of his mother Uchiha Ningning's passing. Unfortunately, despite his lucid mind and strong will, the painful loss of his mother had not allowed him to effortlessly evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan. For Uchiha Tenshu, the concept of mother was but a distant memory from his childhood, tinged with melancholy, lacking the fervent connection that stirs the soul. As a reincarnated being, he had become numb to the pursuit of emotions after enduring the toll of familial and romantic bonds in his previous life. The feelings accompanying his current social interactions, though still significant, were not indispensable nor overwhelmingly vital. Thus, amidst this sorrow, Uchiha Tenshu had only awakened one tomo in each eye. The single tomo Sharingan possesses formidable insight, allowing its wielder to perceive incoming attacks as though they were moving in slow motion. Upon activation, the Sharingan amplifies the user's perception of their opponent's movements, enabling a rudimentary ability to see through illusions and to observe from afar, though it pales in comparison to the might of the Byakugan in these aspects, rendering such capabilities somewhat negligible. Furthermore, the Sharingan acts as a magnifier. The greater the user's innate strength, the more potent the Sharingan becomes. Consequently, Uchiha Tenshu had seldom revealed his lack of a Sharingan, nor had he utilized it within the village, preferring instead to diligently hone his foundational skills. With the imminent passing of the first Hokage and the ascension of Senju Tobarama as the second Hokage, being a member of the Uchiha clan and showcasing his prodigious talent without the Sharingan was manageable. However, once he activated it, he would inevitably be perceived as inherently malevolent, inviting disaster upon himself. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu adeptly concealed his true capabilities. Yet now, he found himself in need of a justification to account for the sudden evolution of his strength, lest he be unable to explain the disparity. It would seem quite reasonable for an elite genin to suddenly unlock the Sharingan and achieve a breakthrough to the rank of Chunin. Therefore, it could be considered plausible that, in a moment of unexpected confrontation, he managed to repel Uchiha Sakurako. Plausible? Nonsense. What ocular techniques could a mere single Tomo Sharingan possess? Did he believe he was wielding a Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Sakurako was amused by his audacity. The current Uchiha clan did not yet conceal their abilities as they would in the future. Thus, those of even modest standing or powerful shinobi within the clan were well aware of its intricacies. They understood that upon awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, one would cultivate ocular techniques within their eyes. And now, he dared to assert that his single Tomo Sharingan had activated a technique? Was he jesting? Uchiha Sakurako was utterly unconvinced by such claims. Chapter 43. Talent such is the reality. My innate talent is formidable. Possessing the characteristic of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan even before its activation, I am capable of manifesting this trait, as if I were born with an inherent spatial storage ability. In any case, you must keep this a secret between us, Uchiha Tenshu cautioned. In the annals of the Uchiha clan, there have indeed been individuals blessed with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, able to uncover their ocular abilities ahead of time. Thus Uchiha Tenshu was not entirely fabricating the truth. However, such occurrences are typically associated with the 3-tomo Sharingan, rather than your mere single tomo, Uchiha Tenshu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Consider me exceptionally gifted, Uchiha Tenshu declared, proceeding to showcase his ability to store and retrieve items from his backpack before Uchiha Tenshu. To her utter astonishment, she could hardly fathom that this despicable little rogue truly possessed such a talent. It left her so infuriated that she could scarcely find appetite. Humph, how can you be so fortunate? Uchiha Tenshu turned her head, gritting her teeth in disdain. What do you mean by luck? This is an extraordinary gift. Otherwise, could anyone else possess such an ability? Humph, I refuse to believe it. Uchiha Tenshu's beautiful eyes brimmed with indignation, her resolve unwavering. Very well, think as you wish. Uchiha Tenshu shrugged, adopting an air of indifference. On the surface, Uchiha Tenshu feigned disbelief, yet internally, she was consumed by profound imbalance. Could such a genius truly exist? How could this be possible? Why not me? Uchiha Tenshu found it hard to accept that, even as a fellow clan member, he could exhibit such exceptional talent. Was this indeed the elder's choice? Her pride was utterly shattered. At the age of 15, she, too, was a genius, already possessing the strength of a jonin. Yet, she had just been effortlessly repelled by Uchiha Tenshu. Even if it had been an accident, she had undeniably suffered a defeat at his hands. Not to mention, if he were to truly unlock the potential of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, it would signify a future where he could awaken the clan's illustrious heritage. Even in the Warring States period, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan represented the pinnacle of honor for the Uchiha clan, a reverence aspired to by all its members. And now, this little rascal. So, will you accompany me, or will you continue to follow me from the shadows? Uchiha Tenshu inquired, observing Uchiha Tenshu's conflicted expression, adding, it would be sensible to walk together. Given your presence, the need for solitary action is moot. Very well, I shall reluctantly agree, Uchiha Tenshu replied, rising to her feet, still embodying a mix of reluctance and righteousness. Upon witnessing Uchiha Sakura's acquiescence, Uchiha Tenshu shifted his gaze to the lone survivor he had spared. Hey, get up. He kicked the middle-aged man who had been hypnotized by his mere glance, rousing him from his stupor. The moment he awoke, he hastily bowed his head, pleading, Ninja Lord, spare me. I am merely a scapegoat brought here to settle accounts. I was previously plundered by the Oda family, and to save my own life, I was compelled to work for them. You must believe me. Zhongshan Hao's heart was heavy with despair. Though he uttered words of mercy, he held no hope within. For ordinary individuals like him, ninjas were reputed to be merciless executioners, notorious for slaughtering the innocent for monetary gain. In the tales that circulated beyond their realm, those endowed with extraordinary powers were said to annihilate common folk under the pretense of safeguarding classified information. Now, trapped in this den of robbers, he understood that even being a victim of the Oda family, his chances of survival were slim. Yet, Zhongshan Hao was unwilling to accept his fate. Just as despair enveloped him, Uchiha Tenshu declared, your life holds little value to me. Speak honestly about the total wealth of this hideout and its operations. What worth do you possess to me? Once you divulge this information, I shall contemplate granting you a chance at survival. Uchiha Sakura observed silently, refraining from interjecting. My lord, this month, the hideout has conducted 7 raids, accumulating a total of 300,000 ryo. The remainder consists of untransformed goods, which could yield approximately 500,000 ryo if sold. Typically, we train and execute raids, only proceeding upon notification from the ninjas of the Oda family. As for events prior to this month, I am unaware. I was captured by the Oda family only recently. Upon realizing a glimmer of hope for survival, the middle-aged man recounted the details with utmost respect, revealing no secrets. He further shared his background. Zhongshan Hao was born into a merchant family as an illegitimate son, possessing scant wealth. Fortunately, his household was harmonious, sparing them from significant disputes. A diligent student in his youth, he was fortunate to have caught the attention of a renowned professor from the University of the Land of Fire, who nurtured him closely, imparting a wealth of knowledge in literature, mathematics, and basic physics. However, for reasons unknown, the daimyo of the Land of Fire ordered the dissolution of the university, forcefully expelling and capturing intellectuals within the realm. Consequently, many were compelled to seek refuge in foreign lands, either for education or survival. Zhongshan Hao, alongside his mentor, fled to the land of snow. 2 months ago, as the winter grew increasingly harsh, they took it upon themselves to procure supplies from foreign lands to prepare for the impending cold, fully aware that ample provisions of food and clothing were essential for safety. Unexpectedly, it was precisely this group of individuals who, on their return journey through the land of fire, found themselves not only stripped of their supplies by the Tomo clan but also taken captive. In a bid to preserve their lives, they were compelled to serve their captors and execute their bidding. Who could have foreseen that, within a month, Uchiha Tenshu would come knocking at their door? Through the detailed introduction by Nakayama Hirasawa, Uchiha Tenshu gained a profound understanding of the individual before him. He could not help but marvel at the fact that this person was not only proficient in several languages, but also adept in languages beyond the common tongue of the Land of Fire. Even more astonishing was Nakayama Hirasawa's revelation that these languages were acquired during his studies in foreign lands, showcasing the remarkable adaptability of his intellect. This realization led Uchiha Tenshu to recognize that this individual was undoubtedly a true talent. His extensive knowledge and ability for cross-cultural communication were exceptionally rare in today's society, especially considering that the recent end of the Warring States period left a significant portion of the global population illiterate. Mastery of such languages marked him as a distinguished individual. Furthermore, given his educational background in other nations, he likely possessed connections with fellow students and instructors. For Uchiha Tenshu, who was eager to seek out talent, this presented an excellent opportunity to discover potential allies. Through this person's network, he could encounter more exceptional individuals, thereby further expanding his team. This would not only enhance the strength of his group, but also lay a solid foundation for future endeavors. Contemplating this, Uchiha Tenshu calmly regarded him and inquired again. What exactly is the background of the Tomo clan? We are undeniably within the borders of the Land of Fire, and this route is a crucial passage to the Land of Rain, typically frequented only by affluent merchants. Do they not fear provoking those who are beyond reproach? After all, merchants who have been attacked could certainly issue bounties for revenge. Uchiha Tenshu intended to eradicate the Tomo clan. On one hand, it would serve to avenge the wronged and win the loyalty of the people. On the other, it would eliminate any potential threats. If he were to eliminate their shadowy enforcers, what if they managed to trace it back to him and sought retribution? In a world filled with countless peculiar ninjutsu, who could predict the methods his adversaries might employ? Thus, from the outset, even if Nakayama Hirasawa possessed no remarkable talents, Uchiha Tenshu had no intention of allowing the Tomo clan to persist. Chapter 44, Subjugating Nakayama Hirasawa in response to Uchiha Tenshu's inquiry. Nakayama Hirasawa offered a wry smile and remarked that the Otomo clan was a distinguished local family, possessing vast tracts of land, and they were the feudal lords of the region. They commanded hundreds of elite samurai and dozens of ninjas, thus reigning as the overlords of this area. Furthermore, they operated a bank and numerous underground casinos, which contributed to their extensive power. The audacity with which they engaged in such activities was bolstered by the protection of the Fire Country's government, as the current head of the Otomo clan was the brother of a concubine of the Fire Country's daimyo. Consequently, even acts of highway robbery against merchant caravans from the Rain Country went unchallenged. At this juncture, Nakayama Hirasawa paused, casting a glance at Uchiha Tenshu and his companion before continuing, stating that prior to each operation, the Otomo clan's ninjas conducted thorough reconnaissance. Merchants with connections were left untouched, while those without any affiliations who ventured within the Otomo's domain would be ruthlessly plundered. Occasionally, those who managed to escape would be systematically eliminated by the ninjas. Even if a few managed to reach Konoha and post missions, they would ultimately be betrayed, as the information would be leaked from Konoha's ninja village. There was no concern that Konoha would retaliate against them, for it was evident that there existed a covert collusion between the two parties. What? From Konoha's ninja village? How could the village possibly betray the information of those who post missions? This is simply, Uchiha Sakurako exclaimed, her voice faltering in disbelief. As a member of the Uchiha clan who had joined Konoha, despite her lukewarm feelings towards the village compared to her family, she still regarded it as her nominal home. In front of outsiders, Uchiha Sakurako typically defended this home, but now she was confronted with the audacity of claiming that her homeland, Konoha, engaged in such despicable acts. In response, Uchiha Tenshu could not help but scoff. Surely you do not think that being a ninja is a profession of pride? Murder, arson, theft, and hiring others to commit nefarious deeds are all quite commonplace, are they not? Even our Uchiha clan, during the Warring States period, resorted to rampant pillaging for resources and supplies. This is simply the law of survival in this society. Only the strong prevail, and the weak are devoured. The notions of fairness, justice, and peace are merely refined facades to mask the predatory nature of humanity. He continued, "It is the likes of the Otomo clan that serve as the benefactors of Konoha's ninja village. Those who escaped, lacking any connections, are of little consequence to Konoha." Faced with Uchiha Tenshu's words, Uchiha Sakurako found herself momentarily speechless, unable to muster any counterarguments. Instead, she shot a fierce glare at Nakayama Hirazawa. Observing Uchiha Sakurako's rising anger, Nakayama Hirazawa hastily clarified, "This is the truth. The Otomo clan has been engaging in such practices for several years. I had previously worried that our highway robbery might draw their ire. However, the leader of this bandit group assured me that Konoha's ninjas would never take on their tasks, and foreign ninjas, even if they accepted missions within the Fire Country, could never reach this place. With the deity of ninjas presiding over the land of fire, foreign ninjas dare not undertake missions within its borders. Are we supposed to protect them?" Uchiha Sakura retorted with irritation. This time, Nakayama Hirazawa, despite his apprehension, stubbornly asserted, "It's hard to say. Clearly, having traveled from the land of snow to procure supplies in the land of fire, they had been ruthlessly exploited and held captive by the local aristocracy, suffering considerable indignities." Concerning the issues of the land of fire and Konoha, Nakayama Hirazawa found no words of praise to offer. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tenshu pondered that he had already offended the Oda clan and was preparing to annihilate them, unaware that they had the backing of the land of fire's authorities. Yet, this revelation did not deter Uchiha Tenshu. Rather, it intensified his resolve. However, before taking action, Uchiha Tenshu fixed a piercing gaze upon Nakayama Hirazawa and inquired, "I have grasped the situation. You are indeed not allied with these individuals. Yet, you must understand that in the world of ninjas, it is an obligation to eliminate bystanders to safeguard one's intelligence." Just as Nakayama Hirazawa resignedly accepted his fate, Uchiha Tenshu shifted his tone, declaring, "I can spare your life. However, from this moment forth, you shall work for me. In exchange, I will assist you in exacting vengeance upon the Oda clan. What say you? Should you refuse?" "Agreed. Agreed. I consent." In the face of Uchiha's unfinished statement, Nakayama Hirazawa hurriedly nodded, fully comprehending the implications. It was merely a change of masters. To disagree would undoubtedly spell his doom. Moreover, the prospect of avenging himself against the Oda clan reignited the flames of resentment within him, recalling the earlier pillaging he had endured. "Excellent." Uchiha Tenshu nodded, a faint smile gracing his features. "Follow me, and you shall not regret it. I will elevate you to heights previously unseen, in terms of both power and wealth." Thereafter, Uchiha Tenshu swiftly formed hand seals, and with each movement, a series of dark talismans surged forth from his fingertips like ethereal specters. These talismans seemed to possess a life of their own, quivering in the air, exuding a mysterious and perilous aura that left Nakayama Hirazawa in astonishment. At that moment, Uchiha Tenshu's finger darted forward, striking Nakayama Hirazawa with the swiftness of lightning. In that instant, a chill coursed through Nakayama's being. He was rendered incapable of any reaction as he felt himself ensnared by an invisible force. Hastily, he lifted his shirt to investigate, only to find a black sun symbol manifesting on his chest. This ominous symbol, akin to a curse, was indelibly marked upon Nakayama Hirazawa, radiating an unsettling black light. Despite the fact that Nakayama Hirazawa had acquiesced to Uchiha Tenshu's request, Uchiha Tenshu evidently remained far from reassured, maintaining a vigilant stance. The cursed seal technique served as a safeguard. This technique was one Uchiha Tenshu had acquired from his clan, which, after 2 years of extensive research and development, had been transformed into a unique controlling curse. This curse not only allowed him to take the life of his opponent at any moment through his manipulation, but it also possessed an exceedingly perilous characteristic, requiring adjustments every 3 years, lest it erupt instantaneously, causing the heart of the afflicted to burst and resulting in instantaneous death. With such a curse in existence, regardless of whether his intentions were genuine or feigned, he was compelled to act with utmost seriousness. After all, the two were merely acquaintances, and the other remained his captive. Thus, this approach was only natural. He was no chosen one of fortune, and while others might flatter him, the aura of authority he exuded would prompt instant submission from others. This curse would serve as the foundation of trust between them. With it, He could place his faith in the other, and the other need not fear abandonment or silencing at his hands. Uchiha Tenshu articulated this, elucidating the purpose of the curse. In response, Nakayama Hirazawa felt no disquiet. Rather, he exhaled a sigh of relief. This way, he need not worry about being deceived, nor about being silenced after eliminating the Otomo family. After years of traversing various lands and facing countless dangers, Nakayama Hirazawa had gained some insight. He promptly prostrated himself, declaring with utmost reverence, "From this day forth, I pledge my loyalty to you, my lord." His words brimmed with respect, entirely devoid of any condescension due to Uchiha Tenshu's youth, nor did he view him as a mere object of deceit. After all, Uchiha Tenshu, at first glance, emanated the aura of a noble lineage, and the woman accompanying him appeared to be a specially assigned guard, tasked with protecting Uchiha Tenshu. Thus, even in pledging allegiance, it could very well prove to be a wise choice for him. Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu meticulously inquired about all intelligence concerning the Otomo family. Although Nakayama Hirazawa could not provide a complete picture, he nonetheless offered a considerable amount of understanding. Chapter 45. The determination to annihilate the Dado family. The Dado family indeed resembles a tiger lying in wait, fortified not only by elite warriors adept at refining chakra, but also by a cadre of wandering ninjas who serve to protect them. They possess vast lands, operate casinos, and engage in the black market, all while enjoying the patronage of the Fire Nation's officials. They stand as a dominant force in the northwest of the Fire Nation. Furthermore, their focus solely on merchants lacking influence in smaller states leaves those seeking retribution utterly powerless against them. Yet, for me, this presents no challenge whatsoever. I am indifferent to their backing. Rather, their wealth could yield significant benefits for me. Uchiha Tenshu pondered deeply, recalling the various schools abolished within the Fire Nation and the multitude of talents therein. Having now subdued Nakayama Hirazawa and seized the resources of the Dado family, I can easily recruit personnel through him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Uchiha Tenshu turned his gaze toward Uchiha Sakura. While he could indeed handle the Dado family alone, there was no guarantee that some might escape his grasp. It was only with Uchiha Sakura's assistance that he could ensure a flawless execution of his plans. Noticing Tenshu's gaze, Uchiha Sakura regained her composure and asked, "Are you truly planning to eradicate the entire Dado family? Do you not fear the village's wrath?" Tenshu looked at her quizzically and replied, "Do we, the Uchiha clan, really need to consider the village's sentiments before taking action? Moreover, the mission system of the village is entirely under the control of the Senju clan. Any issues that arise are of no concern to us. As long as the news remains contained and the village remains oblivious, what does it matter?" In Tenshu's eyes, Konoha village, while seemingly tranquil and harmonious, resembled an uncut gemstone. In stark contrast to the future Konoha that would establish ninja academies, a security force, and a formalized mission acceptance system. In the Konoha of the future, it would evolve into a mercenary organization, subsuming the village within its ironclad structure. It would relentlessly demand more than 50% of mission acquisitions from the shinobi world, absorbing the entirety of the mercenary interests. Every task would be accepted unconditionally, and even those not undertaken would have their clients' information and safety safeguarded. At this moment, Konoha appeared more as a deterrent tool serving the daimyo and nobility of the Fire Nation, rather than acting solely for the sake of mission issuers. As would be the case in the future, this was due to the substantial annual funds allocated by the Fire Nation, which were distributed by Konoha's leaders among the various clans. Konoha's shinobi bore the solemn responsibility of defending the Fire Nation from foreign incursions, safeguarding its territorial integrity and interests. Thus, in the grand scheme of mutual benefit, the Fire Nation provided financial support, while Konoha's ninjas resided within the village, refraining from interfering with the nation's affairs and ensuring its safety. In the current task distribution of Konohagakure, the feudal lords and dignitaries of the Land of Fire deliberately assigned tasks exclusive to the village, such as finding lost pets or undertaking leisurely escort missions. These endeavors not only provide a respite, but also yield substantial monetary rewards, orchestrated by the upper echelons of the Land of Fire. This strategy serves a dual purpose: to acclimate the ninjas of Konoha to this type of task, and to foster amicable relations with the various clans through the expenditure of considerable resources. Moreover, some outsiders also request tasks from the village, which are then allocated by the higher-ups to different clans for completion. However, such externally commissioned tasks have yet to gain traction within Konoha, as each clan tends to prioritize its own territories and interests, often dismissing these assignments. Under the significant influence of the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, the ninja world generally enjoys a state of tranquility, leading to a lack of potential confrontations in these tasks, which predominantly consist of escort and protective duties. Such tasks not only strengthen ties with the elite, but also yield benefits. In contrast, tasks issued by ordinary outsiders offer little in terms of lucrative rewards, require considerable time investment, and could tarnish the reputation of the ninja clans if they fail. This disparity allows powerful families, like the Tomo clan, to extract intelligence from the Konoha ninja village. Clearly, Konoha finds itself with no room for indecision between the affluent and the impoverished. At this moment in Konoha, Tobarama Senju, the second-in-command of the Senju clan, meticulously oversees the village's task assignments, directing these easy missions to his own clan and the allied families surrounding him. Tasks from external sources, including foreigners, are delegated to less significant clans, while those with higher difficulty, which may risk failure, are entrusted to the Uchiha clan. For instance, during the nascent days of Konoha, a task from the Land of Lightning concerning the succession of the feudal lord, which entailed involvement with a clan rivaling the Uchiha Sharingan, was initially assigned to the Senju clan, but ultimately completed by the Uchiha clan. Although the task appeared successfully executed, it incurred the ire of the Land of Lightning's feudal lord and created a formidable adversary in the form of the bloodline family possessing the Dragon Eye. This arrangement effectively allows the Senju clan to reap the benefits while the Uchiha clan bears the repercussions. Uchiha Tenkai remains indifferent to the detrimental nature of this task allocation. As he perceives little advantage for himself, the burden of concern lies with the Senju clan. Very well, let us proceed as you say, Uchiha Sakurako nods, ready to follow orders, for her mission is to protect Tenkai, the heir of her lineage. As the future heir, despite Uchiha Sakurako's dissatisfaction and resentment towards Uchiha Tenshu, she was compelled to act in accordance with his directives. Thus, under the guidance of Nakayama Hirazawa, Uchiha Tenshu and Uchiha Sakurako first conducted a thorough inspection of the entire hideout. After collecting all the supplies, Uchiha Tenshu executed the Phoenix Flower Jutsu to ignite a fire, obliterating all traces and ensuring that no one could glean intelligence from the remnants. As they traversed the path, Uchiha Tenshu and Uchiha Sakurako communicated discreetly through their Sharingan. This was a technique developed by the Uchiha clan, allowing them to coordinate battle strategies with teammates while concealing their true intentions. Uchiha Sakurako expressed her admiration, exclaiming that she had not anticipated such a talent from him, marveling at how he had managed to carry away so many supplies. In the Warring States period, you would undoubtedly have been a prime target for other clans. If you weren't an Uchiha, I would certainly have taken action upon discovering your capabilities. Uchiha Tenshu then cast a glance at Uchiha Sakurako and inquired, by the way, having already pledged allegiance to Lingwei, should I not be regarded as your lord? Entrusted with everything by elder laymen? Why do you still harbor such aversion? Do not resort to accusations of lewdness or impropriety. As a ninja, you should possess the awareness in this regard. After all, as Lingwei's personal ninja, you cannot refuse even if it comes to offering yourself in service when faced with my words. Therefore, I wish to hear your true thoughts. Uchiha Tenshu stated, his gaze penetrating and profound. Having learned from Uchiha Sakurako that she was aware of his heir status, he had no intention of engaging in slow, meandering dialogue, opting instead for a direct approach. Chapter 46. Bets and wagers. Uchiha Sakura fell silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Indeed, from a sensory perspective, she felt an overwhelming aversion to Uchiha Tenshu's lascivious gaze. Having once been subjected to that very stare, she would have undoubtedly imparted a profound lesson upon him had it not been for the elder's decree. When did her disdain for him truly commence? It seemed to have begun the instant he approached Yukino. From that moment onward, she sensed his insidious nature, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Despite his covert maneuvers, he could not escape her discerning eye. His subtle intrigues within the clan were utterly transparent. Particularly, his actions involving the so-called Bowman Ritsuyuki Tenchi series of behaviors led Uchiha Sakura to perceive him as clever yet profoundly hypocritical. Resembling a moon reflected on water or a flower in a mirror, beautiful in appearance, yet utterly illusory. Consequently, Uchiha Sakura promptly reported Uchiha Tenshi's ambitions and cunning to Elder Raimon, expecting him to issue a warning or perhaps expel him. Yet, to her astonishment, Elder Raimon remained indifferent and continued to place his unwavering trust in him. Faced with Miss Yukino's aloofness, Uchiha Tenshu displayed a disconcerting apathy, deliberately putting on an act before her. At this point, Uchiha Sakura was filled with confusion. Why would Elder Raimon choose to keep such a duplicitous individual by his side as a potential heir? Did he not fear for Miss Yukino's safety? In response, Uchiha Tenshu cast her a glance, bemused by the fact that she had taken notice of him so early on. Unfortunately, Elder Raimon had been embroiled in his own difficulties, unable to extricate himself from the predicament that Uchiha Tenshu had orchestrated. Moreover, his lineage was devoid of male successors, and the few females within their ranks could not serve as heirs. Their very identities as women rendered them inherently undervalued by the members of the Uchiha clan. Regardless of their formidable prowess, even the awakening of the Sharingan would not garner them the respect they deserved. To complicate matters further, the immense profits derived from alcohol and the necessity of monthly financial revisions meant that Elder Raimon was utterly reliant on Uchiha Tenshu's cooperation. As for the events that followed, they need not be elaborated upon. With no male heir and his only daughter ensnared in emotional captivity, it became evident that what had once been perceived as cunning and hypocrisy was, in fact, an essential instinct for survival in the shadows of the ninja world. Uchiha Tenshu felt no need to elucidate this to Uchiha Eiko. He merely smiled in silence. Uchiha Sakura continued, "You know, ever since you drew near to Miss Yukino, I have been tasked by Lady Lingwa to keep a vigilant watch over you, gathering intelligence on your every move. I dare say, no one in all of Konoha knows you better than I do. Whether it be during your visits to Miss Yukino's side to share tales, or in your solitary training sessions, I have been silently observing you." As she spoke, Uchiha Sakura leaned closer to Uchiha Tenshu, intensifying the pressure between them. "It can be said that no one in the entire Hidden Leaf Village understands you better than I do. Though you conceal your true self deeply, I can see that you have never truly invested your heart in the village or your clan. You have always yearned to depart." Suddenly, Uchiha Tenshu halted in his tracks, his brow furrowed. Yet, before he could speak, Uchiha Sakura pressed on with her inquiry. Why do you wish to leave so desperately? Did you not promise to protect Yukino and Miss Lingwa for a lifetime? Her expression was filled with confusion, utterly perplexed by Uchiha Tenshu's thoughts. Perhaps. For me, the deeds I have undertaken and the promises I have made do not negate one another. But that does not mean I must remain in the Hidden Leaf Village for eternity to fulfill them. What do you mean? Do you intend to take Yukino and the others with you? Uchiha Sakura found it incomprehensible. Do you know? Uchiha Tenshu began, offering neither explanation nor affirmation, merely casting a fleeting glance at her. Most people's eyes can only perceive the buoys floating on the surface, unable to discern the ripples beneath, fixating solely on present pleasures without contemplating the future. Even the elders of the Uchiha clan, with their Sharingan, often focus their attention on the immediate. But how far can your eyes truly see? From the moment this village was established, the so-called wall of fire destined all clans within the leaf to be consumed as mere kindling. The profit-driven dynamics between the ninjas and the feudal lords ensure that one side will inevitably overpower the other, which is the root of disaster. The Hidden Leaf Village will sooner or later be dragged into an unending cycle of war, gradually depleting until the day arrives when all clans and ninjas vanish entirely. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan, engrossed solely in combat, has failed to grasp this reality. Peace has never truly arrived, only a temporary truce. In a state of comfort and tranquility, one is bound to be deceived by the enemy's actions, sacrificing everything to safeguard their interests. The Hidden Leaf is not our home. It is merely a sweet trap laid by the enemy, filled with venom. Perhaps a single taste may bring momentary satisfaction, but that very bite leads to the utter demise of the Uchiha clan. In such perilous circumstances, if one does not contemplate leaving, they are left with but one path: death. Uchiha Tenshu gazed at Uchiha Sakura, his eyes serene, completely unfazed by the implications of betrayal that might arise from his words. This is the current understanding of the clan. Even if everything were to be disclosed to the outside world, as a trusted elite ninja cultivated by the clan, it would merely serve to inform Elder Uchiha Raimon. Ironically, after being ambushed and assassinated, Elder Raimon was awakened to this reality by Uchiha Tenshu. Even if she conveyed all of this to the Elder, it would have no impact. Do you have any evidence? Uchiha Sakura exclaimed, her eyes widening as she clenched her fists, urgently pressing for answers. After winter, which is to say next year. This marks the time when Senju Tobarama was appointed as the second Hokage. It is evident that, in the eyes of others, the Uchiha clan has never been regarded as equal founders of the Hidden Leaf Village due to reconciliation, but rather as a faction to be viewed with suspicion. In the eyes of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan is merely a defeated faction. The severe injury sustained by Elder Reikage was a direct consequence of the actions taken by Senju Tobarama. Furthermore, the adversary has consistently sought to fragment the influence of the entire clan, positioning individuals like Uchiha Itachi within the channels of communication between the clan and the village, thereby numbing the Uchiha family while orchestrating continuous machinations. Trust me, their ambitions extend far beyond the position of Hokage. They covet much more. To silence the Uchiha and other clans, they will undoubtedly present the Uchiha clan with a fade of brilliance, which will, in reality, alienate the entirety of the village's families and its populace, resulting in a perpetual loss of the Hokage title for the Uchiha and isolating them within the confines of Konoha. When that time arrives, the fate of the Uchiha clan is merely a consequence of the wars ignited by this so-called Hidden Leaf village. Time and again, they risk their lives and pay the ultimate price to safeguard the legacies of others. Yet, despite their sacrifices, they remain unacknowledged, which is utterly absurd. Uchiha Tenshu scoffed at the actions of his clan, as if he could foresee the inevitable events that were destined to unfold. How could it be? Uchiha Sakura could hardly fathom that her own Uchiha clan would stoop to such folly. Thus, shall we wager? Let us ponder the selection of the Hokage. Proposed by Tobarama Senju, the second in command of the Senju clan, at the inception of Konoha. This process necessitates the consensus of the populace for one to ascend to this esteemed position. Shall we witness the realization of this principle? Is it genuinely adhered to? Or is it merely a stipulation applicable solely to the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Tenshu smiled and said, "Very well, I shall take my wager." Provoked by such words, Uchiha Sakura nodded, as if resolutely determined, and stated, "If what you say is indeed true, and the position of the second Hokage still resides within Senju Tobarama of the Senju clan, then it merely proves that they view our Uchiha clan as nothing more than a mere jest. Therefore, I shall wholeheartedly comply with your commands." Chapter 47. Their heroes. My foes, do you merely obey my commands? Uchiha Tenshu shook his head. You are inherently a trusted ninja nurtured by the elder of the Reikage, and a loyal vassal of Lingwei. As the heir of the Reikage elder and designated fiancé to Lingwei, your compliance is, in essence, expected. This cannot serve as a wager. We must choose a different stake. What do you desire? Uchiha Sakura questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion, for apart from this, she possessed nothing else to offer. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her complexion shifted, a blush creeping over her features, her gaze wavering. What thoughts are you entertaining? Uchiha Tenshu felt a surge of exasperation, musing that this voluptuous woman might indeed be preoccupied with frivolities rather than the serious matter at hand, despite her undeniable beauty and ample form. Nonetheless, he reminded himself that she was ultimately a ninja aligned with Lingwei and could not escape her allegiance, so there was no need to rush. Rest assured, our wager is this. Should these events transpire, you must place your unwavering trust in me. There are many actions I undertake that may elude your understanding, yet I implore you to follow my guidance and place complete faith in me. From a broader perspective, I possess a vision that transcends the ordinary, and while you may not grasp the significance of my endeavors, your steadfast support is paramount. Thus, absolute trust is what I seek. Agreed. It is settled then. Uchiha Sakura replied hastily, as if concealing something. Subsequently, the two released their communication from the illusion. After a half-hour journey, a distant black dot emerged on the horizon, marking their destination for the day, the domain of the Owatamo clan Showa City. Showa City, the largest and most prominent town in the northwestern expanse of the Land of Fire, boasts fertile plains where local farmers annually celebrate their harvest. It serves as a renowned gathering place for people from various regions to partake in festivities and contribute grain, resulting in a significant influx of visitors. The recent peace within the Land of Fire has only amplified this flow, leading to a remarkable frequency of internal commerce, with numerous hotels, inns, casinos, and banks thriving within its confines. The Owatamo clan has adeptly capitalized on this veritable treasure trove, expanding their power and even establishing their own ninja force. Particularly noteworthy is the grain storage technique derived from Senju Hashirama of Konoha, which the Owatamo clan has not only mastered but also improved upon, reportedly capable of preserving supplies for up to 20 years. Consequently, grain merchants from even farther afield transport their wares for sale, with the Owatamo clan openly purchasing these goods, allegedly to use as raw materials for brewing beverages. However, such information remains confidential, I only became privy to these details while compiling grain statistics for the Owatamo clan. Outside the city gates, in hushed tones, Nakayama Hiraz and Uchiha Tenshu, both transformed into noblemen, engaged in a discreet conversation. Upon hearing Hiraz's words, a peculiar expression flickered in Tenshu's eyes, prompting him to cast a sidelong glance at his companion. Through the art of illusion, he conveyed in secret, "Are the Senju clan truly this shameless? They have appropriated your exploits and disseminated them to the outside world. Fear not. Follow me, and you shall witness even more astounding maneuvers from the Senju faction of Konoha." Tenshu then surveyed his surroundings, scrutinizing the city of the Tomo clan. In his eyes, this locale stood as one of the preeminent cities within the Land of Fire. Indeed, no other city along the route from Konoha could rival its grandeur. It appeared that despite the Tomo clan's nefarious reputation for robbing merchants, they were not devoid of acumen. They had cultivated their territory into a thriving and vibrant hub, Tenshu remarked, observing the ebb and flow of the populace and the occasional smiles that flickered across the faces of the commoners, indicating that at the very least, they were not living in utter despair. Subsequently, Tenshu began to probe the situation by randomly selecting individuals along the roads outside the city. Utilizing his transformation technique, he approached people of various social standings, from affluent merchants to ordinary peasants. The latter, honest and unguarded, offered no fabrications. After a period of diligent observation and inquiry, Tenshu finally acquired a lucid understanding of the city and its surrounding regions. In Hiraz's perspective, the Tomo clan epitomized malevolence, embodying a deeply ingrained wickedness. They thrived on chaos, preying upon the weak, indulging in violence and pillage, truly a horde of soulless fiends. However, unexpectedly, within the confines of the Tomo clan's dominion, the circumstances revealed a different narrative. Although they could hardly be deemed virtuous, they adhered to their own set of rules, maintaining a semblance of order. For the ordinary farmer class, the taxes levied by the Tomo clan were relatively modest compared to other lords, amounting to only 50% of agricultural yield, with no additional tax burdens imposed. This leniency stemmed from the farmers' inability to pay any further dues beyond their harvest. Moreover, the Tomo clan exhibited remarkable managerial prowess. They orchestrated the commercial operations of the city with precision, allowing various industries to flourish in an orderly fashion. Notably, merchants visiting the Tomo city faced no plundering. Only transient individuals instigated such acts. Consequently, the goods in the shops operated by the Tomo clan were renowned for their quality and affordability. Upon hearing this, Tenshu's latent animosity grew ever more potent. Given the Tomo clan's exceptional governance and the fact that he had already incurred their displeasure, he resolved to act preemptively, seeking to eradicate them entirely and uproot their foundation. After all, their heroes are my foes. Their honey is my poison. No matter how commendable their actions might appear, it is imperative to discern the positions of allies and adversaries. Regardless of how benevolent the Tomo clan may appear to the populace, what value does it hold if it cannot cultivate a faction for its own future? Certainly none. Their actions merely provide a fleeting glimmer of hope for the people of this land, binding the common folk to their homeland in a manner that positions them as formidable foes to their own advancement. Similarly, what significance does the Tomo clan's management of merchants hold if it does not yield resources for themselves? It is of no consequence. Their approach, which involves the extensive plundering through itinerant traders, severely hampers the trade communications between the smaller nations and the Land of Fire. As they intend to depart from the Land of Fire, it is highly probable that they will seek refuge in the smaller nations to the west. Moreover, these actions inadvertently obstruct their own path. Thus, it is unequivocally necessary for their disappearance to be justified. Conversely, eliminating them and seizing their wealth, be it gold, riches, or beautiful captives, would not only facilitate a return to primitive accumulation, but also win the loyalty of talents like Nakayama Hirazawa, integrating them thoroughly into their ranks and securing their allegiance. This is the course of action that must be undertaken. As time wore on, the sky darkened. Upon entering the city, Nakayama Hirazawa guided them to the outskirts of Harvest City, casually selecting a local inn. The area bustled with activity, vibrant and lively. Yet their true objective lay within the main district of the Tomo clan, where the atmosphere was significantly more discreet. Leaving Nakayama Hirazawa behind, Uchiha Tenshu and Uchiha Sakura commenced their operation. Under the cover of night, they cautiously navigated through the throngs of people, making their way toward the inner city. The defenses within the inner city were evidently more formidable than those of the outer districts. With patrolling samurai frequently passing by, their fierce expressions unmistakably indicative of elite status. However, for ninjas, these two realms were not comparable. Such ordinary samurai were incapable of perceiving the movements of the two. Nevertheless, Uchiha Tenshu signaled for concealment. He scrutinized the patrol patterns of the guards, clearly aware that there must be hidden ninja sentinels. Given the presence of dozens of ninjas from the Tomo clan, it was inconceivable that they would not have established arrangements within their own stronghold. Chapter 48. The Barrier Sealed, Bloodshed. It appears these are indeed the individuals we seek. A total of 16. They have audaciously adopted the tactics of our Leaf Village, organizing themselves into squads of 4, each responsible for one side. Consequently, only these individuals remain within the inner city. Uchiha Sakurako, ensnared in the illusion, transmitted all pertinent information through the genjutsu. After careful contemplation, Uchiha Tenshu discreetly relayed a message to Uchiha Sakurako to avert unnecessary complications and prevent any leakage of intelligence. It would be prudent for us to refrain from action until after midnight. At that juncture, I shall employ the barrier technique to seal off the entire inner city. This way, we need not fear the exposure of our plans. With the barrier in place, we can methodically deal with the Tomo clan. Furthermore, every member of the Tomo household must be eradicated without exception. None shall remain. As for the others, they are of lesser importance. Should they choose to surrender, we may spare their lives, for we shall require some individuals to carry out our tasks. Within the illusion, Uchiha Tenshu spoke with a stoic expression, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes when contemplating the Tomo clan. He understood them all too well. They were ruthless and merciless, and thus, he could not afford to show them any mercy. All principal members must be completely eradicated to prevent any future threats. After all, Uchiha Tenshu had no desire to repeat the tragic fate of the Zhao orphans. History is replete with such cautionary tales. He was acutely aware that even with formidable strength, one must remain vigilant. Should any Tomo orphan manage to survive and bide their time, secretly procreating and enduring, even if that orphan could not exact revenge, they would certainly devise countless methods to torment him. Even with immense power, one must consider the well-being of those close to him. Even a 1 in a million chance was a risk he was unwilling to take. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu resolved unequivocally, no primary member of the Tomo clan would be spared. Rooting them out completely was the wisest course of action. As for the others, whether they were hired ninjas or mere servants, if they wished to preserve their lives, it was not beyond possibility. After all, he cared little for their loyalty. A simple control seal would suffice, allowing him to command them as he wished without concern for their thoughts. What he needed was merely a reliable set of expendables. With these individuals to assist him, he could gradually recruit and cultivate his trusted subordinates, slowly amassing a following. When the time came, and the Uchiha clan from Konoha and other minor families he had drawn to his side arrived, he would have established a core of loyal allies, bolstered by a new cadre of recruits. One faction would consist of his kin, while the other would be his vassals, both loyal to him. Thus, a vibrant new force would be born, balanced by the emerging powers. Soon, as midnight approached, a profound silence enveloped the world. The sky, draped in ominous, inky clouds, rolled in, as if intent on devouring all in its path. They continually swept through the sky, as if propelled by an enigmatic force. The once high-hanging moon was thoroughly obscured by layers of dark clouds, seemingly vanishing into the endless abyss of night. The moonless night was rife with foreboding, a time when malevolence thrived. The entire Harvest City lay enveloped in this serene yet ominous atmosphere, devoid of any sound. Upon the city walls, the outermost warriors stood like sculptures, vigilantly watching for any movements beyond the gates. However, the inner city resembled a slumbering beast, enveloped in profound silence. In this moment of stillness, a deep incantation suddenly resonated. Barrier technique. Conceal. With this incantation, Uchiha Tenshu and his 4 shadow clones materialized at the 4 corners of the inner city like phantoms. Their silhouettes flickered in the darkness, blending seamlessly with the night. Uchiha Tenshu's hands swiftly formed seals, and in an instant, a transparent barrier enveloped the entire inner city like a delicate veil. This was no ordinary barrier. It was a specially modified invisible one. To the untrained eye, its existence was imperceptible, revealing itself only when one approached and attempted to breach it, resulting in an impact against the transparent defense. Like a crystal-clear wall, it completely encased the enclosed area. At this moment, the inner city, measuring 800 meters in length and width, was sealed off entirely, with no sound penetrating its confines. under the diligent research of Uchiha Tenshu into barrier ninjutsu. This barrier was not only invisible, but also prevented any exchange of sounds between the inside and outside. Now was the time to employ it. What a remarkable technique this barrier ninjutsu is, Uchiha Sakura mused, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. In comparison to her own talents, Uchiha Tenshu's abilities seemed almost trivial. To develop one's own ninjutsu at such a young age, and to master a large-scale barrier technique specifically designed for mass extermination, was nothing short of extraordinary. At such a tender age, he had already achieved such proficiency, devoid of any childish naivete. Shaking her head, Uchiha Sakura cast aside these thoughts and drew her own kunai. The curtain of slaughter began to rise at this moment. The Owadamo clan, seemingly an ordinary family, was in fact the core target of this impending bloodstorm. Thus, when the clarion call of carnage sounded, the two did not, as most would, first eliminate the hidden sentinels lurking in the shadows. Instead, they unhesitatingly surged toward the heart of the main city. Their speed was akin to lightning, gliding through the streets and over rooftops with the grace of birds, leaving no trace of their passage. These two elite jonin were a force to be reckoned with, rendering the wandering ninjas recruited by the Owadamo clan utterly ineffective. At last, they arrived at the estate of the Owadamo clan, where the magnificent castle stood, exquisitely adorned and constructed entirely from stone, resembling an insurmountable fortress to any ordinary army, instilling despair in the hearts of foes. Yet now, it faced ninjas. Before them stood a fortress that instilled no hesitation in the two figures, who, like wraiths, effortlessly evaded the lurking so-called wandering ninjas, charging into the very heart of the castle as if entering an unguarded realm. Soon, they found themselves before a room at the center of the castle, protected by ninjas, where the head of the Otomo clan and his guardian ninja leader resided. "Let us commence the operation," Uchiha Tenshu declared, as two ninjas crumpled to the ground at his feet, their eyes glazed over, evidently having fallen victim to his illusionary techniques. At that moment, his voice echoed in the wind, brimming with an irrepressible thrill and anticipation. "Who goes there?" With Uchiha Tenshu's proclamation, the ninjas hidden in the shadows finally sensed his presence. Their faces transformed with shock and disbelief, their minds racing with thoughts. How did this individual manage to infiltrate unnoticed? They were elite ninjas tasked with guarding this land, already among the upper echelon of wandering ninjas, and yet, surrounded by layers of concealed sentries, none had detected his passage. What strength must this person possess? "Humph, little brat, I know not who sent you, but the Otomo clan is not one you can provoke lightly. Should you wish to oppose the entire land of fire, then come at me. I shall not hesitate to inform you that the clan head is a relative of the land of fire's daimyo. Should you dare to strike, the Hidden Leaf Village will not let you go unpunished." The middle-aged ninja leader attempted to intimidate him, though his inner fear was palpable, his exterior feigning bravado by invoking the names of the land of fire and the leaf. Were he an ordinary ninja, the mere mention of the land of fire's daimyo or the Hidden Leaf Village might have dissuaded him from engaging in conflict. After all, invoking these names was akin to courting the wrath of the current god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Yet, for the audacious Uchiha Tenshu, such threats were of no consequence. With an unwavering resolve, he was utterly indifferent to the potential troubles that might arise from dispatching his adversaries. As long as he obliterated all evidence, who could possibly trace the deed back to him? Chapter 49. The tide is turned. Total surrender. Humph. It appears that the ninjas tasked with my close protection possess a remarkably high degree of loyalty. Uchiha Tenshu's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Alas, this holds no significance for me. There is no need for subjugation, and even if I were to subdue you, I could never place my trust in you. In light of this, I shall accept your life. Before his voice faded, his eyes abruptly widened, the crimson Sharingan gleaming ominously in the darkness. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Uchiha Tenshu saw no need to hold back. He activated his Sharingan immediately, denying his adversary any chance for resistance. In an instant, a powerful wave of genjutsu surged forth like a tempest, enveloping the ninja before him. The unfortunate soul barely had time to react before being ensnared in a terrifying illusion. His consciousness plunged into an endless nightmare. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Tenshu vanished, appearing like a specter behind the ninja. The short blade in his hand glinted coldly as it sliced through the air, striking with the swiftness of lightning at the adversary's neck. A sickening sound echoed as blood gushed forth like a fountain, pooling on the ground in a horrific display. The head of the ninja rolled away, akin to a severed watermelon, spinning on the cold floor, its eyes wide in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how he could have been dispatched so swiftly. In truth, the opponent was not without merit. Judging by his chakra, he was classified as an elite chunin. However, he had the misfortune of confronting a member of the Uchiha clan, notorious for their one-on-one prowess, particularly with the Sharingan. Moreover, Uchiha Tenshu, a versatile ninja, possessed exceptional mastery over genjutsu. Even those of the same jonin rank would struggle to dispel his illusions in a short time frame, let alone a wandering ninja. Even if he had reached the jonin level, it was likely that he had not learned many jutsu, much less the means to counter high-level genjutsu. Thus, the outcome was one of overwhelming dominance. A chilling scream shattered the night's silence, reminiscent of a wretched wail from the depths of hell. This cry, however, did not emanate from the slain ninja, but from the head of the Oda family and his concubine, who had been awakened by the commotion. They gazed in horror at the gruesome scene before them, their bodies trembling involuntarily, their faces as pale as parchment. Particularly, the head of the Oda family stared wide-eyed in terror at Uchiha Tenshu, stammering in a desperate plea, "Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me. My sister is the Lord of the Land of Fire." Sharingan. Uchiha Tenshu fixed his gaze upon the Oda family head and his concubine, who were instantly ensnared by his control. Under Uchiha Tenshu's command, the head of the Oda family began to rapidly divulge information regarding his personnel arrangements. The location of his assets, alliances, connections to other powers, and collaborations with Konoha, among other details, spilling forth with urgency. The head of the Tomo clan had thus become utterly irrelevant. With a swift stroke of his blade, Uchiha Tenshu ended his life in an instant. Simultaneously, he and Uchiha Sakura displayed an extraordinary synergy, executing their grim task with seamless precision. As Uchiha Tenshu struck, Uchiha Sakura relentlessly slaughtered every direct descendant of the Tomo family, drawing the gaze of all outsiders toward the unfolding carnage. Having acquired all that he sought, Uchiha Tenshu joined the ensuing bloodshed. Their figures flitted like phantoms across the walls of the castle, deftly evading enemy assaults while delivering lethal blows in return. Without resorting to the overt displays of ninjutsu, they relied solely on their physical prowess and swordsmanship, instilling a far more profound sense of dread than any technique could evoke. Each slash was accompanied by a spray of blood, and with every fallen figure, the earth became saturated in crimson. As the last remnants of the Tomo clan were extinguished, collateral casualties mounted, leading to a complete collapse of the situation. Soon, all those resisting near the castle began to lose their will to fight. They stood frozen, witnessing the savage slaughter, their hearts gripped by terror and despair as they beheld the grotesque visages and ferocious roars of their assailants. One by one, they cast aside their swords, once symbols of courage and strength, now feeling impossibly heavy and unmanageable in their trembling hands. In disbelief, they muttered to themselves, "We cannot do this. We are no match for them. Spare us, please. We surrender." A desperate rogue ninja cursed vehemently, lamenting that he had warned against aligning with such a powerful clan. Now, faced with such adversaries, the cost of his involvement felt like a death sentence. "I do not wish to die." The other rogue ninjas, their faces etched with terror and helplessness, resembled a pack of stray dogs, frantically fleeing in fear, their loyalty to their lord evaporating. Yet, suddenly, a transparent barrier materialized before them, ruthlessly obstructing their escape. Those who collided with it were left bloodied and dazed, oblivious to this inexplicable obstruction. In the face of this abrupt hindrance, panic surged among the crowd. Some, driven by desperation, hurled themselves against the barrier, attempting to resist with their last ounce of strength. Others collapsed, utterly devoid of the will to fight, while many knelt, pleading for mercy, hoping for a shred of compassion. Some frantically searched for hiding places, striving to evade the grasp of the two relentless killers. Alas, no matter how hard they struggled, they could not alter this brutal reality, and could only await the judgment of fate. Observing the scene, Uchiha Tenshu shook his head slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he casually addressed Uchiha Sakurako. "You may cease your efforts. Select a few capable individuals and allow them to oversee their own, bringing them all to the central area of the Tenshikaku for individual examinations. Those unrelated need not face death." As his words resonated like the first light of dawn, the group of individuals, whose hearts burned with a volcanic fervor on the brink of collapse, finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. Tears streamed down their faces like a flood unleashed, filled with ecstatic relief. Clearly, their ties to the Otomo clan were as fragile as spider silk. insufficient to warrant a death sentence. Upon witnessing a glimmer of survival, they no longer resisted like cornered beasts, especially the warriors and ninjas, who had toiled their entire lives to attain a semblance of status, were unwilling to sacrifice their lives in vain for the Otomo clan. Listen closely. You wandering ninjas and warriors, originally, I intended to eradicate all of you. But since my lord has granted you a chance at life, I extend to you an opportunity to pledge your allegiance. From this moment forth, demonstrate your loyalty by gathering everyone at the Tenshikaku. With a cold demeanor, Uchiha Sakurako pointed menacingly at the group of inept ninjas and warriors, her words devoid of courtesy. Such frigid declarations fell upon their ears like celestial music, akin to a gentle fairy softly singing. This was no ruthless executioner. She was a benevolent deity descended from the heavens to save them. Thus, under Uchiha Sakurako's direction, they swiftly changed their allegiances, actively capturing ordinary citizens with fervor akin to hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, ferreting out those hidden like fish in a barrel. As members of the Otomo clan, they were intimately familiar with the layout of this domain. With the guidance of various informants, every concealed individual was thoroughly apprehended. No matter their age or gender, none escaped the relentless pursuit of these hyenas. Well, this certainly saves me a considerable amount of trouble. At the pinnacle of the Tenshikaku, Uchiha Tenshu scrutinized every movement within the inner city, his Sharingan keenly observing all actions. No one dared to make any furtive maneuvers. Chapter 50. A sudden wealth. Approximately half an hour later, on the grassy expanse before the castle, hundreds of individuals trembled like leaves in a wintry gust. Their bodies quaked in fear, eyes betraying a mixture of trepidation and anxiety, resembling startled fawns awaiting the inevitable judgment. In front of the crowd, a group of about 30 surviving rogue ninjas and 100 samurai stood with faces adorned by deference and flattery, akin to lapdogs. Clearly, their spines had been shattered, leaving only a desperate yearning for survival. Even though merely 2 individuals stood before them, and they possessed a numerical advantage of hundreds, the recent massacre had made it abundantly clear to all present that the disparity in strength was as vast as heaven and earth. Any who dared to resist would find themselves on a path only leading to death, with no other escape in sight. Even if there were those undeterred by death who might attempt to fight back, they would be swiftly apprehended by others, fearful of the repercussions, and offered up to Uchiha Tenshu as a display of loyalty. Just moments ago, the most powerful and influential among these ninjas and samurai had forsaken the malevolent Tomo clan, pledging their allegiance to Uchiha. Now, their loyalty rested solely with Uchiha Tenshu. My lord, all the inhabitants of the castle, as well as those from the inner city, have been gathered here, ensuring not a single soul remains, proclaimed the foremost ninja, kneeling before Uchiha Tenshu, his words dripping with sycophancy, eager to prove his worth. The others awaited Uchiha Tenshu's command, seemingly ready to pledge their fealty at a moment's notice. Such behavior was utterly contemptible to Uchiha Sakura, who, though not outwardly showing it, turned her head away in distaste. However, Uchiha Tenshu did not belittle these individuals. Rather, he contemplated assigning them significant responsibilities, at least on the surface. For it was these spineless figures who could serve him with the unyielding loyalty of a dog, while those truly devoted had long since perished beneath his blade. In Uchiha Tenshu's eyes, those who served him were loyal subjects, while those who did not were traitors deserving of death. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu nodded and remarked, "You have performed well, demonstrating your stance to me, yet this is merely the first step. This is your token of allegiance, signifying your intent to sever ties with the Tomo clan. As a cost of your loyalty to me, I wish to witness your deeds. From this moment forth, step forward one by one to receive the blessing of a loyal subject." As Uchiha Tenshu's voice resonated, the numerous ninjas and samurai exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts racing, silently questioning the meaning of this blessing. However, before any inquiries could surface, the previously bold ninja leader stepped forward, an expression of honor gracing his features as he spoke. "My lord, please bestow your blessing upon us." In his gaze, there was not a trace of discontent. In response, Uchiha Tenshu did not hesitate to nod in satisfaction, forming a hand seal with one hand. A black curse mark suddenly materialized upon the chest of the individual before him, swiftly followed by a dark sun seal appearing in front of his chest, reminiscent of the same mark previously imposed on Nakayama Hirazawa. At this moment, the small ninja leader, having received this mark, did not even cast a glance, seemingly indifferent to it. Uchiha Tenshu could not help but admire the other's self-awareness and inquired, "Very well. Tell me your name." In response, the subordinate promptly declared, My humble name is Koike Junichiro. Excellent. As the first to pledge allegiance to me, I have decided to reward you handsomely. You may learn any 3C rank ninjutsu from my repertoire, along with a year's supply of ninja secret medicine, Uchiha Tenshu proclaimed, completely dismissing the significance of the ninjutsu he offered. While others might regard these techniques as treasured family secrets to be fiercely protected, Uchiha Tenshu remained unconcerned. Ninjutsu is inherently meant to be learned. Only by teaching it to more individuals can the art of ninjutsu continue to evolve. Moreover, as a loyal subordinate, the greater the strength of the individual, the more advantageous it is for him. Uchiha Tenshu harbored no fears of being surpassed. Furthermore, with the existence of the Black Sun Curse mark, there was no apprehension of rebellion from the other party. As long as he continued to enhance the curse mark, escape from his grasp would be impossible. Naturally, it was merely a universally recognized ninjutsu that Uchiha Tenshu chose to share. If someone sought his advanced techniques, they would be courting their own demise. With Koike Junichiro's initial display of loyalty, he garnered Uchiha Tenshu's approval and was granted ninjutsu and secret medicine. The other ninjas were stirred by this development. In such circumstances, it was understandable that they could not see the reality clearly. Should they dissent, they might be perceived as harboring loyalty to their former master and face annihilation at the hands of Uchiha Tenshu. Conversely, accepting a curse mark as a token of allegiance not only ensured their safety from Uchiha Tenshu's wrath, but also provided them with ninjutsu and secret medicine, benefits they had never envisioned, making it an exceedingly advantageous proposition. As wandering ninjas, they had primarily relied on plundered techniques and their own rudimentary skills, which were of little utility and caused minimal harm. Given that ninjas thrived on conflict, their past shortcomings in strength had relegated them to a life of evasion, subsisting on scraps that other clan ninjas could not consume. Thus, they were acutely aware that formidable power was the foundation of their survival, possessing strength beyond that of ordinary individuals. Even if they fell short of the ninjas from established villages, they surpassed ordinary warriors by an immeasurable margin. It was this extraordinary prowess that allowed them to be revered as secret weapons within the influential Oda clan, affording them a status of higher esteem. Could it be that the Oatomo family is benevolent? It is merely a matter of strength. Thus, after Koike Junichiro was the first to pledge his loyalty, he was granted ninjutsu and secret medicines, which indicates that the so-called ninjutsu and elixirs are of little significance to the new master before them. They, too, had the opportunity to acquire such powers. The prospect of attaining greater strength naturally extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Consequently, the ninjas swiftly relinquished their defiance. After being marked by Uchiha Tenshu, they immediately became more reverent and, indeed, more at ease. Behind him, the samurai exchanged glances, each eager to step forward and receive Uchiha Tenshu's mark. However, Uchiha Tenshu conferred this mark only upon a select few of the strongest leaders. As for the others, they were deemed unworthy of such privileges. Uchiha Tenshu merely distributed a concoction of poison he had previously researched, which required a timely antidote. As ninjas, poisons and antidotes are essential knowledge. Uchiha Tenshu, being a versatile ninja, had devised this poison that necessitated an antidote every 6 months, lest they succumb to gradual blood depletion. Subsequently, the samurai consumed these time toxins. At this moment, Uchiha Tenshu had successfully garnered the allegiance of these wandering ninjas and the samurai who had barely grasped chakra. Among the 35 wandering ninjas, Koike Junichiro, as the first defector, now led this group, organized into 8 squads of 4, totaling 32 individuals. The remaining 2 were the second and third ninjas to pledge allegiance to Uchiha Tenshu, having also earned his recognition as the vice captains of the ninja brigade. Regardless of their previous strengths, they lingered within the realm of Nin, as referred to by the wandering ninjas, which corresponds to the elite genin level of Konoha. Elevating their powers would be a straightforward task. Therefore, the more loyalty one demonstrated, the more favor they would receive. As for the remaining samurai, there were 150. Led by a young general named Minamoto no Yoritamo, in his 20s, lacking in strength but the first to submit, thus earning the title of samurai general without further ado. This exemplifies Uchiha Tenshu's approach to utilizing talent. Chapter 51, A Surge of Wealth Part 2, To those who obey, prosperity awaits. To those who oppose, demise is certain. This is the ultimate truth of existence. By adhering to these 2 principles, amidst the oppressive force of violence, a semblance of order will inevitably emerge, akin to mushrooms sprouting after a rain. Through subjugation to this violence, the rules of governance will materialize as a shadow follows its form. And these regulations undoubtedly serve as heavy shackles imposed by the strong upon the weak, with the powerful dictating all. At this very moment, Uchiha Tenshu stands as the unquestionable embodiment of strength. After vanquishing over 20 wandering ninjas, who resembled lost dogs, and nearly 300 elite warriors of the Tenshinkaku, the remaining individuals, like startled birds, were compelled to bow in submission under Uchiha Tenshu's overwhelming might, desperate for survival. In their quest for justification to surrender, they sought countless excuses and rationalizations, all of which Uchiha Tenshu welcomed. He understood that, compared to those he could randomly recruit from the outside world, these defectors would, in their efforts to validate their choice, exhibit even greater loyalty and fervently indoctrinate themselves. Much like the Ming army that allied with the Qing dynasty, they became all the more valiant. With the addition of over 30 ravenous wandering ninjas, Uchiha Tenshu seized control of the highest martial power, acquiring the relentless pursuit rights over the warriors. This authority over the samurai was akin to grasping their very lifeline, compelling them to comply without question. The obedience of these 150 elite warriors triggered a domino effect, leading the remaining powerless common citizens of the inner city to submit as well. Though not affluent individuals, these citizens were free men, belonging to a higher echelon of the ordinary populace, and had received a basic education, thus qualifying them to reside within the inner city. Naturally, these individuals were precisely the talents that Uchiha Tenshu sought. Like a masterful chess player, Uchiha Tenshu, through a gradual consolidation of his own power, effortlessly gathered the loyalty of those present, whether they were inwardly convinced or not. In the decisively ruthless realm of ninjas, acts of nonviolent resistance were non-existent. Under Uchiha Tenshu's command, they remained silent as shadows, too fearful to resist even slightly, compelled to heed his directives, lest a misstep lead to their demise. Moreover, the wandering ninjas, who had never heard the resounding will of fire, were not like the rebellious ninjas of the Hidden Leaf village, who fearlessly defied authority. Coupled with the inherent submissiveness of the ninja and samurai classes, when faced with an organization stronger than their own, they would unhesitatingly obey orders, risking their lives to comply. As long as they did not encounter a disparity in power as stark as that between themselves and the Otomo clan, their loyalty remained assured. Even if they had previously betrayed the Otomo clan, it was merely because the Otomo members had been nearly annihilated, regardless of their willingness to sacrifice themselves. There was no reward to be gained, not to mention the so-called power gap between them and the upper ninjas. Moving forward, you are to closely monitor these individuals and ensure that all the bodies of the deceased are transported away. Uchiha Tenshu commanded with unwavering authority. Yes, my lord. At his behest, Koike Juniker sprang into action with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow. With an air of arrogance, he addressed the commoners of the inner city, his voice booming as he barked, "You lot, move swiftly. What are you dawdling for?" As he spoke, he kicked a civilian, prompting them to hastily comply. Under Koike's stern reprimand, other wandering ninjas pounced upon the civilians like famished beasts, driving them toward the inner keep in a tide of urgency. They employed both hands and feet, demonstrating their loyalty to Uchiha Tenshu. Naturally, Tenshu paid no heed to the oppression they inflicted upon the ordinary populace, for they were merely serving his interests. Under their meticulous supervision, a multitude of civilians began to tremble as they transported the numerous corpses from within. The gruesome sight of the deceased was akin to the malevolent grin of a demon, causing many to retch, having never encountered such a harrowing scene. They quaked uncontrollably, their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground like limp straw. "Get up and work, you fools. Move or face death," shouted a nearby samurai, cursing while kicking and striking, attempting to jolt them from their paralyzing fear and compel them to labor diligently for Uchiha Tenshu. In no time, with hundreds of hands at work, nearly half an hour passed before Uchiha Tenshu beheld the horrific sight before the keep, a veritable mountain of flesh, with corpses strewn about and blood flowing like a river. Yet, in the face of such a gruesome tableau, Uchiha Tenshu remained eerily calm, his gaze unwavering, as if this were the most mundane occurrence imaginable. He felt neither disgust nor fear like an ordinary person would, nor did he exhibit a trace of compassion. Instead, he was filled with delight and satisfaction. This reaction was evidently far removed from that of the average individual, not stemming from any peculiar predilection lurking within him, but rather from the immense gains he had reaped after vanquishing the Mi family. The wealth and resources stirred his desires, leading him to believe that, given the chance, he would unhesitatingly eradicate them once more. While these individuals were preoccupied with removing the bodies, Uchiha Tenshu made his way directly to the Mi family's storeroom. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The storeroom was awash with treasures, mountains of gold and silver piled high, extending beyond sight. Many of the boxes appeared aged, with rusted locks suggesting they had been untouched for a significant time. Among the diverse array of boxes, some gleamed with golden luster. Others shimmered with silver, while some contained dense assortments of receipts and ledgers, reminiscent of a wealth of numbers. Astonishingly, there were a total of 3 such storerooms. Even more astonishing is the concealed treasury hidden beneath the earth, brimming with a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures. Although Uchiha Tenshu remains oblivious to their true worth, the mere sight of the towering piles of precious metals suggests an astonishing fortune amounting to no less than 5 billion taels. In total, a staggering wealth of 100 billion taels. Truly, it exemplifies the hoarding practices of the affluent landowners, befitting the stature and power of a noble relative. Uchiha Tenshu nodded in satisfaction. This is merely the wealth in gold and silver. One must not overlook the vast lands, flourishing shops, bustling casinos, and strategic resources such as grain that constitute this immense estate. And now, all of it belongs to him. Indeed, the spoils of conquest surpass the toil of labor. As the ancients wisely proclaimed, and Uchiha Tenshu could not help but reflect on this truth as he stored this wealth within his celestial space. Following a previous bout of carnage, the celestial space has now expanded to a diameter of 50 meters, accommodating a generous area of 150 meters. It is a simple task to house these gold, silver, antiques, and treasures. Of course, amidst this harvest of wealth, Uchiha Tenshu places utmost importance on the granaries. Within the inner city, standing majestically in all 4 directions are granaries occupying approximately 100 meters each, resembling towering mountains. Each granary is meticulously arranged with numerous granaries crafted from stone, resembling formidable fortresses, impervious to any gaps, safeguarding the grains within. As a testament to the prowess of ninjas, they possess not only enduring storage capabilities, but also an extraordinarily vast capacity. Uchiha Tenshu's eyes were instantly filled with a fervent glow upon witnessing the abundance of grains, as if he beheld his resplendent future. With ample funds and provisions, he can finally commence the construction of his own foundation. Chapter 52. The acquisition of grain to Uchiha Tenshu. These granaries were treasures of unparalleled value, surpassing even the gold and silver he had recently acquired by tenfold. As the adage goes, with grain in hand, one remains untroubled. Possessing these strategic reserves would afford him the confidence necessary to establish his influence, enabling him not only to recruit soldiers, but also to endure the initial years of development securely, wholly unaffected by external circumstances. Thus, he meticulously inspected each facility, as if evaluating rare artifacts of immense worth. Under Uchiha Tenshu's discerning gaze, these expansive granaries, each spanning 100 meters, resembled impenetrable fortresses. Within each granary stood 20 robust storage silos crafted from stone, akin to loyal sentinels equipped with various protective features, ensuring the long-term preservation of the grain. Consequently, the territory surrounding the harvest city, extending 100 kilometers, saw an influx of surplus grain from the populace, converging here like rivers flowing into the sea, resulting in a staggering reserve. Each silo towered majestically, with an interior diameter of at least 12 meters and a height of 20 meters. Taking a cubic meter of grain, which weighs approximately 800 pounds, these silos resembled insatiable giants capable of housing over 800 tons of grain, even accommodating 1,000 tons with ease. Thus, with the example of 800 tons, 20 silos collectively represented a bountiful mountain of grain, amounting to no less than 16,000 tons. Meanwhile, 4 granaries stood as colossal fortresses, capable of containing at least 64,000 tons of grain. Truly remarkable. It was astounding how the Dayu family could invest such immense effort and resources into constructing these grandiose granaries, showcasing a resilience of spirit and a far-sighted vision that few could rival. With such formidable reserves of wartime sustenance, once conflict erupted, the Dayu family's power would soar, eclipsing even the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Hokage of Konoha, who would inevitably rely on their exceptional capabilities. Uchiha Tenshu pondered silently. Had it not been for their extraordinary abilities and exceptional foresight, how could they dare to allocate such vast resources to establish this granary system? Not to mention, they had cleverly utilized the pretext of brewing to amass surrounding grain into their silos, effectively controlling the grain prices and crucial supplies of numerous cities in the northwest. akin to wielding the power of life and death. Therefore, even as an adversary, Uchiha Tenshu could not help but admire the Daoyu family's prowess. Accumulating such a substantial stockpile of grain, excluding that obtained through commercial transactions, was no simple feat as a major landowner. Acquiring grain from ordinary citizens was no trivial matter. Uchiha Tenshu furrowed his brow, beginning to calculate meticulously. He silently pondered. Given the current circumstances of the Land of Fire, an ordinary farmer typically yields between 60 to 80 jin per mu of land. For the sake of convenience in calculations, let us take the average, estimating it at 70 jin. Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu contemplated the number of fields an average farmer might possess, due to disparities in wealth. Farmers typically own anywhere from 5 to 20 mu, so once again, let us take a median value of 10 mu. After all, the Land of Fire boasts vast expanses, encompassing nearly 4 to 5 million square kilometers. Thus, the annual grain output of a medium-sized farmer with an average plot would amount to approximately 700 jin. However, the Dato family would collect half of this yield as tax, meaning the farmers would ultimately receive only 350 jin of grain, despite the possibility of planting twice a year. Uchiha Tenshu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, mulling over the source of the 64,000 tons of grain. He calculated further. 64,000 tons converts to 64 million kilograms, with 1 kilogram equating to 2 jin. Dividing this figure by 350 jin yields a requirement of at least 360,000 people to supply the grain. He shook his head, deeming this figure utterly staggering. Clearly implausible. After all, regardless of the Dato family's power, their influence extends only to towns within 100 kilometers of the Dato family's stronghold, which can host at most around 1 million individuals. Nonetheless, considering the 7 years of peace and the bountiful harvest in the Land of Fire, it is evident that this grain could not have solely originated from the current year. A substantial portion must stem from the accumulation of the past 2 years. Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu, akin to a seasoned detective, meticulously reviewed the records in the granary's ledger, and his conviction grew stronger. There was indeed a reserve of grain from the previous 2 years, as well as stockpiles from grain merchants who had invested in the feudal lords of the Land of Fire, merely stored here for safekeeping. Moreover, although the farmers of the Land of Fire have thrived in these years of peace, they are not like the nobility, who would indiscriminately sell off all their grain. Given the atrocious acts of grain hoarding by various nobles and shinobi at the end of the Warring States period, it is highly likely these farmers would diligently preserve their grain. Thus, even if you were to transport all of this grain away, it would merely create a ripple upon a tranquil lake, causing only slight fluctuations in the grain prices. This would hardly affect the million citizens outside, plunging them into a dire famine. Indeed, considering the overall bountiful harvest in the Land of Fire, it would take no more than 2 days to procure ample grain from other regions, effortlessly resolving any local shortages. Additionally, Uchiha did not intend to leave matters in disarray. The 2 grain shops in the outer city remained untouched, with reserves stored there, and the households of the residents would not face immediate shortages, thereby ensuring that the city would not suffer significant consequences leading to complete chaos after his departure. As for the grain in his possession, with the provisions at hand, calculated on the basis of 2 pounds of grain consumed per person per day, it was apparent that sufficient sustenance existed to barely sustain an army of 100,000 for approximately 2 years, even in the absence of any incoming resources. This would suffice to cover the most basic expenses. However, the notion of passively awaiting demise was not one that would align with his ambitions. Uchiha Tenshu mused inwardly, realizing that he had finally acquired a measure of capital to support his grand aspirations. Without hesitation, Uchiha gathered all the grain into the Tianwei space, leaving not a single grain behind. Furthermore, he thoroughly stripped the original castle and inner city of all movable resources, including provisions, funds, and weaponry such as swords and armor. Upon completing this task, Uchiha Tenshu turned his gaze towards the reassembled populace of the inner city. At that moment, under his cold, penetrating stare, the citizens trembled, too fearful to make a single move. Without any forewarning, Uchiha commenced an oppressive mental assault through illusionary techniques. Under the mastery of his illusions, even those concealing their true identities were unmasked, revealing hidden agents of the Oda clan with alarming ease. It was a pity. Had they revealed their identities earlier, they might have avoided their fate. Uchiha Tenshu remarked as he swung his blade, another lifeless body crumpling to the ground. Under the influence of Uchiha's illusions, the mental fortitude of the citizens shattered instantaneously, rendering them akin to soulless automatons, obediently divulging their innermost secrets. Those who dared to resist were ruthlessly slain, blood splattering across every corner of the vicinity. In the midst of this carnage, the area before the castle was transformed into a veritable sea of crimson. Blood flowed like a torrential river, saturating the ground of the first level and creating a ghastly tableau that utterly obliterated any semblance of resistance among the onlookers. Chapter 53. The Departure Plan. There stood 35 ninjas, 150 samurai, and 750 residents possessing various skills, a commendable number indeed. Sufficient to secure a new refuge. Uchiha Tenshu gazed upon this assembly with satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He contemplated inwardly, recognizing that while their numbers were modest, each individual had undergone considerable training, and the skills they wielded were diverse and exceptional. With proper nurturing and utilization, they would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force in the future. His spirits lifted at this thought. However, as Uchiha Tenshu was lost in his reflections, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a nearby mound of corpses. A gruesome sight sprawled haphazardly across the ground, enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere of bloodshed. A frown creased his brow as he pondered the fate of these bodies. Burying them was out of the question, as such an act would invite investigation. With the cunning of a ninja, one could easily discern the secrets hidden within these remains. Moreover, he needed a pretext to extricate the living from this grim scene. A spark of inspiration ignited within Uchiha Tenshu's mind, and he quickly devised a plan for his next course of action. He resolved to incinerate the corpses. With deft movements, he formed hand seals, chanting fervently, "Fire release, great fireball technique." With a commanding shout, a roaring inferno surged forth like a colossal fireball, hurtling towards the heap of cadavers. Unlike the ordinary phoenix fire technique, the great fireball technique, a treasured art of the Uchiha clan, had been refined over a millennium. Although many in the realm of anime mocked its name as a technique of benevolence incapable of inflicting lethal harm, such derision stemmed from either the exaggerated prowess of adversaries or narrative constraints. In reality, the great fireball technique was lethal against ordinary ninjas. A mere graze could result in severe burns, particularly when the target was shielded by a substantial chakra defense. Without such protection, the unfortunate would be reduced to charred remains. Even in its incomplete form, the great fireball, infused with a massive concentration of fire-type chakra, could effortlessly incinerate kunai forged from the finest iron, turning them into molten pools of metal in an instant. It was a potent technique that combined both offensive and defensive capabilities. In this moment, the great fireball technique unleashed by Uchiha Tenshu, enhanced by the nature transformation of fire release, was nothing short of devastating. In an instant, the flames met the corpses, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds as the bodies were instantaneously consumed. The oils that coated the remains acted as a powerful accelerant, causing the flames to rage with ferocity, swiftly transforming the area before the castle into a sea of fire, reducing everything to mere ashes. Flames blazed fiercely, engulfing the earth and night sky in a vivid crimson hue, as if intent on devouring them entirely. Beneath the glow of the fire, Uchiha Tenshu stood quietly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. With such formidable flames, it would not take long for all evidence to be reduced to ashes, perhaps within a couple of hours. Excellent. The destruction of evidence is complete. He applauded, feeling immense pride in his creation. Encased within a protective barrier, the inner city was effectively isolated from the outer city, completely sealed off, rendering the unfolding events imperceptible to the outside world. Then, Uchiha Tenshu turned to Uchiha Sakura, calmly stating, "My next course of action involves taking them with us and making them my subordinates." Uchiha Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? Are you joking? Aren't you afraid of being pursued? You have just slain the younger brother of the Fire Country's lord, and bringing such a large group will only slow us down. Do you not realize this?" Her voice was laced with anxiety and concern, clearly perplexed by Tenshu's decision. Could he have lost his senses? In response, Uchiha Tenshu remained unfazed by her words, coolly explaining, "I have indeed contemplated these issues, but I possess my own strategy. I will implement measures to ensure our safety and speed." Uchiha Sakura remained uneasy and pressed further, "What do you intend to do? How will you address the slow pace of our journey? If anyone gets lost along the way, it would undoubtedly leave traces for pursuers. Not to mention, leading such a vast crowd into other nations would undoubtedly raise the alarm among their ninjas. How would you handle that?" Faced with Uchiha Sakura's barrage of queries, Uchiha Tenshu inhaled deeply, a confident radiance illuminating his countenance. Before responding with resolute clarity, rest assured, tonight, the Otomo family will suffer a devastating arson, akin to a fire dragon consuming a granary. Tomorrow, I will declare a 3-day lockdown as the head of the Otomo family and initiate a citywide manhunt. Thus, with ample transportation, we can efficiently relocate everyone present. The transfer of these individuals can be facilitated by a unique proclamation issued by the Harvest City, with Nakamura Hirazawa leading the entire group, dividing it into several smaller teams, each shadowed by ninjas who will discreetly monitor everyone. The samurai will take charge, guiding the large contingent forward. 3 days hence, the head of the Otomo family, under the watchful eyes of numerous citizens, will lead the samurai and ninjas eastward in pursuit of the brigands, ultimately meeting with misfortune, all of which will be consumed by the raging inferno. Uchiha Tenshu had meticulously arranged every detail, anticipating the investigative inclinations of any pursuers and orchestrating a flawless escape route. In the smaller nations, they will present themselves as a caravan from the land of snow, journeying to the land of fire to procure provisions. I shall ensure they travel lightly, and when the time comes for inspection, they will produce the goods they are escorting as a guise. Thus, they will remain entirely unconnected to any activities in Harvest City, for they are merely foreign merchants, with every segment of their journey and the items they carry evidence to show no association whatsoever. They will not be tracked by the pursuing ninjas due to any delays. Furthermore, the special travel permits granted by the Land of Fire will provide a measure of security from an official standpoint. The remaining logistics will be managed by me, ensuring that the route of this convoy is coherent, with a mid-journey distance not exceeding 20 kilometers. Thus, reaching our meticulously arranged destination will be more than sufficient. Are you certain it is merely this simple? Uchiha Sakurako furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with Uchiha Tensu's response. She felt the plan was excessively perilous. Moreover, traveling with so many ordinary individuals was undeniably cumbersome. While it may be acceptable to take along these wandering ninjas and samurai, what purpose do these common residents serve? Uchiha Sakurako inquired, bewildered. They possess neither the abilities of ninjas nor the strength of samurai. They are merely a group of ordinary civilians. Your actions seem rather greedy. Uchiha Tenshu smiled slightly, a glimmer of enthusiasm illuminating his eyes as he replied, do not underestimate these ordinary residents. Though they lack extraordinary capabilities, they possess their own worth. In certain circumstances, they may even become our allies, providing a solid foundation. Uchiha Sakurako remained somewhat unconvinced, yet seeing Uchiha Tenshu's unwavering determination, she refrained from further objections. Finally, Uchiha Tenshu reassured her, rest assured, I have devised a sufficiently safe plan. Trust me, we will undoubtedly manage to depart from here smoothly. Then, where is our destination? Chapter 54. The destination, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Uchiha Tenshu's eyes as he declared the land of snow to be their destination, envisioning a route that would traverse the land of rain and the land of birds. As for the land of birds, I suspect there are matters that can only be discerned upon arrival. He pondered deeply, shrouded in mystery, which piqued Uchiha Sakura's curiosity. Despite her persistent inquiries, Uchiha Tenshu remained resolutely silent. I shall accompany you to uncover the secrets you claim to find there, Uchiha Sakura retorted dismissively, turning her gaze away while contemplating the potential mysteries. Uchiha Tenshu, with a wry smile, chose not to respond. It was not a matter of distrust towards Uchiha Sakura or a desire to withhold information. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words. His insights regarding the land of birds stemmed from deductions made based on the narrative of his past life, which formed the basis of his goals. However, in the eyes of others within the ninja realm, these deductions might appear to be mere flights of fancy, no matter the substantial evidence supporting them. A mere 10 chance of error loomed, threatening to undermine his authority should his predictions falter. Thus, he maintained an air of mystery, refusing to divulge anything. Regardless of the questions posed, the following day dawned clear and bright. The charred grain storage and castle of the Otomo clan loomed ominously over the Harvest City, inciting a mix of suspicion and trepidation among the populace, who hastily retreated into their homes, fearing the impending storm. The Otomo clan, a dominant force in the northwest of the Fire Country, wielded significant power over the common folk, bolstered by the backing of the Fire Country and Konoha village. Typically, they were not to be trifled with. Yet, with the destruction of their castle and granary, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue. Naturally, no one dared to stir trouble at such a time. Everyone remained dutifully ensconced in their homes, sleeping in fear. Early that morning, ninjas dispatched from the castle sealed off the city, prohibiting all entry and exit, effectively severing communication between the city and the outside world. Meanwhile, a battalion of warriors from the outer city was organized to conduct extensive searches, preparing for any possible intrusion by thieves. Even the usual petty criminals found themselves in dire straits, suffering severe repercussions during this tumultuous time, as the majority of the city's inhabitants remained bewildered and apprehensive. Unaware of the unfolding events, a gathering of 1,000 individuals had assembled 20 kilometers outside the city, their belongings in tow. A closer examination revealed, apart from a few ninjas and the somber-faced samurais wielding their katana, the ordinary individuals were filled with resentment and discontent. Yet, when their gazes inadvertently fell upon the weapons of the ninjas and samurais, they quickly averted their eyes, suppressing their grievances within. Uchiha Tenshu and Uchiha Sakura stood at the forefront of the crowd, observing everything with a scrutinizing demeanor. Is this the lot you intend to take away? They appear utterly disarrayed, incapable of being managed. Uchiha Sakura remarked mockingly, perhaps we should reconsider. Let me employ a secret technique to erase their memories, and we can simply depart with these ninjas and samurais. What do you say? Unperturbed by Uchiha Sakura's derision, Uchiha Tenshu replied, rest assured, soon enough, I will transform them into an elite force capable of autonomous action in a matter of minutes. Beside him, Uchiha Sakura's eyes brimmed with skepticism. At this moment, beyond the inhabitants of the inner city, there were also the families of wandering ninjas and elite samurais, amounting to an additional 300 individuals. Consequently, the total count swelled to 1,235. However, Uchiha Tenshu was unconcerned. The more people, the better. For a greater number implies an abundance of talent and labor, essential for sustaining his future dominion. Thus, upon realizing the increase of 300 individuals that morning, Uchiha Tenshu unhesitatingly accepted them. Uchiha Sakura's expression darkened, her fists clenched, her teeth gritted, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her discontent. As the crowd grew, chaos began to ensue. Fortunately, 35 ninjas and 150 elite samurais encircled them to maintain order, ensuring no one dared to flee. Moreover, the poison previously administered as a warning had evidently quelled any inclination to resist. Of course, Uchiha Tenshu possessed no actual poison. Managing the chakra control seals for 1,235 individuals alone would consume an inordinate amount of time, a luxury he could not afford. As for the poison, feeding them such a substance would necessitate a yearly supply of antidotes, a considerable expense and a cumbersome endeavor. Thus, the so-called poison was merely a placebo. Nevertheless, it sufficed to keep them in check. Excellent. Next, everyone is to register according to their households. Koike Janikura, you shall oversee this task, Uchiha Tenshu commanded coldly. Yes, my lord. Koike Janikura replied respectfully, swiftly producing paper and ink to begin documenting the crowd. Once the registration was completed, Uchiha Tenshu made his second arrangement. From this moment forth, to prevent any stragglers within our ranks, we will implement a system of protection and accountability, 10 households per unit, 10 units per village, and 10 villages per battalion. Uchiha Tenshu elaborated on the significance of these arrangements, concerned they might not grasp the underlying meaning. It is evident that Uchiha Tenshu articulates clearly, providing explanations that are remarkably straightforward, enabling the audience to grasp the concepts upon a single hearing. Subsequently, under Uchiha Tenshu's guidance, these individuals were organized into a structured system, with a rich cultural heritage spanning thousands of years. Even a primary school student possesses a basic understanding of the so-called rites and arrangements. First and foremost, there is a delineation between military and civil governance, distinguishing those who manage logistics from those who oversee the military forces, thereby assigning each group distinct objectives that preclude interference in one another's affairs. This separation fosters a system of checks and balances. Furthermore, it empowers Uchiha Tenshu with the authority to act as an arbitrator. In due course, the individuals present were organized around family units, with every 10 households forming a security group, each led by a headman and a security chief. 10 such groups would collectively appoint a village chief and a captain, where the village chief oversees the headman and logistics for 100 households, while the captain manages the security chiefs and the able-bodied men from 90 households. Above these 10 village chiefs and captains, a town chief and a battalion commander were established, with the town chief responsible for the oversight of 10 village chiefs and the battalion commander managing 10 captains. This systematic hierarchy instantaneously created a chain of command for the over 1,000 individuals in the encampment. Simultaneously, there exists an element of clandestine targeting. The headman is tasked with the everyday affairs of 10 households, while the security chief is responsible for selecting one adult male from each household for protective duties, thereby deliberately separating the adult breadwinners from their families. In such a scenario, during a march, even if one wished to flee, escape would be nearly impossible, as abandoning one's family is not an option. Moreover, Uchiha Tenshu's arrangement conspicuously militarizes this group of over 1,000 individuals. The so-called headman and security chief system essentially mirrors the model of a militia, establishing a hierarchy that gradually immerses these ordinary citizens into the realm of governance. Within the broader societal framework, officials endowed with management authority represent the aspirations and ambitions of the common populace. Uchiha Tenshu boldly asserts that among every 100 individuals, 99 are fervently seeking to attain positions of authority. Those who do not aspire to such roles are exceedingly rare. Even the minor managers in electronics factories prioritize their managerial responsibilities above all else, often neglecting their own social standing in service to their superiors. This serves as a testament to the allure of power. At present, Uchiha Tenshu merely categorizes these individuals into a structured hierarchy, thus negating the need for direct oversight. It will not be long before individuals naturally assume their designated roles. Chapter 55. The management of the personnel duo Go. Why aren't you standing in line properly? As your squad leader, do you wish for our entire team to be punished because of your negligence? Hurry up and get over here. Observing Duo Go swaying cluelessly, the squad leader, Aihas, surged forward with eyes ablaze, filled with fury, and delivered a resounding slap that sent Duo Go crashing to the ground. Immediately afterward, Aihas rallied the remaining team members, fearing the repercussions of collective punishment. Indeed, Uchiha Tenshu had implemented this measure to prevent individuals from abusing their positions, wary of potential misconduct and favoritism among acquaintances. Thus, he instituted a system of collective responsibility. If one member of the squad made an error, the entire squad would bear the burden of that mistake, enduring half the punishment of the transgressor, while the squad leader and the team leader would face double repercussions. This fostered an atmosphere of mutual suspicion, compelling team members to watch one another closely. Simultaneously, the squad leader and team leader meticulously monitored each individual under their command to avert mistakes. Consequently, after establishing the hierarchy of squad leaders and the overarching system, Uchiha Tenshu declared that all squad leaders should assemble their members in formation. A mere act of lining up swiftly delineated those who had prepared adequately from those who had not, employing rewards and penalties as both motivation and deterrent to swiftly garner the allegiance of the troops, instilling an understanding that obedience to orders and compliance with higher authority was paramount. Unfortunately, Aihas' squad suffered the consequences of Duo Go's lack of preparedness, as he failed to present the requisite formation, resulting in punishment for the entire unit. Duo Go and team leader Aihas each received 10 lashes, while the other team members endured 5. Aihas seethed. What a fool. You stand alone, yet you couldn't even assemble with your squad. What are you thinking? You always manage to drag us down. The others glared at Duo Go, their eyes filled with ire. Had they not been lined up, they would have eagerly joined forces to deliver a severe beating to him for causing their punishment. During the previous formation, those who failed to line up properly endured harsh penalties, receiving over a dozen lashes, while those who were correctly aligned not only escaped punishment, but also garnered a reward of 3,000 taels. The members were envious. Even the common folk residing in the inner city, as such a sum represented a considerable fortune, enough to cover their expenses for a month or two. They could have claimed this bounty, yet because of Duo Go's incompetence, they were left not only empty-handed but also bruised. In that moment, resentment festered among the members. Duo Go covered his face, glaring at Aihas, incredulous that he dared to strike him, for he had always bullied Aihas in the city before. The wretched creature, upon assuming this so-called position of authority, dares to strike himself, truly despicable. Ergo, yearning to resist, clenched his fist, intending to show this scoundrel a lesson. However, as his peripheral vision caught sight of the distant warriors, the harrowing images of yesterday's mountain of corpses and sea of blood flashed before his mind. These formidable individuals were indeed capable of taking lives. In that moment, Ergo's courage evaporated, and his body instinctively softened, rendering him motionless. Meanwhile, Aihas, observing the clenched fist of his adversary, was suddenly jolted back to reality. How could he have forgotten that Ergo was a mad dog of a rogue, one who had always dominated him? What would he do if Ergo decided to retaliate? Yet, in the next instant, Ergo did not move. His expression of reverence and the stoop of his waist left he momentarily stunned. Yes, I am the captain, a person of consequence, appointed by the esteemed leader himself. Could this ruffian truly dare to strike me? In that fleeting moment, a wave of exhilaration surged through Erhi, remembering the humiliation he had endured at Ergo's hands. The taste of vengeance was as refreshing as ice on a sweltering summer's day, filling his heart with satisfaction. The glint of pride in Erhi's eyes was unmistakable. He had not anticipated that the title of captain would prove so advantageous. Soon, the second assembly was completed. Having learned from the first experience, the second formation was markedly more cohesive, even prompting the nearby villagers to recognize a semblance of military order. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tenshu nodded in approval and instructed Koji Junichiro to summon all the village chiefs and captains for a meeting. Indeed, it was a meeting, as a cornerstone of governance. Meetings evidently highlight the responsibilities of leadership. Each gathering serves as a test of compliance and an assertion of authority from the higher-ups to their subordinates. Uchiha Tenshu was no exception, skillfully employing these subtle tactics. Very well, you have made some progress. I perceive a hint of order among you. According to the ninja code, I should have annihilated you all. However, you are merely ordinary citizens, and thus I have chosen to extend a rare act of mercy, granting you a chance to leave this place, Uchiha Tenshu stated, surveying the newly appointed village chiefs and captains without a shred of politeness. As fear etched itself on their faces, Uchiha Tenshu allowed a faint smile to surface and continued, I am aware that many of you harbor grievances, lamenting your departure from your comfortable homes and the significant losses incurred after leaving the Harvest City. However, I assure you that if you dedicate yourselves to your tasks, those among you who reach the destination while retaining your positions will receive compensation tenfold your losses. Therefore, I urge you to commit yourselves wholeheartedly to your duties. And remember this relocation. You are not merely laboring for my sake. Rather, you are striving for your own prosperity. Uchiha Tenshu inspires a fervor in the hearts of many. With this preliminary vision laid before them, the crowd was instantly captivated. The appointed village leaders and captains began to contemplate their own fortunes, calculating the wealth they might possess if, indeed, they diligently executed their duties. Upon reaching their destination, retaining their positions while accruing substantial rewards, the notion of departing from their hometowns seemed less daunting. In a fleeting moment, the resistance within the hearts of numerous administrators diminished significantly. Very well, henceforth, each village leader and captain shall convey this message to their subordinates, ensuring that it reaches every individual present in the camp. Additionally, there is another crucial matter. Should even one person be lost during the journey, the entire group shall face punishment as per the regulations. Do not take this lightly. Uchiha Tenshu first admonished them to relay these instructions to their subordinates. Then, turning with a stern countenance, he issued a grave warning. Any issues arising from the ranks of the captains and guards will result in doubled penalties for you. I urge you to keep a vigilant watch over every responsible individual beneath you. Do not say you were not forewarned. With that, Uchiha Tenshu waved his hand, signaling the visibly perturbed village leaders and captains to convene a similar meeting. In an instant, the faces of the village leaders and captains, drained of vitality, appeared as if their very spines had been extracted as they trudged with heads bowed to conduct their meeting. Throughout this assembly, the air was punctuated with curses, as though they wished to devour the guards and captains whole. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, the beleaguered returned to his team, much like a vanquished rooster, his demeanor disheveled and disgraced. Yet, he too donned a fierce expression as he prepared to address his subordinates. Chapter 56. Promises. Listen closely, you ungrateful souls. You must perpetually express gratitude for the benevolence of your superiors. According to the ninja code, bystanders are destined for death, a fate most deserving. Yet, out of the kindness of their hearts, your superiors have chosen to rescue you from the depths of despair. You must remember to repay this kindness. With his hands clasped behind his back, swayed his head, mimicking the demeanor of tax officials he had once observed. The 9 subordinates below listened with utmost reverence. Even Ergo transformed into a model of obedience. This brought a sense of exhilaration to as if he were reigning supreme, a feeling he had never experienced before. If he could maintain this position of authority indefinitely, it would be truly splendid. Mused silently, recalling the commanding presence of his superior when issuing orders alongside the village chief. He was indeed as imposing as any city official, instilling a sense of awe. Particularly thrilling was the directive he had just conveyed. As long as his managerial status remained intact upon reaching their destination, he would receive tenfold the compensation previously accrued. Ur's heart fluttered with anticipation, akin to a cat scratching at his insides. Living in the heart of the city, he barely scraped by each day. A sudden windfall of 10 times his current earnings would be an immense fortune, a veritable gift from the heavens. Moreover, according to the implications from above, this position of authority would align with the new system to be implemented. The village chief, akin to the head of a household, governed the village, while the captain commanded a 100-strong contingent. The town mayor and the camp leader were bestowed with formal titles, akin to local lords overseeing all affairs of a small town. In this light, was he not, in fact, becoming an official? Had he ascended to the ranks of the samurai? Was filled with uncertainty, yet exhilaration, as if a fawn were bounding within his chest. He contemplated that if this was the case, the newly enacted rules might suggest a pathway for him to ascend through the ranks, ultimately attaining even higher positions. No, he must steadfastly maintain his managerial role and devote himself wholeheartedly to his duties. If he could prove himself capable of a higher rank, it would indeed be a divine opportunity. In that moment, Ur's eyes sparkled like stars. Subsequently, he dedicated himself even more diligently to overseeing his subordinates. Akin to an eagle fixating on its prey, closely monitoring their every move, fearful of any misstep that might implicate him. Many shared his sentiments. Within the millennia-old system of the ninja realm, the children of the daimyo remained daimyo-s. The offspring of ninjas continued as ninjas, while the children of peasants and commoners remained, as ever, impoverished farmers and destitute citizens. The order was as unyielding as granite, unbreakable. However, for those at the bottom of society, a singular path existed for career transformation, that of a bandit. Once one becomes a bandit, they can roam freely like a ravenous wolf, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder without remorse. Following their indulgent rampage, they are destined to face the wrath of the powerful, who will unleash ninjas upon them. The treasures they seize will swiftly be appropriated by the elite and their hired assassins. Although it may appear that they have altered their fates, in truth, they have merely become playthings for the affluent, serving as vicious hounds to persecute fellow peasants, and are deliberately released as starving wolves to diminish the population and seize resources. Nevertheless, during their days as bandits, they at least find a semblance of joy in survival. In the existing system, the common folk can do naught but kneel at the feet of the powerful, singing praises day after day, surrendering all their resources. Even if the commoners are filled with fear and dread, they find themselves devoid of the opportunity to serve as mere lapdogs to the elite. After all, the sycophants of the powerful also have progeny. They would never recruit others to compete for their livelihoods. For ages, this custom has remained unchallenged. However, now, the actions of Uchiha Tenshu provide them with a chance to become dogs. In the past, they could only aspire to be commoners, but now, I offer you the roles of village chief, and eventually, the position of town mayor, elevating your status step by step. As long as you pledge loyalty to me and fulfill my every directive, thereby transforming your own class and becoming a noble dog. As for whether they are willing, the various officials who have now fervently embraced their managerial roles would undoubtedly exclaim, without hesitation, others wish to become one. Yet there is no path for them. Such is the allure of Uchiha Tenshu's promise, with tenfold wealth compensation and the powerful allure of official positions. Who could resist the combined temptations of wealth and power? After the third formation, the scene unfolded with the town mayor and the battalion commander leading from the front, followed by a line of village chiefs and captains, all arranged in neat order. Behind them stood the headmen, their expressions serious as they gazed intently at the village chiefs and captains ahead, filled with longing. Well, what do you think? Even as foot soldiers, they have proven themselves competent, haven't they? Uchiha Tenshu shrugged and smiled at Uchiha Tenshu. The latter, taken aback by this series of maneuvers, was left utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that he could so effortlessly impose order upon them. Moreover, the previous grievances and animosities had largely dissipated, with everyone now fully compliant with the arrangements. Though I cannot comprehend it, it is truly impressive. Uchiha Tenshu nodded in agreement with Uchiha Tenshu, realizing that she would have been utterly at a loss on how to manage these individuals. The only methods she could conceive were slaughter and hypnosis. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Tenshu effortlessly accomplished what she could not, even though the wager remains unfulfilled. Within Uchiha Sakura's heart, she begins to gradually place her faith in Uchiha Tenshu. Perhaps Tenshu's vision truly allows him to perceive a future that eludes her understanding. After a morning of acclimatization, the selected adult guardians, subjected to a series of rigorous measures, have become epitomes of military discipline. Layer upon layer of management structures have enlightened them regarding their responsibilities, enabling them to wield their authority, whereas they once knelt before their lord. Existing merely as free citizens with scant opportunity to voice their thoughts, they now find themselves akin to lords, overseeing others. This transformation in status has instantaneously bridged the chasm of class, fueling the untamed growth of ambition within human nature. As Uchiha Tenshu compelled them to abandon their fields and wealth while departing from the harvest city, their hearts, despite brimming with reluctance and cursing the detestable Uchiha Tenshu, dared not express any defiance. Yet now, with their newfound management powers activated, they find themselves unexpectedly appreciative of Tenshu's actions. After all, according to the ninja regulations, those uninvolved should be eradicated by the ninja, and their survival alone speaks volumes of Tenshu's mercy towards them. As for the fallen Otomo family, the populace pays them no mind. Based on the decrees transmitted from above, the Otomo were notorious for their tyranny and misdeeds, committing various acts of robbery and slaughter against outsiders and merchant caravans, hoarding grain, and exploiting the common folk. While the people of the Land of Fire suffered from hunger, the Otomo sold all their grain to foreign lands, rendering them traitors within their homeland, deserving of their fate. In an instant, the crowd accepted this narrative without question. They made no effort to discern its truth. After all, why had the Otomo family perished entirely, while they remained alive? Clearly, the fault lay with the Otomo, and they were merely innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. Upon reflecting that the Otomo family had committed heinous acts, dragging them into the fray, these ordinary citizens, who once enjoyed the benefits bestowed by the Otomo, have swiftly transformed them into the most nefarious and shameless villains in their eyes. Human nature is indeed unfathomable. Chapter 57. The journey as these individuals engaged in self-brainwashing. Uchiha Tenshu conferred greater authority upon the 12 village leaders, endowing them with the power to discipline their subordinates. Initially, they were elite warriors, who had been deliberately dispersed by Uchiha Tenshu to integrate into the ranks. Now, leveraging their warrior lineage, they exerted pressure on the common populace, allowing them to command the ordinary citizens as if it were second nature, thereby realizing their greater potential. Among them, the sole samurai general, Minamoto no Yuritamo, also assumed the role of camp leader within the entire contingent. As for the ninjas, Uchiha Tenshu did not incorporate them into the main body of the force. Instead, he organized them into various small teams. Some advanced ahead to scout the path, while others trailed behind, prepared to defend against sudden attacks from pursuing foes or to deter any stragglers intent on fleeing. A portion followed in the middle. After all, a troop of over 1,200 individuals was exceedingly conspicuous, akin to an army on the march, likely to attract the attention of neighboring nations. Thus, Uchiha Tenshu instructed his subordinates, the village leaders and team captains, to divide their men, each accompanied by their respective sergeants and captains, into 4 separate groups. This arrangement effectively reduced the size of each contingent to around 300, a number that, while still uncommon, seemed plausible in the realm of ninjas endowed with extraordinary powers. Furthermore, as a guise, these groups carried a substantial load of supplies, rendering them even less noticeable. These supplies, while ostensibly cargo, were merely everyday necessities for their journey. Along with several carts, their average pace was not sluggish, allowing them to cover 60 to 70 kilometers a day. In Uchiha Tenshu's previous life, such a pace could only be achieved by hardy farmers during times when technology had yet to flourish. Here, however, it was commonplace among ordinary folk. This illustrates that even the most basic citizens of the ninja world possess remarkably robust physical capabilities. With approximately 130 trillion cells, their physical and mental attributes far surpass those of humans from Earth. In Uchiha Tenshu's perspective, when comparing the ordinary individuals of the ninja world with those from Earth, the foundational attributes of the former were overwhelmingly superior. If one were to categorize humans from Earth using gaming templates, the average individual would represent a white quality. Ordinary talents would fall under green, and those who were exceptionally gifted would be classified as blue. In contrast, even the most inept individuals in the ninja world would rank at least as green, with blue being quite common. Only those of purple rank could be deemed geniuses within this realm. Furthermore, the red and black bloodlines, along with the multicolored or rainbow categories, represented the pinnacle of power in this universe. Similarly, in his prior life, Uchiha Tenshu had observed the scientific ninja Orochimaru within the narrative. Though referred to as Snake Uncle and possessing advanced technological prowess, Orochimaru was merely a notable figure among the elite in the ninja world, not the apex of its hierarchy. Due to the intensity of its performance, the abilities possessed do not significantly surpass the technological level of the ninja world. The so-called scientific ninjas merely utilize technology rather than create or invent it. From this perspective, Orochimaru has not attained the level of overwhelming the entire world single-handedly. It is no surprise that within a mere 60 years, there has been a direct evolution from the so-called ancient paradigm to the emergence of modern high technology, even including various forms of advanced technology. For instance, the geothermal generator in the Land of Snow can instantaneously transform a nation's environment. Orochimaru is capable of producing a technological version of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, alongside airborne aircraft carriers from the Sky Village. In the past era, even 600 years would not suffice to achieve such advancements. The leap in technology is indeed monumental. All of this can be attributed to the exceptional intelligence of the foundational human resources within the ninja world, which had been stifled by a millennium of warfare, preventing any form of development and kept them ensnared in a cycle of bloodshed. However, with a brief respite, the brilliant minds of the ninja world would automatically begin to develop various forms of advanced technology. Uchiha Tenshu reflects on this and has no doubts about it. After all, within the original worldview, the ninja world had endured 3 consecutive great wars, yet still managed to achieve remarkable technological advancements during brief periods of peace. Once his own power is established, relying on the war-free territory, it is conceivable that within a few years, he may replicate the technologies of his past life. As night fell, the foremost team came to a halt. Their load was minimal, and their vehicles were the most numerous, making for an easy journey. Yet, they were tasked with setting up tents and preparing meals for the entire camp. Under the meticulous arrangements of Uchiha Tenshu, everything was executed flawlessly. Well done. Your position as mayor is practically secured. Upon our arrival at the destination, I shall grant you greater authority and more land. Your capabilities merit better treatment. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Uchiha Tenshu nodded in satisfaction, observing the mayor he had appointed, Nakayama Hirasawa. As he spoke of his first subordinate gathered during this mission, Nakayama, a highly educated individual from the ninja world, had numerous classmates and mentors, making him a valuable professional for Tenshu's ambitions. Without hesitation, Uchiha Tenshu offered the only mayoral position he could bestow upon him, albeit temporarily. Once a stronghold was established, further benefits awaited him. In this manner, even if Nakayama's true abilities were not exceedingly formidable, his connections and relationships could gradually attract other high-level talents. In this regard, he far surpassed the ordinary citizens of the inner city. Oh, it is all thanks to your discerning eye, my lord. Were it not for your recognition of my potential, how could I, Nakayama Hirasawa, have achieved such success today? Zhongshan Haoza wore a radiant smile, his complexion flushed, exuding an aura of excitement and joy. He stood respectfully, slightly bowing to express his reverence and loyalty to his superior. However, as he reflected on the days spent fleeing from the Fire Nation, a bitter wave surged within him. Those years were spent in constant evasion, living in fear of being discovered by the forces of the Fire Nation. Even upon reaching the Snow Country, he could only manage to scrape by, burdened by the demands of his studies. The Snow Country, inherently a harsh and frigid land, presented a life of relentless hardship, a stark contrast to the current sense of fulfillment he now enjoyed. Now, having merely sought refuge under Lord Tenshu, he was swiftly entrusted with the management of 1,000 individuals. This was undoubtedly a tremendous honor and a profound testament to the trust placed in him. Zhongshan Haoza was acutely aware of the significance of this position and the heavy responsibilities it entailed. Thus, he was resolutely determined to serve Lord Tenshu with utmost diligence. Very well, you may leave. Lord Uchiha Tenshu nodded within the tent, gesturing for Zhongshan Haoza to depart and arrange for the evening's provisions. With a wealth of supplies disguised as part of the caravan, their basic necessities were assured. Each seemingly trivial task during their journey, often overlooked, actually served as a test of their organizational strength. Under Uchiha Tenshu's direction, Zhongshan Haoza handled these responsibilities admirably, clearly demonstrating his capabilities. Once Zhongshan Haoza departed, Uchiha Sakura stepped forward, producing a scroll. Here, this is a message I received through my family's summoning beast after contacting Elder Layman. He instructed my summoning beast to relay this to you. Let me see. Uchiha Tenshu furrowed his brow slightly, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he gently accepted the scroll to peruse its contents. After a considerable pause, he finally remarked, Elder Uchiha Ming has identified the assailant who attacked Elder Layman. A hint of disdain flickered across his face as he spoke. Chapter 58. A Letter. The Land of Rain. That traitor. Uchiha Sakura abruptly halted, her visage contorting with a fierce expression as she exclaimed, He claims to have uncovered the true perpetrator behind the attack on Elder Raimon? How utterly absurd. It is nothing more than a case of the thief crying thief. This despicable individual from our clan truly deserves condemnation. As a trusted confidant personally nurtured by Elder Uchiha Raimon and a sworn ally to Uchiha Lingwei, Sakura was acutely aware of the treachery within her clan. The intricate relationship between Uchiha Akira and Senju Tobarama, as well as Uchiha Tenshu's dealings with Elder Raimon, were never concealed from her. They had confided in her all the causal intricacies and a series of clandestine speculations regarding the traitor's actions. Hence, she comprehended that the exposure of Elder Raimon's travel details, including the ambush routes and all related targeting, was a direct result of Uchiha Akira's betrayal, though the true adversary targeting her clan was the vile Senju Tobarama. The betrayal from within her own kin was far more intolerable, stirring a deep-seated rage within Sakura, who wished to rend the traitor asunder. At this moment, the notion of identifying the true culprit led her to speculate whether they intended to lure Lord Raimon outside the village. Uchiha Tenshu, shaking his head, remarked, No. It cannot be at this juncture. Elder Raimon's injuries have yet to heal. Even if he sought vengeance against his enemies, it would likely be executed by other adept members of our clan, unless he plans to lay further ambushes against other clan elders. But that seems improbable. Even Senju Tobarama would not dare to act so brazenly, especially with such critical moments approaching. As Uchiha Tenshu nodded his thumb, deep contemplation enveloped him. This does not make sense. As an insider for Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Akira's every action signifies Tobarama's interference with our clan. Yet, the current developments are completely unexpected. The assault on Elder Raimon, by my conjecture, should have been executed by the techniques of the Tsuchigumo clan. This conclusion is almost certain. However, the failure of their mission must have caught Tobarama by surprise. After all, the Tsuchigumo's reputation is somewhat intimidating. Under the circumstances where all ninjutsu information and travel routes were compromised, along with a multitude of personnel lying in ambush, Elder Raimon seemed to face inevitable doom. Regrettably, they were unaware that Elder Raimon possessed the power of Izanagi, an element they could never have anticipated. Could it be that Senju Tobarama intended to retaliate against the Tsuchigumo clan due to their failure? No, that is implausible. If he genuinely sought vengeance against them, he would have covertly led his forces to slaughter them. If that failed, he could frame the Tsuchigumo clan, prompting his brother, the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, to intervene. A glint of insight flickered in Uchiha Tenshu's eyes as a realization struck him. But now, he has deliberately relayed this information to our Uchiha clan. Could it be that this is a plot to incite conflict? Indeed, with the brooding and domineering temperament characteristic of Senju Tobarama, he would undoubtedly exert pressure on the Tsuchigumo clan following their failure in the task. However, the Tsuchigumo are not mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will. It is probable that Senju Tobarama initially adopted a stern approach towards the Tsuchigumo clan, only to discover that they indeed possess potent and destructive forbidden techniques. Faced with the formidable nature of these techniques, he would hesitate to take any action, let alone engage in the clandestine dealings of enticing the Tsuchigumo to ambush the Uchiha clan. Such matters must remain concealed, for even his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, would not pardon this reckless behavior. Thus, the current predicament ensues. Uchiha Tenshu clapped his hands and remarked, It seems that Senju Tobarama has been cornered. So eager to pit the Uchiha clan against the Tsuchigumo before assuming the mantle of Hokage. Could it be that he did not fare well with the Tsuchigumo? To divert attention, he feigned submission while seeking to embroil the Tsuchigumo in conflict, rendering the Uchiha and Tsuchigumo eternal enemies. As Uchiha Tenshu pondered, he inadvertently unearthed the truth of the situation. Enlightened by this realization, he took out paper and pen to compose a secret missive. Subsequently, Uchiha Tenshu entrusted the letter to Uchiha Sakurako, instructing her, Deliver this letter to Elder Raimon via a summoning beast. I believe he will know how to proceed. In the letter, Uchiha Tenshu categorically refuted Uchiha Akira's proposed retaliatory actions, asserting that any vengeance should be reserved until the enemy's techniques are thoroughly understood. Presently, Uchiha Akira's actions resemble nothing more than sowing discord, igniting trouble for the Uchiha clan. Shall we simply concede? Uchiha Sakurako, observing Uchiha Tenshu's lack of immediate vengeful intent, displayed a trace of displeasure, feeling dissatisfied. Of course, we must retaliate. However, it cannot be our hands that do so. What does this mean? In response to Uchiha Sakurako's confusion, Uchiha Tenshu smiled gently and replied, Elder Raimin will know how to act. 2 days later, within the borders of the Land of Rain, under Uchiha Tenshu's orchestrated itinerary, the group had completely departed from the Land of Fire and entered the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain appeared as a forgotten corner by the heavens, perpetually shrouded in a fine drizzle. Surrounded by mountains at its borders, it resembled a natural prison. The monsoon winds from the northeast roared like a ferocious beast, journeying from the distant Land of Water, yet ultimately thwarted by the mountains that lie between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. The incessant clouds and rainfall seemed akin to the tears of the heavens, enveloping the entire Land of Rain in an eternal sorrow. The daily downpours had become the fate of this land. This rain-soaked realm resembled a shattered puzzle, with only 30 of its territory barely suitable for habitation. The remaining 50 lay submerged beneath torrents and lakes, with only a few highlands emerging like isolated islands. The final 20 constituted a vast inland sea formed entirely by accumulated rainwater, resembling a colossal mirror reflecting the sky's gloom and melancholy. One need not mention the fragmented river, akin to the scars of the earth, nor the vast expanses of land divided among numerous local powers, reminiscent of a pack of ravenous wolves fiercely guarding their territories, ready to wage war at the slightest provocation. The Land of Rain was in utter chaos, resembling a pot of boiling water, tumultuous and devoid of tranquility. However, all this underwent a monumental transformation with the emergence of the revered ninja god, Hashirama Senju, who orchestrated peace among the 5 great nations, illuminating the darkness like the dawn breaking through heavy clouds. As the internal strife of the 5 nations gradually subsided, they expanded their territories through a series of nonviolent deterrents, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, assimilating smaller nations. These smaller realms, much like vassals, willingly merged into the dominion of the larger powers, causing the 5 nations to swell like a rolling snowball. Yet, the vassals retained formidable military might, behaving like lords who heed not the decrees of their suzerains, a rarity throughout history, yet perfectly aligned with the cultural worldview of Japan. In such a context, the smaller nations no longer dared to engage in internal conflicts. After all, not everyone would resort to the reckless compromises and foolish actions that the future Konoha F4 would undertake to eliminate their internal rivals. To withstand the predatory Fire Nation and other neighboring lands, the Land of Rain diligently pursued peace negotiations. Consequently, tranquility spread across the land like a gentle spring breeze. At least for the next 2 years, no one would dare to wield arms on a large scale, lying in wait like a hibernating serpent. Thus, in the aftermath of peace, the Land of Rain, positioned at the intersection of numerous nations, became a bustling hub of commerce, with waterways interwoven like a spider's web, ushering in prosperity. The ninja clans that governed these lands and cities thrived abundantly, showing little inclination to resort to warfare. After all, this affluent existence was far more enjoyable than the brutal conflicts of the Warring States era, akin to the carefree life of deities. In such circumstances, the ninja clans were hardly irrational enough to engage in a fight to the death. Was it not preferable to develop commerce and collect taxes? Chapter 59. The Uchiha Assembly. What? Do you all oppose this act of vengeance? Uchiha Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the 8 elders before him. His voice involuntarily escalated, reverberating through the Uchiha clan's meeting chamber. The atmosphere within the room was palpably tense, with the 8 elders seated expressionlessly, their silence enveloping Uchiha Mei in an unprecedented weight of pressure. Uchiha Raimin, the elder who had long been in communication, along with Elder Uchiha Foam, 3rd Elder Uchiha Ye, and 5th Elder Uchiha Lu, remained unresponsive, their eyes betraying a hint of mockery. Even at this juncture, there were those who sought to sow discord, urging the clan to confront Senju Tobarama, revealing themselves as traitors to the clan and sycophants of Senju Tobarama. Had it not been for the latest intelligence received, the prospect of pursuing revenge could have led the clan to suffer grievously due to the support of this ill-fated endeavor. Now, only a fool would rush into retaliation. Oblivious to his own exposure, Uchiha Mei continued to audaciously express his thoughts within the meeting room. With the illusionary techniques of our Uchiha clan, Should we make the first move, we can undoubtedly crush the ninjas of the Tsuchigumo clan. No matter what trump cards they possess, they are no match for us Uchiha. This is a meticulously crafted battle plan. Uchiha May declared passionately. The Tsuchigumo clan has inflicted tremendous losses upon us. We cannot simply stand idly by. We must wash away this grievance with blood. We must act according to my strategy. And we will surely deliver a successful retaliation against the Tsuchigumo clan. If the plan is executed flawlessly, we can reduce the clan that has dared to strike at us to ashes. However, the elders remained unmoved. Elder Uchiha Fong finally spoke. His voice slow and measured. Uchiha May, you must remain calm. It is not that we do not wish to retaliate against the Tsuchigumo clan, but this plan is exceedingly perilous. Perilous? Uchiha May scoffed. When did our Uchiha clan become so timid? Can we not handle a mere Tsuchigumo? Another elder, Uchiha Yuya, shook his head and replied, May, you are still young and do not comprehend the brutality of war. Although the Tsuchigumo clan may not match our strength, they possess their own advantages. We have yet to fully understand their forbidden technique. If we act recklessly, we may suffer tremendous losses. At that moment, the assembly, having absorbed Elder Uchiha Raimon's description of the terrifying range of the unknown forbidden technique, understood the gravity of the situation. Naturally, without any assurance, they were disinclined to pursue vengeance that could incite a new wave of conflict. On the side, Uchiha Jin, who had often been at odds with Elder Uchiha Raymon, shifted his stance, echoing support. Indeed, our Uchiha clan has never engaged in battles without certainty. Let us first gather comprehensive intelligence about our enemies before we seek revenge. Moreover, it cannot be definitively concluded that the Tsuchigumo clan is responsible for this affair. My understanding of the Tsuchigumo clan reveals that they steadfastly refrain from engaging in conflicts among ninjas, embodying a demeanor akin to that of reclusive nobility. Lacking the audacity for such confrontations, Uchiha Jin smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively in defense of the Tsuchigumo clan, exhibiting an air of indifference towards them. After Uchiha Raymon recounted the ambush he had encountered during his outing, the elders were struck with alarm, launching a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding the event. The traitor who had betrayed Raymon's information and whereabouts was akin to a startled bird, having succumbed to guilt and committed suicide, erasing all traces of their movements. Nevertheless, various indicators suggested that this traitor was likely backed by others of treachery, possibly even orchestrated by higher echelons within the clan. This sudden turn of events left Uchiha Jin astounded, as if a thorn had lodged in his throat, unable to voice his distress. Fearful of being branded a traitor within the clan, especially since the conflict within the family was primarily between himself and this individual. Fortunately, before he could mount a defense, Uchiha Raymon, accompanied by several elders including Uchiha Fong, stormed in like a pack of hungry wolves, nearly sending Jin into a state of panic. Unexpectedly, however, these individuals were not there to accuse him, but rather to broker peace, revealing to Uchiha Jin the astonishing secret that the traitor within the family was none other than the second elder, Uchiha May. In an instant, Uchiha Jin was consumed by rage, his fury erupting like a volcano. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "So that is why he has always stood by my side, offering unwavering support for my actions, not out of shared ideals, but rather as a pawn of Shinji Tobarama, inciting me against Raymon and others. This insidious and vile traitor." The thought that he had once been manipulated like a mere pawn, wielded as a weapon in the shadows, filled Uchiha Jin with a profound sense of anger and resentment. His animosity towards Uchiha May intensified, to the point where he yearned to eliminate the former traitor immediately. However, Uchiha Jin did not allow his emotions to cloud his judgment. He was acutely aware of Uchiha May's treacherous duplicity. To align with the requests of Raymon and the other elders, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, continuing to engage with Uchiha May to avoid raising any suspicions. Simultaneously, Uchiha Jin began to act covertly. He meticulously observed Uchiha May's every move, leaving no detail unexamined, ever vigilant against the various schemes he might employ. Concurrently, he discreetly reached out to other allies, gathering them for a clandestine meeting. During this gathering, Uchiha Jin candidly disclosed Uchiha May's deeds and outlined his intentions to isolate him secretly. He elaborated on how Uchiha May had exploited him and the potential threat this posed to their entire faction. Upon hearing the news, the gathered individuals were struck with shock and indignation at Uchiha May's actions. Even amidst their usual power struggles, they had always confined their behavior within certain limits. wary of breaking the rules and allowing outsiders to benefit from their discord. No matter the circumstances, they remained members of the Uchiha clan, never contemplating betrayal against their own family. Yet now, Uchiha may appeared to have cast aside all allegiance to his kin, manifestly betraying the very foundation of his lineage. Furthermore, his recent actions, wherein he had conspired with outsiders to ambush members of his own clan, had rendered him a mere pawn of Senju Tobirama, dedicated solely to undermining the Uchiha family. This was an affront that the assembly could not tolerate, and they were almost compelled to execute him on the spot. Fortunately, Uchiha Jin intervened, urging the assembly to remain calm while revealing the isolation plan devised by the elders, including Uchiha Raimen. This strategy aimed to mislead Senju Tobirama and orchestrate a counter-scheme. Consequently, the assembly rallied in support of Uchiha Jin's decision, agreeing to collaborate in addressing this traitor. Through this communication, Uchiha Jin successfully conveyed his intentions to his allies, ensuring they gained a clearer understanding of Uchiha Mei's true nature. Thus, while Uchiha Mei still appeared to belong to his faction, he had, in reality, forfeited the trust of all, becoming an isolated and blatant traitor. In the current meeting, despite Uchiha Mei's fervent declarations and impassioned rhetoric sparking discussions and debates among the elders, the consensus remained elusive. Ultimately, various reasons were presented to oppose him, and while some voices aligned with him, the prevailing sentiment leaned towards dissent. In a scenario governed by majority rule, those in agreement often found themselves in the minority. For instance, the elder had initially wavered in his stance, seemingly supportive, only to have his opinion shift dramatically as more voices of agreement emerged. He then conjured additional reasons for his newfound dissent. Such occurrences left Uchiha Mei bewildered, pondering, was this chaotic familial strife not the very result of the power-hungry elders? It was no wonder he could so clearly extricate himself from this quagmire. With these self-serving clan leaders, how could one ever hope to integrate into the collective of Konoha? Chapter 60. Uchiha Akira decides to lead the team personally, so be it. The future of the clan rests solely upon my shoulders. Uchiha Akira mused inwardly. He shifted the conversation, proclaiming, "Are we, the Uchiha clan, to cower in submission, allowing our esteemed lineage to be reduced to mere shadows? This, of course, is unacceptable. Indeed, how could that even be contemplated? Yet, it seems we must deliberate long and hard." As Uchiha Akira brought the discussion to the illustrious legacy of the Uchiha clan spanning millennia, the assembly hastily gestured in dissent, adopting a stance that neither wholly agreed nor opposed, effectively stalling the discourse. Akira's brow furrowed deeply. He could not fathom why these elders exhibited such indecision, as if they were cowed by the mere presence of the Earth Spider clan. Had the Uchiha clan truly descended to such a state of weakness that they dared not retaliate against even a minor faction like the Earth Spiders? Indeed, with parasites like them within the clan, how could the family ever thrive? Akira's heart seethed with silent fury. Visions of his encounter with the future second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, loomed in his mind. At that time, he had fervently vowed that upon his return to the clan, he would usher in an era of glory and prosperity, ensuring that the audacious Earth Spider clan would pay for their insolence, demonstrating the might of Konoha. However, reality dealt him a crushing blow. Upon rejoining the Uchiha clan, not a single elder had consented to the proposed retaliatory action, despite his having laid bare the intelligence on the Earth Spider clan. With ample evidence in hand, the elders still hesitated, paralyzed by their indecision. This was nothing short of a profound disgrace for the Uchiha clan. Akira's heart brimmed with indignation and resentment. He resolved to reclaim their honor and make it known to the world that Konoha's ninjas were inviolable. Simultaneously, he harbored a quiet ire toward Elder Uchiha Raiden, the seventh elder, pondering why he could not simply meet his demise in obscurity. Had he done so, the clan could have adhered to Konoha's directives, ensuring their survival without the looming threat of exposure that might incite negative scrutiny from the outside world regarding both the clan and the village. In such a scenario, the clan and the village could further unify, alleviating existing tensions. Yet, here they were, hoarding supplies and weapons as if preparing for war against the village. These obstinate clan members exhibited a complete disregard for the village's existence, trapped in their archaic and narrow-minded ideologies. Regrettably, the plans he devised for the clan and village, wrought from his diligent contemplation, lay in ruins due to Elder Raiden's return. The sacrifices he made for the greater good would inevitably remain unappreciated by those blinded by power. Uchiha Akira felt a surge of inner resentment, coupled with a misguided sense of fulfillment, and he resolved to fulfill Lord Senju Tobirama's commission with unwavering determination. However, when he brought the matter to light, The elders present left him profoundly disappointed. Rather than endorsing his proposal, these elders each offered various reasons to dismiss any retaliation against the Tsuchigumo clan. Some of them argued that it was merely an unfortunate incident and not worth dwelling upon. Others expressed concerns that such actions might provoke a larger conflict detrimental to Konoha, while some even questioned Uchiha Mei's motives, suggesting he was intentionally instigating trouble, especially since the true culprit had yet to be identified. Why was it that he alone had managed to uncover the truth, raising too many suspicions? Faced with the elders' evasion and reproach, a fierce blaze of anger ignited within Uchiha Mei. He felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and fury, akin to being doused in icy water from head to toe. He could not fathom why these so-called clan elders, when the dignity of the family was so grievously assaulted, would display such cowardice and incompetence. Just because the Tsuchigumo possessed destructive forbidden techniques, did that exempt them from taking action? Were these elders truly nothing more than a flock of timid sheep, trembling in the face of danger? Although the leakage of intelligence and the subsequent trap were indeed consequences of his own disclosure, could it be that Elder Uchiha Ramen bore no share of the blame? Was his fault to be overlooked? Moreover, his decision to betray Uchiha Ramen was made for the sake of the family's prosperity, not for personal gain. Could sacrificing one Uchiha Ramen truly allow the entire Uchiha clan to bask in the glorious unity fostered by the village? Was that not a worthy endeavor? Why could no one comprehend his intentions? Alas, such inherently malevolent and narrow-minded individuals. Uchiha Mei's heart brimmed with a tumult of unbalanced rage. The thought of his tireless efforts for the harmony of the village and clan met with indifference from those who only sought power and profit, while they faltered when confronted with matters of genuine significance, was infuriating. Against the Tsuchigumo clan, who had besmirched the honor of both the family and the village, their impotence was nothing short of disgraceful. Despite Uchiha Mei's fervent pleas, the majority of the elders remained resolute in their disapproval. While it is true that Elder Ramen was ambushed, we cannot prove that it was the Tsuchigumo clan behind it. Our Uchiha clan is a civilized family that values reason. We cannot persecute others without evidence, the Grand Elder stated solemnly, with the 3rd, 5th, and 7th elders nodding in agreement beside him. In that moment, Uchiha Mei was rendered speechless. Hadn't the Uchiha clan always been known as a domineering family that disregarded reason? Why then did they insist on rationality in their dealings? On the other side, the elder Uchiha Jin, who had always stood with him, spoke up. Elder Ramen has sustained grave injuries. Since it was at the hands of our enemies, we must seek retribution. However, it seems that Elder Ramen is completely oblivious to the intelligence regarding them. If you insist on blaming the actions of the Tsuchigumo clan, may I inquire as to the source of your intelligence? It wouldn't happen to have originated from the Hokage's office, would it? That we cannot accept. Upon hearing Uchiha Jin mention the Hokage's office, Uchiha Mei immediately became agitated and retorted, "Where did you hear such nonsense? As an elder of the Uchiha clan, my considerations are naturally from the perspective of our family. Ever since I learned of Elder Ramen's injuries, I have sought information day and night. By chance, I recalled the legends surrounding the Tsuchigumo clan. And after careful comparison and confirmation, I was able to identify our enemies as them." Uchiha Mei was well aware of the disdain others held for Senju Tobarama, and thus refrained from attributing his findings to him. So it was merely speculation. Uchiha Fong exclaimed, slapping the table. "Let us adjourn. We, the Uchiha clan, cannot recklessly create enemies based on mere conjecture." The other elders immediately rose, appearing ready to depart. Indeed, Elder Dezhang is correct. We are currently in a period of peace within the ninja world, and without solid evidence, we must proceed with caution. Exactly. Not only is there no definitive proof of their involvement, but even if there were, I must first ascertain their weaknesses before taking action. After all, the power of that jutsu is quite formidable. We cannot afford to be careless. Indeed, we must act with prudence. Only then can we honor the trust placed in us by our clansmen. As the others prepared to leave, Uchiha Mei recalled his fervent promises to Senju Tobarama and suddenly became anxious, declaring, "Wait, allow me to say one final thing." Uchiha Ramen cast him a sidelong glance. Though he harbored a desire to eliminate him, he restrained his emotions and said softly, "In that case, please, go ahead. We, the Uchiha clan, are a prestigious family in the ninja world. We cannot allow ourselves to be humiliated without retaliating. Since you all disagree, I shall personally lead the charge. Surely that is acceptable." Uchiha Mei proclaimed, rising to his feet. In order to fulfill Lord Tobarama's instructions, he was resolute. After all, What Lord Tobirama required was for the clan to strike against the Tsuchigumo clan and reclaim the lost honor of the Hidden Leaf Village. It was never explicitly stated who should take action. Therefore, I shall take it upon myself to act. This shall also serve as a representation of the Uchiha clan's might.